Well, this isn't how I thought I'd be starting day 3 at Henley. We've come glamping. Well, sadly, I didn't wake up looking like this, or in one of these beautiful tents, but one man that did. Gary, sleep well?
Very well, thank you. Yeah, nice double bed, comfy. Yeah, it's great. I mean, they're perfect.
You're looking like you're all set for a day on the river. I mean, what are the facilities like here?
They're really good. I mean, we've got all of the campsite, then there's the bar, breakfast area, perfect toilets, and showers that are cleaned all the time. So yeah, no, we're enjoying it.
I love the fact that you only live a few miles away, but you've chosen to come and sleep in one of these tents for the week.
Yeah, we live about less than 10 miles up the road, but we thought we'd come to see what glamping was all about. And it's the first time we've done this, really, and yeah, it's awesome. It's really awesome.
And the tents are pretty cool inside.
Yeah, there's everything you want. There's tables, chairs, we've got hanging rails, lights. Yeah, no, we're really enjoying it. It's good.
Have you made friends with any of your fellow campers?
There's loads of people here that you've never met before. We've got Americans, we've got Brazilians, so with the football on, we've got a lot going on here. Yeah, everyone seems to be enjoying it. It's a bit of a party atmosphere. Yeah, well, it's good.
That sounds fun. Well, enjoy the day on the river. Anything else? Anything you're looking out for today?
Yeah, we're looking out for a few wins for Leander. And also friends of ours are running for Oxford Brookes right at the end of the day.
Well, enjoy the day. Today's got plenty to live up to after yesterday. Perfect conditions on the river. Everyone enjoying themselves on the riverbank. Let's remind you of day 2. Well, today the action really heats up as the intermediate and premier events get underway. Some of the sports superstars, Olympic world champions, etc. will be in action just across there on the water. And here at the glamping site, just a short walk from the bell tents, you get an amazing view of the river. I've grabbed myself a coffee. This is the breakfast area for the happy glampers. But let's talk rowing. Mark Hunter joins me. And Mark, well, firstly, what do you make of this glamping site?
I love it. It's quite relaxing, kind of coming over to this side, just chilling out, just watching the crews go by as they're doing their kind of morning kind of training, having a coffee and just taking it all in before the madness commences.
The madness. What have you made of the regatta so far?
Oh, it's been amazing. The weather's been incredible, which obviously sets the tone for it. Tuesday was super busy, which was great. Yesterday was even busier. And just people, catching up with friends, having a drink on the side, watching the racing, and just that kind of community or the festival of rowing coming together is always special.
Right, day 3, fewer crews, higher stakes?
Yeah, with the nature of the event, being a knockout, kind of winner continues, loser goes home. The stakes are much higher now because everybody wants to try and make it to the weekend. I'm looking forward to some fantastic racing today.
And what is so good is we've talked about before, that you've got these Olympic champions, these world-class rowers, alongside schoolboy sports, schoolgirl rowers as well.
Yeah, and I think that's what makes Henley so different to all the other major kind of sporting events we have in the UK at this time of year. Is that you get junior athletes, under 18s, walking amongst their idols in the boat tent areas, and I think that is the most special place, walking around there. I remember being a kid coming here and looking at my idols. There was Matt Pinson, Steve Redgraves as a kid, looking at them, and they are humans. That's the great thing about it. You have a conversation with them, They just make you at ease, and they're just normal people. But it's just seeing your idols and what they do and how you add that to your toolkit as an athlete.
Any particular head-to-heads you're looking forward to this morning?
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to race 7 this morning, the Ireland Challenge Cup. You've got the Newcastle University A, the University of Washington. University of Washington are one of the big guns from the US. They're very successful in all the races they do in the US. They love coming across. I'm looking forward to that race at 9:30 this morning.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Mark. Well, whether you're watching the racing on the riverbank or at home, let's get day 3 underway.
Good morning. Yes, we are here for day 3, and it's the biggest day of the week in many ways because we've got 89 races taking us all the way through until around about 7:45 this evening. 89 races. Lunch is at 12:30. Some top racing, very international look to the lineup between now and lunchtime at 12:30. Crews from all around the world: Australia, USA, Hungary, South Africa, Denmark, all represented on the water in the next couple of hours. I'm alongside Sarah Winklis. Good morning to you, Sarah. I think I can see a little bit of blue sky.
I know, Tim. Oh, isn't it amazing? We've just had a downpour. I think that's the only way we can take a cloud burst, and now it is just perfect conditions for the first race. It was like it was meant to be.
Yes, indeed. We had squally showers earlier on, but we're ready to go. 9 o'clock this morning here in Henley, and the sun's appeared. We're right on the finish line, and we can look down the course at 2 kilometres or so up to Temple Island. And between here and there, lots of Henley goers will be enjoying the event on the bank, and hopefully they'll be dry. A few of them had to scamper through the showers to get to their seats.
Yeah, 20 minutes earlier for the rain would have been better, but that's absolutely fine. The athletes will be delighted. It's so crisp and clear here. It just looks amazing. A few scudding clouds left, but there's watching the flags, as I always do, it has gone perfectly still, so the athletes will really relish these slightly fresher, slightly cleaner conditions.
So the boat tent's busy from early this morning. The athletes out on the water. The spectators arriving early as well.
We've got so busy yesterday afternoon, isn't it? People are already getting their seats at this point to make sure later on today they're going to be able to get the eagle-eye view of the racing.
So, first race of the day is the Prince Albert Challenge Cup, and we've got Oxford Brookes University on the Berkshire station and University College Dublin, the Irish boat, nearest to the camera. And these are the nerve-wracking moments. I always feel a little bit sorry for the first boats on the water because they have longer to think about. They sit there for, it seems, an eternity waiting for the off, and well, they're bound to be nervous because there's so much at stake there every day. But when you get to Thursday of Henley Royal Regatta, you're starting to dream, aren't you?
Yeah, I've started to dream, definitely, having done all that training and got to this point to be ready to race this race. And Oxford Brookes University and the University College Dublin Ireland will have both been imagining to go all the way to Sunday, and one of them will go a step further in a few minutes.
Yeah, such is the draw. We've got two of the big guns meeting each other first up Thursday morning. So one of them, yes, on the positive side will be going through, but one of them will be a big casualty early here.
Yeah, it's going to be a great race. And look at the conditions there. You can see the light shining on the water. You can see our aligners in the start box, and the sunshine is out for these rowers. And you know, Coxon there, if you look there, you can see that individual is sitting there, Rhian Nelson, and she will be looking down that course, making sure that she can see everything clear, and her stern pair will be looking backwards, of course, to ensure that the boat is straight. They'll be giving her that feedback, and it's quite interesting in these Coxless boats, Tim, because that communication is critical. Cox at the front, away from the umpire, looking away.
And there is the umpire, the umpire's launch. Umpire getting onto her feet. Must be approaching 9 o'clock. When I see that you are both straight and ready, I will start you like this. Attention.
Delay in both boats.
Get ready, please.
Need to be perfectly aligned before they start. So this is race 1, the Prince Albert Challenge Cup. Oxford Brookes University against University College Dublin. Student Coxed Falls.
Attention. Go.
So, day 3 of Henley-On Regatta underway with the Prince Albert Challenge Cup, and immediately flying out the blocks there, Oxford Brookes University. There's not much doubt about their strategy from the off. They have absolutely flown out there on the Berkshire station. Yes. High rate, trying to get off Temple Island with a lead. I think they will be leading, but they have really blitzed off the start line there. Spot on, and this is such a strength in this Oxford Brookes squad. They're training at Wallingford side by side, day in, day out, whether it's a 4, whether it's an 8, and they will have practiced and practiced and practiced against other quality teammates to get into these boats, and this start will be grained in. Wallingford not too far down the river from where we stand here in Henley, and they'll have rehearsed this many times. Oxford Brookes off to a very good start, a length up already, and the Cox in the Irish boat, Rhiann Nelson, will be very aware that there's work to do already. You can see there Conall Cummingham in the Irish boat. It's interesting here because we've got two very different styles. Oxford Brookes on the far side, you can see that second half that Ali Brown, his coach, is cycling alongside. I think they're trying to watch his crew pulling through in that second half. And the Irish boat on the other side, just a little bit lighter, a little bit longer as we're going through. And that's Brookes that we're looking at now. Really strong, really relaxed. Look how relaxed they look at their faces. It's going to be hurting at this point. The body is saying, yeah, giving you feedback, this hurts, stop. But you just have to override it as a rowing athlete. Well, Ali Brown, Oxford Brookes University coach, will be very happy with the start that his boat has put together here. And so I've seen lots of the coaches on the towpath cycling, keeping abreast of the race. Surely you get a much better view of it watching a monitor like we're doing. I mean, we've got the best pictures and we can see it most closely, can't we? I suppose you have the advantage of being able to shout instructions if you want from the towpath. Yeah, they can shout instructions. You can be there with them. If something happens on this course, it is an open river course on the way up, you know about it and you can help your athletes deal with it, so making sure that everything's right for them. And I think there's something about the nerves as well, Tim. The coaches get nervous. Ali Brown, he's an ex-athlete. He knows what it's like to sit on that start line, and his nerves will be jangling too, and actually moving, being on the bike probably feels better than watching the monitor, no matter how good our shots are. Yeah, expending a bit of energy, trying to get rid of that nervous tension. So there we are, that's the scene as you look back down the track to the umpire's launch. Oxford Brookes to the right on the picture there, moving very well. They've got such a good programme now, haven't they? They dominate these regattas every year. They really have, you know, they really do develop good, strong athletes, and, you know, what Ali is doing with them is, you can see a really good, strong stroke as well. You can see how they're just bringing those blades down into the water, really relaxed, no work in the upper shoulders, it's all coming through the legs, and that's what's lifting this boat just that little bit further each stroke than their opposition, which is the University College Dublin in Ireland. Harry Fisher in the stroke seat, you can see there. Setting a good pace, setting a good rhythm. That's a good lead, isn't it? In the early stages of this first heat of the day. And you're going to have up there, Oxford Brookes, they've got a B boat in this earlier. We're going to be looking at them later on today. And, you know, we talk about this squad. We saw Oxford Brookes E, I think, qualify and go for a round yesterday in the Temple. So when we're talking about these big squads, it is such an advantage for athletes to be part of it, to be training in those competitive environments when it works for them.
Oliver Joyner, the Cox there, in that bizarre position with all the data you can see. A great shot of what goes on in the Cox seat there. Little screen with all the information they need.
Yeah, what they'll be getting there is stroke rates, so how many strokes per minute are they doing. They'll have boat speed, I'm sure, and they may even have some data on check and force curves to see how their athletes are working. It really is both a feel and technological sport now.
So Oxford Brookes with a substantial lead, and in that stroke seat, Conall Cunningham in the Irish boat you can see there, with Ross Mason and Andrew O'Leary and Murdoch Murray in that boat with the Cox, Rian Nelson. They have work to do.
Yeah, and you can see they're really keeping their rate up. They're looking to try and make sure that they do close this gap on Oxford Brookes. This is their final, their final race, unless they're able to turn the other crew around. So nothing to lose. Go for it now, and the Cox will be giving that information and will be telling them, I'm sure, that they still are absolutely in with a chance, and giving them that data, encouraging them and keeping them moving together. The Oxford Brookes crew that we're looking at here, though, of course, they can see the other crew. They know what the truth is. Their Cox doesn't. Interestingly, they will be telling their Cox, maybe the Bowen, what is going on for them.
Yes, you might as well empty the tank now, because if you don't, then you've not got any more racing between now and Sunday to worry about. So the Irish will have that in mind, but such is that league, Oxford Brookes University, they really have stamped their authority on the race here, haven't they? It was right from the off. They got such a good start back up off the start pontoons at Temple Island, and haven't let up one bit, have they?
Yeah, and I think in a gladiatorial contest like this, if you can get up off the island, you know, they always say that is such an advantage. And you can see now Oxford Brookes, they've just dropped their weight, they're just controlling it, conserving their energy, which is within their right, having done their work early on. University College Dublin, of course, will be holding on. And the Cox there that we're looking at, Oliver Joyner, will be hearing, I'm sure, from the bow, telling them how many strokes they've got left as they go through the ground stand.
So, just about done. Oxford Brookes University in the Prince Albert Challenge Cup. Last few strokes over the line they go. They've led the Irish right from the start. And first person over will be the Cox that Sarah's just talking about, Oliver Joyner, over the finish line, and through Oxford Brookes go in the Prince Albert Challenge Cup. It's the end of the road for University College Dublin of Ireland, but the Prince Albert Challenge Cup, superb performance. So my money's on Amelia Hempleman-Adams in this one, the Princess Royal Challenge Cup. It's a pretty safe bet because we've got a row over here. So we had Georgina Robinson Ranger due to race on the Berkshire station against Amelia Hempleman-Adams, but unfortunately Robinson Ranger has had to pull out, and so the formality of Amelia Hempleman-Adams rowing the course and getting herself through to the next round of the Princess Royal Challenge Cup. It's going to be a lonely old 2,112 metres, but she's definitely through.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because both Georgie Ranger Robinson and Amelia from Leander, both coached by Ross Hunter. So I suspect Amelia's had a little bit of time to prepare for this, and she and Ross will have thought about what can they use this opportunity. She's still got an opportunity to hear the umpire go off the start, and you can see at the moment she is looking to race this and keep it high. And I noticed also she had drifted a little bit from the Buckingham station that she had started on into the middle. And of course, when you're doing a row that does not matter. But she will be looking for the next round, preparing how do you stay on line and make sure that you still give your body that physiological shock that racing gives it, because that's what her opposition are also getting.
so she can stray into mid-water, because it's not going to affect any other boat, because there's no other boat out there. But in terms of rehearsing for the next round, you're probably better off trying to drill it that you go on a proper racing line, aren't you? I mean, of course, you may not be on the buck station in the next round, but you might as well practice as you will be under pressure in the next round.
Yeah, and you can see that now she's put herself right where she would be if she was on the Buckingham station. She knows this course really, really intimately. Leander are just behind us, and they train on this day in, day out, but of course the other way round. So you still have a new difference of coming down this course as an athlete on a race day.
So that's the row over. And that's Amelia Hempleman-Adams in the Princess Royal Challenge Cup. This is race 3, the Double Sculls Challenge Cup. And we've got the Cambridge boat on the Berkshire station. And the international flavour begins here for day 3, because we've got the Czech boat on the Bucks station. We're just watching the steering here, Sarah.
Yeah, if you have a look again, just as we saw Amelia on the last race, the Buckinghamshire crew shying away from the island, not keeping it quite straight there, but they are going off. They've got a great rhythm there, and you can see the international crew of Czechia against the lightweights of Cambridge, essentially, and it's the big guys versus the little guys.
Well, yes, on the buck station, Podrazil and Nedela, based in Prague, and they are the big guys, as you like to put it there, on the buck station, who've got themselves sorted out, and they're now where they should be on the water. And a little grimace in the bow seat from Jacob Podrazil, you can see there.
Yeah, and you can just see the strength and the cleanness of this double scull. They are absolutely well drilled, aren't they? They're going to come across all sorts of opposition in this competition, but today you can see that they are picking it up, moving together. And when I say the lightweights on the other side, or the little guys, that they are the lightweights. They did race in the lightweight boat race this year in 2026 for Cambridge, winning that, so they would have had to be 72 kilos on that particular day. And as you see them now, they've been training together to have this opportunity to come together, keep their fitness in, and have their chance for the Diamond Sculls Challenge Cup.
So this is the Double Sculls Challenge Cup, the open double sculls. And it's a good race. There's not much in it. Early stages still. Is the wind just picking up a little bit? I'm looking at those flags, Sarah, and it appears as quite a stiff breeze. You're good at reading the wind.
Yeah, I noticed it. If I look down from our commentary box, I can see what I say cat's paws on the wind. So there's some areas where there's there's wind and headwind, and then there's areas where it's a little bit cleaner.
Talking of flags, there was the umpire's flag just asking the Czech pair Podrazil and Nedela to get back onto their side of the water. There they are. Worth mentioning, they're the Czech Ministry of Defence's Elite Army Sports Centre in Prague. They're from there, and the best athletes are professional soldiers, top national competitors across many sports, obviously rowers included, and we can see here.
It's really interesting that the different system different countries have. So, of course, we have our rowers based in Caversham. They are lottery funded. We're very grateful for that support that we have over the years. We've had it since 1998, and that allows our athletes to concentrate pretty much full-time on being an athlete. Other countries do it in different ways, and this Ministry of Defence model that the Czech makes sense also.
And they are winning at the moment.
You can see that they have got that lead. They've now got themselves on station, and their rate is lower than the Cambridge double there of Nikita and Adrian coming through, but they are coming back at them because their higher stroke rate is giving them a little bit of a more boat speed.
Yeah, a burst here from the Cambridge boat of Nikita Mohr and Adrian Biddle. They're the two in that Cambridge boat who are chasing.
And you can see, just look at that, the Czechia boat has responded to it. You can see they've just opened up their backs, and that has again pushed the Cambridge pair double away.
Yeah, just keeping Cambridge at bay. I saw Mohr glance over his left shoulder across the water to see where the Czech boat was, and there's for a moment they got some good overlap, but not anymore, because they had a different gear, didn't they, the front runners here.
And when we see the Cambridge double here, you'll notice that they're wearing Peterhouse kit. That is their college within the Cambridge system. Some very famous double scullers from that. Mike Hart, my own stepdad, was there as well, and he held the record in this double sculls event for 19 years. I remember him getting terribly twitchy every time it was fast conditions to see whether his record would fall, and of course when it eventually did, other athletes stepped into that space, with the current course record being 6:44 from 2019.
John Collins and Graham Thomas then. Do you want to do any more shout outs for your family this morning, or is that list done?
That'll do for now.
Okay.
That'll do
Just
for
checking.
now.
Yeah. So the double sculls Challenge Cup and the boat in the Czech colours there have led all the way. There's another glance over the shoulder from Mohr in the bow seat in the Cambridge boat. They've always got an answer, though, haven't they, so far in this race? The yellow, the white, red and blue that you can see there. The Czech team, they always seem to have a response.
Yeah, and that's what I would expect on the form of these two boats. No disrespect to the Peterhouse athletes. The Czech, this is a very impressive double that we're looking at here. They are seasoned professional athletes, albeit working in the Armed Sports Centre in Prague, and they are managing this race really well, having worked out what this Henley course is about, got themselves up to the start, and of course pressing away, conserving their energy at this stage.
Yeah, they've just dropped the rate and have good control there. So we have got good conditions. There's a little bit of sunshine, and we're enjoying that because it was not much fun. Around 8 o'clock this morning, 8:30, we had a downpour, squally showers, but now it looks good. And there you can see the Cambridge boat working hard, just hoping something happens. Another glance from Mohr. They're still in touch, aren't they? So if anything does go wrong in that Czech boat, they'll leap on that.
They are, and that's what you have to do. If you're in the second place, you just have to keep racing and hope that either the other crew have done too much. Of course, you don't know how much effort they have expended. They don't have the shots that we have, but you have to stay in touch and keep racing, and they have absolutely done that. They still look really sharp, really together. They're giving their best performance, but as you say, the bow guy is Nikita Noor is looking over there just to see, are they still in touch with what's happening and where's the finish line.
Well done to Jacob Podrazil and Dalibor Nedela, who win the Double Sculls Challenge Cup heat, beating the Cambridge pair of Nikita Mohr and Adrian Biddle. Good control of that race. Back up to Temple Island and the Visitors Challenge Cup. This is Nautilus Rowing Club B against Molesey Boat Club. Visitors Challenge Cup. So we've got Coxless Falls here.
Yeah, so we've gone from a Premier event to an intermediate event, and this is the joy of the regatta. You're up against internationals, one race, and then the next race you're seeing the next level down on rowing, whilst the standard is still very, very high in these visitor boats.
Nautilus with a slender lead in the early stages. They got quite close together at Temple Island, but now they're off Temple Island and setting into a rhythm in the race. The umpire not required to intervene there, and they both look like they're in a good early rhythm.
Yeah, I'm really excited about this race. The Molesey Boat Club boat qualified, Nautilus have been selected, so you know, on form, Molesey, you would expect, have to really push on to stay with this Nautilus boat, but let's see what happens, because it is the Nautilus Rowing Club B boat that we're watching here.
So, yes, in the early stages of the race, it's anyone's. Perhaps just on the Berkshire station there, nearest to the camera. We've got Nautilus hitting a good rhythm. So this is Great Britain's development and age group composite squad, isn't it? And they're all racing under the single name rather than from a fixed clubhouse.
Yeah, so the athletes we're looking at, they're in their 20s and 21, so yeah, they're in that stage of stepping up, maybe still doing under 23 because you're still able to compete at that age. And so, of course, you've got your juniors, then you've got your under 23 and senior internationals. So these Nautilus Rowing Club B guys are in that journey. And have a look now at the steering, Tim.
Yeah.
I'm just going to keep an eye on Richard Phelps. He is umpiring this race because I'm on the commentary box and he is our chairman, and he's having an opportunity to use his flag.
Yeah, he agrees with you because that's clearly a problem on the Berkshire station from that Nautilus boat. They've come way too far across, and yeah, the umpire will need to send them back. You can see there's going to be an impact, isn't there, on the Molesey boat, the trailing boat, in their wake.
Yeah, and it's just really important that we have 2 lanes. You can get 3 boats down this course, believe it or not, from this shot, and there's just no need to go over and disturb the other crew. Let your rowing do the talking. But look at these conditions again. You can see there the catspaws, I call them, that wind, and you'll see that's been hitting the crews at different times. So as an athlete, you can feel it. You need to keep the boat light and keep your blades coming down to the water. Got Nautilus on the left, Molesey on the right.
I've heard you mention before that you could get 3 boats down. It's 80 feet, isn't it, between the booms on either side? I'd love to see that. It'd be absolute carnage, wouldn't it, trying to get 3 boats down there?
Well, as an athlete, you're breathing in, which doesn't help at all, but it makes it feel better, but you can do it.
It'll be tight, doesn't it?
It is tight.
Let's not make that as a permanent change to Henley.
Not unless we put the course out a little bit.
Right, we've got a good lead here on the Berkshire station that you can see. They may have had a few steering issues a couple of 100 metres back, but it's a young boat. We've got Peter Shepherd, the coach of the Nautilus boat, and Samuel Tuck in charge of things at Molesey.
And it's interesting, it's a big job that Pete Shepherd has with these guys, because now they're all training in different centres. We've got Barney Russell, who's been at Columbia University, and so they've had to come together in this Henley week and merge their styles to allow them to row this well together. And of course that takes the athletes to concentrate really, really hard, because you're just tweaking what you've been training to bring it together. And when, as they will, I know, and come under pressure later on the week, it'll be interesting how these crews are able to hold together with such a little amount of time training together.
It's a really interesting point, because some of the boats that we see here have been training together all winter, haven't they? Albeit in the gym sometimes, but out on the water, and had loads of time to settle in. But you look at this Leander boat and you can see Archie White there in the bow seat. If they've been popped together with only a few days' notice.
Yeah, and he just finished his A-levels at R.G.S.R. Wycombe, so he's had all that stress and pressure. You've then got Zachary Day, and then Barney Russ, we talked about, and he's a freshman at Columbia University. And then Alex Logan, who's talking about being a Kiwi, having come and practiced in that, and having done North Shore rowing for Auckland, New Zealand. So interesting, those combinations.
Yes, spread far and wide until this week, and it's worked. They've put them together and they've produced a winning performance in the Visitors Challenge Cup. Nautilus Rowing Club B beating Molesey Boat Club. A local derby, Leander and Leeds Rowing Club. Leeds isn't the local bit, against Reading University C. So Leander against Reading is definitely local, isn't it? Prince of Wales Challenge Cup. And away they go. Open quad sculls here. And it looks like on the Berkshire station, well, it's pretty even, actually, isn't it? There's nothing in it at all between these two. This could be a tight one, judging by the early stages.
I'm really excited about this. Reading University have got such a strong sculling squad. They've been using Henley Business School, which is also Reading University, do some training, so they've brought their squad together and practiced together on this course and done their training here. And A, B and C are in the event, this intermediate event here. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see how this really large squad do. But of course they've come across Leander and Leeds Rowing Club here with Pete Shepherd as a coach, and so we're looking again, these are development athletes, they're one of the top athletes, and so we've got the advantage of a new crew, but potentially more favoured athletes versus a drilled crew here.
Right, we've got a little bit of bird life to avoid here. They've done that successfully. The birds dispersed and the boats are passed, and it's Leander and Leeds who lead, and we can see they're moving well, aren't they? William Rexford on the right of your picture in the bow seat of the lead boat.
You can see that this quad that we're looking at, lots of different strips, they are come together. We only talk about 2 of these clubs in the programme, Leander and Leeds, but you can see from their strips that we've also got Molesey Boat Club there and another club. Only room for the programme in 2, and this is part of Great Britain's success about being able to bring athletes who are training elsewhere, training at different clubs, developed by their coaches together for these opportunities, and to race them at Henley. You can really see how quickly athletes are able to merge together, race together, and it's a fantastic part or cog in the GB system.
And you mentioned this Reading University boat, Sarah, training out of Henley Business School, and they've just gone past Henley Business School, haven't they? On their, in fact, it's on their side of the water, on the Buck station. They've paddled past, so they'll know this stretch of water very well. You can see in the bow seat there Tommy Fuller, who's 21 years old. He's done a Henley before. The couple of others, William Buckingham and Alex Repton, and Harrison Green in the stroke seat there for Reading University C.
7 combined appearances before in this Reading University, only 3 in the composite quad, but it is the composite quad that have got the better of Reading on this occasion. They look fantastic, don't they? Just bringing their blades down quietly, cleanly, past the stands. They'll be enjoying that now.
Classy and neat and tidy, and because of that, Leander and Leeds will be through in the Prince of Wales Challenge Cup, beating Reading University C quite comfortably in the end. Reading University through now.
Attention!
It's 9:30 on day 3 of Henley Royal Regatta, and we're on to race 6. And this is Trinity College, Hartford, in the USA against University of London. See both of these boats on the water already, and both have impressed. Both will have ambitions to get through to the weekend, and fiery starts, getting as much pace into that boat as possible, and they are really thrashing out the pace there.
The standard in this event is insane. I'm so excited about this student event, the Temple Challenge Cup. Having sat by and watching qualifiers, I just watched crew after crew after crew that I thought could be in this 32, and of course now they're here, they're having that opportunity to race side by side. Both these crews were selected, so wouldn't have had to go through qualifiers, but look at this, they are absolutely hammer and tongs next door to each other, and the noise we can hear from the cocks, hear from the blades. Oh my god, I love eights racing.
Yeah, it's such a spectacle, isn't it? So much power, so much speed. The boat speed there, and this could be one of the big races we've seen of the week so far, Sarah, looking at it, because there's nothing to call. But the University of London, they got a tiny lead, haven't they? But nothing that will worry Trinity College Hartford of USA at this stage. They're just trying to stretch it out a bit at the moment, the University of London. This is a crucial stage of the race, isn't it? And they have managed to stretch out the lead to 3/4 of a length.
Yeah, that is. It is a crucial stage, and you can see the puddles as we talk about from each blade. And University of London, their stroke man and their 7-man, the people at the back of the boat as we're looking at them, they're just covering nicely there. The boat is moving, and looking at it there from the bows, you can see how the bow ball is just lifting up. 8 men moving really syncs well together, and you can see there's no check on that boat, which is giving it really, really efficient and good great speed.
Still quite a bit of the race remaining, though, and London will be acutely aware of that. There's lots of metres to cover still, and it gives Trinity College a bit of hope. They are not giving up. They really are in the race, a hounding University of London here.
Yeah, and this University of London crew will have been together. They've won at the Ghent earlier on in the Open 8s, and were actually fourth in the B final at Met. So they've been out there working in that 6-lane racing, and then testing their mettle side by side here against Trinity College Hartford, coming over from the US of A and having travelled here last week. So it'll be interesting to see how they fare.
Well, this will be taking quite a lot out of that boat, won't it? The London boat won't be reducing the rate or letting up any of the speed. They're going to have to put everything into this race to be sure of getting through.
Yeah, and looking at the navy blue and gold on the right-hand side, you can see that those guys, the blades are just coming up to the water a little bit. There's a little bit of air, as we call it, at their catch before they put it in, and that means that they're probably just missing a little bit of the opportunity to put their power down there. Slightly different style from the University of London's purple blades that we can see coming down to the water, but it's going to go all the way. I love this competitiveness in this Temple event.
Yeah, that little detail that you picked up on could make all the difference, couldn't it? It just shows details, because this has been a tight race, and University of London have had to get it absolutely right. Over the line they go, and through in the Temple Challenge Cup. And the Trinity College Hartford, well, they gave that a seriously good go, didn't they? A terrific race.
Yeah, that's amazing. You see how much it cost the University of London's guys, but high fives round, they're through to the next round.
Attention! The Island Challenge Cup, Newcastle University A.G.S.R at the top of the picture there, poised and ready to go against University of Washington of the USA. So, steering, watching how they can get the energy in. It's trying to start from standing to get as fast as you can, as quick as you can. That is not easy, is it?
Yeah, it has to be rehearsed and agreed, rehearsed and agreed, and then tweaked. So it will be patterned in by this point in the season. But this is going to be another great race. We're just coming up to the end of the island, and the crews are very, very much level. You've got Newcastle University there with the stars on their blades, and then on this side we're looking at University of Washington in their white strip.
And if you're up watching friends and family over in Washington, good morning. It's a very early morning for you to be up and following this, but it's a big one, isn't it, in the Island Challenge Cup when you get to Thursday. And they've put together a pretty good first few hundred metres in the race as they leave Temple Island. And the Americans will be happy with the start there.
Yeah, and I think they have a really interesting advantage, University of Washington, in their preparation, because they have an event called Opening Day, which is side-by-side racing. It's in Seattle, there at the university. I actually went to it. I couldn't believe how big it was when I was a young athlete to see. And these guys are going to be used to the side-by-side racing, getting ahead, dominating the other crew. They all have practiced it back home, and they'll be trying to deliver it today.
And that's exactly what they have done so far in this race, delivering it against Newcastle University. They've got some gruelling work ahead of them if they're to make any impact on that lead.
And there's a real efficiency about this University of Washington crew. You can see how their finish is actually
feels quite short, but it actually is because they're keeping their legs, their back and their arms all moving together at that final shot, and that lifts it up. You can see the puddles are clean, they're lifting over, and they're getting what we call really good chaining of this boat. It is great to see that, whereas Newcastle on that side, on the left, just a little bit less cover. Still rowing brilliantly together, but not quite that efficiency in that back end, or a different strategy maybe by their coach.
And as we swoop in on that Newcastle boat, you can see Heriot Taylor there in the stroke seat, sitting face to face with Scarlett Dundas, the Cox. You can see Scarlett's back to us. And Heriot Taylor in the stroke seat there for Newcastle. The same thing with the University of Washington boat, and Chloe Shepherd in the stroke seat. Evie Mickelson, the Cox for Washington. Total concentration, synchronicity.
Synchronicity and UW, I think, as they like to be called. You can really see how they're pressing up, pushing together. That second half of the stroke, their legs, arms and bodies are just finishing up together, which is making great, we call whirlpools of puddles. That's lifting the boat up, and you can see the coxswain just sitting completely still there, just being able to hold and to talk to their crew. No check on the boat.
So, yeah, Izzy Mickelson, statuesque, absolutely still. To help the balance of the boat, if she's wiggling around, then that won't please her eight, will it?
To help balance the boat, but also the boat are helping her do that. As an athlete, you want to be able to move with the boat all the time, be really, really effective and efficient, because these powerful, powerful women don't want to be kicking the boat too early and kicking it what we call backwards. You want to be picking it up with your feet and moving it through.
And whilst you were talking about Izzy Mickelson, the Cox in the University of Washington boat, had a long look over her left shoulder to check on Newcastle's progress, and I think she'll be pretty pleased with what she saw, because they have left Newcastle University a long way back, and now they can take their time. There's less pressure on in front of the grandstands. There's the lead.
Yeah, interesting. Watch them. They kept their rate high. They definitely want to make sure that they finish this race off. With Izzy looking over her left shoulder, she needs to keep a little bit of an eye on her steering. Sometimes we see as the Cox turns round, they also use the rudder strings, which are held in their hands because their body moves. So she needs just to keep her boat where it is, and also keep giving that data point to her crew.
Well, it was worth the early alarm call if you are watching this over in the States, because your boat has progressed through. Worth getting up for. University of Washington are going to head through in the Island Challenge Cup towards the weekend. They'll be very pleased with that, beating Newcastle University. Good race though. Newcastle University kept it going until the end, didn't they? They weren't too far down by the finish line.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to race it right out. UW there, sunglasses on. They'll be thinking about their next one.
Into the race of the Double Sculls Challenge Cup. This is race number 8, and we've got the Danish boat trailing at this early stage of the race, very early stage of the race. We've got Wilkinson and Spoelstra of Falmouth and Exeter rowing. Comes down Devon and Cornwall way, down in the West Country, against the Danes, and it's the West Country who are on top in the early stages on the Buck stage. You can see there on the right of your picture.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. Seasoned Henley winner, or Henley competitor, Tim Wilkinson, 7 appearances he has done. His partner new to this event, and same in the other crew. We've got a returner there who's had some Henley competition, but yeah, it's going to be watching what happens as we come down this race. You can see, look at that, and the Danes, their faces are grimacing, they're pressing on. They won't like being down at this stage in this race.
Yeah, the black, white and green to the left there, that's the Danish boat of Magnus Oddershede and Johan Poulsen from Copenhagen. So that was the early stages of the race. Now we're live, and you can see that the Danes have put in a decent shift there, worked very gradually back into it, and now they are level, and this is hotting up, this race.
Yeah, we watched Greenbank Falmouth Rowing Club go out fast with the Exeter Rowing Club there and press out, try and get the advantage, but the Danes now are coming through this middle part there. As we talk about it, just seeing that rhythm, that pace coming through, and side by side at this stage.
So they're very level, and it's going to be a tight race, isn't it? The Danes had got back absolutely level. I think there's been a push from the men from Devon and Cornwall, Tim Wilkinson and Gerbran Spoelstra.
This is really exciting, Tim, because we've talked about this holding headwind, and of course we've got some lightweight rowers from Denmark. The stroke man there, he has been part of the Danish lightweight quad in earlier years. So again, it's maybe a smaller athlete, and then we've got slightly bigger athletes ahead, and this holding headwind will help the bigger athlete. And you can see there on the picture the cat's paws that I've been talking about. That is a holding headwind that they'll be feeling, and you know it affects the crews differently.
So a very tight race here. Double Sculls Challenge Cup on the Thursday. This is race 8, and we've got the crew that had to qualify from down in the West Country. Absolutely level with the Danes all the way through. Have they pushed on a little bit in the last few seconds? Whilst I'm talking, this is a distinct and possibly definitive move from the Danes that might wrap up the race. But they're only less than half a length, and I think there's a reply on the Buck station there.
Tim, you're spot on. This is absolutely what's happening. One crew goes and pushes up, gets quarter of a length up, and the other crew goes, no, I'm not ready to go home, and goes again. We're looking here at the Danes, absolutely concentrated in their boat. They know exactly what they want to do, and so making sure that they're really kind of efficient and together, but they will be wondering in their heads what is happening or sensing the other crew.
And what you can see in this race, these smaller boats, there's more lead changes and pace changes down the course, whereas the 8 settle in. Here's a great example of smaller, more nimble boats changing and responding, and Wilkinson and Spoelstra there, Sarah.
Yeah, interesting. You just saw Tim Wilkinson there in the bow seat have a little glance, have a look, and he'll be giving that feedback. He'll be talking through where they are to his stroke man to keep this crew together. This is going to go all the way to the finish. It's a very, very good contest at this stage.
It's not far to go now until the finish, and the Danes have powered their way on, and they've managed to get the biggest lead that either boat has enjoyed. But I don't think Wilkinson and Spoelstra have given up yet. It's in the final few strokes of this dramatic Double Sculls Challenge Cup race, and we are not far from home, and the Danes are hanging on there. You can see in their green, they are nearly there.
I think the Danes
have over the line by half a length. It was a fantastic race, but well done to Magnus Oddershede and Johan Poulsen from Copenhagen, beating Tim Wilkinson and Gerbran Spoelstra.
Yeah, they're delighted, you can see that.
So from the umpire's launch, we can see the view of the umpire here. The Temple Challenge Cup, Cambridge University against University of Bristol. We're at pretty much the height of the water here, aren't we? Skidding along the surface.
Yeah, this is the view I'll get in a few minutes' time when I'm back on the umpire's launch. It really is the best view in the house, and of course you're watching very carefully as an umpire, as we are now, about where the crews are going, where the crews, if they're putting the rudders on. You can see that little bit of wash at the boat, and you can see exactly what's going on.
I don't want to make you nervous, Sarah, but we keep a very close eye on you whilst you're umpiring. We scrutinise your performance.
Thank you. You can give me feedback and make me better. It's great.
So on the Berkshire station, Cambridge University in the Temple Challenge Cup pulling away. early. Good start from them.
Both these crews are selected in the draw, so we're getting to the sharp end here, and Cambridge really are. They have that beautiful way they pick up the blade. Rob Gatos, who is a coach, really just drill this in, and we see it in every single boat that comes out of that squad now, about how efficient, just stretching the armpit out on the way forward, allowing the boat to move, and it is an effective and efficient stroke.
So nicely done by Cambridge University. There they go, flashing by the camera. In the bow seat, Joe Travis. And you can see there in the stroke seat, Patrick Wilde, Freya Jenkinson, the Cox. And they've got a decent lead here, so that's impressive to carve out that sort of lead against University of Bristol. You can see there, Ellie Fine in the Cox seat. She won't be keen to see that lead at all. Here's the Cox in the other boat, Freya Jenkinson in the Cambridge boat. She'll be much calmer.
Yeah, I've talked around that way the Cambridge athletes just pick up the water. It is very much like I talk around the Dutch stroke as well, and Rob Baker, of course, is contributing as well to the Dutch programme at the moment. But you can just see how long and loose that is. The boat is moving around a bit, but I think that's the wash that they're having to deal with. The athletes are staying loose and together on top of it.
Joe Travis, you can see there, the 22-year-old in his 6th Henley-On Regatta in the bow seat of the Cambridge boat. He's got the best view of this, hasn't he? You can see everything. Yeah,
really interesting, isn't it, when you kind of start to have that kind of experience as an athlete, a student now. I'm imagining he will have competed as a schoolboy as well to get that kind of 24 combined appearances in this Cambridge. Matt Edge in the 2 seat, who famously stroked the blue boat a couple of years ago, who was in Goldie this year and was president of the outfit.
Reducing the rate and easing towards the finish line now, that Cambridge boat in the Temple Challenge Cup. Took control of the race early. University of Bristol there, trailing. So, well done to Cambridge University through the next round of the Temple Challenge Cup.
Attention!
Student Cox 4's next. The Prince Albert Challenge Cup. Newcastle University on the Berkshire station and Durham University to the right of the picture there at the start line. Now we're joined by Mark Hunter in the commentary box. Good morning, how you doing?
Good morning, mate. Not too bad. How are you?
I enjoyed your piece down the water earlier on. If you were with us, you'd have seen Mark with Ali at the glamping. Don't be fooled, he's more of a 5-star hotel sort of a guy than a glamping guy.
I'm more than happy to glamping. I've done it in the outback and everywhere. But it was beautiful over there this morning. Before the crowd started to descend on the regatta, it was so calm this morning, so quiet.
5-star hotels all the way for Mark Hunter. So, Newcastle University, early lead here. Conditions, Mark, you've been out in it in the last hour, so you've got a much better idea than we have in the commentary box.
Yeah, there's little kind of gusts of wind appearing every now and then, but it's quite nice out there. You know, the sun's out, it's stopped raining, so that's always good. It looks like the sun's with us for the rest of the day, and it's quite calm out there. You know, there's not a lot of river traffic out right now, so there's not too much wash being created. But this is, you know, a great time, and it's not too hot yet as well. The humidity hasn't picked up as well, so it's quite a nice time to kind of race.
Squally showers before racing started at 9 o'clock, but into race 10, nearly an hour into the programme, and all is good. So Newcastle University will be very happy with the start here, won't they?
Yeah, straight off, in control. You know, this is what you want in the early rounds, isn't it? To try and put I use the term, the race to bed early, dictate from the word go. And as you said, it's a beautiful, beautiful morning at Henley Regatta.
It's a local derby as well, isn't it? Newcastle against Durham definitely counts as a derby. I'm sure these crews know each other well, the opponents well, and have met before.
It's nice having a little timer on the side now, so you know how long they've been going for.
Yes.
Some new additions.
We're not expecting anything dramatic in terms of times today. Sunday we might do, but...
Do you know what was really interesting? Because I didn't expect many yesterday, but Headington, Junior 8,
yeah,
you know, broke the first two, so I think the barrier and kind of falling.
They did, yes, I saw that. Course record in this one is 6:46. Imperial did that back in 2018. And University of London are holders of the Prince Albert Challenge Cup. But Newcastle, based on this performance, might have ideas come Sunday. Because they've got a long way ahead, haven't they, Newcastle? That's a great lead.
And being a selected crew, you'd hope that, obviously, the event had done its homework.
Yeah, that would be the plan. It doesn't always work out like that.
No, it doesn't. No. And also, sometimes you get illnesses, sickness, and crews have to change, so that also can affect. And also, depending on what events crews have kind of competed in prior to the kind of entries.
We're in the Durham boat here. You can see John Wright in the stroke seat. Behind Josh Coulter, William Sapansky and George Buckingham as well.
I think that's an amazing fact we've got with George in the kind of the bow seat, is that he was the national bronze medalist for under 15 ping pong.
Do we call it ping pong? I think more respectfully table tennis.
Table tennis?
It's a serious sport, table tennis.
But I don't know, like, it depends, you know, what terminology you want to use, what you're more comfortable with.
Whiff-waff, wasn't that what it was once famously called?
Whiff-waff, yeah.
Table tennis. George Buckingham.
Ah.
So
now that would be interesting. Are they classed as two different activities or two different sports?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I'm not an expert on the table tennis, but great sport, and well done to George Buckingham, who's in the bow seat of the Durham boat. You can see there. And here's the Newcastle boat.
They look really good, actually.
Yeah,
that's
they do.
a really great shot there, isn't it?
They'll be enjoying their lead. Have we got any table tennis players in the Newcastle boat, Mark?
I don't think so. That could be the challenge after the race, couldn't it?
Did you play table tennis when you were on all those training camps back in the day?
Yeah, actually, some people did. You know, occasionally an injury would come because people get too competitive, so the tables were taken away. And it was when I was a junior, and we got up to Nottingham, there was a table tennis table, and obviously people were diving around. The competitive nature kicks in.
Yes.
Not a good idea.
Darts is bizarrely safer, isn't it? Which,
I would love to do an experiment. Could you make it to the top in darts if you spent a whole year just practicing?
No.
I don't know. I reckon if someone was willing to put money to give someone a whole year to dedicate.
So Luke Littler and Luke Humphreys are probably standing around saying, I reckon in a year I could become a champion rower.
There's difficult physical aspects to that.
Newcastle University, we don't know what they're like with darts or table tennis, but we do know that they're very good on the water, and they've put together an excellent race there. Over the line they go, and the Durham University, it's the end of their journey through this Henley Royal Regatta in the Prince Albert Challenge Cup. But well done, nicely executed race by Newcastle.
Attention!
The Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup. George Heriot School on the Berkshire Station, and Los Gatos Rowing Club of USA on the Buck Station. So we're off and running. And Los Gatos with a good pacey start, but right in there at the moment, George Heriot School. So this is early on in the race, just off Temple Islands. Looks like a tight race, this one, Mark.
Yeah, and it's kind of, we talk about often getting off the start, you know, they haven't raced each other before, so they're kind of unknown, trying to make sure you do your race plan off the start, but then making sure you get into that rhythm and trying to keep the other crew under pressure.
So George Heriot School on the left. Lots going on in these quads, isn't there? This is a junior quad event. So here's the umpire speaking to the American boat, Los Gatos, being invited to get back onto their side of the water.
Yeah, that's an early flag. I'm going to give that one a bit early.
There's still that waving, the umpire.
Yep, still not happy.
Yeah. Los Gatos from Silicon Valley over in California, Santa Cruz Mountains.
It's beautiful, beautiful location. My wife came from Potomac Valley, so, you know, that area is absolutely stunning.
You spent a year, did you spend a year coaching over there?
I was at UCLA, yeah, so I went to UCLA, so I was down in LA, living in Santa Monica, which was beautiful by the beach. It seems like a different world from where I am now. There's no beaches in kind of Surrey, but yeah, it was awesome, and learned a lot out there about the NCAA system and the college system and actually recruiting athletes. You know, it was a lot of fun, Well,
this is a really good race. George Heriot School competing excellently. Los Gatos Rowing Club, very tight. Pressure on both boats. Both boats will be thinking we've got a good chance here. This is in the later stages. We're well past halfway now, getting in front of the regatta and stewards enclosure in the next few moments. And this will be one of the races of the morning.
And this is about, you know, whoever's kind of leading the crew or the voice of the crew, you know, what information they're sharing, you know, what calls are being called.
At the moment,
how to respond.
The Californian boat is up, but not by much. Aretha Lou in the bow seat for Los Gatos. Chloe Stopford, Jenny Yoda and Anika Fadnis in the blue and white. There they are. They're having to...
You see them just...
It's a good race, this one. They've got to keep their race together, haven't they?
But I guess it's when you start going through the gears, you come to those enclosures, you'll start to hear the noise, and there is nothing, I don't know, there's just something really special about coming through when there's a close race and people start screaming from the banks. That adrenaline starts to kick in. But can you use that in the right way together as a crew rather than just someone individually kind of picking up on it?
Well, it's a fantastic race because Los Gatos were up, and now George Heriot School have battled back, and they've indeed taken the lead, have they? This is going to be incredibly close. In front of stewards, we've only got a few more strokes remaining. Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup, race of the morning so far. George Heriot School, and there's a problem in the American boat. Los Gatos losing a bit of pace there, and we've got the chance for George Heriot to take advantage and win by 3/4 of a length, but with a few strokes remaining in that California boat, Los Gatos, they had a problem, and George Heriot took full advantage, steamed past, and in race 11, Mark, that was a lot going on there.
That was an amazing race. You know, George Heriot School just kept plugging away. They put Los Gatos under pressure, and the steering bit at the end just affected their boat speed.
That was, by that time, George Heriot had it in the bag, didn't they? They'd leapt on the chance. They just had a moment where there was a problem in the Los Gatos boat, and George Heriot, that's why they'd raced so well all the way down the track there. They had that moment which they could take advantage of.
And also they weren't warned once. I didn't see the steering, where Los Gatos were constantly warned to get back, and obviously the steering was definitely playing a part.
So their celebrations in that boat. So this is the problem in the California
Start
boat.
to drift, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a little bit of meandering.
It kills the speed, like it just drops it down, trying to get back.
Whereas in the Berkshire station at George Heriot School, they just went ramrod straight, didn't they? There was no drama there.
Attention!
So next on the water, it's the Diamond Challenge sculls. Nick Whalan on the Berkshire station, and on the Buck station we've got Christopher Baxter. A long, lonely few minutes ahead for both of these athletes. And a steady start from both. Very level in the early stages. So Nick Whalan from the Sydney Rowing Club in Australia. And we've got the South African Christopher Baxter on the water. Proper international match-up this, isn't it?
Yeah, because I'm just looking at the different styles here. I always love looking at different styles when you've got singles, especially from this shot. And just see how kind of upright the kind of body is there, the kind of swing. Yeah, it's really interesting, different styles there.
Lovely shot of the Hambledon Valley fading into the distance. Temple Island dominating that. Here's Christopher Baxter. See in the green and gold. Going past the camera point there. What do we think about the long socks hitched up? There's some physiological reason for that, isn't there?
Yeah, are they compression socks?
Yes.
Or is it where he slides, which I'd be surprised now because of the wing boats and the way the slides and the seats are in the boats.
Is Nick Whalan all right? He went very close to the boom and then has had to correct. And you mentioned in the previous race, Mark, taking speed out the boat when the steering goes wrong, and that's a great example of it.
Yeah, just like, literally just like it just kills. It's like a handbrake, and then you got to get going again, and that just, it's not cost effective of energy. So yeah, that would definitely him. But it looks like kind of Baxter's kind of definitely, you know, taking control of this and is, you know, is enjoying it. But he's interesting how tall Baxter is. He looks really tall, like height-wise, 6'5", maybe.
For balance.
Just to look at, oh, has he got a long body? Just looks really tall in the boat.
Yeah, good high posture.
Yeah.
But there is a challenge there. He makes the boat look very narrow, doesn't he? This example there.
And what I love about that shot is you can see how unsettling the water is. Like, you've got, you know, some really experienced athletes in singles here, and just the challenges with, you know, you've got boats going up on the side, the wash that comes across. You know, it's less forgiving in the smaller boats.
Yeah, when you've got the big powerful 8s on there, they all sit a bit better, don't they? And they can compete against the pleasure craft, which are on the other side of the river, whereas in a single, you're bobbing around. And
or if you catch like a wake as well, you can start to surf on it, and it sometimes make you drift as well.
But the South African there, Christopher Baxter, 26 years old. He's once previously been at Henley. Put together a good race here. Ambitions to get well into the weekend, and has the opportunity now to try and conserve some energy for that.
Do people put whoops on their arms, or is that band? He's got a band on his arm. Is that? Just wonder what that's for. Is it a data thing, or is?
Over the line, and he'll be very pleased with his performance there. That's Christopher Baxter beating Nick Whalan of Australia, and in front of stewards, getting the polite applause from the spectators. Getting busier, a bit of a breeze in stewards, but plenty of rowing fans down there early this morning to watch Nick Whalan get over the line in the Diamond Challenge sculls. This is the Princess Royal Challenge Cup. We've got Elizabeth Curran-Gees from the Berkshire station. Just watching her start. Nazanin Malai in the Buck station. Just watching those the ducks and the geese. You got ducks scuttling out the way there. That can't help anybody, Mark.
No, and obviously you don't want to hurt them as well. You want to be,
well,
you've got to be careful.
I was nervously watching because you could see what was about to happen.
Little ducklings trying to make their way across.
They got away. They're fine.
It's just lucky it was singles rather than an 8, because obviously it's much more challenging to make sure they manoeuvre.
Yes. Looks like on the Berkshire station, the Dutch oarswoman is trying to dominate in the early stages, but the leads change round, don't they, in these smaller boats? Unlike the 8s, there's not quite the advantage to be had from early in the race. It doesn't mean it's over by any means.
No, definitely not. And you can change speed dramatically in a smaller boat, as you just mentioned, compared to the bigger boats. Whoa.
We've got quite a blustery wind down here on the finish line. We don't know how that translates to where the boats are on the water at the moment, but that won't help. Gusty. And unfortunately for Mark, he's now got water all over his screen that he's watching the action. I'm okay. I've got a nice dry screen and great pictures.
I'll come and join you then. I'll come and join you.
So there's a challenge here. It's Nazanin Malai who's trying to shift on and keep in contention, doing a pretty good job at this stage. It's early stages of the race.
And things are settled down now. You've got that explosive start out of the way. Now we're into our kind of, the bulk of the race there, the kind of race rhythm that you're going to set. And, as you said, someone can fly off, but doesn't necessarily mean they're going to disappear and break contact. So you just see the difference in the cadence now. It's more tempo, upbeat.
Yeah, Curran-Gees on the right of your picture there. The Dutch rower had got a lead, hasn't really extended the lead, and that'll be frustrating. I'm sure the plan is to get a bit further ahead than that.
Especially with energy expenditure, how much you've kind of committed to trying to break someone or get in front.
So, a very good race, and look how level it is. In fact, there's a complete change of the lead now, so Nazanin Malai has fought her way back through. 11th place at the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. Serious performer, Malai, and now has a length lead. Very calmly done. And stretching ahead as well. Strathclyde Park Rowing Club. Nazanin Malai.
Have you been up to Strathclyde?
I have, yes.
Yeah?
Commonwealth Games, was it? Is that Strathclyde from memory?
Very windy, so any gust here wins. She's going to be fine with it.
She'll
She's
be very
up
used
there.
to that, yeah. And a man with a mop's arrived, which is really good news for Mark, because he can now see the race again. His TV monitor is...
Well, I'm worried about all the electrical stuff as well, when it all fell down live.
So the lead is 10. I remember watching you in the Olympic Games final with Zach Purchase, and that was the nearest I've ever come to being electrocuted through broadcast equipment, because it was there was a downpour on that morning.
That's right. Yeah.
In 2012, and so whenever I hear of anyone worried about electrocution, I always think of you.
Cheers, mate.
Because I was watching you when I came to my...
I love it how that jogs your memory about being potentially electrocuted.
Shocking.
It was a shocking day, not going to lie. It wasn't the day we wanted.
Well, this is a good race, the Princess Royal Challenge Cup. And the Dutch rower, well, she's still in it, isn't she, here? Curran-Gees. But good performance from Nazanin Malai, who didn't have it all her own way at the start.
But it's such a long race over the Henley course that she didn't get worried or flustered. And she just kept that cadence just ticking along.
So, last few strokes in front of Stewart. It's competitive. Little glance over the shoulder from the Dutch rower on the Berkshire station to the left of your picture. But she won't have enough. And it's going to be Nazanin Malai who gets over the line, wins the heat and goes through in the Princess Royal Challenge Cup.
Attention!
This is race 14, the Prince of Wales Challenge Cup, Nautilus Rowing Club and Edinburgh University on the Berkshire station, and on the Buck station, the Windsorian Rowing Club and Marlow Rowing Club. So a very local boat on the Buck station. They'll know these conditions well. But they're down a little bit in the very early stages. We're at Temple Island, or not far off it. And you can just see Freddie Foxwell there in the bow seat in the boat at the top of your picture. Just eking a lead. Joshua Matthews, Elliot Donovan Davis and Nathaniel Gordon there in the Nautilus Rowing Club and Edinburgh University boat that goes by the camera. Got a good lead early.
Yeah, taking advantage of that really quickly. And it's weird because I saw like Windsorian Rowing Club and naturally I just think of Windsor boys, and definitely you've got athletes in this crew that have won the Foley Cup because that's what Windsor boys always do. So obviously you've got Jimmy Harlow, obviously won it in 2024, the Foley Cup, who's in the kind of bow seat, and Joe Wellington, who's won it twice in 2024 and 2025. So they've got lots of experience, but they are coming up against a stronger composite crew here.
Yeah, they're quite evenly matched in terms of previous appearances at Henley, these two boats. 16 on the Berkshire station in Nautilus boat, and in the boat on the Buck station is 18. So you could argue both of these boats have got relevant experience, haven't they? Got a bit of pedigree in there. It's the Nautilus boat with Freddie Foxwell. You can see in the bow seat as he moves in front of the grandstands. We'll be moving on in the Prince of Wales Challenge Cup. Open quad sculls. Good work from Foxwell, Matthews, Donovan Davis and Gordon. Will be going through. Last few strokes for them. Prince of Wales Challenge Cup. Comfortable winners against Windsorian Rowing Club and Marlow Rowing Club. We've got the Prince Albert Challenge Cup, Oxford University against Oxford Brookes University. So this will be hotly contested. Oxford Brookes University B boat, Oxford University A boat. The sun's shining quite bright now down at Temple Island.
Definitely want those sunglasses on now, because that reflection from the water is pretty powerful out there.
Yeah. Umpire Cam showing us a view from the umpire's launch. Skimming across the water.
It's good to see both coxes have done their job. Made sure they're in safe inside the booms.
Yeah, the coxes here. We've got Simran Gill in the Oxford University boat. A good fast start from both boats. There's going to be some bragging rights here.
Yeah, and it's always interesting to look at the different styles, isn't it? It's very aggressive on the Brookes side. Looks much more relaxed the way kind of Oxford are kind of moving.
Yeah, calmly moving along on the left of your picture. Oxford University have got a bit of a lead here, but it's not insurmountable, is it, for
no,
Oxford
definitely
Brookes?
Not. And it's another boat class that you can change the speed very quickly.
well, and the depth of the squad at Oxford Brookes University, this might be their B boat, but knowing what their setup is like, you can be assured they're a decent outfit.
Yeah, you just never underestimate them at Henley in any event.
So it's Oxford University who lead. A long way to go, though. This is the early stages of the race. It's quite blustery. I think the wind has picked up a bit in the last few minutes, Mark. We're sitting at the finish line, and you're definitely feeling a breeze. I don't know how that'll be affecting the boats.
And you can see it on the water as well, can't you? You can see the kind of bottles in the water. It was quite calm. You could see like reflections, where now you can just see there's a lot more energy in the water. And that's not just with the kind of boats on the water, that is with the wind, and you can see the flags seem to be kind of going across as we're looking kind of down the course from the kind of finish towards the start. It looks like it's coming from kind of left to right.
Well, as Mark was talking, Oxford Brookes University trying to make a move, and that has been a successful move. It's how much has it taken out of them. They've got back close to level with Oxford University. Will Oxford University have anything to reply with there? They have put in a good shift, haven't they? Oxford Brookes University. We were just talking about their strength and the fact they're bound to be a good outfit, and they've got back level or close to.
Yeah, and do they grow in confidence with that? It always comes about how much energy they used to get back on terms. Can, you know, Oxford University respond to that? So yeah, it's that kind of mind games now, isn't it? You know, what have we got left in the kind of tank?
Well, and staying in their own boat as well. You never know how much to read into facial expressions and body language, because
some people grimace quite a lot,
regardless, don't they?
Exactly. Yeah,
can be a bit misleading if you think, oh, well, they're grimacing, so they're tired.
The one thing you don't want is everybody looking round. So just, you know, head still. They can sense, I'm sure, that kind of Oxford Brookes can sense that Oxford University is still there. They can feel them.
Well, it's a big role for the cocks as well, isn't it, to keep the rest of the boat informed as to where the opposition are. At the moment, it's Oxford University. You can see to the left of your picture on the Berkshire station, who are leading into stewards and at the business end of this race. We've got our leaders there. It's Ben Atkinson and the Oxford University boat.
And you just saw the cocks just look across just to get a sense of where they are, because obviously Oxford University are in front. It's very hard for the cocks to kind of understand where they are.
Yeah, Simran Gill, he's got the worst view in the house, hasn't he?
Just try to have a look round just to check.
But he will be pleased to see Oxford University powering to the finish line. Yeah, that's the ultimately Simran Gill won't be able to see the Oxford Brookes University B boat, and that's good news for him. Last few strokes, good race, good local derby, Oxford University A.
It's definitely getting windier as you come further up the course. You can just see the difference on the water from those images for earlier on.
Oxford University A winning by 3/4 of a length against Oxford Brookes University B in the Prince Albert Challenge Cup. So an international one coming up. This is the Dutch against the Americans in the Visitors Challenge Cup. And we're watching steering on the buck station. You can see they got nervous there. They got close to Temple Island, and now they're having to correct and veer out towards the middle of the water. That's why it's so difficult, isn't it? It was tough for the Americans there. They got too close to Temple Island, then had to steer out into the middle, and that's probably...
They're really close there to look how close they are.
And that'll account for their slight deficit in this race. They're just down a little bit, aren't they?
But that's where you saw them come out from those images early on, is where the island kind of it does veer out and your peripherals push you away from it.
So they haven't gone the quickest route, the Americans. They are perilously close to the booms. This is the Visitors Challenge Cup. and they're recovering here. The Potomac Boat Club just calming things down, and they've got back into a decent race rhythm. But that was a slightly scary first couple of 100 metres for them, wasn't it? There's too much going on.
Exactly, rather than just straightforward off the start, get into a rhythm. Yeah, you're trying to worry about things, but hopefully now they're more composed. You know, they kind of have control. They haven't really kind of broken away from
the Dutch
crew.
Yeah.
So, yeah, be interested to see what happens in the next couple 100 metres before they kind of make their way to the enclosures.
So just talking about the conditions, Mark, you were, I think you were being drenched again, weren't you, by more water?
Yeah, there's more water coming down, yeah, so I was running around.
It's only rainwater that's collected. It's not raining or even close to raining at this stage. It's quite sunny now, but you reckon it's windy down at this end of the track? Yeah,
you can see, like, the images here, the water's, you know, there is a bit of energy there from the, like, launches and wash, but there's no wind in this section. As you come to the enclosures, you can see the kind of wind starting to come across from the courses. We're looking at the images now from right to left.
The Dutch having a go, keeping in contention with the Americans. A bit of overlap there, isn't there?
There's enough to give them a sense that they're still in the race. It's not done yet. So it'd be interesting to see when they start to go through those gears to try and get back on terms to put, you know, the American crew under pressure.
Just watching that American crew again, the steering, they went out towards the middle. They got a bit nervous about that. They've now started to head back to the buck side of the water. It's just these minor steering adjustments that's costing both boats. And look, they're still right in it, the Dutch here.
Yeah, we're kind of, you come into that 5-minute 40 phase, so they've probably got about another 50 seconds, 60 seconds left till they get to the kind of finish.
So in front of the...
So about 20, maybe about 30 strokes left. So trying to get those strokes in there to get back on track, that Dutch crew is really important.
There's coxless fours. Very demanding for the athletes here without the aid of a cox and the steering. At the moment, it's the American boat, the Potomac Boat Club of USA, beating the Dutch. There they are in the red and white.
Oh, the Dutch are coming.
Dutch are having a fight here, aren't they? They've just changed gear. Blink of an eye. The Dutch hammering towards home. And have they left themselves enough time? What a change of gear that is. There's a response from the Americans on the buck station. You can see them on the right-hand side. They'll have been rattled by that change of pace. And how distracting was it for the Americans? Because the Dutch suddenly flew and they've taken the lead. And on the Berkshire station, what a finish to a race that is. The Dutch boat absolutely bombed past the Americans there. Incredible change of gear.
Yeah, and I think they caught the American crew sleeping.
Yeah,
they weren't expecting that at all. Yeah. They were not expecting that. I did say there was 50 seconds to a minute left to get those strokes in.
You reckon they'll have 20 to 30 strokes left, and nice. With about 15 strokes left, they said, right, now we'll go to work. And it keeps them in. So well done to the Dutch. We were not expecting that after the the first 2,000 metres of the race. You thought that's going to be the Americans. It's the Prince of Wales Challenge Cup next. Reading University against another Dutch boat, so more international representation. Are you going to give us a full pronunciation of the Dutch boat here, Mark?
I think that's your job, isn't it? Is that right? Or do you say Dutch boat? Is that correct?
Gaius is okay.
That is, yeah. If you can pronounce that, I'm really impressed.
A.G.S.R. Gaius. So off we go. Just watching the first few strokes. Reading University have got out smartly.
Oh. Ex-lightweight.
Yeah, it's Chris Bartley, who we mentioned the London 2012 games a few minutes ago. Did he win a silver medal, I think?
Yeah, they won a silver in London in the lightweight 4, which unfortunately is no longer an Olympic event like the lightweight double, which is very sad indeed.
With the Chambers brothers in that boat?
Yep, both Chambers brothers, yep. And Robbie Williams.
Yes.
the Robbie Williams, but the rowing Robbie Williams. Yeah.
When it comes to rowing, the Robbie Williams. Chris Bartley, yes, he's coach of the Reading University boat. Last I heard, he was selling bikes, wasn't he? Isn't he a cycle?
He got really
mechanic?
into cycling. Yeah, really into cycling, and actually went to one of those aerodromes, and they said I think he had the best posture for a cyclist in that kind of tucked position that we'd seen.
He was very into his cycling. He was working in a cycling shop in Henley, wasn't he, for a long time. Anyway, coaching Reading University now, Chris Bartley. And Reading University, well, they look well coached here, don't they? He's done a good job, Chris, because he's got his boat out into a substantial lead. They've got the advantage of training regularly on the River Thames, just down in Caversham. An undisrupted 6-kilometre stretch of the River Thames in Caversham, where Reading University are based.
It's a beautiful boathouse close to the kind of, it's just
the main town centre, isn't it? By the bridge.
It's really nice. Really nice.
And they've obviously made the most of those training facilities. So this is Ben Snoxall, who's 20 years old, in his second Henley Royal Regatta. You can see him in the bow seat. And then Ed Fuller, Matthew Long and George Doran, all in their early 20s. Ed Fuller is a character we know well from Paralympic racing. Paris 2024 Paralympic champion in the PR3 mixed 4. So good record he's got, Ed Fuller. Good to see him here with Matthew Long, another Reading University student. George Doran has been at Exeter, Edinburgh, Oxford and Reading as well, so well travelled.
Well travelled, yeah. Especially only being 26.
Yes. He's read a few books at a few different cities. George Doran. How many universities did you go to, Mark?
Sorry, what was that?
How many universities did you go to?
Big fat 0.
Okay, yeah, I was closer to you than to George Doran.
Yeah, I never went to university. I did an apprenticeship on the River Thames, the Waterman Lighterman, so a different avenue.
Served you well.
Yeah. Well, I know how to steer really well on the river, obviously. Where you see some really interesting steering from most athletes, not knowing where they're going.
Right, we're in front of stewards here, and well done to Reading University. It's been a good performance from them. Snoxall, Fuller, Long and Doran. Emphatic win for them. It's of the Netherlands, who are some way back. They've struggled to keep in touch with Reading all the way down there, haven't they?
Yeah, it was kind of Reading got out in front and then just dictated the race. And
so it's Reading University who progressed through in the Prince of Wales Challenge Cup. Well, Mark has found the university he'd like to attend.
Well, obviously the next race is Cambridge University v University of Miami. I'm guessing which location would you rather want to be in?
Yeah. Just planning your life ahead. So University of Miami is...
it just sounds cool.
It is. And they've made a decent start here on the Buck Station against Cambridge University on the Berkshire side of the water. Race 18 on the card, day 3. Cambridge fighting ahead. Matilda Hall is the coach for Cambridge University. She was the cox in the GB Women's 8 for several years.
And you've got to look. A crew full of Henley debutants. The first time at Henley, University of Miami. Obviously you've got Cambridge University, where guess most of them would have competed here before, had that experience.
Inevitably during their time at school or previously at Cambridge. So you've got 16 previous appearances. In this boat that's nearest to the camera now, they've had between 16 visits to previous Henley-On regattas, whereas from Miami, none.
It's their first time they've come to Henley as well, which is great that, you know, it's attracting new universities and, you know, a new program. I remember when I was at UCLA, University of Miami wasn't a rowing program that I would have kind of noticed or known that was there, but it's great that these kind of additional programs are coming into play and then come to Henley as well.
Yeah, word is spreading. Very good morning to those who had the early alarm call to get up and watch over in Miami, watching friends and family, I'm sure, back there.
Or are they still awake from watching the US win this morning?
Oh, yes, they might be, mightn't they, in the football. So, it's a good race. We've got Cambridge University. There they are.
Now, I wasn't up early enough to watch the US because my wife's American, so obviously the family's very into what's going on there. It's good to see them still in the tournament.
Beating Bosnia overnight.
But there was only one game we were really interested in yesterday, wasn't it?
15 minutes of one game.
Well, that's all you need to do. You just got to get through to the next round, OK? They're terrible to start with, but they're making it through.
And Cambridge here, they're putting together a good race. Island Challenge Cup. Let's have a look in the Miami boat, shall we? There they are. And you've got all the way through to, in the stroke seat, Paula Espinosa Linares. Anna Langerman, the Cox, who you can see. She's from Germany, Anna Langerman. Some work to do here, haven't they, to keep in touch and keep Cambridge pushing along.
Well, you're going up a really established...
Yeah, it's not the kindest draw, is it?
No.
Rutgers University of USA won this last year, so I suppose that might have given Miami a bit of incentive.
And that was a great win last year. You know, Justin, the kind of head coach at Rutgers, did an amazing job. When I left UCLA, he stepped into that role and then has progressed his kind of coaching, and it was great to see him, you know, with Rutgers winning the event last year.
And it's important for the regatta, isn't it, to attract these international crews, that you get some overseas victories
and
like
you want
that.
different names on the trophies. That's what encourages people, inspires people, rather than just the same people winning year in, year out. You know, the more diverse people winning, the more opportunity the other people will see or sense that there's a chance for them to do the same thing.
This Island Challenge Cup, one of the more recently founded events, 2021. Student women's eights. Cambridge University is a name that could appear on the trophy come Sunday. We'll have to wait and see. Lots of water to go under the bridge before then, of course, but based on this performance, they look pretty well organised, don't they, Cambridge?
Yeah, I think there's some big kind of... you've got University of Washington in this. I know they raced this morning, who will be a tough one to beat. Definitely.
Yeah, they were impressive.
They
today.
look really good.
Yeah.
And Yaz, being in charge of that, has done amazing work with that kind of programme.
Not too much further, but I suppose one advantage Cambridge will have is they've been able to reduce the rate there and save some energy. They're not expending too much energy in the final stages of this one.
No.
That'll set them up well for the final few days, final couple of rounds of the Island Challenge Cup. They're definitely through. Cambridge University over the line. Well done to them on the Berkshire station, beating the University of Miami of the USA. But it's good to see them here, definitely. Yeah. We like seeing that new name on the card.
They'll go back and tell their stories, and that's, you know, that's what you inspire the next kind of cohort to want to come over and compete.
More Americans on the water. Another boat, this time Yale University. And Miami just now. Yale far more established at previous Henley-On regattas. We see their name pop up all the time, don't we? So it's Yale University in the Temple Challenge Cup on the Berkshire station, up against Durham University on the Buck station. student 8. So good progress early from Yale University. Left of your picture, but it's game on here. There's not much between the two.
No, and you can see the aggressive style of the way that Yale race it. There is just, it's all about power. Boom. Get it on, get it in, get it on.
This one of several races that will no doubt be reflected upon during the lunchtime show, 12:30. Make sure you tune in for that. So a good summary of what's gone on and a good look ahead to what's happening during the afternoon. 12:30 with our team here, the lunchtime show. Well worth catching if you can. And Yale, well, they've got an unexpected issue here. They've got to catch up with Durham, because I think Durham about a quarter of a length up, are they?
Yeah, and I guess that most people would have seen, you know, this race on paper, Yale v Durham. Your initial mind goes to Yale, definitely.
Definitely for me, yeah.
Yeah, but Durham have really kind of set out well. They got off the start, putting Yale under pressure early. And they're looking really good as well. Like they're not worried about being in front. They seem comfortable with the way they're moving.
Yeah, don't look phased at all about the might of Yale, 3/4 of a length down now. So Durham here really putting in a good shift. And actually they're quite a long way through the race at this point. They'll fancy their chances from here, because they're getting in front of the Regatta enclosure now. In the next few strokes they'll be in front of the Regatta enclosure and then in front of Stewards. And they've got a good lead at that point. Let's have a look. These are the live pictures. And Durham still lead, but Yale far from giving up.
Yeah, they've still got that advantage, but you'd expect now this is when the Cox and the Yale crew. Edward's going to be really calling Mohr now, Mohr, because they're coming to that enclosures.
This is Edward Crossweight Air, who's the Cox in the Yale boat. Very good finish to this one. This is a Temple Challenge Cup. Yale University found themselves trailing mid-race, and Durham have had to respond because Yale fought back as you'd expect. And Durham, what a performance.
Yeah.
They have really put in an impressive performance there.
That was textbook how you race at Henley.
Yeah.
Get out in front, absorb the push, and then hang on.
And the absorb the push bit was done brilliantly, wasn't it?
Really impressive.
What I was perhaps expecting was Yale University to make more of an impact, but Durham University weathered that storm and held on right through to the finish. That's the Temple Challenge Cup, and well done to Durham University, who progress. So the Visitors Challenge Cup, a few minutes ago we saw a dramatic finish in a previous Visitors Challenge Cup heat, and we're into Tideway Scullers School on the Berkshire station up against Leander Club B on the Buck station, and Mark Hunter has departed the commentary box, and Adam Freeman-Pask is alongside me. Adam, good morning to you.
Morning, everyone. Thanks so much for having me. Always a pleasure to see the well and accomplished Mark Hunter in the commentary box.
Yes.
But thank you for having me, Tim. Wow, what a great start here from the Leander Club crew on the right-hand side of the picture in their pink blades and white and pink all-in-ones. Really shot out there very fast, haven't they?
They have, yes. Look at that early lead. It's very early in the race to have that much of a lead. It's, I suppose, a question of how much it's taken out of them to establish that lead. But, yeah, flying out the blocks. Leander Club B got the advantage of knowing this water so well. The USA. This is Tideway Scullers School, an evergreen boat club of the USA. There you can see on the Buck station, Leander Club B have torn a good lead.
Yeah, they have. Yeah, that Tideway Scullers School crew with Evergreen on board. So Evergreen being the alumni club for Dartmouth College. So nice to see them represented there. The Big Green, as they're known back home. But yes, just leaving themselves quite a margin to try and close down there on this quite smooth Leander Club crew.
So there you can see in the stroke seat Daniel Bradbury in his 6th Henley, so hugely experienced Daniel Bradbury. He's only 23 years old, so to get that much Henley experience under your belt by that tender age is a good effort.
Yeah, certainly paying off here. And as you can see, as you were talking about earlier, you could see how as you go down the course, as the river opens up now, you get that nice shot of the width of the river. You get a little bit more of that crosswind creeping in. I think Leander have built up a really nice buffer there that they can absorb that wind without too much trouble.
Leander moving very smoothly. It's a great shot, isn't it? Showing you how good this Leander boat are, Adam. I bet you'll enjoy the technicalities of that.
Oh, really admiring that. You know, nice, always quite fun when you see the bucket rigs, so when you have the two people rowing on the same side, one behind the other. Always can be quite challenging to row that, but very smooth here. Got it nicely under control. They're tickling it along. They're not dropped the rate too far. They're keeping it spinning along, which I think is quite a nice thing to do, so you don't let the complete speed come off the boat. But no, it's looking great.
So Leander in pole here, in pole position in the Visitors' Challenge Cup. Still a long way to go. Coxless falls, so there is always a chance that something can go wrong for the lead boat, which is why the Tideway Sculler School, they want to hang on in there, don't they?
They do indeed, but I think that Leander crew is just looking pretty smooth there out in front, aren't they? They're opening up quite a decent margin. It's a nice position to be in there, isn't it? This margin when you're coming into the latter stages of the race. Definitely quite a contrast to that race earlier with the German crew rowing down the US. That was a real tight race that earlier in the Visitors.
Yes, that was the previous heat in the Visitors. This one, well, we assume we won't have anything quite as dramatic in the last couple of 100 metres. And it is, Adam, worth asking you, because you've been out and about in the last few minutes up and down the course, where we've been at the finish line in the commentary box all morning. Conditions-wise, there was quite a lot happening with the wind. We had a bit of rain before racing started. Now we've got some sunshine, but talk us through the conditions as you see it.
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit of a whirlwind as people were coming into town earlier. The rain started chucking it down, didn't it? And then the wind started to pick up. I mean, it's really nice conditions for racing, right? It's not too hot. It's not like last week during the heat wave. Perfect conditions for the athletes, temperature-wise. A little bit of a crosswind. It's fair for both sides. It just opens up. The wind just picks up as you go down the course, right? So as you're sort of getting tired, you get hit by a little bit of crosswind, and that can unsettle the boats a little bit. But you're getting that shot now, looking straight down the bows of the boat there. I mean, that's running true, isn't it? That's really smooth there. So it's not too bad, actually. If anything, it's lightened off. Not like you had earlier when you had that big blast and all the rain and came off the top of the tent.
And toppled onto the TV monitor in the commentary box. Well, it's good performance here from Leander Club B, who are leading. Callum Jenkins, you can see there in the bow seat. Benedict Newton, Edward Bayfield and Daniel Bradbury. All in their early 20s and lots of Henley experience previous years, and they'll know now that they can drop the rate down and cruise towards the finish line. Callum Jenkins just having a look over his right shoulder to see where that finish line is.
Yeah, they're just coaxing it in now, aren't they? Coming to the finish line for the tents. That's it, isn't it? They've really wrapped this up nicely, and they'll be meeting Leander Club A in the next round.
So they'll be paddling off down the water towards the bridge and straight into their boathouse. Leander Club based right next to the bridge here in Henley, so they have definite home advantage, and they use that to good effect there. E.E.M scored against Wycliffe College, and we've got the Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup. Away they go. So on the Berkshire Station E.E.M School. Umpire cam. I'm enjoying this angle.
It's a great one, isn't it?
I feel like I'm in the race.
You are pretty much in the race, aren't you? And that was a really nice start there by the Wycliffe crew on the right-hand side of the screen on the Buck Station. Really nice and zippy out there, quick with the hands, and it was really nice and flat there, wasn't it? And you can see the wind just catching off the top of the island. But that's nice early little out the blocks there from Wycliffe. I expect they've probably got a canvas lead there.
So Wycliffe with a good start to the race. We've got Bella McDonald in that boat, Olivia Jordan, Cassie Anderson and Daisy O'Reilly, all 18 years old, all with one previous visit to Henley. leading. That was a good spot from you, Adam, because that was not an easy angle, and you've interpreted it perfectly.
I was squinting with my eyes and trying to imagine what margin that might be. But yeah, they did look pretty punchy out the blocks there. But Wycliffe have got very good form in this event. They are current holders of this event, having won the previous 2 years. So they're going for their third. So they're a good one to bet on here.
So Wycliffe with a lead. Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup. There they are, purring along.
Really nice tidy snap around the back there, actually. I quite like seeing that in the quad, because it's a very kind of leg dominant. You always want the stroke to be leg dominated, but in a fast moving boat like the quad, you can be quite upright and really pump the legs like a leg press, and that looks pretty sweet. That's great.
Moving the boat well. E.E.M School will be enjoying the experience. There they are, E.E.M School, Rebecca White, Charlotte Mohr, Lucy Oliver and Poppy Bell. All had a couple of previous Henleys as well.
Yeah, great to have E.E.M School here with their signature Phoenix emblem on their kits.
E.E.M School is relatively recently founded, 1978, up in the northeast. If you're into your football, E.E.M is where all the Newcastle and Middlesbrough and Sunderland players like to live.
Very nice, nice stretch there on the Tees, isn't it? River Tees up there, isn't it?
It's a very nice town, yes. And there is the E.E.M boat that we've just been talking about in the bow seat. It's Rebecca White in the stroke seat there. Nearest to the camera, Poppy Bell.
Poppy Bell just popping it along, you could say, doing really well there. Back to Wycliffe there. But yeah, Wycliffe look like they've just slipped into a slightly cruisier gear here now, aren't they?
Yeah.
Bit of a big call out to the director of rowing, Greg Flower, who's run an amazing programme up at Wycliffe for the last sort of 10 or 15 years. Some amazing success that club's had, and obviously great to see them here rowing their way into the next round.
5 times Henley or Regatta women's winning coach. So knows his way down this Henley track as a coach. See the flags fluttering in the breeze. They're very picturesque boathouses you can see on the right of the screen. That's the part of the water that's open to the public even during the Henley Royal Regatta. And it's the stretch of water where many of the boats paddle up to the start line whilst the racing is underway. And Wycliffe College are enjoying this one.
Sculling very nicely there, just switching into economy mode there. I mean, they've all laden with rate meters and power devices there, so probably keeping an eye on how much output they're putting down. I think even though they're quite a long way out from the finish here, probably sort of 300 meters away, they are in a very nice cruisy gear there, and just optimising and economising, ready for their future races. Yeah,
those little data monitors that you could see on the boat, keeping them in touch, aren't they?
Yeah, people love their data these days. I mean, it's on Strava, it's on everything, isn't it? You want to,
You can even watch the football highlights.
See what's on there. Is that rate 21? Rate 21 there? Yes, that's really rate 22. That's really cruising along quite gingerly.
Well, the lead that they have, you can understand why.
So yeah, they're a really well-drilled crew. You'd expect them to go out, stomp their authority on this race. So it's a big ask for E.E.M, but great to see them in the event. And E.E.M are obviously still racing their way down, racing with pride.
So Wycliffe over the line and through in the Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup, beating E.E.M School, who have really enjoyed the experience of Henley in the sunshine. Over the finish line they go. Race 22 on the card is the Diamond Challenge Sculls, and you can see Alex Clark and Alex on the Berkshire station, and then over on the Buck station, Konrad Holch.
Konrad, being the lightweight Austrian, with a nice star on his back there to the near side of our shot, as typical lightweights you might expect, has really shot out the blocks at quite a high rating there to try and surprise Alex Clark there from Leander Club.
Any lightweight bias here, Adam?
Oh, 100% lightweight bias here, Tim. I mean, I might not be lightweight anymore, but I still root for the little ones, you know. Yeah.
I remember well what boat you were in, and I thought you might be supporting there. So Alex Clark has early work to do to try and keep pace.
That's right, he's struggling to keep up with the lightweight. So lightweight internationals are the only thing left now that's not in the Olympic calendar, but Konrad is a world champion in the lightweight pair. So he's got good form here in a two-person boat, but on his own here and doing a great job and leading Alex Clark here, sorry, who is a former rugby player. So you've got light skill and speed versus raw power and strength.
A serious contrast. Physicality. Holch, you can see, leading here. Currently studying for a master's degree in finance and accounting in Linz in Upper Austria. We had a World Cup regatta out in Linz in Austria not so long ago.
That's a lovely place, Linz, isn't it? And that's where he would be training. Yeah,
on the Danube.
Yeah, it's gorgeous, isn't it? Beautiful, beautiful river there, and a lovely regatta course just off the side of the river.
Yes.
Yeah, quite a contrast there in the ratings, isn't it?
Just watching. Here is Holch, 24-year-old. Rowed for the Austria rowing team for about 10 years.
That's an amazing shot, that, just following him along there, keeping him company. It can be pretty lonely in the old single scull. I've done the diamonds myself and been knocked out many a time by a heavyweight, so lovely to see it the opposite way around today. But yeah, he is really keeping the boat moving very sweetly, and he's been just rating several pips higher than Alex most of the way along the course here. And that's a nice, I mean, in a single you never feel completely safe because anything can happen and it's all on you. But that's a nice distance there, and you can just start to sort of be comfortably out of any sort of sensory range there for the Leander sculler.
Alex Clark, Leander, yeah, Nottingham Trent University. Quite a long way back on the Austrian. It's a fine performance, isn't it?
Yeah, it's great. I mean, you got an international sculler here, and credit to Alex. You know, he's knocking on the door, and he's one of the reserve athletes that's sort of out here racing and getting the experience. So you know, a big ask for him to come up against an international in this round.
So not too far to go for Konrad Holch, the Austrian, who moves in front of the enclosure. So getting busy on the Berkshire bank of the Thames. Rowing fans, family, supporters all showing up. So squally showers before racing started, but it's sunny now, and they'll be packing the bank of the Thames over there.
Yeah, it's a gorgeous spot to watch from, and particularly as you come into these latter stages of the race, you know, these athletes have been throwing everything at each other, and you know, it's not over yet, and form can tire, and you can tie yourself up, or you can get caught out by these little crosswinds.
Yeah, over the years we've seen some amazing moments in the final couple of 100 metres in Diamond Challenge Sculls heats and finals, haven't we?
Oh, we've seen some blistering row downs, rowing people down to a standstill and mentally breaking people and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, it can all happen, and it's a great showdown when you've got two athletes one-on-one like this.
Seen headline acts crashing out when we least expected it, but I don't think there's going to be any problem for Konrad Holch here. Last few strokes for him in front of stewards, and the Austrian will be very pleased with how that race has panned out. So Konrad Holch of Austria will move through to the next round, the Diamond Challenge Sculls, and it's Alex Clark of Leander who can relax for the rest of the weekend. Big international clash then. America against Australia. Harvard University of USA on the Berkshire station, and Melbourne University of Australia on the Buck station.
It's a big matchup, this one. In the next round, they'll also meet that amazing Oxford University crew that we saw earlier in the day that were looking very strong. But this is a great start here for both crews, looking very level.
Yeah, punchy start from Melbourne University, who have got the early lead.
They have just put their noses out in front there, haven't they? It's I think it's quite nice for the coxes in these coxed fours, because you're actually a bit more down in a slightly racier position, right? And it's quite nice being at the front of the boat, so you've got that clear view of the course. But definitely having a little look across there to see where the opponents are. But what a great race so far! Very matched crews, these.
Yeah, we saw the Australians get out fast, but the Americans now have taken a little bit of a lead, have they? Let's have a look. Yeah, a fraction.
Yeah, that's it. The Crimson are coming. They've managed to sort of overhaul that early lead there from Melbourne University.
So Harvard University now extending their lead.
The trick here is for Melbourne is to stay in touch here and not let Harvard creep away from them. I'm sure their cox there, Pippa Klug, will be keeping an eye on what the Harvard crew is up to, just making sure they stay in contact here as we come down the middle of the course.
So Natalie Gregg, the cox in the American boat, from London actually, at school in Hammersmith, and coxing on the tideway, now at Harvard, and we'll be looking at this race and thinking, well, we've done it all right here, because having gone down early in the race, the first few hundred metres, it looked like it might be the Australians, the Melbourne boat, that was better off. But that's good, isn't it, from the Americans? They've fought back well. I don't think the Australians are beaten yet, though.
No, I think you're right. Yeah, I think they're starting to wind it up a bit, aren't they? And they're looking like they're closing down some of that distance, inch by inch. I was looking at the blade work there from the aerial shot, and it did look like the Harvard puddles, the little kind of, you know, the water splash and the little puddles left from the oars. It looked a little bit neater, so it looked like they were probably rowing a little bit more efficiently. But it's still close, although. Have Harvard just shifted another gear just to open out again?
They had something in answer then. Pippa Klug has got a big job, the cox in the Australian boat, because she's the only one that can see what's going on and the extent of the gap up to Harvard. That's Natalie Gregg, who we were talking about earlier, in the crimson and white, the Harvard boat.
She's definitely keeping them up and racing in the Harvard boat. They're up 34.5 strokes per minute, I could see on their stroke box in the boat there. So obviously they're keeping it pretty lively there for a coxed four at this stage in the race, just before you would wind in for your sprint.
Yeah, the communication here fascinates me, because of course Natalie Gregg, who we can see in the Harvard boat, that's Pippa Klug there in the Australia boat, but they can only see a very limited amount of it, of the picture, can't they? And you can see in that lead boat, Natalie Gregg there, she can see ahead, but we'll have no idea that in the last few seconds they've stretched ahead, Harvard, and that's
they've put the hammer down there, haven't they? Really giving themselves quite a nice margin to finish on.
But that doesn't reflect the race, does it, really? Because most of the race, the Australians were right in it until the final couple of hundred metres. Harvard University through in the Prince Albert Challenge Cup. The Australians look right in contention for most of it. Just faded in the last couple of hundred metres. So through go Harvard.
Attention! Go!
Challenge Cup with Oxford University on the Berkshire station and St Paul's School A crew on the Buckinghamshire station. We say a big thank you to Tim Della for his amazing commentary this morning, and we welcome Adrian Cassidy, who is now joining me in the commentary box.
Hi, good morning. How are you doing?
I'm very well, Adrian. Yeah, we were just talking about this crew earlier, this amazing St Paul's crew, and how well they did against Nottingham University yesterday, and how they are matched up against one of the favourites in this event, Oxford Brookes, and they're already doing very well for themselves, this young crew from St Paul's. Yeah,
I was on that race yesterday. I mean, it's amazing how tenacious those boys were and had the sort of the courage of youth, no fear, and they just went out against Nottingham University. But you're right, against this Brookes crew, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, good little start there from that St Paul's crew, but it just looks like Brookes are obviously showing their power and force and just pulling away now, aren't they?
Yeah, just the superior, like you said, training, age, experience against these young boys, and Brookes are one of the sort of favourite crews at the event.
In that yellow boat there, with a nod to Richard Spratley there with the name of the boat, and this crew coached by Ali Brown.
There's been a bit of change of personnel there, but it seems like the club's carried on its momentum despite that.
Yeah, they've had a reboot, haven't they? And they haven't lost any ground really. They're a very strong. They've been a very strong, dominant force in rowing for a long time, and this looks like they're continuing that way.
And then it's so tough for these young boys, isn't it, from the St Paul's crew to back it up after having such an emotional and successful win yesterday, knowing full well that they really didn't have much of a chance. But they just went out hard, tried to lead at the end of the island. This is kind of what we expected, really. So what you see when you see this Brookes crew, then?
I think they're bags of power, looking strong, looking like they're getting a good hold of the water, certainly.
Yeah, and this is kind of a nice way to start your regatta, isn't it? You just have a sort of execute maybe the first to the barrier or something, and then just come down through the gears and be able to cruise home.
It's a bit of a rehearsal for them, isn't it, really? No disrespect to St Paul's school crew there. They've done incredibly well to be in the event, to qualify, to have gone around, to be of 16 years of age. You know, this is quite a big achievement for that crew already to be in here, and they're doing a great job. But yeah, Brookes are a big crew.
I'm sure there's some Henley winners and future Henley winners in that St Paul's crew there.
Yeah, definitely. One's for the future. Coached by German Bandera, who actually used to coach where I work at Fulham Reach Boat Club. But he's done a great job with this crew here, and hopefully this will inspire them onto what could be their future when they race in the schools event, the Princess Elizabeth.
Yeah, exactly. And you can see that we know the pedigree of the rowing style from St Paul's, how it feeds down to the younger years. And this crew, even at a young age, how well they row, how uniform their sort of pattern of rowing is.
Yeah, I mean, they look very mature, don't they, for a junior crew up against a student crew here. But yeah, look, Brookes very strong there, optimising now, cruising along.
And you can see they really have the ability, don't they, to sit still when they finish the stroke because there's so much time.
Yeah, they've got a good connection to the feet there on the finish, haven't they? And you don't always see that, and that's come from good propulsion of the boat, good core to connect to the boat still at the end, and then not disturb the boat when they sort of run forward, isn't it?
Yeah,
that sort of ability to stay connected so that then you all move as one when the boat is moving its fastest, isn't it?
Yeah,
right at the end.
Exactly right. And here the crew is coming down the enclosure past the progress board. And easy work here from this coming in that this race with the Oxford Brookes crew.
Great finish there from the St Paul's school crew. You know, they're winding it up, so there won't be that much margin on the official verdict, which is, lovely for them. Really, really good response.
Fantastic. And there we have, it's a win for Oxford Brookes University A against St Paul's School in the heat of the Temple Challenge Cup. Hopefully there's some... Okay, now back down to the start for the heat of the Visitors Challenge Cup. On the left-hand side, we have St Edward's Masters Boat Club, Cadbury Scudder School. On the right-hand side, Nautilus R.C. And we've got a view here from the umpire's lodge. We don't get this very often. This is great to see this.
It's a good shot when you're so much going on in those early stages. To be that much closer to it, it really lets you see how much energy is going into the boats and how much there is in terms of getting the boats up and moving up to peak speed and then trying to find a transition into kind of cruisy race mode.
And it kind of gives you an idea of what the umpires are looking at and what they have to manage. So there, the crew on the right side, Nautilus, was near the buoys and near the island, and now they're coming towards them, and now they're sort of trying to steer away. And so I think it's always hard when you come off the island when you transition to your rhythm, that's when you can relax, kind of, in terms of the steering. But it's quite high pressure up to that point.
Yeah, that's it. Definitely, I agree with you, that, Adrian. There's a lot of pressure on you, and actually both crews there. You know, in a Cox's Fork, steering can be an issue, but that's been amazing. The Nautilus crew, which is essentially a sort of GB squad crew, the C crew, third boat, up against a sort of a formed crew from Martis, which is St Edward's alumni, and then Tideway Scholars School. They've actually given them quite a surprise there, actually, and both these boats will be probably relatively scratch, I assume, or not been racing that much this season.
Yeah, not much at all. But you see, like here, the St Edward's School in Berkshire, the St Edward's Martin Scholars School in the Berkshire station, is really doing a great job here, moving out to maybe a canvas lead and settle into looks like quite a sustainable rhythm. Actually, it's not very heavy at all. They've got good acceleration. I don't think they've overcooked that at all.
They're really well there. They've actually they've leapt out pretty well, and they're going to really challenge this GB development crew, push them pretty hard. They look like they've got a nice sweet rhythm in that boat, spinning it long, maybe an extra stroke per minute, but just starting to edge out a little bit of a lead there, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. And they I think they've moved out quite quickly to that canvas, and now the crews are growing at the same kind of speed. And this is when the pressure is difficult, isn't it? Because if you start moving away, if you stop moving away, the balance of power does shift even if you're ahead.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and as we're watching, we've started to see that Nautilus crew creep back into the picture, and so it's definitely not a done deal. This, they're really having to find the best rhythm they can and put as much watts down as they can through the middle of the course to see who's going to crack first.
I think what I'm really liking here, the far crew, when the blades go in the water, the boat keeps moving, whereas the crew on this side, when the blades go in the water, the bows and the stern go backwards a little bit. I think that's the difference. Is when the blades go in the water, the crew near us is losing maybe an inch or two, and the far crew just keeps moving.
It's a bit more sweetly on the far side, isn't it? The near side crew, the Scullers and the Martis and Scullers crew,
it's almost like they're moving through in that transition from coming forward and putting the blade in. It's almost they're gaining boat speed in that point there before they do the work.
And as you've been saying that, Adrian, we've actually just watched the far crew, the Nautilus crew, just start to creep through and just start to take the lead off here. So you've got a good eye, Adrian.
So it looks like, I think that's just going to keep them going, isn't it? Because they're not doing it with effort, that's just going to be sustainable going forward now, isn't it?
I think so. We definitely, well, unless it looks like they're encroaching on each other a little bit in the middle of the course here, don't they? So I'm sure there'll be an umpire's warning soon for the Nautilus crew, because they are leaving, well, they're sort of closer to the middle. I think that's fine now. It'll be interesting to see what the umpire's flag is doing.
Yeah, I'm sure the umpire's doing a bit of work at this stage.
I think you're right. There's been definitely economy there, and they've been a pip down on the rate, although I think they've gone one pip up now, haven't they, in the Nautilus boat, this is the perfect time to do it. You want to go a bit earlier as you get into the stand. You don't want to leave it too late because you'll run out of track.
And also, if you're rowing through them, I mean, it may take a bit more effort, but you want to keep that momentum going and try and break the spirit of the other crew a little bit.
Yeah, look, that umpire flag is up, and it's clearly going to be warning one of the crews or either crews very soon. It's that just was looking like the boat.
Still, the crews here having to ramp up the rate as they come into the enclosures. The cheer from the crowds, they won't be hearing any of that now. Just saying flat out trying to win this race.
Yeah, it just looks like the Nautilus crew just had a slightly slicker gear change there, and it just opened out to nearly a length, nearly clear water. But what a great race in the visitors again. This has been
both crews did a good course, really competitive the whole way down the track. And here we're coming up to the finish line here. As they cross the line, margin is about a half a length, and it's a win for the Nautilus Rowing Club C crew against St Edward's Martyrs Boat Club and Tideway Scholars School. Tough race, good rowing as well. Okay, we're back down to the start now for the junior boys quadruple sculls, the Prince of Wales Challenge Cup. We have on the left-hand side, we have Stuttgarter Rudergesellschaft von 1899, Germany. And on the right-hand side, we have Windsorian Boat Club and the Windsor Boys School. And we have one current student and 3 alumni from this club racing this quad.
Yeah, that's right, Adrian. I might have a slight bias here wearing my Windsor Boys School blazer, but yes, it's lovely to see the Windsor Boys School racing in this intermediate event, and one of the students racing with some alumni, so lovely that people are sticking with the sport and trying to keep the tradition alive and the pedigree in the quad sculls. Windsor Boys on the near side of the screen in their green or their black racing suits with a big W on them, which is what the alumni like to wear. They have just slipped down by maybe half a length to the Stuttgarter crew from Germany, who are rowing quite a strong rhythm there. quite low on the rating, but bags of power, I'm sure.
And this kind of shows the quality, because I saw the Windsorian crew in the qualifiers, and they really stood out as the best crew in the qualifying race. Then they've come up against here a crew for former German lightweight internationals and under-23 medalists, and just a different standard, isn't it?
Schnelle is better. I'm sure they're shouting in that boat as they are pulling away and opening up some clear water lead. Faster is better, that is, for non-Dutch German speakers.
Yeah, exactly right. So, and then maybe a bit of Vorsprung durch Technik as well. So a great view here from the milepost. When you see the crew on the right-hand side is the Stuttgarter crew, who's taking about a 2-length lead or so. And here's a good view from the crew. Really well drilled, how the blade work, very accurate.
Yeah, snappy, isn't it? They're really kind of locking on quite quickly, and the body positions look quite rock solid there, don't they? So they're stocky chaps, and they're obviously locking on and getting their legs on that boat nice and quickly.
Yeah, and also in sculling, the quads, because you've got two blades, in really rough conditions, a quad is a difficult boat to manage. And with the gusty conditions here today, you can see the boats lunging around a bit. It's not easy.
It's a bit like skiing on moguls or something like that. You know, you've got quite a lot of edges that can catch, and yeah, I'd agree with that definitely. And they, as we've said, coming down the middle of the course, got that beautiful view of the valley here. You know, all the hills in the background there, but the wind just whistles through this midsection a little bit, and yeah, but they're looking tidy, looking strong.
And here, and this is amazing, isn't it? The Windsor Boys School have been so prolific in the school quads event, and just to see these guys coming back and rowing with current students, still wanting to be part of the whole thing, it's amazing.
Yeah, the program, you know, it's amazing how well the state school program at Windsor Boys is doing. You think one year that they've cracked it and done something amazing, and then they do even more the next year. You know, this year they've had a crew in the Princess Elizabeth. They had an 8. They've had several alumni crews. They've also, I know the head and the CEO of the school are down today celebrating Chris Morell's Lifetime Achievement Awards this year, who's been a real stalwart of the school rowing club.
Yeah, and Pierce Woods in the stroke seat is the one that's a current student. And as I was coming here, I was seeing his mum and his best mate from school were getting on the launch to watch the race. So that was really nice.
Oh, that's lovely. I mean, it's not far for them to travel. Local school, so it's it's wonderful that there's so many boats out representing. There'll be a lot of green, gold, and maroon stripy blazers on the banks, I'm sure, this weekend.
And we can see here the sculling here is really very good, but you can see the water's pretty lively around the boat.
Yeah, the Windsor Boys School sculling is tidy, very tidy. But I think, you know, these athletes are slightly younger. You know, they're just recently out of school. They're up against what is a slightly more seasoned German crew, aren't they? The late 20s, early 30s.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and they've got medals with all sorts of levels of world championships and stuff like that. Bronze medal in the 2024 lightweight men's quad. So the quad is their boat. And you can see here, for me, just the way their backs open at the same time. It's such a uniform acceleration. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, it's compact and tidy, isn't it? Really nice. Yeah, really strong. The European circuit is really exciting in the sculling boats, isn't it? I think, you know, they've got a really good standard in those German regattas in sculling boats. So it's great to see some top crews come on over.
And there's the bowman there from the Stuttgarter crew, Philip Kaltenborn, having a bit of a look around, making sure he's on the right course as they come down the enclosures. The last few strokes. Thereas the crew from Stuttgarter Rudergesellschaft von 1899, Germany, crosses the line, beating Windsorian Rowing Club and the Windsor Boys School in the heat of the Prince of Wales Challenge Cup. Now we're down for the Diamond Jubilee Cup. It's the Junior Women's Quadruple Sculls. Same boat type, Junior Women. On the left-hand side, Sir William Bordeaux's Grammar School. And on the right-hand side, my alma mater, Shrewsbury School.
It's lovely. You don't often see them in the sculling boats, but wonderful to see them here in a bit of an international feel to this boat on the right-hand side of the screen from Shrewsbury. Yeah,
there's one of the students. She came over to row as a student, and then she decided she wanted to stay more than one term because she really wanted to row at Henley. Here she is doing very well. A great start there from the Shrewsbury School crew on the right-hand side. There was Vivienne Paul, she's an exchange student from Zurich, and she decided to stay to the end of the year to come and race here. It looks like they've just taken a sniff and they've just maybe nipped a nose or two on the Sir William Borley's crew, coached by
Jonathan Keir, who was a school teacher at Windsor Boys School, just come down and down the track and was coaching there for a while, then took on Sir William Perkins and now is at another Sir William school, Sir William Borlase.
Yep, and the Shrewsbury school here, I mean, we can't see quite the margin yet, but it looks like they've moved out maybe half a length. The boat crews were sculling really nice and long, actually. So really get into a rhythm these boat crews can consolidate on and push through the middle. And then we can see the Shrewsbury school crew. They're quite still with their bodies at the catch. There's not much dipping, are they? They're really holding their bodies still as they put the blades in the water.
And this is the part of the course when you're really tempted to do that. You know, you've got that urgency to get out of the blocks and try and get a bit of a margin on your opponent, and you can sometimes reach for too much, you can use too much body or that kind of stuff. But as you're saying, Adrian, yeah, just watching them sit up nice and sweetly there, arms separating nicely straight apart and really locking on and giving it a good drive. Tapping it along really nicely there.
Yeah, it's very simple sculling, isn't it? And also at the finish, they're not trying to do anything special, they're just letting the boat go and follow it down the course. And having moved out to there about a length and a half.
That's the thing in the quad, isn't it? You can't really add much more to the boat once you've kind of powered it with the legs. There's not really much more to add apart from almost slowing it down by not moving.
I think I've always found it fascinating is in rowing, as the rate goes up, you get shorter at the front end, but in sculling, as the rate goes up, you get shorter at the finish.
Ah, right.
So you often see sculling boats only where they cut the finish quite early.
Yeah.
And people say, oh, they're not sculling long enough, but actually, that's the way it goes. And here we have Borlase. Also sculling really well, huh?
Yeah. When you talk about that length, it's interesting, isn't it, length? Because the arc length in a sculling boat is like 115. I think is that what people aim for, and it's more like 90 in a sweep
exactly
boat,
right,
isn't it?
yeah.
So you've got a lot of length to play with in a sculling boat. So actually, if you want to go a bit more rate, then you might trim off a little bit, and that might be at the back of the stroke.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. And also, because they have two blades, they have although the spoons are smaller, they have about a third more blade surface area than in rower. So it's quite heavy in a sculling boat, isn't it?
Yeah, there's essentially more sweet spot, isn't there, right, I guess, between those two spoons, yeah. And it's quite nice because you're pinning yourself between the spoons rather than having to kind of... I was listening to you yesterday when you were talking about leaning into the rigger and trying to rotate round the boat, whereas actually in the sculling boat it's quite nice because as long as you sit really strong in the middle, you pin yourself between those two sweet spots.
You can see here that there's the Shrewsbury Girls' School here, quite symmetrical. See the hands when they come out together, really wide, same sort of width, both sides. Just doing them a lot of credit.
And you've got all that water locked onto that kind of the cross that's on the centre of the oar there. You know,
the Maltese cross.
Yeah, get it really kind of locked in and get all that water attached to that part of the spoon and lead yourself through it.
Yeah, Shrewsbury School have done a good job of this race. Borlase in national schools, they were 11th in national school regatta and was 7th in the Met regatta. So Shrewsbury's done very well to be a crew of that kind of calibre.
Yeah, they've really owned this race, haven't they? They've really taken a good solid margin here and they're controlling it well.
So hopefully coming down. They've got about 2 and a bit minutes to go down the course. So what are you thinking then when you're in this Borlase crew?
It's a challenge, isn't it? I think this is what would you do as the bow person in a boat like this? I think generally you probably lie a little bit and you say that, you know, we're in touching distance, and you probably also start to shift the race plan or start to go to plan B, C or D like they do in F1 strategies, right? And you're like, right, okay, so we're 100 metres from the finish, let's go. So you just bring everything forward, and that's what they're doing now. They're obviously taking the rate up a little bit. They're going for the line early. But, you know, they've done themselves proud. They're in a really solid race here, and now they should just lap it up and give everything they've got to get to the line.
I think it's one of these things about focusing on your own boat, isn't it? You know, if you row your fastest race, you'll either win or you lose.
Yeah.
So if you do your best row, then you couldn't have done anything more than that. And I think it's more important you come off the water being able to live with your performance.
I think that's it, isn't it? Leaving it all out there, leaving it out on the racetrack. That's a wonderful thing, and you know, that's where you are this year, and you build on that and you keep going, and you know, but they've definitely been sculling very well today.
And also these athletes, in the grand scheme of things, they've hardly been rowing, have they? Some of these people will be back for years winning medals and things. So this is the beginning of their journey at the regatta, I hope.
Oh, exactly. With all the events that are on offer, especially with all the new women's quads events, which is fantastic at club level or student level, this is really a great start to be out here racing in the school girls quads.
So as we're sort of coming up to the end of the race here, Borlase coming up towards the progress board, Shrewsbury coming up towards the finish line. Still keeping the rate up there and moving along well. They'll be glad to have had that sort of race because this is their first race so far in the regatta. And then So as we're coming up to the finish line now here with Borlase School, so William Borlase Grammar School coming up to the finish line now in this heat of the Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup. The winners were Shrewsbury School. Now back at Temple Island, we have the next round of the Prince Albert Challenge Cup, Cox Sportsman Universities. And on the left-hand side, on the Berkshire Station, University of Birmingham. On the right-hand side, Imperial College London, on the Buckinghamshire Station. So steering a bit easier off the blocks here.
Yeah, always nice having a coxswain on board to steer the boat for you, so you can focus solely on getting all that power to the end of the oar and onto the water to propel the boat forwards. So yeah, great seeing University of Birmingham back in the mix here and up against a very strong crew from Imperial College. Again, my previous college, so a little bit of a bias there. But wonderful to see fellow steward Jim Harlow sporting his University of Birmingham blazer very proudly this morning. And great to see them in this event, and a great start from both crews.
Yeah, it's pretty level coming off the island. Imperial College maybe a little bit more physical and just dragging out to over half a length. And it's big, it's interesting for these programs, particularly bigger programs like Imperial College. They have to choose whether their top boat is the Temple or the Prince Albert. So each year the university may pick different ones as their first crew.
Yeah, it's always a challenge, isn't it? I think weighing up which one you've got the best shot at. But this Imperial College crew's looking very smart. Obviously gone all to town with the paint job this year, haven't they, with the camouflage top decking there.
Trying to be invisible from the drone, I think.
Yeah, quite possibly. But very tidy rowing there, and a good solid lead on the University of Birmingham crew.
Yeah, the University of Birmingham crew, they got 3 returners for combined appearances at this regatta. They've been racing it. They got a gold medal at Bucks Regatta this year in the Championship Cox's 4. And then the Imperial College crew, 9 returners, 9 combined appearances, But for both crews, it's the first race of the day. The University of Birmingham is a qualifier. And here we see Imperial College, sizable lead as they come in towards the general enclosure. They should be able to take it a bit easier now, shouldn't they? Here's the awesome camouflage.
Oh, it's looking chunky, isn't it? That's a great shot, isn't it? You can see the black, silver and blue of the club colours there, borrowed from the German national flag and their team, because they quite like the idea of, a bit like the camouflage, they like the idea of the black tip trying to make it look like the blade covers a bit quicker to intimidate the opponents. I don't know if that's true or not, but it sounds good. But yeah, rowing very sweetly there. Nice long sweep round the pin. Very well coached there by Dave Loveday, who has taken on the role there as the lead coach with support from Adam Berry.
Yeah, and here the Imperial College looking quite imperious going down the course here, I'd say.
Yeah, that is a strong lead there on the University of Birmingham. Obviously, they're training up their novice rowers on the Edgbaston Reservoir and then rowing out of the Worcester Boathouse. But this has probably been a bit of a big match-up for them today.
I mean, they've done great, haven't they? Because they managed to get through qualifiers and get themselves into one of these rounds of the racing. That would have been their ambition, I'm sure, just to make into the regatta.
Yeah, and to match up against one of the favourites in the event alongside, I think Oxford University are pretty favoured in this, aren't they? But yeah, to be on that side with Imperial and to meet them first round is a big ask.
Yeah, and here as we're coming down to the last few strokes for Imperial College, they've kind of knocked it on the head a little bit and just paddling in. Birmingham still attacking the race, making the most of their race over the course. So Imperial College have just crossed the finish line, and it's a win for them in this event. With Birmingham University coming across the finish line. So that is officially, that's a win for Imperial College London against the University of Birmingham in this heat of the Prince Albert Challenge Cup.
Attention! Go!
So this is the heat of the Double Sculls Challenge Club. On the Berkshire Station, we have Leander Club. On the Buckingham Station, Nottingham Rowing Club. So this Leander crew of Cartwright and Gar, I think, are unofficially the second GB Double Scull having to compete against the British double scull Hayward and Knight that came 5th at the last World Cup. So it's pretty tough, isn't it? You're that high of a standard, but you're not going to a World Cup.
It's tough, isn't it? And I think were they part of the quad as well that has been sort of broken into doubles from the Seville World Cup. So that's a very high standard in that double scull, which we can see on the far side of the screen, which is just opening out a lead from the chaps from Nottingham Rowing Club. So a bit of a tall order for these guys, Black and Smith, but they're sculling nicely. They're giving it a good shot there and representing Nottingham.
So Black and Smith actually were the fastest non-qualifiers, but as a consequence, somebody was knocked out or somebody had to withdraw. They've been moved up to race today. So actually, it's a bit of a Billy bonus, isn't it? They've managed to come and race today.
Oh, it's fantastic. I mean, what an amazing call-up to have. You know, you're sort of you've had all that kind of down, sort of emotions of obviously racing but not quite qualifying, and then to get a call-up is fantastic. So yeah, great to see them in here. But they're sculling well, but being out-sculled here by the British duo, aren't they?
Yeah, exactly. You can see the difference in both power, cohesion, just the way they push the boat. The power under the water and the continuous movement of the boat. It's just a different league, isn't it? Yeah,
that double here on the front of picture now with the Leander double scull, the GB athletes really surfing along nicely, isn't it? Lifting out the water, catapulting forwards. And you can see the wind is challenging because it is knocking both boats around, but they are doing a great job at this as they come through the middle section of the course.
And it's tough in the double sculls because it's the only double sculling event in our regatta. There are no intermediate events, no club or school events. You either race with the internationals or you don't compete.
Yeah, and it's the only one without a fancy name as well, isn't it? It's the only one that's just named after the boat type.
Good observation here. And here we go. Here we have Cartwright and Gare. So Gare is nearest us, Cartwright in the bow. What are you seeing with that then? As they row away.
It looks pretty sublime, doesn't it? You know, I think for a slightly crossy wind in a double, that looks nice and tidy. I'm sure they're scuffing the odd bit of water here and there, but it looks neat and tidy. The thing is, with double sculls, you can sort of get them moving along at a decent level, but to go really, really fast, there is just some absolute magic you have to do to be completely in sync with each other, don't you?
Yeah. And also you can see they haven't moved into the middle of the course. They've sort of stayed on their station. I think that's sensible, isn't it? You want to practice the pressure of the booms when you're in a race that matters later in the week.
Especially in a double where you don't have the foot steer, where actually you in a quad or a four or a pair, actually you would be correcting subtly with the foot, but actually in the double you can sometimes end up with your partner squabbling over where you want to be on the course, and one of you is trying to correct it one way and the other one's trying to correct the other way, and you can end up with a bit of a scrap.
So how do people steer the double if there's no rudder on this boat?
Oh yeah, so in this one it's all pressure steering, isn't it? So maybe one of the athletes has picked up that they're going to be owning the steering and using pressure to kind of knock it to where they want it in the lane. But it's hopefully they communicated that, because communicating at mid-race is something you wouldn't really be able to do. And but you can have the odd double where you're fighting each other without really knowing it. Obviously,
I hope these ducks get out of the way before they get on. They just about made that. That's a highlight.
That was a defining moment of this race. That was
a bit of natural selection there.
Yeah.
So here very, very Cartwright and
no, they've done it again.
Those
ducks have headed over towards the Nottingham side, so hopefully the umpire will warn them, or they will. Oh, I think they're off.
Yeah, they were playing a bit more dicing with death there. And the Black and Smith on the left-hand side. Black nearest us, Smith in the stroke seat of that double. Still keeping their form together, still sculling pretty long. Here's a good view of them from Nottingham Rowing Club with the blue and yellow. And you can see, like you were saying earlier, Adam, the boat is just turning to one side. And it's like you said, it's not a rudder, it's because the water's pretty lively.
Just there's a bit of life on the water and a bit of wind from the side, isn't there? It makes it really tricky. But these guys from Nottingham Rowing Club, I'm sure they would have trained on the Trent a lot out by in the shadow of the Nottingham Forest Football Club.
Yeah, that's a great shot there of the boat and how lively. It's not just something that goes straight like an arrow. It does move. It's got a life of its own.
Especially when you've got a bit of wash from boats, it sometimes can start to spin the boats a little bit, especially these shorter boats like a double scull.
And here as we come towards the finish line of this heat of the Double Sculls Challenge Cup, as Cartwright and Gar from Leander Club win against Nottingham Rowing Club, Black and Smith. start now for the heat of the Prince of Wales Challenge Cup. On the left-hand side, Reading University B. On the right-hand side, Leander Club. This is a local grudge match.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? It's Reading versus Henley. But these guys from Reading Uni will be training on this stretch quite a lot. They are very proud of their new Greenland's rowing house based out of their Henley Business School just at the start of the course. So they'll know this course just as well as the Leander athletes.
Yeah, exactly right. And here you can see the Leander, the Reading crew just slipping out a little bit, having a better start of this race. And as they transition now into the race, it'll be interesting to see who loses the least amount of speed down the middle of the course.
Yeah, that was a really good start from the Reading Uni Boat Club crew there, coached by Simon Williamson, an ex-student, and supported alongside him with Chris Bartley, who used to row for Leander a lot and obviously knows this course very well and knows the Leander tactics, I'm sure.
Yeah, and you can just see that Leander crew, when they use their bodies, the bodies move open. Just the impulse they're generating is really obvious.
Yeah, stronger crew. A lot of form in this event for Leander, with what this could be their 14th win if they go all the way. But great depth there with the Reading University Boat Club that had 7 boats entered in this event, and actually 4 competing, which is absolutely incredible and a great testament to their focus on sculling. Sculling very well here. The barrier still good overlap there, only half a length in it, and probably just a little bit more than that now. So they need to keep fighting, stay in contention, don't they?
Yeah, I think that's right. I think the transition from start to race pace was better for Leander, and they stopped this length out quite quickly. But actually, Reading are not letting them go. They're maintaining that speed and really fighting to stay in. Like you said, it's that rubber band area, isn't it? If you lose it, it's hard to get back.
It's going to be very hard. And just looking at the boat, I sense there's a bit more horsepower and a little bit more impetus in that Leander boat that's on our left-hand side of the screen in their pink blades and their white racing suits. But holding on very well here from Reading University Club. I thought this could have been a little bit more of an open out this race here, but it's been very close down the track, so they've done very well here.
Yeah, their mid-race pace has been really competitive, hasn't it?
It's been very competitive. I think we're very proud. They've got their vice chancellor down today, Robert Vandernot, who's down to watch and support. They'll be very proud of how they've done here across the field, but particularly this B crew up against one of the favourites in the event, Leander Club. And
you can, again, you can see, look at the bit of steering there, because the quad does have a rudder, doesn't it, as opposed to a double doesn't.
That's right, yeah. So this one, the steers person was just correcting there, and you can just see, and you can see it again there, it's just twitched from one side to the other, isn't it? They've repositioned themselves in the lanes.
Yeah, and I mean, this angle looks like they're very close here. I think Leander is still probably in control, but the Leander are not backing off. They're really having to sustain their stroke rate and power to keep Reading at bay. And here the back's not quite as accelerated as it was at the beginning, but I guess it's because you're tired now. You haven't quite the power you had before. And here, probably close to overlap. Reading really have kept themselves in the race. Just with both crews coming down the enclosures past the progress boards. Leander are leading. Reading are fighting back.
They've given them a really good race all the way down the track. It's a good opening race for this event. Leander definitely would have felt that in the legs and the lungs. So yeah, it's a good fight there from Reading University B crew.
And as we cross the line there in this heat of the Prince of Wales Challenge Cup, Leander win against Reading University B. Well, thank you very much to Adam Freeman-Pask, and welcome Konstantin Louloudis. How are you doing, Konstantin?
Very well, thanks, Adrian. Great to be with you.
Good to have you. Good to have you. So down we're down at the start for the start of the Princess Royal Challenge Cup. This is the premier event for women's single sculls. On the left-hand side, where they have American Rowing Federation with Crail, and on the right-hand side, Princeton Training Centre, Collier Hazel.
It does look like Prail has gone on very strongly there. That looks, from this angle, hard to tell, but that could be half a length of clear water already before the end of the island, which is pretty dominating.
It is, and she's really precise at the front end, isn't she? Really connecting to the boat early and generating a lot of force.
And she looks to be making good on that advantage. She is just pulling out, and that's got to be at least a length clear water.
She's about to hit a load of wind, isn't she? You can see on the water there, it's suddenly a bit rougher. And that's going to hit you, and she's been moving into the middle. I'm sure the umpire is going to be warning her.
Well, we'll see. I mean, she's already got such an advantage. I think I might do the same in her situation, to be honest. And she's, on balance, probably just about... No, she's pretty central in the river. You're right, Adrian.
Yeah, I think she's responded. I think the umpires still want them. I mean, no, as an athlete, I agree. I'd have tried to cut over as soon as I could. But the umpires are very clear. They want you to get as far ahead as you can in order to not be influencing the water for the other rower. So Collier here, she attended the US National Speed Order and was 24th. And Priel has a bit more of a history. She first went to Junior World Championship in 2014. And I think this should give a lot of confidence to these young scullers that somebody who went to the Junior Worlds in 2014 is here competing and winning races. She had her best result, I think, in 2019. She was third in the under-23 double. She's done some beach sprints in 24 and 25. I think that's like 10, 11 years after she was a Junior World Champion. She's still in the sport. It takes that long, doesn't it?
Yeah, ours is a sport where you just get better and better, often right into your mid-30s even. It just takes that long to get the aerobic training in. I'm sure that this woman has put in an awful lot of training in the course of the last 12 years since she attended the Junior World Championships, and it's showing now.
Yeah, and Collier, she's a University of Washington athlete. So she's come a long way over here to try and race this race and come across a very good athlete. It's a solitary place, the single scull, isn't it? Whether you're winning or losing.
For sure, and you do not have the cocks there encouraging you. You don't even have your crewmates there, where you might expect a little bit of communication between the crew. You don't even just have the sense of them being there in front of you or behind you. It is just you, and I think you feel that solitary, especially when you're down.
And it is a different level of toughness to single, isn't it? You're with your own thoughts, and you don't do it for anybody else.
I think it's tougher in some respects, and I think in others it might be a little easier. I think in a crew boat you have to accommodate yourself to those around you, and that requires a certain level of discipline. But in the single you just have to motivate yourself, and there's no one else there to do that.
And here's a great view here of the feet of this sculler here. The feet are attached to the boat, aren't they? So they're strapped in, and that's where all the force goes actually on the stretcher.
That's right, and you see these this rear wing rigger. I mean, these boats now are they're so light, and these athletes almost sit on top of them rather than sitting in them, especially the single. They're just so sleek, moving through the water, absolutely minimal resistance.
And you can see a little bit of a contrast for me. The Hungarian sculler, as she comes into the front of the stroke, there, she sits up quite tall. And the American sculler is reaching over, is a bit more rounded in her back and making a lot of length in her body.
That's right, a little bit of tension with Collier Hazel in the shoulders. It's hard to know. I suspect there's some element of that's her style, but I think when you're down, those sorts of traits can become exacerbated and made more obvious.
Yeah, and it's always, even good crews when they're down, they don't look as good as when they're up, do they? It does get to you.
It doesn't look as good, it doesn't feel as good. Everything is easier when you're up, and I'm sure the Hungarian sculler is feeling the benefit of that right now.
And I think Priel now, it was really important for her to make sure it doesn't get heavy, because you still have to do quite a lot of work. You're into a headwind, you've still got 3 minutes to go. And we've seen it before, haven't we, with Mohr and Kettle-Borsch. People can come back in the single, so be wary.
They can. You can affect a change in pace. You're right. If it were, Adrian, if it were like this in a 4 or a quad or an 8, the result would be totally settled. Whereas this margin in a scull, it has been done. I'd also note that at Priel, right back on her station, I'm not sure there's a huge advantage one way or the other, that the stream is coming to play hugely, but if I were her, I probably would be doing that. It's quite nice to have the booms there just guiding you along.
Yeah, we had this discussion earlier as well. If you've got a margin, it's also a chance for you to have a dress rehearsal being close to the booms, because when you're under pressure, you'll have to be there. And you don't want to practice that for the first time when you're side by side with somebody.
I think that's right. And when you're leading, there's not much that's more off-putting than having to move back over to make room for your competitor who's gaining on you. So it probably is sensible for Priel to be back on her station as she is now. That said, it is going to be a hell of a margin for Collier Hazel to make up.
It really is, and we're coming down here as they come into the enclosures. Priel will get to enjoy that. Hopefully there'll be a bit of a cheer, a very sort of polite crowd, and she'll get to enjoy that. It's not something, when you're flat out, you don't hear the crowd, do you?
That's right, just the prototypical English scene here. Isn't it wonderful here at Henley? And I hope that Priel takes it in and enjoys it, because these sort of days don't come along that often.
And Collier here still, this is very typical in our sport, isn't it? You don't give up. You've got a plan, you execute it. Once you're down, you don't say, oh, I'm finished, I give up. You keep doing, try and get your best row finished.
Yeah, Collier Hazel's got the rate of striking ticking along there, absolutely right. She's not giving up. She is still going. It is too late now. Even in a scull, it won't be possible for her to make this up, but she is not giving any quarter to her competitor out of respect for her and for this race.
Exactly. You can still see the amount of power she's generating with her back. She's a really strong athlete.
By contrast, this looks relatively effortless.
So here's we're coming across to the finish line, this heat of the Princess Royal Challenge Club. It's a win for Priel from Hungarian Rowing Association against Collier Hazel, Princeton Training Center, USA. So now we're heading down to the heat of the Ireland Challenge Cup between University of Durham A on your left-hand side and Durham University A on the right-hand side. Two A crews. It's going to be a big match.
It will. They are both selected. Of the 18 athletes we're watching now, only one of them has not previously competed at Henley. So a lot of experience across these two crews.
I think it's 45 appearances between these athletes. So they know what they're doing, don't they? And they're not going to be afraid of going out hard.
No, I mean, in the 8 you cannot be. The 8 is so determined by who gets out hard, who sets that higher rhythm, and who just steals more of a margin in the first 500, even in the first 200 by the end of the island.
I mean, we just had the single. This 8 now, on the near sides, Durham is up by 3/4 of a length. In the singles, that's almost 2 lengths.
Well, that is the nature of 8s racing, isn't it, Adrian? I mean, I think with the margin Durham have taken now, you would give very long odds on Edinburgh clawing this back, and you can say that with some confidence this early into this race.
Yeah, unless Durham have been totally reckless and generating a ridiculous amount of speed and then have no rhythm to get from that. But actually the way that Durham's executed this, I mean, this is the Durham crew that when they went to Ratzeburg a few weeks ago, posted the fastest time at Durham University Women's 8's ever done. So I think they know how to execute their race, and it looks like they've just done what they've practiced, I think.
Yeah, they look very nicely synchronised. Just like we were saying with the singles, it's the same in the 8s. If you're up, you feel dominant, you have confidence in your rhythm, and it all looks quite easy. I would say, by contrast with Edinburgh, it looks a little bit choppy and not quite as synchronised on the stroke side blades there.
Yeah, and they've got the tandem there in the middle of. We've been seeing a lot of that in these 8s. It's not something I normally you see a lot of, but a lot of these 8s have been, I guess, for differing reasons, I'm sure.
Well, I'm not sure it has a huge impact on the physics of the boat, but it's more if you want to slot the right people into the right seats, and you have to work with people who are obviously used to rowing on one side or other, it can allow you to accommodate them in the right seats, have the right athlete with stroke and the right order behind the stroke boat.
And you were mentioning with the single sculler the riggers. With these wing riggers, it is easier as well to move these seating orders around and have much more flexibility in the seat order. And here comfortably, the Cox there from Durham University. There's Dora Kennedy just having a look across, just checking to know exactly where Edinburgh are.
They're just coming out of that quiet patch just before the enclosures. Now they're coming into the enclosures. They will hear the crowd. They'll hear their supporters. Wouldn't be surprised to see the rate come up a pip or two as they come in for the final wind in a minute or two.
And you can see how physical this Durham crew is. They really are using their bodies to pull the handle and accelerate the boat. The Durham crew, it just looks like it's a bit more leg-driven, doesn't it? It looks everything's happening a bit earlier in the stroke. It looks a bit quieter.
I think that's right. A bit smooth around the back. Edinburgh, by contrast, trying to do a little bit more with the back and the arms, which you've certainly seen some very fast 8s successfully do that. But I think by and large, my money would be on the crew that uses their legs best, and that looks to be Durham.
And here, for me, what I really like is no part of the stroke here is distinct from any other. It's very continuous and uniform. It's much more efficient.
I think that's telling, isn't it?
So there'll be big cheers from all the alumni from Durham University and Edinburgh as they come down the enclosures, just passing their progress boards.
It's telling, though, isn't it? I mean, Durham took most of that margin at the start, and then it just held, and that is quite classic of 8s racing. You get your margin at the start, and you hold, because it's just so difficult to affect a change of speed.
Totally. And there we have the result of the Ireland Challenge Cup. It was a win for Durham University A against Edinburgh University A. So from Women's University 8s to Junior Sculling Quads, the Fawley Challenge Cup, George Watson's College on your left, Sir William Borlase Grammar School on your right, and I love this view from the umpire's launch.
It's wonderful, isn't it? And I think quads, almost more than any other boat class, just have a look of speed about them, don't they, when they go off the start? You can see that with both these junior quads.
And also just like the legs, when they're pushing off the start, how they don't actually go down very fast at the beginning because there's so much force and they're getting hold of so much water. A little bit of a sneaky, I think we've got Borlase on the right-hand side here, coming towards them a bit, but actually maybe moving out to a canvas, maybe a little bit more.
Yeah, it does look like they've taken maybe half the length there, Borlase, doesn't it, with a very high rate of striking. Now course correcting slightly, moving back to their station.
And that's tricky, isn't it? If you have to do that gust of wind, have to check just as you're transitioning into your rhythm, it can have an effect on the boat speed, can't it?
Well, the rudder is brake on the boat, isn't it? So it definitely slows you down, and it can just throw you off a little bit, especially if your steersman is having to think about that rather than his rhythm.
And Borlase look a bit more sort of what we call racy. The rate's a bit higher, it's a bit more compact, whereas George Watson's just a longer, it's a more languid stroke.
They do look to have settled a little now, though, Borlase. They look to have lengthened out, maybe reduced the rate a touch.
I think they were being brave, weren't they, to try and get as much of a margin they could. I mean, it's expensive physiologically, but in a two-horse race, it's not necessarily about being the fastest time you can do. It's about beating the opposition.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. It's about beating the other crew, getting that early psychological advantage if you can.
And it's a real contrast, isn't it? And it takes a bit of learning. 6-lane racing, you have to focus on your own boat, go as fast as you can because there's so many variables. Side-by-side racing, you can actually impact the performance of the other crew because they're so close to you, so intimate.
And I think that's even more the case at junior level, where athletes are less experienced. They might be more liable to be a little bit rattled if one crew can take a march.
And here we see St George Watson's here, still keeping their form as they come into the general enclosure. And 5.5 minutes of racing so far. Still got about a minute and a half to go. Borlase, like you said earlier, they've settled into a longer, more sustained rhythm, and it's paid the dividends for them.
Just a call out here for Finlay Corby, the stroke man of the William Borlase crew, who was diagnosed with Crohn's in 2021, missed school for 2 years, was stuck at home, and has got back in since then, pulled a big PB and is back in this crew, so extremely impressive from that man we can see there.
There's a good bit of toughness in the young guy, huh? And he'll be loving this even more for that. So here we go. So St George Watson's a little bit over towards this side, but it's not going to impede them. It's also difficult, isn't it, when this sort of margin, St George Watson's will be feeling the wash a little bit from William Borlase.
I don't think we'll shed a tear for the leading crew, but it can be tricky just being a length up, and you just want to pull clear and be able to bring the rate down a bit. But George Watson's have not let up here. They've just kept on their case.
Yeah, they've just made them work for them. Borlase have really had to do a full course piece here. And George Watson coming back at the end. Wow, that actually they're being a lot closer. It looked like it was a done deal, but George Watson's really good effort coming back. And that was a win there for Sir William Borlase School against George Watson's College in the heat of the Fawley Challenge Cup. Straight down to the start again at Fawley at the Island for the Diamond Jubilee. On the left-hand side, Sydney Rowing Club Australia. On the right-hand side, on the Buckinghamshire Station, Tideway Scholars School A. So it's the same event, but for the girls. Clean start, a little bit of steering from Tideway Scholars. Sydney seemed to be very short and racing, but actually it's doing very well for them.
It is doing well, and it's not necessarily the style you'd always coach. It does look quite short, but it does get them out the blocks quickly. Let's see if they can lengthen out and hold or extend that lead through this 2,000-metre course.
And that's the tricky bit, isn't it? About a minute in, just as your body's asking you to stop, and you have to try and consolidate, lose as little boat speed as possible, and row a long stroke that's going to sustain you through 6 minutes.
It does just look like Tideway Scullers might have the better rhythm here and be edging back and have checked the early lead of Sydney, but we will see.
And for me, looking at the Tideway Scullers crew, if you look at the little bit of bounce on the quad, they seem to be timing that very nicely, and that makes the boat lighter at the catch when they get that right.
Yeah, checking the boat that little bit less. And actually it seems to be showing now where through the middle, coming into the middle part of this course, they have established a lead.
So Sydney had rowed on Tuesday, beating Marlow B by 3 lengths. So they had a considerable race and had a round in their legs and they've been on the course, whereas the Scullers crew, they've been waiting and waiting. It's quite scary, it's quite nervy, isn't it, if you're waiting and waiting and then suddenly drop into an event that's already happening.
Yeah, it can be, and I think on balance it's probably an advantage to have a race in your legs, unless it's been an absolute humdinger to the line. Get a race in the legs, it's quite good physiologically for you, and it certainly prepares you mentally to know what's coming.
Yeah, but here, like we said, Tideway Scullers, longer off the start, slower in the beginning, but actually that's really helped them get into a much more sustainable rhythm. And really clean, long strokes, actually, from the crew over here on the left-hand side from Tideway Scullers.
Yes, it does look that bit smoother from Tideway Scullers, doesn't it, compared to the slightly choppier style of Sydney.
And this Sydney Rowing Club crew did the under-19 Cox's Fours at the Australian Rowing Championships and came 3rd. So this kind of shows the calibre of Scullers, how they can put this much distance on a Sydney crew that's winning medals at their national championships. So here, Tideway Scullers in the red and yellow, here in their Empacher yellow boat. I love the way their hands, when they put the blades in the water, their hands are nice and wide, and they're not in a hurry to put them together. They really patiently keep their hands wide as they cover them.
Yeah, as we said, Adrian, it's easier to do that, isn't it, when you're leading, but that's absolutely what you would want your sculler to be doing, not to be too impatient at the front, to get hold of something, rather than missing it and trying to do too much at the back.
Yeah, and then we saw that sculler earlier, we saw the stretcher. When they're putting the blade in, the key thing is they're applying pressure to the feet. It's not about pulling the handle, it's about levering the handle but pushing into the boat. Oh, here's a great shot from this quad. And you can see here the slight contrast here, can't you? When the blades go in the water, the handles are coming together quite quickly. And I think that's the difference between the two crews.
Yeah, and this shot, it also allows you just to get into the mindset of the rower a bit more. You can see with this stroke woman, just that, I mean, she's very composed with that gentle grimace. You just know what it's like at this part of the course, coming through the middle of it, not knowing where your opposition is, but just having to get your head down and keep going.
And I think everybody can relate to 5.5 minutes into an ergo. It's not pleasant, is it? And if you're down, it's not going the way you want, it's even harder.
It is just mind over matter.
And here the contrast, obviously because they're a faster crew, the stroke weight's a bit lower, so it looks more composed anyway. But just that whole thing about there's no speed at the very beginning of the stroke, and as the handles come towards each other, there's a great bit of acceleration with the boat.
That's right, isn't it? This looks like a training session now. This looks like a training piece. You know, maybe they're at rate 28 or 30 or something, and they could be doing 3 of these a day, just churning these out. That's what it feels like when you're on that rhythm and you're winning and you have that confidence.
And I think I always found that when you're in a sort of situation like this, obviously managing the boat speed is quite tricky. And if you let the rate drop too low, it gets quite heavy. It's almost better to keep the rate up and work a little bit less. It changes the ratio of the rhythm, but stops it getting heavy. It makes you more responsive if you need to be.
I think that's right. It's in contrast slightly to the race we just saw with George Watson's and Borlase, where the elastic wasn't quite broken. Here I think it has broken, and Tideway Scullers are now able to relax into it to bring the rate down a little bit and get more out of each stroke.
And you can see the lovely way that the finish, the boat from Tideway Scullers, it pushes into the water a bit as the weight comes off the blades, but the boat just runs really smoothly. Yeah, they're very economical. They're really not disrupting the boat at all. And I love this view of the blades. There's nothing harsh or quick about it, is there?
It's great, that, isn't it? We'd all strive for that.
So 7 minutes 20 into this race. We're just coming up towards the end. Sydney Rowing Club still giving everything they can to get back on terms. Tideway Scullers look comfortable. So as we come across the line here, it's a win for Tideway Scullers School A against Sydney Rowing Club, Australia, the Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup. So since you've come in, Constantine, Okay, here we have a little bit of interruption in racing here. Race 35, which is the Prince Albert Challenge Cup. There's been a delay to racing, so we'll have to have a bit of a pause whilst they fix whatever they need to fix. So it's a real festive occasion, isn't it? Somebody said to me that a friend of mine came for the first time and said the contrast here to other events is that when you go to something like Ascot, everybody's dressed the same and nobody's really participating, whereas here it's covered in different tribes and everybody's showing where they're from.
It certainly is. It's always wonderful coming to Henley and just people watching, just looking at all the blazers and the dresses, the effort that people make.
And people get to show their allegiances, don't they? Which clubs they were part of when they were younger and able to compete. Okay, we've come down back. We're live with the race in the Princess Albert Challenge Cup here. Delayed race, but on the far side is Cambridge University. And on the near side, we have Koningsstruder Ruderverein, Noords from Netherlands. And Cambridge here very quickly out to a length.
Yeah, it looks like a strong start to this race from the Cambridge crew. And for my money, they are still moving.
So, I mean, we don't know what went on, but it's a tricky thing when you have delayed, maybe equipment failure or whatever's happened, and it can get under your skin, can't it?
It can be very tricky. I mean, when you're racing, you're so focused on the things you can control. To have equipment failure or a similar issue can really throw you off, and if you're stuck for an extra couple of minutes on the start, those minutes can just feel interminable.
Yeah, and you're powerless, aren't you? You just have to focus in your boat, calm your breathing, just think about the first stroke, don't let anything get in under your skin. But Cambridge here really opening this up quite nicely. So this Dutch crew here has got fucking 0 appearances in this regatta. They're all novices to this regatta. The Cambridge crew, a bit more experience, 5 of them have raced here before. I'm sure that helps a bit, just a bit of local knowledge, but actually in this situation, I think the Cambridge crew is just superior.
Well, I totally agree. A bit of local knowledge, but also a bit of recent local knowledge, because Cambridge raced yesterday and in fact dispatched another Dutch crew yesterday. So just as we were saying in the previous race, having that muscle memory in the legs from a very recent race on this course can really help. And I'm sure that is not the reason why Cambridge are going to win this. They do look to just be the stronger crew, but it doesn't hurt either.
It just means you're more composed when you come to the start, don't you? Because you know we managed to execute our race plan. We think now, based on that race, maybe we'll work on the next part of the race. And here now, they're in this sort of comfortable position, they can start to sort of consolidate and see if they can organise themselves for the next round. So, and the cocks here, they've got a microphone and an amplifier, so there's speakers in the boat. So despite not being able to see the guys, he can communicate quite clearly to them.
Yeah, for Cambridge now, it'll just be a case of keeping that rhythm going, not letting off too much, so that because if you let off, it can just become harder work, ironically. But as they come into the enclosures, they probably will want to take the rate down a little bit and enjoy it and save their legs.
Yeah, especially in a Cox 4, you're sharing the weight between 4 of you of a Cox. Very quickly it gets heavy. And here we can see the Dutch crew struggling a little bit more. Looks like some quite strong physical guys, but just not as coherent with their blade work. The stroke length's not quite the same.
It was looking a little bit laboured from that other angle, in contrast to Cambridge, who look quite comfortable right now.
So here you can see the difference in the water. It's patchy wind. They're coming into a bit of a gust at the moment. It seems to have completely unaffected the way they're rowing. And just very natural movement at the front, the way their blades just go in continuously. There's no pausing of the blade before it goes in.
Yeah, and quite smooth around the back as well. Not one of those crews who lean back on it too much or try and do too much with the arms, but just come out and into the next stroke.
Yeah, and you can see here, if you look at the 4 pairs of legs, how well timed they are. How they push into the stretcher just at the same time. And that gives the boat a good surge. So you hear the cocks there shouting away, talking to them. Should be asking the bowman just to let her know what is the margin, how far are we, what can we do. I'm sure he'll have some say into how they're going to manage this next minute and a half.
It's an interesting dynamic, that, isn't it? When normally the cox knows everything and is telling everyone everything, and suddenly, when you're leading, your cox has to ask the crew for a bit of feedback in order then to get the instructions. But it's not a hard situation. It's a great situation to be in, but you still have to work together as a crew and keep on top of the communication.
And you just have to rehearse that as well, don't you? You can't just expect it to work on race day. And here coming down, she's steering a very good line. And Alex Taylor, is steering a very good line for the Cambridge crew. The Dutch crew here, they've put a lot of effort in to try and stay on terms. It just looks like it's just a bit more laboured coming down here. And they're about to hit a bit of a gust of wind.
Yeah, they're not making it look quite as easy as the Cambridge crew are. It's a little bit disjointed.
You see there in the distance the time for the Cambridge crew at the 40 was 3:25. And you also see the next race has already started down just behind it, the Princess Wales Challenge Cup. We're seeing that soon. Just shows you how much racing. It's a busy day today, 89. We've got 2 crews on the course all day. You don't see that when you're following here.
Well, in contrast also to semi-finals and finals day, where things can feel a lot quieter, almost eerie as a crew. There's something almost reassuring about just getting straight on and racing.
So here the Orca crew, sorry, not the Orca crew, it's the Königsstudent Ruderverein Nord. Still racing down here on the course. The Cambridge crew now starting to step down a little bit and make this a bit easier and easier as they go through the race. So the 2-man here from the Dutch crew, he rode in the New Zealand Nationals in 2024. He's come back to Holland. But he likes to do some international racing, doesn't he?
There's certainly some pedigree in this Dutch crew, isn't there?
And as they're coming down through the enclosures now, there we got a great view of the cox from the Dutch crew. Hester van Hemst holding onto the handle, urging her crew along, trying to get them to finish off the race with their best rowing performance. Quite composed now, huh?
Yeah, that's lovely, isn't it? You don't get that many times in a rowing career, just getting to come past the enclosures at a very controlled rate of striking and just absorb the applause.
And a perfect preparation for the next round, isn't it? Blast off, work on some of the parts of your race profile, and actually not have to empty the tank. So here, as we come to the end of this race, delayed race, it's a win for Cambridge University against Königsstudent Ruderverein Nord from the Prince Albert Challenge Cup. Okay, we just come off the start here of the Prince of Wales Challenge Cup. Reading University on the far side, slightly moving ahead against Glasgow University and Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club on the near side. Great view from this camera.
Yeah, the 2 crews in perfect phase there. I agree, Adrian. It did look like Reading got a bit of a march there, but we'll see how they settle now into their rhythm.
Yeah, both crews sculling well. The crew from Glasgow University and Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club looks like a really physically strong crew, and that early start from Reading, it's just an early start, isn't it? It's not indicative of where we're going to end up at the finish.
No, it's certainly not, although you'd always rather get a half a length out at the start, but we saw earlier on, didn't we, that Sydney were overhauled, so it's certainly not racing the bag.
And Reading University made a decision quite a few years ago to shift to be a solely sculling university and not doing any rowing, and it's really starting to pay dividends. I mean, here we are racing on the Thursday, and Reading University's D crew in this event is still racing.
There was some very questionable blade work on the stroke side of the Glasgow crew just then. It almost looked like there was something wrong, to be honest, but they've got back onto it now.
So we have probably about 3/4 of a length at the moment, with Reading steering a sort of arrow straight course down those booms, to be honest, and Clydesdale and Glasgow University seem to be struggling with their steering. But they are coming back, I think.
Yeah, they are holding, in spite of their steering issues and some slightly unusual blade work.
I bet it feels pretty narrow in that Reading boat right now between the booms and this crew over here.
Well, I suspect the umpire might have to get involved quite soon.
So the Reading crew really rhythmical and very clean. The Clydesdale crew slightly more physical, but actually, as the race is unfolding, it's working for them.
Yeah, they are doggedly holding, which is not necessarily what I would have expected. I think the Reading crew certainly look cleaner to me. I think you're right, Adrian, what you said. I think that Glasgow crew looks physically stronger. I think they probably are putting more power down. The Reading crew is getting more out of the power that they are laying down.
But I mean, all that time with the steering, one, you're doing more distance, two, the rudder's coming on and slowing the boat down. That might end up being the thing that decides the difference between these two crews.
That could well be. It does look like the Glasgow crew are taking a bit of a tour of the river.
So here, whether it's deliberate or not, Reading have moved across a little bit into this middle side of their station. But they've sustained that pressure as narrow as it was between the booms and the crew. They kept their form, done a great job rowing out a little bit towards them in the last minute or so.
Give some credit to this Glasgow crew, all of whom are new to Henley. So it's quite a new environment for them.
And here, as we cross the line, this heat of the Fawley Challenge Cup, sorry, of the Prince Albert Challenge Cup. There was a win there for Reading University D against Glasgow University and Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club. Now down at the start, now for the quiet and the calm of the single scull. Princess Royal Challenge Cup. On the left-hand side, Riverside Boat Club, USA. On the right-hand side, on the Buckinghamshire Station, near the island, Nottingham Rowing Club.
Martin from the USA just seemed to get on those first couple of strokes quicker and get a little bit of a march at the start there.
Yeah, and it's a real contrast, isn't it? Just when you're so much more space when you're in this single scull, and then down by the island, you're very isolated.
Feel very quiet there when the umpire's doing the call over, and as we said, in a single you feel especially solitary and at the mercy of the call over.
Yeah, and then Riverside here, it looks like she's got a slight margin, but I wouldn't have thought it's more than a foot or two. There we go, good start, but this is a long race, isn't it?
Yeah, Fleming's done well there, because to my eye it looked like Martin did get the better of the first 5 strokes there, so Fleming's done well to get back on terms, but as you say, it's a long race and we can see some pretty big disparities start to emerge in the middle of the course, especially in a single sculls race.
What I find, looking at this view here, the single scull, the ratio compared to those quads is much more different. You spend a lot more time in the water. It takes a lot longer to pull the stroke through. So in order to get the same stroke rate, you have to move faster going forwards.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. These rowers might expect to go down this course in the high 20s even, which is significantly below what a quad or an 8 might expect.
But here, from Riverside Boat Club on the far side, Martin seems to be slightly moving maybe. She seems to put a bit more work in to do it as opposed to doing it from a natural rhythm.
Yeah, it's always hard to tell from this angle, but I think you're right. It does look like Martin has got a bit more out. Fleming still looks quite composed.
And that's a bit of a psychological thing, isn't it? That she decided, I'm going to make 6 minutes to go or whatever. She decided to put a big effort in just to break some clear water. And very, very quickly, Martin's gone out to 2 or 3 lengths.
Fleming's doing well to hold this, to some respectable margin, though. Martin definitely the favoured sculler. Quite a bit of US representation for their lightweight squad.
And here we are, a few minutes later, 6 minutes into the course, coming past Remenham Club. A great view here from Martin. So nice with the drones. This is not something you can normally see, is it? This view.
Yeah, this is fantastic from here. And it puts you in. It lets you understand the viewpoint of the leading sculler. Which you can't otherwise, just looking back at your opponent and feeling in control.
And for me here, you look when she pushes, her seat moves a little bit before the handle, so she's definitely driving the stretcher first, and that makes it lighter, doesn't it? Yeah, she's going to be enjoying this, isn't she? I mean, still working pretty hard because it's a solid headwind, and also having to deal with the bouncy water you can see from the wash.
Yeah, I'm sure she's enjoying this now, just taking in the whole vista of Henley, seeing her opponent there.
Yeah, back to this drone view. It looks really wide, doesn't it? And I guess it's the wide-angle camera. It just doesn't feel like that when you're on the course. And you can see all the wash there that Fleming's had to deal with. And it's just difference in power, isn't it? Fleming just not as dynamic through the water, and I think that's what's deciding the race.
I think Martin looks like she has a little bit more vitality in that stroke. I think you're right. Fleming's starting to look a little bit tired. You can see maybe just an inkling for her to look around. Of course, very understandable, wanting to know where your opponent is, because right now her impression is probably just that her opponent is quite a long way away, which is
and also
not
just
so far
there,
from
the
truth.
gap in the booms, just getting knocked by loads of wash. She's finding it really hard to cope with that. I mean, it's like rowing on a ball, isn't it? It's so the boat is round at the bottom, not flat, so it's very hard to sit.
She's having to do a little bit of course correction there. That's right, especially around the gaps in the booms.
So that just shows you the headwind. 8 minutes they've been going so far. It's a lot of wind. That's a long race.
There's a lot. If this ends up being over 9 minutes, that's an awfully long time to be going down the Henley course when in a men's 8 you might be expecting to do it a shade under 6 minutes.
And that's also really, I think, why in the single sculls you can get these big changes in margin, because you're actually on the water for a lot longer, so there's time to do that kind of thing.
You can get caught out as well. If you're not ready for the conditions, you can have to go for maybe another 30 seconds, even 45 seconds longer than you anticipated, and that can determine tight races.
Yep, and here there's view of the crews racing towards the finish line. Church, Henley Church in the background there. On the left-hand side, you've got Martin from Riverside. On the right-hand side, you have Fleming from Nottingham Rowing Club. And here, coming through to the finish line, in this heat of the Princess Royal Challenge Cup, there's a win for E.E. Martin of Riverside Boat Club against USA Fleming of Nottingham Rowing Club. Back to the student Cox fours at the start. Prince Albert Challenge Cup. Drexel University USA on the left. Utrechtse Studentenwoelenverein Triton, Netherlands on the right. This won't be 9 minutes, will it?
I hope not, for their sake.
So here looks like Drexel getting a bit of a sneak off the beginning here. Not very much, I wouldn't have said. Steering all right.
Yeah, not much. Hard to tell here. I'm not sure they put too much into Utrecht. Pretty tight.
So we got maybe 2 or 3 feet. And actually, on this near side here, Triton starting to move through. I think this is going to be a battle, to be honest. And here we're coming to further down the course. It is a battle. Triton maybe got slightly ahead of Drexel, but this is the Cox forward battle all the way down the end.
Yeah, I quite like what I see from Triton. They're quite upright, really using the legs, not trying to do too much with the arms, not checking the boat too much at either end.
Yeah, they've got some poise here on the left-hand side, haven't they? The crew from Triton. But Drexel just looks, the rate's a bit higher, looks a bit lighter. They might be able to do something here as they come towards the finish.
It looks to me like Triton have a bit more in the back pocket, maybe because the rate is still a little bit lower.
Well, what a great race to the line here. They've been cheered on by the crowds. Drexel really drive the rate up to see if they get back on terms.
Blade's getting tight too. Umpire might have to do a bit of work, although it's too late for that.
Oh, my goodness, what a finish. So there we have an unofficial verdict so far. That was a great race. Drexel coming back. We've got a photo finish. Crews think they know who's won, but we'll wait and see. There we go. So that is Triton, a win. So it's Utrecht Studentenwoelenverein Triton, Netherlands, narrowly beating in a photo finish Drexel University USA in the Prince Albert Challenge Cup. And you can see there the effort that's taken. Now down at the start, the Double Sculls Challenge Cup. On the left-hand side, Itchen Imperial Rowing Club. The Berkshire Station. On the right-hand side, Wassersportverein Bottensheim, Austria, and Oxford University Composite. Both Austrian athletes.
So we've got Julian Schubel in the on the crew on the right of your screen, Oxford Blue this year, and he has absolutely taken that crew off
Ferocious.
At an incredibly high rate.
It's a ferocious attack, isn't it? They've really not taken any prisoners.
Ex-lightweight Julian, we know that lightweights often like to rate very high. We've seen some lightweight pairs and doubles at World Championships go over the course at eye-watering rates.
And here they're going to come into a big gust. You can see the rough water, and it's knocked the crew from Itchen Imperial, whereas the Austrian crew just seems to have just rode straight through it. What, half a length maybe right now?
Yeah, I'd say half a length. The Austrian crew maybe not getting quite as much out of that increased rate as they might have liked to, but let's see how they settle in now.
I mean, the thing is, they might just keep it going.
That's a very good point, and actually, I think I'm wrong. They've taken almost a length. What more could you ask for?
So both these athletes have some international pedigree, going back to 2014 and 17. And they've rode in World Championships in multiple different boat types, getting medals in under 23 boats. So these athletes have a wealth of experience.
For sure, and they look to be dominating now on a much more manageable rate. The answer is they didn't really have to sustain that rate to dominate this race as they are doing now.
I mean, Lawrence Lindhofer in the bow seat of this double was 10th in the men's single at the World Championships. So he's no slouch. And these guys here from Itchen Imperial, it's a great experience for them, isn't it? I mean, they've come here, they've qualified, they've got themselves into this round. There's 7 years, 7 appearances at Henley, with Cracknell in the bow seat, Aitchison in the stroke seat. And even this distance, 3:31 to the barrier, and they've already been going a minute and a half since they crossed that point. And here we have a good view of the crew from Itchen Imperial in their blue and white stripes.
I'm told that Mr. J. Cracknell in the bow seat is a bit fed up of being mistaken for a certain other Mr. J. Cracknell. He won't make that mistake now.
He's faster than the other one this week.
I've no doubt.
So here, and then now, after being so aggressive with their rate here, it does seem like the Austrian Oxford University composite is well within their capabilities.
Yeah, they look very comfortable now. It'll be interesting later in this regatta to see when they're really pushed how high they will keep that rate, because they really did have it sky high in the first 200 metres of this race.
And it didn't look ragged at all, did it? They really were doing it in a very effective manner.
Yeah, look very composed. Even more composed now, though, as they're right down in the 20s, just enjoying this.
Yeah, two boys from Itchen Imperial still attacking, still racing it, sculling well. Again, the boat's moving around a lot. It's really the wind out here. It's really quite strong, and we've still got the boats out. There's a lot of movement in the water. They're coping with that really very well. So these guys in this Itchen Imperial double actually won the double at Wallingford Regatta. So they've got some pots this year, which is great.
Although, as you say, Adrian, hard to compete with 10th place in the men's single at the World Championships from Lindhofer, and indeed second place in the lightweight single from Schubel. So there's some real pedigree.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be a crew to watch on there as we go through the weekend. Yeah, it's actually a total pleasure to watch this, isn't it? Really, they make it look so easy.
And it's not always automatically the case. So you put two strong single scullers together and you make a good double, but they seem very well matched.
And they haven't done the winter together either, have they? Because one's done the boat race and then they've got together since then, I guess.
That's right. Although it can be quite nice to be brought together. Jürgen Grobler, legendary coach, often likes to bring his crews together a little bit later, keep things a bit fresher.
So as long as they've done some good quality training and they're rowing well, it should be fine, shouldn't it?
So it's proving right now.
Such a great view, isn't it? All the crowds, they're still sitting out watching this race and coming into the lunch break. And here, as we come towards the finish line, as Lindhofer and Stoppel cross, it's a win for Wassersport Uhrverein Ottenheim, Austria, and Oxford University against Itchen Imperial Rowing Club in the heat of the Double Sculls Challenge Cup. Now to the women's eights. Oxford Brookes University and Taurus on the far side, moving out to a length quite quickly, with Leander and Imperial College on the near side.
Well, we only caught this race a little bit in, but it certainly looks like Brookes are stamping their dominance on this race, and I would be astonished if Leander could pull back what looks like a bit more than a length's advantage in just about 300 metres.
Yeah, it's been less than a minute. They've already cleared them quite quickly. And here as we go further down the course, you can see the barrier marker behind. It's already 2 lengths. Very well drilled Brookes crew here. Well within themselves already. I mean, they're working hard, but they're not flat out.
These Brookes crews, I think, a secret superpower of theirs is keeping things simple. Just getting the blades in all together, and we've said a bit before, not trying to do too much on the back, just using the legs at the same time all together.
And like you said, keep it simple, but it's still difficult to do it well. You know, it may be simple, but actually executing it accurately is the difficult bit.
Yeah, I totally agree. Simple in the conception, but very difficult to execute, especially on a big race day like this.
Yeah. And you can see the contrast. The Brookes crew, just as they're coming forward, their blades just seem to go in quite naturally. With the Leander crew, it's a little bit more like the wind is holding their blades up. There's a bit of a hesitation just before they go in. And in that moment, the boat just sinks.
As we've said before, it's always easy to look good when you're up. And I think as commentators, we're also liable to see the best in the crews that are up. But I do agree, I think this Brookes crew look a little bit more composed than their Leander opposition.
Yeah, and just very uniform in the way they're rowing past there. You can see this is hard work because of the conditions. They all are having to make sure they keep the boat honest. And there's some crews on the left-hand side paddling down, do their lunch break paddle. There's going to be a gap in racing soon. And here we're coming with the drone. I just love the way these drones come in. You can get so close. Coaches wish they could see this when they're out on the launch.
Isn't it fantastic? And you just start to be able to empathise just that little bit more with these athletes. You can see the sort of grimaces etched on their faces. You can understand, you can get a bit closer to understanding the kind of physical exertion that's going on there.
And you can see when they're getting at their full reach, they're having to come out on the side of the boat to maximise the length they can achieve. If they stay straight down the middle of the boat, they won't row long enough. They have to shift their weight onto their inside, which actually makes the balance difficult.
It can do, but it's, as we know, it's just all about synchronization, isn't it? It's all about those hours training, understanding what the athlete in front of you and behind you is going to do, and making sure that as a whole you're working well together.
And that's the thing. You look at this crew here; they're actually rowing pretty well. Just to come against a crew that's maybe a bit more powerful, a bit more drilled.
I think you're absolutely right, actually, Adrian. I think we could see that Leander crew leading and be saying all sorts of wonderful things about them. But it's hard to do that when we have this Brookes crew who looks so composed, down on the rate, and just holding that margin.
And you just look when the blades go in, they're just not interfering with the boat. They're just in and moving off with it and just keeping it flowing, keeping it flowing. It's really well done.
Again, it's the leaders who just look like they're in a training session right now. They look like they could be doing 3 or 4 of these pieces down this course. I'm sure it's not quite that easy when you're in there, but they are making it look so.
And this event, the bridge, it's the second tier women's event. So basically, the tier above is all the international crews, and these other women's crews. The standard is absolutely phenomenal across all the crews in this event. And they're also basically athletes who are either not quite of international standard or are on their way to becoming internationals. So we've got some future champions here, and you can just see the fluidity here of this Brookes crew. Really well timed, legs going down together, backs opening together. As we come down the enclosures here, Constantine, they look pretty comfortable.
Yeah, and they'll start enjoying some home support, especially Leander. There'll be quite a few cheers for them. I'm sure there will for Brookes as well. That'll encourage them both across this line.
Yeah, you can hear the cheers there, the whistling.
Brookes just got that right. You know, they let Leander come back a little bit at the end, but they were so in control. They just have a lovely, easy rhythm right now.
Perfect introduction to the regatta for this Brookes crew. And that's a win there for Oxford Brookes University and Taurus Boat Club against Leander Club and Imperial College Boat Club in the Bridge Challenge Plate.
Attention!
Now down to the start. Down to the start for the equivalent men's event, the Ladies Challenge Plate. with, on the Berkshire Station, Markberger Ruderverein von 1920 and Olympischer Ruder Rostock von 1956, Germany against London Rowing Club. I'm not going to say that again. Once is enough. So here, London Rowing Club out to a very quick lead. Long way to go.
They certainly are, and I have to say, on the first stroke or two, it looked a little bit mistimed from London, but it doesn't seem to have affected them at all, and they look to have got on to something pretty good since then.
So, got a bit of information on these crews. The London Rowing Club here, they were third in the Met Regatta a couple of weeks ago, whereas the Magdeburger crew was rowing in Ratzeburg. But quite 2.5 minutes in or so, it looks like the London crew out to about a length.
So this looks to be a development boat for the Germans. Some under-23 internationals, and they've got that very distinctive green livery on the boat, which I'm used to seeing from a dominant Deutschland actor at senior level.
Yeah. But London got to a length quite quickly. Whether it will keep moving, I don't know. This London Rowing Club crew has been, they've really been focusing on this event. There's guys who've won, I think when I read it, there was something like 15 Henley Royal Regatta wins in this London crew. So they've got a lot of pedigree and they know how to win.
It's a huge amount of experience, and it is telling now. There's definitely some pedigree in this German crew, but this London crew just seems to have the better of them right now.
And it says, like we said in the bridge earlier, the ladies is the equivalent event, so it's people who are on the rise to becoming internationals. And here we have like a German underage composite crew getting beaten by a club crew. I mean, it's not patronising because it's a very high standard club crew with some very good athletes who've won many medals. But
I think it's a good observation, and I think there's something in that. If you're a German under-23 development crew, you're very used to racing in very structured environments, six-lane racing. You're not used to all the idiosyncrasies of Henley and match racing. I'm sure this London crew, there's a lot of Henley experience in this crew already, and they're probably making that show in addition to being a very well-drilled, well-trained crew.
And these guys got full-time jobs and rowing, trying to fit your social life in there maybe every other week or something. This German crew, still, I mean, like we said earlier, didn't they? You look at that crew, if they were up, you'd say they're rowing really well.
Yeah, I think that's right. It's actually hard to look at these crews and pick them apart on the basis of how they're rowing, but London definitely seem to be getting more out of it right now. Yeah, go down this London crew. There are headhunters, there are postdoctoral research fellows, there are civil servants, consultants, medics. These men are not focused on this all year round. This is something else they fit in, and so it's incredibly impressive that they're now so dominant against these German.
I mean, you wouldn't believe that's a club crew. That's just the form and the study, and look at the composure of their rhythm. It's exceptionally well done.
This will be some recompense for the early mornings and late evenings in the dark in the winter spent rowing up and down the tideway for them.
Yeah, and the German crews, you can see here from the commentary, really raising their rate of strike to come towards the finish line. But London have got this in the bag, I think.
Yeah, they just look very composed. They maybe brought the rate up just a little bit, but there's no danger for them, frankly, of the Germans coming back.
So here the final race of the morning session is a win for London Rowing Club against Markberger Ruderverein von 1920 and Olympischer Ruder Club Rostock von 1956 in the Ladies' Challenge Plate. So, what do you make of the racing this morning then, Constantine?
Well, I think we've seen quite a variety. I mean, it's been a light head, which has just extended the racing a little bit. We've seen how that affects single scullers a bit more, I think, than club crews. And of course, we've just seen Henley shining in the sunlight.
Yes, and there's lots of events that are starting for the first time today, with the double sculls and these sort of bigger, the top-end club events.
Yeah, well, I think it was interesting with some of those races. I think it told who had raced already and who hadn't. And the crews that have got a race under their legs were a little bit more settled, had a little bit more advantage, and disproportionately were winning races.
And now the racing is finished, everybody's moving themselves away to the restaurants or to the tailgates for a nice little picnic and come back for the racing at 2 o'clock later on. It's very casual out there, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a lovely temperature here today, actually. It's warm in the sun. But there's no danger of the stewards letting the gentlemen take their jackets off just today. I'm sure a glass of Pimm's would go down very nicely.
Okay, well, thank you very much. We've come to the end of racing today, and we're going to pass you on down to Ali Vans, who's down on the towpath.
So that is the morning session done and dusted. Thank you very much to all of our commentators. The draws are definitely starting to thin out. We're getting some of the big names starting their Henley Dream. And the tension around the boat tents definitely stepping up a degree. Now, one of the key races this morning, or one of the best head-to-head international races, came in the Prince Albert Challenge Cup, a race between Harvard University and Melbourne University. It went the way of Harvard, and I managed to drag 3 of the guys out from the tent. I'm going to start with you, Jackson. Good race?
Yeah, it was a great race. I think we got off the line cleanly and really found our speed and our rhythm. And then it was just all about the confidence that we have in our crew to just keep tapping it along and keep really pushing it as we came through the folly and up to the finish.
Is this your first Henley?
Yes,
Whereabouts in the States are you from?
I'm from Oakland, California. So yeah, first Henley for me.
Okay, and were you enjoying the whole experience?
Yeah, it's incredible. It's a really special place to row. And we're super excited that we can come out to be here.
Who have we got here? Herbie, is it?
Yes, Herbie. How are you doing?
That's not sounding like an American accent.
No, I'm from Oxford here in England. Been rowing for Oxford, Hinckley Sculling School for a few years now and went over to America this fall.
How are you enjoying it coming over with an international crew? Bit of a different Henley for you.
Yes, very different. We haven't had a chance to race any of our competition, so it's a very different experience from the other races I've done here.
Okay, right, third member of the... Well, there's obviously far more of you. They're warming down, but yeah, what's your name?
Brody Luce.
Okay, and where are you from in the States?
Berkeley, California.
Okay, enjoying is this your first Henley experience?
Yes. I've been to the UK before, but never to Henley. It's incredible, great atmosphere.
Yeah. Happy with this morning's performance?
Yeah, I think they're a great crew. They got us off the line, but we just, like Jackson said, we just had the confidence in our crew to row our race, and we were able to row them down. It was a hard-fought battle, but yeah, it was a fun race.
I think you're taking on Oxford next, who were very impressive in their heat. Did you see them race?
We saw them as we went on our warm-up, yes, against Oxford Brookes. It looked tight, and we didn't actually know the result until just now. So, yeah, now we know we're racing Oxford, so that's what we expected, and it's going to be a hard race.
Certainly is. It's going to be a great clash. Right, well done, guys. Enjoy the rest. And we'll see you back later in the week on Friday or so. Right, that is then the morning session done and dusted. Well done to all of our international crews. It is now time for the progress board. Here's Camilla and Fergus.
Thanks, Ali. It's day 3. The regatta is in full swing. The draw is thinning out. The big names are emerging, and the atmosphere on the bank and the boat tents is building into a very big weekend.
It's Thursday lunchtime at Henley Royal Regatta, and welcome to the progress board.
I'm Camilla Hadlin-Horrocks. I'm joined here by Fergus Mainland all week to take you through all things Henley Royal Regatta, and what a regatta it has been so far. The sunshine has been glorious. We've had throngs of supporters coming to the banks. The stewards' enclosures have been brimming with very, very happy people who have been popping open the sparkling wine. They've been dancing on the banks to the bandstand, and it really is the best of British summertime here on the banks of Henley-On-Thames. Just so much colour, so much spectacle, and we just absolutely love it here on the progress board.
We absolutely do. It's been a magnificent morning so far, but on today's show, we're going to zoom out a little bit and ask the big question: what does all of this actually mean, and what is going on beyond the racing that's taking place on the water? And to do so, we'll be catching up with Sarah Winklis, and we'll be hearing all about the work of the Henley Royal Regatta Charitable Trust, and we'll also be hearing from the Director of Operations of Henley Royal Regatta, Ed Warner, to learn about all of the meticulous planning that goes into all of the action, all of the building, because there's so much, isn't there, Camilla?
There is so much, and we've got so much to look forward to. We'll be bringing you your afternoon preview in just a few moments' time, as well as the big call once again. But before we do all of that, we're going to have a look back and recap some of this morning's racing, of which, Fergus, there were some phenomenal finishes this morning.
There really was, and I think what was incredibly exciting, we had some of our events that were starting for the first time at the regatta today, one of which was the Double Sculls Challenge Cup. We can take a look at some of that just now. It was a sensational race in the first of our picks this morning, as we said, the Double Sculls Challenge Cup. Oddershede and Poulsen of Bagsford Row Club Denmark going up against Wilkinson and Spoelstra of Greenbank Falmouth and Exeter Rowing Club. And it was a great start for the Brits. But it was the crew from Denmark who rode them down. They were sensational in the middle of the race, and as they came through the line, they were leading when it mattered most, coming through high fives all round, delighted with that performance. And they'll be progressing through to the next round of the Double Sculls Challenge Cup after a thrilling race this morning.
It's been comebacks all around this morning on day 3. And in the Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup for junior women's quadruple sculls, we also saw a magnificent throw-through from George Heriot. They were up against Los Gatos, the Californians, on the near side of your picture. They were extremely quick out of the blocks, but George Heriot's never lost faith. They were half a length down through the centre part of the course. But what a remarkable sprint finish from the Scots. The Scottish champions beating out the US national champions in this women's quadruple sculls event, and it was a length over the line, a real one to overturn there for George Heriot.
Well, another one of our events that got underway this morning was the Visitors Challenge Cup. It's one of the things, it's just a kaleidoscope of colour because we can have some great composites out there on the water, and we had another example of that just now. Roder Club Alemannia and Erste Kieler Roder Club from Germany went up against Potomac from Washington, D.C, and the Americans blasted out of the blocks, and they looked like they were in such a strong position right up until the finish line, because here come the Germans. Through Stewards' enclosure, through the floating grandstand, and once again, when it matters most, they're crossing the line first, ahead of the Americans, all the way from Washington, D.C, and congratulations to them. There's the photo finish. About a canvas or so in it as they came across the finish line. Razor-thin margins. And what's incredibly exciting is that our reporter, Ali Vance, is out there on the riverbank at the moment, and she was able to catch up with that German composite who won in this round of the Visitors Challenge Cup.
Well, one of the races of the morning came in the Visitors Challenge Cup. The German team, all from different clubs in Germany, up against a really top US crew. I'm going to start with you, Lucas. Talk me through those last few hundred metres, because you sprinted past the US crew.
Yeah, that was our last opportunity to get the race. And our first race of the season was in a small village in Germany. And we also had in the 8 strong opponents. And that was like a flashback to our first race, where we also sat the first time in a boat. And I knew we could make the race even if we were 1 length behind. And yeah, that was it. And then I just put up the rates, and I knew the guys would follow if we make a move, and that's exactly what happened.
They had no choice. You looked pretty knackered at the end.
Yes, it was quite hard, but I knew from last year you have to race from start to finish and don't give up too early. So we have to bring it to the line, and I think we did a good job.
Oscar, you won here last year.
Yes.
The rest of you are newcomers, so you know what it takes to win?
Yeah, I told them we have to give everything, and even when we are behind, we have to erase our race plan, and I think we did a good job again, yeah.
Jacob, what do you make of the whole Henley experience so far?
Yeah, it's for me the first time. It's such an incredible atmosphere with all the fans down the course. Yeah, it's such an amazing feeling to race here, and yeah, it was such a cool race. We had so amazing time, and yeah, we came closer and closer, and then it was just the moment. It was just incredible. Full. Yeah, full like a dog. Yeah.
And Matt, tell me, how did the 4 of you come together? You're all from different clubs. You're all what, former lightweights?
Yeah, we're all former lightweights. Some of us are lightweights no more, and we came together because our coach is connected, and our national season didn't go as planned. Then we just still wanted to have a good season, and I think that's a good highlight here.
Look, good luck with the rest of the rounds then. Rest up and see you later in the week.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Bye.
Well, good lessons there. If you're racing here this week, stick to your race plan, as we heard there from the Germans. That saw them through in that round of the Visitors Challenge Cup. Now, if you were with us yesterday, you'll know that we've been doing the big call with some of the stewards of Henley Royal Regatta this week. And yesterday, we were blessed to have Sir Matthew Pinsent joining us to make his big prediction from yesterday afternoon's racing. Now, he made the call that he thought London B were going to win out ahead of competition from the Netherlands, Damas. And Fergus, you actually commentating on that race. So let's see how it unfolded.
I did. I was able to keep an eye on him, keep an eye on how his picks and predictions were going from the commentary box. And I loved that start from Damas. I thought it was incredibly patient from them just to get a big V8 engine up and running. And they put themselves in a really commanding position in the middle of the race.
They did. And it was Sir Matthew's call that it was going to be a 3/4 of a length margin to London B, who are the trailing crew here. It was 3/4 of a length, but the wrong way around, Fergus.
It was the wrong way around. So we'll give him perhaps half a point for this this one for his big call, because it was, as we said, Damas across the line winners, and we are so excited to look ahead to our big call that will be coming up this afternoon, and we'll be putting our stewards under the spotlight again to see how well they know this regatta. But now let's step away from some of the racing. We'll step away from the two boats, the umpires launch, because there's so much that goes into the planning, the meticulous planning of Henley Royal Regatta. There is so much that goes into everything before the first drop of the umpire's flag, to the decisions about the length of the grass out there in stewards' enclosure. There's so much planning that goes into this regatta, isn't there, Camilla?
Yeah, there really is. And I guess we were given behind the scenes access, very rare, to see how it all unfolds, how this massive, ginormous operation of an event comes to life, from the first boat tents going up around April time to the final polishes on the umpire's launch before the first race of the day. It all comes together because of the hard work that the team do behind the scenes. And we managed to catch up with Director of Operations at Henley Royal Regatta, Ed Warner.
My name's Edward Warner, and I'm the head of operations here at Henley Royal Regatta. It's a year-round operation. We start doing everything literally as soon as the last regatta finishes, but the actual build itself takes about 13 or 14 weeks. There's an army of volunteers, there's an army of contractors, we've got a permanent staff, we have our governing body, the stewards, so there are literally hundreds of people that make the regatta happen. I get here about 6 a.m. and that's in anticipation of a briefing that we have with the chairman at 7 a.m. We have what we call the regatta standard, and Richard is out there first thing in the morning, normally with another steward or a chair's assistant, and he's checking that the site is both safe to open and that regatta standards are kept. People walk in on the first morning of the regatta and they look at the beautifully striped lawns, the immaculate tentage, and everything is just so. And that's as a result of all the hard work that everyone's put in over the weeks and months. The first thing obviously has to be anything safety related, so making sure that we've got all of the security teams, the medics, the lifeguards and so on in place, and that all of the pre-event checks have been undertaken. But then, of course, it's also about the standards and making sure that everything is in the right place and it's to the standard that people expect. So the booms are iconic. They really are the thing that makes the Henley course and makes Henley special. People say it's like rowing in a stadium. There are several hundred piles that get driven into the riverbed, and the booms are then floated between them to delineate either side of the course. So it's a big undertaking. And then, of course, there are also the river boxes that go in place, the start floats, buoy lines. It's a big operation. The Thames is a working river, but we've been around for a very long time. People know we're here. We operate to a very set timetable, and so that tends to work pretty well. We have a good working relationship with the other clubs and of course the Environment Agency. I like to think that we don't have too many pinch points. The challenge comes where, of course, something sometimes goes wrong. So you might have a delayed race, for example, and then it's all of the operation that then has to kick in to reschedule that race to make sure that we try and keep to some sort of timetable and don't go on too late. Without our amazing volunteers, we wouldn't have an event. It's as simple as that. And they come broadly from the world of rowing. So it's quite a close-knit community, and people ask those that are the stewards and tend to end up on a list to do a duty, whether that's commentating or working in the boat tents. So we have a really good pool there, and they're an amazing team. The perfect regatta would, of course, be a week where nothing goes wrong. Has it ever happened? Of course it hasn't. But generally we respond to those things pretty well, and we're a well-oiled machine, hopefully.
Amazing, isn't it? The scale of the effort that goes into putting together Henley Royal Regatta. But there's something that is just as remarkable is all of the work that is going off the water as well, because the Henley Royal Regatta Charitable Trust does a huge amount for communities that are associated with the rowing here at Henley Royal Regatta, supporting so many children and so many lives around the country, Camilla.
Yeah, Fergus, the Henley Royal Regatta Charitable Trust makes rowing accessible to young people who perhaps feel that the sport is out of reach for them in many ways. And there is nobody better to talk to us about the Charitable Trust than our next guest, who's joining us, Sarah Winkler, Olympian, world champion, and now trustee of the Charitable Trust. So great to have you joining us. And it would be great for those not so familiar with the Trust to talk us through what is it that they do and how does it all connect to what we're seeing unfold here this week at the Regatta?
Yeah, thank you. As Fergus said, we really want to change young life through the sport of rowing. And the problem that we've identified is we realise if we leave it to the schools, there's of the 25,000 young folk in there, or 25,000 schools, only 94 are having rowing clubs. So we have to access those young people through different ways. So the Charitable Trust is looking for connections, bringing pupils out of schools, into centres, into clubs, so they can experience this sport. It's inclusive. We want absolutely folk who would normally come across rowing to access our sport, and we see it change lives. It's simply one of the most rewarding things that I do get to do.
And talk to me about the funding. Where does that funding go? Is it going into grassroots sport, equipment to support things? Where would people expect their money and donations to go to?
Well, as you can imagine, we give up about £500,000 a year. It's really a good amount of money, but on capital projects, that wouldn't go very far at all. So if you were building, so mainly it's equipment. We give that through the Rowing Foundation. We also fund coaches and help make their development, and it's really important that we're able to support the programmes as well, so the young people can be feeling comfortable and have the right clothing to be able to do our sport.
Is there a project that you're particularly proud of? Since you've joined as a trustee, is there any one thing that you're like, yes, that was amazing?
Yeah, for me, I think it's so exciting that all aboard rowing that we can now see in the north of the country about 250 young people who are able to access their sport who simply wouldn't have got a chance otherwise. We've seen in Warrington rowing that element of it. One athlete who was potentially being excluded from school, and she has become deputy head girl and has gone off to an American university. So you can see her pathway was changed. And what we're seeing in all our projects is young people who perhaps when they're at school find that environment really quite difficult, and they find coping with their emotions difficult in that environment, learn self-control and teamwork through being on the water.
And how can people at the Regatta this week, or who are tuning in, watching our pictures around the world, support and contribute?
It's really, really important that they do come and support and contribute. We're really excited that Regatta, that people are donating in the shop when they're doing that as part of it, but also they can donate on our website. So simply Google or the Henley Regatta website, and you can donate through that button and that link there.
Sarah, you've been an elite athlete. You've also been involved in sport governance for such a long time. It would be great to know, what's your why? What's your purpose for being involved in this particular trust?
Well, for me, this sport changed my life. I can't tell you how lucky I feel I am to have got access to it. When I first was an international, I actually had the Henley Regatta Charitable Trust on my leg because the trustees at the time saw fit to help someone like me be able to afford the kit to go and compete for my country. And now I want others to have that access. And I heard Gina Davis in 2011 say young people have to see it to want to be it. And we know that young people have to see people like them out in boats to go, I could do that. And there are no barriers. If they can't swim, we can put life buoys on them, and we'll make this sport safe and accessible so people can really enjoy it.
Amazing. Sarah, that sounds absolutely fantastic. It's been wonderful to hear so much about the work that has been going on, and this seems like a fantastic opportunity for us to learn a little bit more about one of the projects where the Henley Royal Regatta Charitable Trust is changing lives.
Inverness is the best place in the UK to row. I don't think it can get much better than this.
I find it really peaceful.
I think it's great. It's actually like a physical, mental sport. It's like really fun. It's like uses every part of your body.
It gets you outside on the water, and it's a nice community and people.
Inverness Rowing Club is the most northerly rowing club in Scotland that does Olympic style rowing.
Fine boat rowing, so sliding seats based on the Caledonian Canal.
It's a really good place to row and a really easy place to learn to row as well.
A big strong section of junior rowers and senior rowers, many who compete, but many who just want to participate socially in the sport of rowing and sculling.
I'm not trying to make Olympic rowers. I'm trying to encourage people to engage in a physical activity. As the outreach officer, it's my role to introduce new people to rowing, so that might be their first time on a rowing machine or on the water.
The purpose of our outreach would be to deliver to people who maybe see themselves as unable to gain access to an activity, to create an openness within the community, to encourage people to come together who maybe think that they don't belong somewhere, but to show them that they do.
All the sessions that I offer are delivered free.
Elsa, our outreach officer, is going to schools. She's offering indoor sessions. She's bringing youth groups down. We have sessions with Highland young carers, with care experience young people, young asylum seekers, young people with learning difficulties. We really want to be pushed by the community to offer what they want from this.
Since Elsa's joined and become our outreach officer, I think the amount of people that we've had coming in giving it a shot has absolutely grown massively.
I think we reached 600 individuals between March 25 and March 26.
It's about participation. It's about people challenging themselves a little bit, doing something a little bit different, gaining the confidence of trying something new.
I think rowing is a niche sport and a lot of people don't realise that it's available to them.
Rowing has got a perception of being an upper middle class sport. It's probably seen as being expensive.
A lot of the barriers can be resolved fairly easily, and so that's what we're working to do, is to minimise those barriers, to diversify and bring in new people to the sport. The funding is essential for me to be able to offer what I do and be able to put full-time hours towards the sessions that we offer each week. Additional funding helps us to increase what we can offer, being able to employ sessional coaches, being able to invest in equipment and develop the offer that we have for accessible rowing or looking at our coastal sculling development is essential to keep us going and keep the momentum going.
We've made lots of contact with communities where people just would not have come down here before. I think the impact I'm seeing is more young people on the water, having fun. The difference that you see in them and their technique, their confidence growing, I think that's just going to go from strength to strength. If we can just make someone's life a little bit better, if we can make someone feel that they're not apart from something, but instead actually part of something, then I think that's work well done.
Amazing to see the work that Elsa is doing there with Inverness Rowing Club up in the north of Scotland. And Fergus, I mean, particularly pertinent for me, I actually learnt to row because of the Henley Royal Regatta Charitable Trust all those years ago. So yeah, I feel quite emotional watching that I'm only here today because of this amazing charity.
Fantastic. Who was your first rowing coach?
Gavin Coates was our Henley Royal Regatta Stewards Charitable Trust coach. And yeah, he made a real impact on our club, teaching so many people to learn to row. So yeah, it really has changed my life. It's amazing.
Fantastic.
So let's move away from that and now into the afternoon's programme. And when we were looking through the draw together this morning, Fergus, we had to whittle this down from about 20 races to just a few key ones to pick out for you today. And the first I want to draw your attention to is race 45. That's going at 2:15 p.m. Brookes B versus A.G.S.R in the Island Challenge Cup.
And I think there might be a couple of questions as to why we've picked, a B crew. But this is Oxford Brookes that we're talking about. They've won this event in 2021, 23, 24. They've got so much history and so much success that comes with the Island Challenge Cup in an event that is fairly recent. As we said, 2021 that the Island Challenge Cup came to life here at Henley Royal Regatta. But their B crew have been so strong this season, performing well at domestic events, including the University Championships here in the UK. But they're going up against A.G.S.R, as you said. And word on the street, they're at the Hollenbecker, one of the great Dutch events, and they took down the Dutch national team. So that's the calibre of student racing that we have here. So I think what we've got top-end speed from A.G.S.R, from the Dutch crew going up against strength and depth from Brookes' B crew. That matchup, I think, should be a really interesting one to watch out for.
Yeah, so that's student women's eights going off at 2:15 p.m. Now, let's talk about an event that we actually sort of previewed on Tuesday as part of Junior Tuesday, and this is the Forley Challenge Cup. Race number 65 going off at 4:15 p.m. this afternoon. I think we've got a great fixture between Marlow and Ridley.
We do. Our viewers will need no introduction to Ridley College, the Canadian national champions, and they, of course, race faced Norwich School. It was a tight affair. Close margins come the finish line because, of course, Norwich School, they were A finalists at the UK National Championships, the National Schools Regatta, back in May. So Ridley this time, they're going to be going up against another one of those finalists from the National Schools Regatta. This time it's Marlow Rowing Club. And Marlow, one of these phenomenal clubs where it's the junior men, junior women, the seniors, or perhaps it's the masters, the whole club. Everything is just wonderful about this club. The coaching staff are fantastic, and there's a real sense of community buzz, excitement about Marlow Rowing Club, and I'm fascinated to see how their crew gets on against the Canadian national champions.
Well, that will be a really tight one to watch, I'm sure of it. So do tune in for 15 p.m. for that one. And then finally, one that I circled many times on my programme, I will be Riverside for this one. Thames Rowing Club going up against De Hope in the Britannia Challenge Cup. This is an age-old rivalry, Fergus, but perhaps in a different event to what we usually see.
Age-old rivalry. We get to see the next chapter of it written here this afternoon at Henley-On Regatta. Thames and De Hope going in the Britannia Challenge Cup. We see them so often racing in the Thames Challenge Cup for the eights, the club eights, but here they are. De Hope, I think, they've lost out to Thames Rowing Club or London Rowing Club on numerous occasions, not quite getting the silverware that they want. So they're targeting the club Coxed Fours. And De Hope, they're coming in as red-hot favourites, I think, for this event. But Thames, the defending champions, who have won it 4 times in a row, the Britannia Challenge Cup. So the two of them, great programmes, a great Dutch programme, a great British programme. It's going to be a huge grudge match, I think, Camilla.
A huge grudge match. You can't ignore that record from Thames in the Brit, like you say, 4 back-to-back. But what can De Hope do with this Premier boat? They are going so far. So that is on at 6:05 p.m. this evening. But let's run you through all of the racing that we've got to come this afternoon as part of the programme. We're kicking off at 2 p.m. with the Temple Neuhaus versus Neuhaus in a student showdown there. But one thing I want to draw your attention to, the Olympic champion in the men's single sculls, Oliver Zeidler, starts his Henley campaign today, going for the 5th win in the Diamond Challenge sculls. That's at 2:50 p.m. We then roll all the way through to the end of the day. We've got the tea break shuffled in there somewhere, but after tea, that's when that great Thames versus De Hope matchup will come at 6:05 in the evening. You can see it there in the Britannia Challenge Cup towards the top of your picture. But I'm on the commentary shift later on this evening. You can catch me taking you through all the action from 6 p.m. to the end of the day, which will be that Britannia Challenge Cup between Thames Rowing Club and Royal Chester.
So much to look forward to. As Camilla said, she's going to be on commentary later on, so make sure you're all tuning in for that as well. But now, as we've said previously in our shows, Henley is so much more than just the racing. It's the characters, it's the excitement, everything on the towpath that brings this world-famous regatta to life. And our reporter, Ali Vance, is out and about. Yesterday, she had an incredible lunch that she was tucking into Steward's enclosure. Let's see what she's found out on today's Daily Buzz.
Well, one of the best things about Henley is the occasion to dress up. The girls look wonderful, the men with their blazers and their chinos. Everybody makes such an effort, apart from the Dutch, who come here wearing the filthiest, the dirtiest, the ripped, the most grotty blazers. What is the theme with you guys?
The theme is that we have like jackets and we pass them on to the new generation of crew rowers. So when you stop crew rowing, you will give your jacket to another crew rower that just started crew rowing, and we will pass it on and keep it as long in the family of the club as possible, and that makes them so old and filthy.
And so, yeah, filthy. Look at your arms. So the dirtier, the better. Is that right?
Yeah.
We've got some rips going on here.
That's
pretty
good.
Yeah, it's all good. Okay. But I mean, have these jackets been passed on, or do you purposely try and make them look like they're as old as possible?
This is like the first one that made him, and I think this is the 5th time that it's passed on.
So they are really as old as. And have you got much history with your jackets? How old are they? Have we got any really old ones? I mean, yours looks pretty old.
Mine is about 20 years old, I think. And he's been ripped in half a few times.
And lovingly put back together. It's great. Thank you very much, guys. I've always wondered, and you're not the only one, all of the Dutch clubs, all of the Dutch rowers come here in the most ripped blazers. Yeah, another quirky element to Henley.
Thank you so much, Ali. Yes, a quirky element to Henley, but there's so much history and tradition with those blazers, and it's wonderful to see them scattered all over the towpath here at Henley Royal Regatta.
Next up, we've got the big call. This is where we bring on a steward of Henley Royal Regatta, those that organise this whole event, and see how well they know their own regatta. And again, delighted to be joined this time around by Jess Eddy, Olympic silver medalist, steward of Henley Royal Regatta. And Jess, great to see you here in your London Rowing Club blazer. They had an amazing regatta last year, but have you been keeping a track on how London are doing in 2026?
I have, thanks to the intro, Camilla, doing a great job here. We've had a bit of a mixed day yesterday. In the Wargrave, our London A boat, we thought they'd make it through. I thought I'd see them here at the weekend, and City of Cambridge just really took it to them. Fair play to City of Cambridge, but in the Thames Cup, our men's A, looking very strong there.
Yeah, they are looking particularly strong. I saw them out on the water and thought they're going to be ones to beat, aren't they? But, you know, you're a steward here at the regatta. We talk about how much work and effort, particularly, you know, you're part of the management committee as well. What sort of jobs have you been doing this week? Where have you been? Tell us, you know, the story of your regatta so far.
So we do everything here. It looks like we stand around chatting to you. Sometimes I'm doing that. I'm in the commentary box. I'll be there this evening. I think I'm passing it over to you. We are checking your boats when you get on the water. We're manning the finish line with that little beep you hear. A steward's literally press the button. We're aligning the boats at the start and generally just making sure this runs. So we've got an incredible team in the HQ that run it really as the HQ staff. Amazing volunteers, amazing behind the scenes, people that are serving you your drinks, everyone that's making your lunch for you in the middle of a field, in the middle of Henley. So we do kind of the bits around the edges, but the full range of things is what steward does.
And Jess, I know you've been particularly involved with the new trophies that are debuting here in 26 as well. You know, how has that been, and how has it been seeing it all come to life here with these 3 new women's quadruple sculls events?
Yeah, it's been incredible and a huge privilege to be a part of kind of the trophy group, we're called. We've brought in those 3 new events. We've got some great trophies that we're kind of reusing. So you're going to see that the Queen Vic, and you're going to see a brand new one in the Danesfield. So we've got the Princess of Wales as well as a trophy made in the 90s, but we've repurposed it and used it for now. And I think that's a great showing that we can make new pieces of silver, but also the sustainability of reusing silver, I think is really important for what we're bringing.
Well, Jess, we've got you in for your big call. It's been wonderful to hear about London and all the various elements of the regatta, but you're here for the big call, your big moment of the afternoon's racing. What is it? What should we be looking forward to in today's racing?
No pressure. I'm going to keep it London-based, but this time University of London. I think keep an eye on that crew. University of London in the Island at 5:40 versus Nearhouse. Nearhouse is seeded. UL raced yesterday, beat Imperial. I think UL are going to win by a 1 1/4 lengths today at 5:40.
Clear water win.
Just going to break them, yeah.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, Jess, thank you so much. We're really excited to look ahead to that big call that'll be coming in amongst all of the other outstanding racing that we will have here at Henley Royal Regatta. But that's it for the Thursday edition of the Progress Board, and racing will be back in about an hour's time at 2 o'clock.
You can catch all the action. If you've missed some of those really close races that we showed this morning, amongst others, go to the Henley Royal Regatta YouTube channel. You can catch up on all the action there. And of course, like Fergus says, we'll be back at 2 p.m. Do stay with us. We're going to have some amazing racing this afternoon. As we've already talked about, we could barely pick between the races as to which ones to watch. So make sure you're tuning in 2 p.m. for this afternoon session of racing. And for now, enjoy every stroke.
Attention! It's 9:30 on day 3 of Henley-On-Thames Regatta, and we're on to race 6. And this is Trinity College Hartford in the USA against University of London. Seen both of these boats on the water already, and both have impressed. Both will have ambitions to get through to the weekend, and fiery starts, getting as much pace into that boat as possible, and they are really thrashing out the pace there.
The standard in this event is insane. I'm so excited about this student event, the Temple Challenge Cup. Having sat by and watching qualifiers, I just watched crew after crew after crew that I thought could be in this 32, and of course now they're here, they're having that opportunity to race side by side. Both these crews were selected, so wouldn't have had to go through qualifiers, but look at this, they are absolutely hammer and tongs next door to each other, and the noise we can hear from the cocks, hear from the blades. Oh my god, I love eights racing.
Yeah, it's such a spectacle, isn't it? So much power, so much speed. Now the boat speed there, and this could be one of the big races we've seen of the week so far, Sarah, looking at it, because there's nothing to call. But the University of London, they got a tiny lead, haven't they? But nothing that will worry Trinity College Hartford of USA at this stage. They're just trying to stretch it out a bit at the moment, the University of London. This is a crucial stage of the race, isn't it? And they have managed to stretch out the lead to 3/4 of a length.
Yeah, that is. It is a crucial stage, and you can see the puddles as we talk about from each blade. And University of London, their stroke man and their 7-man, the people at the back of the boat as we're looking at them, just covering nicely there. The boat is moving, and looking at it there from the bows, you can see how the bow ball is just lifting up. 8 men moving really synced well together, and you can see there's no check on that boat, which is giving it really, really efficient and good, great speed.
Still quite a bit of the race remaining though, and London will be acutely aware of that. There's lots of metres to cover still, and it gives Trinity College a bit of hope. They are not giving up. They really are in the race, hounding University of London here.
Yeah, and this University of London crew will have been together. They've won at the Ghent earlier on in the Open 8s, and were actually fourth in the B final at Met. So they've been out there working in that 6-lane racing, and then testing their mettle side by side here against Trinity College Hartford, coming over from the US of A and having travelled here last week, so it'll be interesting to see how they fare.
Well, this will be taking quite a lot out of that boat, won't it? The London boat won't be reducing the rate or letting up any of the speed. They're going to have to put everything into this race to be sure of getting through.
Yeah, and looking at the navy blue and gold on the right-hand side, you can see that those guys, the blades are just coming up to the water a little bit. There's a little bit of air, as we call it, at their catch before they put it in, and that means that they're probably just missing a little bit of the opportunity to put their power down there. Slightly different style from the University of London's purple blades that we can see coming down to the water, but it's going to go all the way. I love this competitiveness in this Temple event.
Yeah, that little detail that you picked up on could make all the difference, couldn't it? It just shows details, because this has been a tight race, and University of London have had to get it absolutely right. Over the line they go, and through in the Temple Challenge Cup. And the Trinity College Hartford, well, they gave that a seriously good go, didn't they? Terrific race.
Yeah, that's amazing. You see how much it cost the University of London's guys, but high fives round, they're through to the next round.
Into the race of the Double Sculls Challenge Cup. This is race number 8, and we've got the Danish boat trailing at this early stage of the race, very early stage of the race. We've got Wilkinson and Spoelstra of Falmouth and Exeter rowing clubs down Devon and Cornwall way, down in the West Country, against the Danes, and it's the West Country who are on top in the early stages on the buck stage. You can see there on the right of your picture.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. Seasoned Henley winner, or Henley competitor, Tim Wilkinson, 7 appearances he has done. His partner, new to this event, and same in the other crew. We've got a returner there who's had some Henley competition, but yeah, it's going to be watching what happens as we come down this race. You can see, look at that, and the Danes, their faces are grimacing, they're pressing on. They won't like being down at this stage in this race.
Yeah, the black, white and green to the left there, that's the Danish boat of Magnus Oddershede and Johan Poulsen from Copenhagen. So that was the early stages of the race. Now we're live, and you can see that the Danes have put in a decent shift there, worked very gradually back into it, and now they are level, and this is hotting up, this race.
Yeah, we watched Greenbank Falmouth Rowing Club go out fast with the Exeter Rowing Club there and press out, try and get the advantage, but the Danes now are coming through this middle part there. As we talk about it, just seeing that rhythm, that pace coming through, and side by side at this stage.
So they're very level, and it's going to be a tight race, isn't it? The Danes had got back absolutely level. I think there's been a push from the men from Devon and Cornwall, Tim Wilkinson and Gerbran Spoelstra.
This is really exciting, Tim, because we've talked about this holding headwind, and of course we've got some lightweight rowers from Denmark. The stroke man there, he has been part of the Danish lightweight quad in earlier years. So again, it's maybe a smaller athlete, and then we've got the slightly bigger athletes ahead, and this holding headwind will help the bigger athlete. And you can see there on the picture the cat's paws that I've been talking about. That is a holding headwind that they'll be feeling, and you know, it affects the crews differently.
So a very tight race here. Double Sculls Challenge Cup on the Thursday. This is race 8, and we've got the crew that had to qualify from down in the West Country. Absolutely level with the Danes all the way through. Have they pushed on a little bit in the last few seconds? Whilst I'm talking, this is a distinct and possibly definitive move from the Danes that might wrap up the race, but they're only less than half a length, and I think there's a reply on the Buck station there.
Tim, you're spot on. This is absolutely what's happening. One crew goes and pushes up, gets quarter of a length up, and the other crew goes, no, I'm not ready to go home, and goes again. We're looking here at the Danes, absolutely concentrated in their boat. They know exactly what they want to do, and so making sure that they're really kind of efficient and together, but they will be wondering in their heads what is happening, or sensing the other crew.
And what you can see in this race, these smaller boats, there's more lead changes and pace changes down the course, whereas the 8 settle in. Here's a great example of smaller, more nimble boats changing and responding, and Wilkinson and Spoelstra there, Sarah.
Yeah, interesting. You just saw Tim Wilkinson there in the bow seat have a little glance, have a look, and he'll be giving that feedback. He'll be talking through where they are to his stroke man to keep this crew together. This is going to go all the way to the finish. It's a very, very good contest at this stage.
It's not far to go now until the finish, and the Danes have powered their way on, and they've managed to get the biggest lead that either boat has enjoyed, but I don't think Wilkinson and Spoelstra have given up yet. It's in the final few strokes of this dramatic Double Sculls Challenge Cup race, and we are not far from home, and the Danes are hanging on there. You can see in their green, they are nearly there.
I think the Danes have it,
over the line by half a length. It was a fantastic race, but well done to Magnus Oddershede and Johan Poulsen from Copenhagen, beating Tim Wilkinson and Gerbran Spoelstra.
Yeah, they're delighted, you can see that.
Attention! The Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup, George Heriot School on the Berkshire Station, and Los Gatos Rowing Club of USA on the Buck Station. So we're off and running. And Los Gatos with a good pacey start, but right in there at the moment, George Heriot School. So this is early on in the race, just off Temple Islands. Looks like a tight race, this one, Mark.
Yeah, and it's kind of, we talk about often getting off the start, you know, they haven't raced each other before, so they're kind of unknown, trying to make sure you do your race plan off the start, but then making sure you get into that rhythm and trying to keep the other crew under pressure.
So George Heriot School on the left. Lots going on in these quads, isn't there? This is a junior quad event. So here's the umpire speaking to the American boat, Los Gatos, being invited to get back onto their side of the water.
Yeah, that's an early flag. I'm going to give that one a bit early.
There's still that waving, the umpire.
Yeah, still not happy.
Yeah. Los Gatos from Silicon Valley over in California, Santa Cruz Mountains.
It's beautiful, beautiful location. My wife came from Potomac Valley, so, you know, that area is absolutely stunning.
You spent a year, did you spend a year coaching over there?
I was at UCLA, yeah, so I went to UCLA, so I was down in LA, living in Santa Monica, which was beautiful by the beach. It seems like a different world from where I am now. There's no beaches in kind of Surrey, but yeah, it was awesome, and learned a lot out there about the NCAA system and the college system and actually recruiting athletes. You know, it was a lot of fun,
Well, this is a really good race. George Heriot School competing excellently. Los Gatos Rowing Club, very tight. Pressure on both boats. Both boats will be thinking we've got a good chance here. This is in the later stages. We're well past halfway now, getting in front of the Regatta and Stewards enclosure in the next few moments. And this will be one of the races of the morning.
And this is about, you know, whoever's kind of leading the crew or the voice of the crew, you know, what information they're sharing, you know, what calls are being called.
At the moment,
how to respond.
The Californian boat is up, but not by much. Aretha Lou in the bow seat for Los Gatos. Chloe Stopford, Jenny Yoda and Anika Fadnis in the blue and white. There they are. They're having to...
You can see them just...
It's a good race, this one. They've got to keep their race together, haven't they?
But I guess it's when you start going through the gears, you come to those enclosures, you'll start to hear the noise, and there is nothing, I don't know, there's just something really special about coming through when there's a close race and people start screaming from the banks. That adrenaline starts to kick in. But can you use that in the right way together as a crew rather than just someone individually kind of picking up on it?
Well, it's a fantastic race because Los Gatos were up, and now George Heriot School have battled back, and they've indeed taken the lead, have they? This is going to be incredibly close. In front of Stewards, we've only got a few more strokes remaining. Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup, race of the morning so far. George Heriot School, and there's a problem in the American boat. Los Gatos losing a bit of pace there, and we've got the chance for George Heriot to take advantage and win by 3/4 of a length, but with a few strokes remaining in that California boat, Los Gatos, they had a problem, and George Heriot took full advantage, steamed past, and in race 11, Mark, that was a lot going on there.
That was an amazing race. You know, George Heriot School just kept plugging away. They put Los Gatos under pressure, and the steering bit at the end just affected their boat speed.
That was, by that time, George Heriot had it in the bag, didn't they? They'd leapt on the chance. They just had a moment where there was a problem in the Los Gatos boat, and George Heriot, that's why they'd raced so well all the way down the track there. They had that moment which they could take advantage of.
And also they weren't warned once, I didn't see, the steering, where Los Gatos were constantly warned to get back, and obviously the steering was definitely playing a part.
So their celebrations in that boat. So this is the problem in the California
Start
boat.
to drift, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a little bit of meandering.
It kills the speed, like it just drops it down, trying to get back.
Whereas in the Berkshire station at George Heriot School, they just went ramrod straight, didn't they? There was no drama there. So next on the water, it's the Diamond Challenge sculls. Nick Whalan on the Berkshire station, and on the Buck station we've got Christopher Baxter. A long and lonely few minutes ahead for both of these athletes. And a steady start from both. Very level in the early stages. So Nick Whalan from the Sydney Rowing Club in Australia, and we've got the South African Christopher Baxter on the water. Proper international match-up this, isn't it?
Yeah, because I'm just looking at the different styles here. I always love looking at different styles when you've got singles, especially from this shot. You just see how kind of upright the kind of body is there, the kind of swing. Yeah, it's really interesting, different styles there.
Lovely shot of the Hambledon Valley fading into the distance. Temple Island dominating that. Here's Christopher Baxter. See in the green and gold. Going past the camera point there. What do we think about the long socks hitched up? There's some physiological reason for that, isn't there?
Yeah, are they compression socks?
Yes.
Or is it where he slides, which I'd be surprised now because of the wing boats and the way the slides and the seats are in the boats.
Is Nick Whalan all right? He went very close to the boom and then has had to correct. And you mentioned in the previous race, Mark, taking speed out the boat when the steering goes wrong, and that's a great example of it.
Yeah, just literally just like it just kills. It's like a handbrake, and then you got to get going again, and that just, it's not cost effective of energy. So yeah, that would definitely him. But it looks like kind of Baxter's kind of definitely, you know, taking control of this and is, you know, is enjoying it. But he's be interested to know how tall Baxter is. He looks really tall, like height-wise, 6'5", maybe.
For balance.
Just to look at, oh, has he got a long body? Just looks really tall in the boat.
Yeah, good high posture.
Yeah.
But there is a challenge there. He makes the boat look very narrow, doesn't he? This example there.
And what I love about that shot is you can see how unsettling the water is. Like, you've got, you know, some really experienced athletes in singles here, and just the challenges with, you know, you've got boats going up on the side, the wash that comes across. You know, it's less forgiving in the smaller boats.
Yeah, when you've got the big powerful 8s on there, they all sit a bit better, don't they? And they can compete against the pleasure craft, which are on the other side of the river, whereas in a single, you're bobbing around. And
or if you catch like a wake as well, you can start to surf on it, and it sometimes make you drift as well.
But the South African there, Christopher Baxter, 26 years old. He's once previously been at Henley. Put together a good race here. Ambitions to get well into the weekend, and has the opportunity now to try and conserve some energy for that.
Do people put whoops on their arms, or is that band? He's got band on his arm. Is that? Just wonder what that's for. Is it a data thing, or is?
Over the line, and he'll be very pleased with his performance there. That's Christopher Baxter beating Nick Whalan of Australia, and in front of stewards, getting the polite applause from the spectators. Getting busier, a bit of a breeze in stewards, but plenty of rowing fans down there early this morning to watch Nick Whalan get over the line in the Diamond Challenge sculls. So an international one coming up. This is the Dutch against the Americans in the Visitors Challenge Cup. And we're watching steering on the buck station. You can see they got nervous there. They got close to Temple Island, and now they're having to correct and veer out towards the middle of the water. That's why it's so difficult, isn't it? It was tough for the Americans there. They got too close to Temple Island, then had to steer out into the middle, and that's probably...
They're really close there to look how close they are.
And that will account for their a slight deficit in this race. They're just down a little bit, aren't they?
But that's where you saw them come out from those images early on, is where the island kind of it does veer out and your peripherals push you away from it.
So they haven't gone the quickest route, the Americans. They are perilously close to the booms. This is the Visitors Challenge Cup. And they're recovering here. The Potomac Boat Club is calming things down, and they've got back into a decent race rhythm. But that was a slightly scary first couple of 100 metres for them, wasn't it? There's too much going on.
Exactly, rather than just straightforward off the start, get into a rhythm. Yeah, you're trying to worry about things, but hopefully now they're more composed. You know, they kind of have control. They haven't really kind of broken away from
the Dutch
crew, so yeah, be interested to see what happens in the next couple 100 metres before they kind of make their way to the enclosures.
So just talking about the conditions, Mark, you were, I think you were being drenched again, weren't you, by more water?
Yeah, there's more water coming down, yeah, so I was running around.
It's only rainwater that's collected. It's not raining or even close to raining at this stage. It's quite sunny now, but you reckon it's windy down at this end of the track?
Yeah, you can see like the images here, the water's, you know, there is a bit of energy there from the launches and wash, but there's no wind in this section. As you come to the enclosures, you can see the kind of wind starting to come across from the courses. We're looking at the images now from right to left.
The Dutch having a go, keeping in contention with the Americans. A bit of overlap there, isn't there?
There's enough to give them a sense that they're still in the race. It's not done yet. So it'd be interesting to see when they start to go through those gears to try and get back on terms to put the American crew under pressure.
Just watching that American crew again, the steering, they went out towards the middle. They got a bit nervous about that. They've now started to head back to the buck side of the water. It's just these minor steering adjustments that's costing both boats. And look, they're still right in it, the Dutch here.
Yeah, we're you come into that 5-minute 40 phase. So they've probably got about another 50 seconds, 60 seconds left till they get to the kind of finish.
So in front of the...
So about 20, maybe about 30 strokes left. So trying to get those strokes in there to get back on track, that Dutch crew is really important.
It's coxless fours. Very demanding for the athletes here without the aid of a cox and the steering. At the moment, it's the American boat, the Potomac Boat Club of USA, beating the Dutch. There they are in the red and white.
Oh, the Dutch are coming.
Dutch are having a fight here, aren't they? They've just changed gear, blink of an eye. The Dutch hammering towards home, and have they left themselves enough time? What a change of gear that is. There's a response from the Americans on the buck station. You can see them on the right-hand side. They'll have been rattled by that change of pace. And how distracting was it for the Americans? Because the Dutch suddenly flew, and they've taken the lead. And on the Berkshire station, what a finish to a race that is. The Dutch boat absolutely bombed past the Americans there. Incredible change of gear.
Yeah, and I think they caught the American crew sleeping.
Yeah,
they weren't expecting that at all. They were not expecting that. I did say there was 50 seconds to a minute left to get those strokes in.
You reckon there were 20 to 30 strokes left, and
nice.
With about 15 strokes left, they said, right, now we'll go to work. And it keeps them in. So well done to the Dutch. We were not expecting that after the the first 2,000 metres of the race. You thought that's going to be the Americans. More Americans on the water. Another boat, this time Yale University, Had Miami just now. Yale far more established at previous Henley-On regattas. We see their name pop up all the time, don't we? So it's Yale University in the Temple Challenge Cup on the Berkshire station up against Durham University on the Buck station. So this is student 8. So good progress early from Yale University. Left of your picture, but it's game on here. There's not much between the two.
No, and you can see the aggressive style of the way that Yale race it. There is just, it's all about power. Boom. Get it on, get it in, get it on.
This one of several races that will no doubt be reflected upon during the lunchtime show, 12:30. Make sure you tune in for that. So a good summary of what's gone on and a good look ahead to what's happening during the afternoon. 12:30 with our team here, the lunchtime show. Well worth catching if you can. And Yale, well, they've got an unexpected issue here. They've got to catch up with Durham because I think Durham about a quarter of a length up, are they?
Yeah, and I guess that most people would have seen, you know, this race on paper, Yale v Durham. Your initial mind goes to Yale, definitely.
Definitely for me, yeah.
Yeah, but Durham have really kind of set out well. They got off the start, putting Yale under pressure early. And they're looking really good as well. Like they're not worried about being in front. They seem comfortable with the way they're moving.
Yeah, don't look phased at all about the might of Yale, 3/4 of a length down now. So Durham here really putting in a good shift. And actually they're quite a long way through the race at this point. They'll fancy their chances from here because they're getting in front of the regatta enclosure now. In the next few strokes they'll be in front of the regatta enclosure and then in front of stewards. And they've got a good lead at that point. Let's have a look. These are the live pictures. And Durham still lead, but Yale far from giving up.
Yeah, they've still got that advantage, but you'd expect now this is when the Cox and the Yale crew. Edward's going to be really calling Mohr now, Mohr, because they're coming to that enclosures.
This is Edward Crossway Air, who's the Cox in the Yale boat. Very good finish to this one. This is a Temple Challenge Cup. Yale University found themselves trailing mid-race, and Durham have had to respond because Yale fought back as you'd expect. And Durham, what a performance.
Yeah.
They have really put in an impressive performance there.
That was textbook how you race at Henley.
Yeah.
Get out in front, absorb the push, and then hang on.
And the absorb the push bit was done brilliantly, wasn't it?
Really impressive.
What I was perhaps expecting was Yale University to make more of an impact, but Durham University weathered that storm and held on right through to the finish. That's the Temple Challenge Cup, and well done to Durham University who progress. Attention! Big international clash then. America against Australia. Harvard University of USA on the Berkshire station, and Melbourne University of Australia on the Buck station.
It's a big matchup this one. In the next round they'll also meet that amazing Oxford University crew that we saw earlier in the day that were looking very strong. But this is a great start here for both crews, looking very level.
Yeah, punchy start from Melbourne University, who have got the early lead.
They have just put their noses out in front there, haven't they? It's I think it's quite nice for the Coxes in these Coxed fours, because you're actually a bit more down in a slightly racier position, right? And it's quite nice being at the front of the boat, so you've got that clear view of the course. But definitely having a little look across there to see where the opponents are. But what a great race so far. Very matched crews, these.
Yeah, we saw the Australians get out fast, but the Americans now have taken a little bit of a lead, have they? Let's have a look. Yeah, a fraction.
Yeah, that's it. The Crimson are coming. They've managed to sort of overhaul that early lead there from Melbourne University.
So Harvard University now extending their lead.
The trick here is for Melbourne is to stay in touch here and not let Harvard creep away from them. I'm sure their cox there, Pippa Klug, will be keeping an eye on what the Harvard crew is up to, just making sure they stay in contact here as we come down the middle of the course.
So Natalie Gregg, the cox in the American boat, from London actually, at school in Hammersmith, and coxing on the tideway now at Harvard, and we'll be looking at this race and thinking, well, we've done it all right here, because having gone down early in the race, the first few hundred metres, it looked like it might be the Australians, the Melbourne boat, that was better off, but that's good, isn't it, from the Americans? They've fought back well. I don't think the Australians are beaten yet, though.
No, I think you're right. Yeah, I think they're starting to wind it up a bit, aren't they? And they're looking like they're closing down some of that distance, inch by inch. I was looking at the blade work there from the aerial shot, and it did look like the Harvard puddles, the little kind of, you know, the water splash and the little puddles left on the oars. It looked a little bit neater, so it looked like they were probably rowing a little bit more efficiently, but it's still close, although... Have Harvard just shifted another gear just to open out again?
They had something in answer then, didn't they? Pippa Klug has got a big job, the cox in the Australian boat, because she's the only one that can see what's going on and the extent of the gap up to Harvard. That's Natalie Gregg, who we were talking about earlier, in the crimson and white, the Harvard boat.
She's definitely keeping them up and racing in the Harvard boat. They're up 34.5 strokes per minute, I could see on their stroke box in the boat there. So obviously they're keeping it pretty lively there for a coxed 4 at this stage in the race, just before you would wind in for your sprint.
Yeah, the communication here fascinates me, because of course Natalie Gregg, who we can see in the Harvard boat, that's Pippa Klug there in the Australia boat, but they can only see a very limited amount of the picture, can't they? And you can see in that lead boat, Natalie Gregg there, she can see ahead, but we'll have no idea that in the last few seconds they've stretched ahead Harvard, and that's
they've put the hammer down there, haven't they? Really giving themselves quite a nice margin to finish on.
But that doesn't reflect the race, does it, really? Because most of the race, the Australians were right in it until the final couple of hundred metres. Harvard University through in the Prince Albert Challenge Cup. The Australians look right in contention for most of it. Just faded in the last couple of hundred metres. So through go Harvard.
Okay, now back down at the start for the heat of the Visitors Challenge Cup. On the left-hand side, we have St Edward's Masters Boat Club, Poulsen Scholars School. On the right-hand side, Nautilus R.C. And we've got a view here from the umpire's watch. We don't get this very often. This is great to see this.
It's a good shot when you're so much going on in those early stages. To be that much closer to it, it really lets you see how much energy is going into the boats and how much there is in terms of getting the boats up and moving up to peak speed, and then trying to find a transition into kind of cruisy race mode.
And it kind of gives you an idea of what the umpires are looking at and what they have to manage. So there, the crew on the right side, Nautilus, was near the buoys and near the island, and now they're coming towards them, and now they're sort of trying to steer away. And so I think it's always hard when you come off the island and you transition into your rhythm. That's when you can relax, kind of, in terms of the steering, but it's quite high pressure up to that point.
Yeah, that's it, definitely. I agree with you that, Adrian. There's a lot of pressure on you, and actually both crews there, you know, in a Cox's Fork, the steering can be an issue, but that's been amazing. The Nautilus crew, which is essentially a sort of GB squad crew, the C crew, third boat, up against a sort of a formed crew from Martis, which is St Edward's alumni, and then Tideway Scholars School. They've actually given them quite a surprise there, actually, and both these boats will be probably relatively scratch, I assume, or not been racing that much this season.
Yeah, not much at all. But you see, like here, the St Edward's School in Berkshire, the St Edward's Martin Scholars School in the Berkshire station, is really doing a great job here, moving out to maybe a canvas lead and settled into looks like quite a sustainable rhythm. Actually, it's not very heavy at all. They've got good acceleration. I don't think they've overcooked that at all.
They're really well there, haven't they? They've actually they've leapt out pretty well, and they're going to really challenge this GB development crew, push them pretty hard. They look like they've got a nice sweet rhythm in that boat, spinning it long, maybe an extra stroke per minute, but just starting to edge out a little bit of a lead there, aren't they?
Yeah, they are, and they I think they've moved out quite quickly to that canvas, and now the crews are growing at the same kind of speed, and this is when the pressure is difficult, isn't it? Because you start moving away, if you stop moving away, the balance of power, it does shift even if you're ahead.
Yeah, I mean, as we're watching, we've started to see that Nautilus crew creep back into the picture, and so it's definitely not a done deal. They're really having to find the best rhythm they can and put as much watts down as they can through the middle of the course to see who's going to crack first.
I think what I'm really liking here, the far crew, when the blades go in the water, the boat keeps moving, whereas the crew on this side, when the blades go in the water, the bows and the stern go backwards a little bit. I think that's the difference. Is when the blades go in the water, the crew near us is losing maybe an inch or two, and the far crew just keeps moving.
It's a bit more sweetly on the far side, isn't it? The near side crew, the scullers and the martyrs and scullers crew,
it's almost like they're
jumping
moving through in that transition from coming forward and putting the blade in. It's almost they're gaining boat speed in that point there before they do the work.
And as you've been saying that, Adrian, we've actually just watched the far crew, the Nautilus crew, just start to creep through and just start to take the lead off here. So you've got a good eye, Adrian.
So it looks like, I think that's just going to keep them going, isn't it? Because they're not doing it with effort. That's just going to be sustainable going forward now, isn't it?
I think so. We definitely, unless it looks like they're encroaching on each other a little bit in the middle of the course here, don't they? So I'm sure there'll be an umpire's warning soon for the Nautilus crew, because they are leaving, well, they're sort of closer to the middle. I think that's fine now. It'll be interesting to see what the umpire's flag is doing.
I'm sure the umpire's doing a bit of work at this stage.
I think you're right. There's been definitely economy there, and they've been a pip down on the rate, although I think they've gone one pip up now, haven't they, in the Nautilus boat, this is the perfect time to do it. You want to go a bit earlier as you get into the stand. You don't want to leave it too late because you run out of track.
And also, if you're rowing through them, I mean, maybe take a bit more effort, but you want to keep that momentum going and try and break the spirit of the other crew a little bit.
Yeah, look, that umpire flag is up, and it's clearly going to be warning one of the crews or either crews very soon. It's that just was looking like the boat.
Still, the crews here having to ramp up the rate as they come into the enclosures. The cheer from the crowds, they won't be hearing any of that now. Just saying flat out trying to win this race.
Yeah, it just looks like the Nautilus crew just had a slightly slicker gear change there, and it just opened out to nearly a length, nearly clear water. But what a great race in the visitors again. This has been
both crews did a good course, really competitive the whole way down the track. And here we're coming up to the finish line here. As they cross the line, the margin is about a half a length, and it's a win for the Nautilus Rowing Club C crew against St Edward's Martyrs Boat Club and Tardway Scholars School. Tough race, good rowing as well.
Attention! Go!
So this is the heat of the Double Sculls Challenge Club. On the Berkshire station, we have Leander Club. On the Buckingham station, Nottingham Rowing Club. So this Leander crew of Cartwright and Gar, I think, are unofficially the second GB Double Scull, having to compete against the British Double Scull, Hayward and Knight, that came 5th at the last World Cup. So it's pretty tough, isn't it? You're that high of a standard, but you're not going to a World Cup.
It's tough, isn't it? And I think, were they part of the quad as well that has been sort of broken into doubles from the Seville World Cup? So that's a very high standard in that double scull, which we can see on the far side of the screen, which is just opening out a lead from the chaps from Nottingham Rowing Club. So a bit of a tall order for these guys, Black and Smith, but they're sculling nicely. They're giving it a good shot there and representing Nottingham.
So Black and Smith actually were the fastest non-qualifiers, but as a consequence, somebody was knocked out or somebody had to withdraw. They've been moved up to race today. So actually, it's a bit of a Billy bonus, isn't it? They've managed to come and race today.
Oh, it's fantastic. I mean, what an amazing call-up to have. You know, you're sort of you've had all that kind of down, sort of emotions of obviously racing but not quite qualifying, and then to get a call-up is fantastic. So yeah, great to see them in here. But they're sculling well, but being outsculled here by the British duo, aren't they?
Yeah, exactly. You can see the difference in both power, cohesion, just the way they push the boat. The power under the water and the continuous movement of the boat. It's just a different league, isn't it?
Yeah, that double here on the front of picture now with the Leander double scull, the GB athletes really surfing along nicely, isn't it? Lifting out the water, catapulting forwards, and you can see the wind is challenging because it is knocking both boats around, but they are doing a great job at this as they come through the middle section of the course.
And it's tough in the double sculls because it's the only double sculling event in our regatta. There are no intermediate events, no club or school events. You either race with the internationals or you don't compete.
Yeah, and it's the only one without a fancy name as well, isn't it? It's the only one that's just named after the boat type.
Good observation here. And here we go. Here we have Cartwright and Gare. So Gare is nearest us, Cartwright in the bow. What are you seeing with that then? As they row away.
It looks pretty sublime, doesn't it? You know, I think for a slightly crossy wind in a double, that looks nice and tidy. I'm sure they're scuffing the odd bit of water here and there, but it looks neat and tidy. The thing is, with double sculls, you can sort of get them moving along at a decent level, but to go really, really fast, there is just some absolute magic you have to do to be completely in sync with each other, don't you?
Yeah. And also you can see they haven't moved into the middle of the course. They've sort of stayed on their station. I think that's sensible, isn't it? You want to practice the pressure of the booms when you're in a race that matters later in the week.
Especially in a double where you don't have the foot steer, where actually you in a quad or a four or a pair, actually you would be correcting subtly with the foot, but actually in the double you can sometimes end up with your partner squabbling over where you want to be on the course, and one of you is trying to correct it one way and the other one's trying to correct the other way, and you can end up with a bit of a scrap. So how do
people steer the double if there's no rudder on this boat?
Oh yeah, so in this one it's all pressure steering, isn't it? So maybe one of the athletes has picked up that they're going to be owning the steering and using pressure to kind of knock it to where they want it in the lane. But it's hopefully they've communicated that, because communicating at mid-race is something you wouldn't really be able to do. And but you can have the odd double where you're fighting each other without really knowing it. Obviously, I hope
these ducks get out of the way before they get on. They just about made that. That's a highlight.
Yes. That was a defining moment of this race. That was
a bit of natural selection there.
Yeah.
So here very, very Cartwright and Gar,
they've done it again.
Those
ducks have headed over towards the Nottingham side, so hopefully the umpire will warn them, or they will. Oh, there I think there we go. They're off.
Yeah, they were playing a bit more dicing with death there. And the Black and Smith on the left-hand side. Black nearest us, Smith in the stroke seat of that double. Still keeping their form together, still sculling pretty long. Here's a good view of them from Nottingham Rowing Club with the blue and yellow. And you can see that you were saying earlier, Adam, the boat is just turning to one side. And it's like you said, it's not a rudder, it's because the water's pretty lively.
Just a bit of life on the water and a bit of wind from the side, isn't there? It makes it really tricky. But these guys from Nottingham Rowing Club, I'm sure they would have trained on the Trent a lot out by in the shadow of the Nottingham Forest Football Club.
Yeah, that's a great shot there of the boat and how lively. It's not just something that goes straight like an arrow. It does move. It's got a life of its own.
Especially when you've got a bit of wash from boats, it sometimes can start to spin the boats a little bit, especially these shorter boats like a double scull.
And here as we come towards the finish line of this heat of the Double Sculls Challenge Cup, as Cartwright and Gar from Leander Club win against Nottingham Rowing Club, Black and Smith. Now down to the start for the equivalent men's event, the Ladies Challenge Plate, with on the Berkshire Station Markberger Ruderverein von 1920 and Olympischer Ruder Rostock von 1956, Germany against London Rowing Club. I'm not going to say that again. Once is enough. So here, London Rowing Club out to a very quick lead. Long way to go.
They certainly are, and I have to say on the first stroke or two it looked a little bit mistimed from London, but it doesn't seem to have affected them at all, and they look to have got on to something pretty good since then.
So a bit of information on these crews. The London Rowing Club here, they were third in the Met Regatta a couple of weeks ago, whereas the Magdeburger crew was rowing in Ratzeburg. But quite 2.5 minutes in or so, it looks like the London crew out to about a length.
So this looks to be a development boat for the Germans. Some under-23 internationals, and they've got that very distinctive green livery on the boat, which I'm used to seeing from a dominant Deutschland actor at senior level.
Yeah. But London got to a length quite quickly. Whether it will keep moving, I don't know. This London Rowing Club crew they've really been focusing on this event. There's guys who've won, I think when I read it, there was something like 15 Henley Royal Regatta wins in this London crew. So they've got a lot of pedigree and they know how to win.
It's a huge amount of experience, and it is telling now. There's definitely some pedigree in this German crew, but this London crew just seems to have the better of them right now.
And it says, like we said in the bridge earlier, the ladies is the equivalent event, so it's people who are on the rise to becoming internationals. And here we have like a German underage composite crew getting beaten by a club crew. But I mean, it's not patronising because it's a very high standard club crew with some very good athletes who've won many medals. But
I think it's a good observation, and I think there's something in that. If you're a German under-23 development crew, you're very used to racing in very structured environments, six-lane racing. You're not used to all the idiosyncrasies of Henley and match racing. I'm sure this London crew, there's a lot of Henley experience in this crew already, and they're probably making that show in addition to being a very well-drilled, well-trained crew.
And these guys got full-time jobs and rowing, trying to fit your social life in there maybe every other week or something. This German crew, still, I mean, like we said earlier, didn't they? You look at that crew, if they were up, you'd say they're rowing really well.
Yeah, I think that's right. It's actually hard to look at these crews and pick them apart on the basis of how they're rowing, but London definitely seem to be getting more out of it right now. Yeah, go down this London crew. There are headhunters, there are postdoctoral research fellows, there are civil servants, consultants, medics. These men are not focused on this all year round. This is something else they fit in, and so it's incredibly impressive that they're now so dominant against these German.
I mean, you wouldn't believe that's a club crew. That's just the form and the study, and look at the composure of their rhythm. It's exceptionally well done.
This will be some recompense for the early mornings and late evenings in the dark in the winter spent rowing up and down the tideway for them.
Yeah, and the German crews, you can see here from the commentary, really raising their rate of strike to come towards the finish line. But London have got this in the bag, I think.
Yeah, they just look very composed. They maybe brought the rate up just a little bit, but there's no danger for them, frankly, of the Germans coming back.
So here the final race of the morning session is a win for London Rowing Club against Machberger Ruderverein von 1920 and Olympischer Ruderclub Rostock von 1956 in the Ladies' Challenge Plate.
It's too confusing. Too confusing. I refuse.
Well, there we go. Windsor boys coming out for their Forley Challenge Cup against Lee. But what is so fantastic, such a great tradition at Henley, is that Lee are coming out of the same boat tent. So we've got Windsor boys supporters and we've got Lee supporters. And we've got plenty of parents, actually. Come here. Here we go. We've got Windsor boys' parents. Your son's rowing. What's his name?
Sam Moss.
OK, and yourself?
I'm Claire Warren, but I'm not in this boat. No, but he rowed in 22.
OK. So, here we go. Here's Lee. So we better step to one side as we welcome up Lee. Such a great way that the boats come out, the two teams, such gladiatorial rivalry. It really gets the blood pumping. How are you guys feeling?
Very nervous.
Nervous, yes. It can only get better from here. Let's hope it continues to feel good in a minute.
Is your son, he's rowed here before?
No,
first time.
And what about you guys?
We're together.
I've never rowed here, no. I do row, but not at any level that would recognised by any of the people that are actually rowing here, certainly.
You can put some sort of perspective how much it takes for these boys to get here and be rowing here.
Yeah, a huge amount of training, like unbelievable amounts of training and dedication. Not a lot of time for anything else apart from some study. So yeah.
And it wouldn't be right not to thank Mark Wilkinson, the coach of the Windsor boys, for the amount of time and effort that he dedicates to it. Yeah, especially to get these boys on the water from a local comprehensive school. So yeah, it's an impressive feat to say the least.
Who's more nervous, you guys or the crew?
I think so. Definitely parental nerves, especially for the first time. I don't know how to get over that really, but I'll tell you in 20 minutes' time probably.
And there's an event and a regatta. What do you make of it?
Amazing.
Our other son rowed for the Windsor Boys School, so we've been here all week and really enjoyed it. So yeah.
Can't beat a bit of British kind of Henley Royal Regatta really. Yes, the atmosphere is lovely. The weather's been a lot nicer this year than it was last year, so really can't complain at all. Yes, an amazing experience.
And they favourites for this, would you say, against Lee? How are you feeling about this race?
I think we'd like to fancy our chances, but
that's a very polite way of saying favourites. Good luck, guys. Good luck to Windsor. Good luck to Lee, of course, as well. The Forley Challenge Cup. They are heading out to go down to the start 2:10 that race. So got to watch that one. Right, let's hand over to our commentary team. Then it is Martin Cross alongside Zoe Toledo.
Thank you very much, Ali, and welcome everyone. Here is the schedule for this afternoon's racing. I'm Martin Cross, and with me, Olympic silver medal cock Zoe de Toledo. We start with the Temple for Student 8s. The session finishes for me with the Town, which is the top women's Cox List 4 events, and then we have a range of Henley events through. OK, Zoe, lovely to see you in the box.
Lovely to be here.
Yeah, you've been working today, haven't you?
I have. They've been keeping me busy announcing this morning. Yeah, very all go, really.
Yeah, and they let you out for good behaviour, did they, to join us here?
Oh, they sent me to you as a punishment, I'm not sure.
Well, I think we'll try and make that count then. Really looking forward. You can see it's very windy. There is the start, and the umpire waiting for this heat of the Temple Challenge Cup between two crews from Nearhouse. It is going to be between, on the left-hand side, Amsterdamse Studenten Roevenegen Nearhouse B crew, and in fact the A crew of what I just said is on the Buck station on this side. Great clean start, and before we talk about this race, I just want to say that the Nearhouse rowers, you may notice, are wearing black ribbons in memory of a young 21-year-old cyclist who was tragically killed on the banks of the Amstel in late June. She's the friend of many rowers, some here at the regattas, and Nearhouse and us really want to honour her memory. But a race between the A and the B crew, Zoe.
Always a difficult one, isn't it? You obviously have a favourite, there's a form. The B crew are going to go out there to do their best to unsettle the A crew, but it's your teammates, and it's so difficult to come up against your own teammates, isn't it?
Yeah, and a tough job for the coach as well, I think. Timo van Witmarschen, who's really heading up the Nearhouse programme. Fantastic Dutch university programme. Nearhouse probably the top, or certainly the largest university club in the Netherlands, but he's got to have given racing instructions to both crews.
Yeah, and I think you've just got to, as a coach, I guess, go out and give your crews individually their best shot. I suppose the benefit as a coach is you know you're winning at the end of the day.
Yeah, totally. So Neerhouse A, as you would expect on this near side, stroked by Beerflorine. We talked about him in commentary yesterday. Got, I guess, slightly more famous brother and sister, Finn and Caroline. But that 8 going out of shot now, and Neerhouse B is in shot there. The 19-year-old stroke, William van Ellenbeent, that's him on the left, raced in the Forley Challenge Cup for Leander, Zoe. And so he's well known, he knows this course well, he would have trained on this course. I'm sure his experience will have been helpful for this crew as they go down.
I think ultimately Neerhouse are a club that have good institutional knowledge of Henley Royal. They last won this event in 2021, but they've featured there or thereabouts most years, don't they?
Yeah.
So, you know, knowing that there are people in the club who've raced and won and know how to win is so important when you're bringing a crew to a race that's as different as Henley Royal Regatta.
Yeah, totally. And of course, Diederik Simon, who is the legendary Dutch rower and coached the Dutch to a World Championship gold, their first ever last year in Shanghai. He is not now with the Dutch team anymore. He's back helping out with Neerhouse, helping out Timo, the chief coach. And he has coached many Neerhouse crews at Henley and is such a fantastic servant to the sport. Really, you know, I was asking him about coaching, and he's very much a fluid coacher. He likes to coach what he sees. He says it's too complicated to tell the rower and the oarsman what their body position should be. They need to work it out for themselves.
And I think you can see right here in front of us in this race with his A crew versus a B crew actually how well that coaching philosophy obviously comes across, because what I can really see here when I look at this race is how similarly these two crews row, and I can imagine that it's really easy to keep you know, moving people around if someone gets injured, pulling someone up from the B crew to the A crew, because actually these crews have a very similar style. Yes, the A crew are stronger and they've got a good distance out ahead, but it's only what, about a third of a length of clear water here. The B crew have done a great job of keeping the pressure on. The A crew are not being allowed to let up here at all. So I think it's a testament to this club that they are both rowing in a very similar style.
Totally, and that A crew have done, I think, a Dutch student record, sub 5:30, 5 minutes 29 for a 2K race, which is absolutely killing it. I mean, that is an incredible speed. So it does give you an idea of Neerhouse B, just how quick that second crew is.
And I imagine Neerhouse B, you know, would be very competitive against many other crews racing in this event, but to come up against their A crew, who are really looking quite imperious here actually as they row away. They look very neat and tidy. They look really strong and long through the water. Very impressive style from them, and as I said, from their B crew as well.
Both coxes are female in this, female coxing male crew. Veronica Buta in Neerhouse B and Nikov Haritos in Neerhouse A. Can you give us an insight of what's it like for a woman to be coxing a men's crew?
Personally, I found it, I mean, they go a bit faster than the women's crews, but personally I found that there wasn't much difference in what we did on the water. I think, personally, I found much bigger variation between crews and the personalities and the types of people in the crews rather than from male to female. I think it's usually the conversation off the water that's probably the biggest difference.
Yeah, interesting. I guess that Neerhouse A crew are probably going to want to be fairly kind to their nearest B crew. They've not wound it down like some of the crews. They're not just paddling, are they? They're having, I mean, that's showing respect for the guys in the B crew, I guess.
Absolutely, and they're letting the B crew come back up to them a little bit, which is always a slightly dangerous game to play, because you don't want to now have a little incident, catch a crab, hit the booms. I mean, they're plenty far away. But as they come down towards us, it does look like that A crew has just managed to relax out a little bit more, whilst the B crew are lifting, building to the finish line, making sure they get their best performance from A to B.
Yeah, I can look out of our position here. Beautiful position. We're getting wind gusts down the course. It's a tailwind, and Near-R.C are coming to the finish line. They had a hard race yesterday against Sydney University, won that by 3/4 of a length. A little bit easier today, but they're letting their B crew come up to them. Near-R.C will progress further in the Temple Challenge Cup after their 1-length victory over Near-R.C B. So off up to the start for a heat of the Prince Albert Challenge Cup. That is for University coxed fours. There's a little cox lying down in the bows. Oxford University B crew. They are on the left-hand side on the Berkshire station. And Maastrichter Studenten Roy-Venerigen Saurus, Netherlands, crew in red, are on the right-hand side. That's the Buckinghamshire station. Pretty level to start off with, Zoe.
Yeah, I think this is going to be an interesting race. These Oxford athletes are a mix of guys who raced in ISIS, their men's lightweight crew. I think one of their spares and Cox Jess Ward was also in ISIS, whereas I think the Saurus crew, are they their top boat? Yeah,
I think they're their top boat. Just a little bit of lead maybe for ISIS at the moment. We're looking at a close look at the Saurus crew. Lawrence Seiger, the 21-year-old, his brother drives karts. His hero is Graham Hill, or was Graham Hill, the famous Formula One champion who stroked, I think in 1953, the London 8 that made the semi-final of the Grand. His racing helmet is on display in London Rowing Club, along with that of his son Damon, who also won the World F1 Championship. So it was an unlikely hero for Lawrence Seiger, the 21-year-old who's making his Henley debut in the 3, one back from stroke. But great story, and the history of the Regatta coming into that, Zoe.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, sorry, I was just caught there by that. The Oxford crew, I'm a little bit biased here, I must admit, but...
Now, tell us why you're biased, Zoe.
Tell us why I'm biased.
Yeah, come on, because I can see that blazer you're wearing. Just let the watching, the viewers know why you're biased to Oxford.
Because I, too, went to the best university in the world.
Ah, you mean
I think we've slipped down the rankings, actually, this year. Anyway, this Oxford University crew, they had a bit of a slower start, but actually they've really jumped up now. They've put a really good amount of work in here in the sort of second 500 to get out onto a race pace. I really hope that this is something that is sustainable for them, because this is going to be a great race.
Yeah, apparently our producer went to the best university in the world, but he says it was Exeter.
I'm sure he's right.
Yeah, totally. So, ISIS, Oxford University B, out in front, coached by Nick Berry-Parker, who is working with Mark Fangenhall, the chief coach at Oxford, and I think Nick coached the Junior 8 that won gold in Lithuania. This Oxford crew beat MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, yesterday. And the lad in the stroke seat, Felix Gibbons, the 22-year-old, well, it's a local lad to me, actually, rode for Kingston Rowing Club. Fine art students, and I'm always fascinated to see what those fine art courses are like at Oxford.
I think maybe I spoke a little bit too soon here, because now that Saurus crew are actually pushing back onto Oxford. Just saw one of the Oxford guys glance over. One of the hardest things when you're coxing in this end of the boat, in what they call a bow loader, is that you can't really see what's going on behind you, so it's pretty difficult to tell if there's a crew coming up. So you've got to have great communication with the guy sitting nearest to you to make sure you know what's happening. And I think here it really looks like Saurus are attacking. They've taken the rate up, they've shortened their strokes up a bit, but they're really going for it here.
Yeah, Christian Klein, the 21-year-old who learnt to row at Mannheimer Ruder Club, where they used to have a big international regatta. I'm not sure they still do. It's on a grimy dock in the west of Germany, but they are attacking. And how often have you sat in a bow of a bow loader cox for, Zoe?
As little as I can possibly cope with, because I don't enjoy the experience. Partly because of this, I find it really difficult to see what's going on around me. All I can hear is the seat of the bow rower sliding back and forth. I find it difficult to engage with the crew, and it's not my favourite, but it's a difficult boat to row. You have to, as a cox, have really good feel for the boat and understanding. And here, I'm hoping that Jess Ward is now able to see that bow ball of Saurus, and she's able to see them now and call her crew on and, really get a response from them and go on to the attack.
So we're getting to the business end of this race. I look out of our commentary position. They have about 400 metres left to go. It's totally winnable, this race for A.G.S.R, but they need a magic sprint. We saw that from one of the Dutch crews this morning. They just took off in the last 200 metres. As it stands, Oxford will hang on, but if we see something special from A.G.S, then the Dutch could snatch this race.
I think at the moment now Oxford have just sort of relaxed back into it a little bit. They got a bit tight in the middle, but they've got to make sure here that they find that balance between attack, power and good quality. There's Jess Ward just trying to glance over at A.G.S, keeping her crew going, making sure they're lifting to the line, holding that pressure on, and they are now moving away again.
It's going to be a win for Oxford University B crew coming past the covered grandstands. They've got over a length lead now. The A.G.S charge has faded. We just have a few strokes as we go past the floating grandstand. Decent race from both crews that, but it is Oxford University B crew who will progress in the Prince Albert Challenge Cup. They win by just over a length from A.G.S from Maastricht in the Netherlands. So, Windsor Boys, the state school, incredible rowing programme for a state school with the green and yellow blades on the Buck station, fantastic crew. Also, likewise, Lee Rowing Club on the left-hand side of your screen, the Berkshire station. If you were watching our show from the beginning, you will have seen Ali with these crews and the parents and supporters doing the walkout. What fantastic television that was as they blast off the start.
Look at how Windsor Boys have jumped up there. I mean, personally, I wouldn't want to come up against Windsor Boys in the Forley. They've won, what, 3 of the last 4 trophies, 25, 24, 22, 2018, 2017. So they are going to be in it to win it here today. And look at this start they've had.
Yeah, totally fantastic. We should just give a shout out to Joey Hill, who was in the Windsor Boys top quads early part of the season. He's injured. We hope you're watching somewhere, maybe on the launch or watching this presentation. Sam Moss is in the boat, and according to Mark Wilkinson, the coach, has really risen to the challenge. So we look like we're back live with this Windsor Boys on the right and the Lee. Great little crew. The rowing programme's headed up by Mark Cushway, and this crew is coached by Steve Mitchelson, and he's done a bit of work with Luca Ferraro, the 3 times boat race winner for Cambridge, who coaches down at the Lee. He's done a bit of work with these, but Steve Mitchelson is the main coach of that Lee crew. Some super athletes in that. Tom DeCoulis, probably the most striking athlete in the 2-seat, the 18-year-old.
What I'm finding really interesting here is how high they're keeping the rate in that Windsor Boys crew. So they're still taking a lot of strokes per minute. They're still attacking this really at full pace, which you might have thought they've got a good lead on Lee. Can they be allowed to relax a little bit there? And I guess this could be their race plan. They could have decided they wanted to go as fast as possible from A to B. Or did they just not feel like it's comfortable enough? Do they feel like Lee could still come back and attack at any minute?
Yeah, I think it's showing a healthy respect for their opponents, I guess. I did see Windsor Boys leading or winning the National Schools title. I was going up to the start of the Junior 8s, and I saw Windsor Boys. They looked so sharp on the front end, that quad. I mean, it was just like, wow, their blades are going in so quickly. And that's really difficult in a quad, because you don't want to go in hard to disturb the run of the boat. You can see the Lee there, perhaps not quite as quick and quite as sharp onto it, but really long and really connected, Zoe.
Yeah, I mean, both crews really quality technique, moving very well together. But I think, like you say, that Windsor Boys crew, they're just that little bit sharper, aren't they? We can see them now just moving really well together. You can see the way their knees all pick up and punch down through the stroke as one. And again, it comes back to what we were saying earlier about Neerhaus. You know, success begets success. When a programme knows how to win, it's a bit easier to keep doing it, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's surprising that Sam Moss, who's come into the crew, is making his Henley debut, has to shoot in the stroke of that Windsor boys' school. He is one of 3 famous brothers. Marcus, who I think is at Princeton, Atticus, who has also won the Fawley, and so Castor Shute in the stroke seat, 17-year-old, who's furthest away from us. Set of 3 brothers. He's got to complete the set of red boxes, and well, they're looking good for that. They are getting, well, the other crews are getting closer to Windsor boys in this event. It has to be said, they were pretty dominant earlier in the season. They're pretty dominant in this race, but they will have closer races to come. So, as the finish of this heat of the Fawley Challenge Cup approaches, it is the State School Windsor boys, that fantastic programme led by Mark Wilkinson. Not many state schools here at Henley, but that is the greatest one. Windsor Boys School beat the Lee Rowing Club in a heat of the Fawley Challenge Cup. So this is a heat of the Island Challenge Cup. So the Island Challenge Cup is for student women's 8s. On the left-hand side of your picture is the B crew from Oxford Brookes University. Fantastic rowing university. Do their rowing down at Wallingford, next to Oxford University, actually. And on the Buckinghamshire station, so we are looking at them now, are the women from Groningen Studenten Oevenherigen, I hear, from the Netherlands, and they look to be dominating this just at the moment. I really like the way they're rowing, Jess. Sorry, I called you Jess, sorry.
I thought we called him Jeff, so Jess is better, I'd say. Yeah, no, I think, again, a good start from both crews. Just saw Caitlin Emery coxing the Dutch crew there, just glance over, keeping her eye on Oxford Brookes, and she's a Brit, you know, she's raced several times here in the Prince Philip with British crews, and she is really making sure that she's not taking any chances with Brookes here, which is, I think, fair, because as we've seen time and time again, Brookes 8s, you know, they know how to race down this track, and you don't want to let them get too close to you.
Yeah, and Caitlin, she's raced here on the Henley course with Hinksey Sculling School and also Henley Rowing Club in the Prince Philip. So she's used to coxing before. I think she raced in 25 with I hear. And is it unusual to get a cox of that much experience in the boat? Did you ever row?
Oh, did I ever row?
Yeah.
I am actually unbeaten in the single scull. I've raced once, I won once and never raced again, so I'm probably, technically speaking, more successful than you are in a single scull.
Yeah, I think technically speaking that would have to be true. If that was Lauren Henry that you raced once and beat once, I'd say, wow.
That's not the point.
OK, so we're looking at this heat of the Island Challenge Cup for student women's 8s. Fantastic shot from the drone. Look at that. Magical. On the top we've got the crew from I hear in the Netherlands, who have led out from the start. That clear water lead, that's a length between the stern of their boat and the bows of the following boat, Oxford Brookes University B.
Martin, I don't know what you think about the island, but I've been looking and I cannot pick a winner in this event. You know, there's crews that are so close together on their times from yesterday. Really, quite a few really strong-looking crews. But I didn't know much about this crew we're seeing here today, but I think they've jumped up for me as well now as a potential one to see on Sunday.
Totally. Was it Rutgers who won last year?
Yes, it was, yeah.
They beat the Blue Stars from Newcastle, and of course Newcastle beat the Oxford Brookes A crew last year in the semi-final. It was such a close race, and the V crew probably will have thought they're going to have a tough contest. We're looking straight into the face of Emma Wistuba there, the stroke of the Brookes B crew. She's from St. Louis, Missouri. She was Oarswoman, in fact, of the year at the University of Canvas, and has won Henley Women's Regatta. And there she is, and let's have a look at this Dutch crew. Now, what do you like about what the Dutch crew are doing, Zoe?
I think they're keeping it really simple. What I like is if you look at their heads and their shoulders, there's not much movement there at all. It's all focused low down on power in the legs and hips, which is what you need to move a rowing boat well. I think crews that you see, really throwing their heads and bodies around, it means they're working against the boat itself. They're working against the shell and, damaging its flow and its run, whereas these women are just very, very simple, straight up and down the boat, keeping it really, really efficient.
Yeah, and we've got mixed eights in the sport now, mixed doubles as well. And I would always put a woman in the stroke, or maybe in the 7-seat, because she will likely have a better feel for the flow of the boat than a man will.
Yeah, I'd probably do the same. Put the men in the middle where they can throw down some power, and then women on each end to keep them in check, basically.
Totally, as in life. So we are approaching the amphitheatre of Henley Regatta's finish, enclosed by the stewards' enclosure, which the crews are just rowing past their fantastic buzz as the crews go past the crowded stewards' enclosure. There are the women from A.G.S.R. You've heard Zoe de Toledo talk about how well they're rowing. They are coming up to the finish. The floating grandstand is perhaps the last obstacle. If any of them look out of the boat, Oxford Brookes B have raced really well down this course, but A.G.S.R. will progress on to face further challenges in the Island Challenge Cup. They win this heat from Oxford Brookes University B crew. Oh, this is a great race here. So we have now got Marcus Bateman, red, on the far side of the course. A real servant to British rowing, but the lad now, I think he's in his 40s. And on this side of the course, we have got a lightning fast Portuguese, Diego Goncalves, caught his blade a little bit there, Zoe. A real prospect for the future. Past versus future in the present.
Yeah, and I think you can see the difference there in style. Gonzalez has really jumped out there, hasn't he? And he's kind of taken it early, whereas Marcus Bateman has just gone for longer strokes through the water, a bit more of a controlled approach, perhaps. But yeah, it's an early lead building up now for the Portuguese sculler.
There's Goncalves, so he's coached by John West, who I used to coach back in the day at Hampton School, but John's been coaching the British rowing team, taking the 8 to Olympic medals. He's now working in Portugal with Jose Vilinho. Spend a lot of time on Lake Aviz, that lake where I guess you've trained, Zoe.
My favourite place in the world to
Why?
row. Well, the hotel's stunning, the food's incredible, the lake's right there, there's always somewhere good to row on it. It's just, yeah, I absolutely love it there.
So Goncalves can be a bit of up and down as a sculler. Red has come back into it. So basically he won the silver with Matt Wells in the 2010 World Championships on Lake Carapiro. Pretty rough, that lake, when it gets going, back in 2010. And he's been in a Masters double with Matt Wells, who apparently declined to race here in a double. So Marcus Bateman said, right, I'll do the single. He's been in the single a week, and he's having a good old go there against Goncalves.
I mean, even just qualifying into the Diamonds, when you're working full-time and you're in your 40s, maybe a little bit past your prime, perhaps, is an impressive achievement in itself.
So there's Goncalves, took a bronze. I saw him win that medal in Poznan last year at the under-23s. Very impressive, behind the German and the Czech sculler, the Turkey sculler. And he has really got close to getting in the A final. He just lost out at Lucerne last weekend to Simon van Dorp, and then kind of blew out in the small final. He blows hot and cold. He actually finished 4th in the Portuguese trials, would you believe, behind the double who were racing here, Pedro Rodriguez and João Sebastian, and behind the very fast lightweight sculler. But that was kind of a bit of an underachievement, I guess. So getting him consistent is a main sort of task for John West and Jose Vilinho.
He's obviously turned up ready to race today. This looks pretty good. I mean, he had that little bit of wobble where Marcus pushed back a little bit on him, but he's now looking pretty confident here, I'd say, fairly relaxed. as he comes away now and just starts to sort of eke out a little bit more of a lead.
Yeah, the lad's only 20 and you know, he's got a fantastic future ahead of him. I think JRN have tipped him to go and be a contender perhaps in LA at 1,500 metres and maybe that'll happen. This could be a step along the way.
There's some big names here to race against, so he'll have a good test this week against them.
Yeah, I'm not sure what side of the draws he's on, but I would love, if I was him, to come up against Ollie Zeidler, who's on later on this afternoon. There's Marcus Bateman, first started rowing back in 2006, did a pair with Simon Fieldhouse, aka Monkey, the Molesey rower, and that was Marcus's first international race, which is only 20 years ago, to be fair, Zoe. When was your first international race?
My first international race?
Yeah, go on.
2005.
Ah, right, so you and Marcus are one of a pair then?
Yeah, he's a little bit older than me, but we overlapped pretty much.
Yeah, what do you think of it?
Well, we rode together. I think we were British champions together for Leander in, I don't know, 2007 or 8 or something.
You see, past victories. So he's a lovely guy, Marcus Bateman, and I think they're going to go on to do the home countries, maybe in the double with Matt Wells. The Portuguese sculler Goncalves, well, he's obviously going to win this race, barring a significant accident. He'll have enjoyed his run out on the course. I think that little wobble, I mean, they're allowed that, you know, first time racing on the course. But the Portuguese have got a fantastic double here that's racing in the double sculls. They could do a fast quad as well. There are a lot of options for John and Jose, their coaches.
Having a little glance around now, making sure the finish line is coming. Marcus was definitely attacking there. He's not just going to paddle over here, is he?
Totally, he's come to race. That's a really good spot, Zoe. So Diego Goncalves of Real Club Pluvial Portuguesa crosses the finish line in this heat of the Diamond Challenge Sculls. And he has beaten Marcus Bateman, who is representing Henley Rowing Club here. And crosses the finish line. Great scull from Bateman. And that is the heat of the Diamonds. So, Zoe, there are some fashions here. As a woman, you can talk about fashion.
Yes, I mean, look at me right now. I don't think that I'm the most fashionable person in the
blazer,
team.
Blazer, Oxford blazer,
yeah.
Green.
Oh, no, please don't come. No.
That
no.
little
Hello.
there we are, Daisy. Yeah. So obviously carefully chosen.
Yes, I'm dopamine dressing today, so dressing in something that makes me feel cool and relaxed and comfortable.
And no, I haven't got orange trousers actually. What, just like you can comment on my outfit today.
You need some trousers like that.
That's crazy. I want a pair of those trousers. What do you think of guys that wear these really colourful trousers at Henley, Zoe?
I think they're just doing a great job of matching their ties and their blazers.
Oh, it's super. I was talking to Julie Jesperson today. She's got her son racing for Syracuse, and their colours are orange and blue. And she's done her nails, one nail orange, the other nail blue, which I thought was really cool.
That's good commitment.
Totally. Look at those guys. What blazer is that? I do not know, but I love the lapels. They're
I'm
very
not sure I've ever
classy.
seen that before. We'll have to get some viewers' opinions.
Yeah, OK, well, why don't we get back to the racing?
Something we're much safer with.
Yeah, I think we're on safer ground with the racing. So closest to us, it's Wesleyan University from the USA. This is a heat of the Temple Challenge Cup for men's student 8, and on the other side we have got the very fast crew from Delta Studenten by Veneeringen Lacher. It's their A crew. They were very impressive yesterday. They beat Oxford Brookes by half a length. A fantastic race.
Look at this
great crews.
Look at this punchy start from Wesleyan. They are not waiting around. They've got about 6 or 7 strokes in before Laha's first 3.
Tell us what you mean by punchy. I mean,
they were taking a lot of strokes. They were really aggressive underwater. They probably know that this Laha crew is fast, and they want to make sure that they rattle them early and get out there ahead.
Yeah, great shout, Zoe. This Wesleyan crew, who are closest to us, they beat I.E.M of the Netherlands by 2/3 of a length. It was a very close race, so we're getting some fantastic contests in this Temple Challenge Cup. And the stroke man with the cap, well, we'll talk about him when we get to see him, but there is the stroke of the Delta 8 Nicolai van Dengen with the cap on. He's 24 years old. It's his 3rd race at Henley, so these guys are so experienced in this regatta zone.
Yeah, Laha won in 2013, didn't they? So again, another Dutch crew who've come over here and done pretty well. I think, you know, Wesleyan, they're a very small liberal arts college in Connecticut, the Cardinals, they call themselves. So I think they know they're in for a challenge here, but their coach, Phil Carney, this is his 39th season coaching these varsity men. So this guy knows how to get a good 8 going, doesn't he?
He does, and there's a shot at the stroke seat. August Sherman, the 21-year-old, the cellist from Seattle, Washington. I just love the fact that he plays the cello and he does this rowing as well. Combines the lightness of touch, holding a cello bow, and the power in the rowing boat in the stroke seat. Fantastic.
Something to be said for rhythm there, whether you're a musician or a stroke seat of a rowing 8, you've got to have rhythm and you've got to be able to perform under pressure.
Yeah, so it's really the crew from Wesleyan we think are leading just. You can see the signals go up there behind the people in the boxes down the course, and there is not much between them. The 2 indicates that station, the Buck station. Wesleyan went through first, but I hear, well, they've pretty much not been shaken off by that punchy start from Wesleyan. Yeah, go for it, Zoe.
I was just going to say they're sat right there, and I think, you know, when you're in that position, you have to have real trust and belief in your crew and your sort of base pace, and rather than trying to chase another course down another crew down the track, you've got to just get into your rhythm and row your own race, which is really difficult in this one-on-one, side-by-side racing.
Yeah, it is, and these guys from Delft have got some serious power. So the crew on the left, the guys at 3 and 4, so look at Bow, he's 1, 2, and then guys at 3 and 4, Krimwinders and Jonas Dorenstein. They're new into the crew, but word is they have posted a 5:47, so a sub 5:50 2K on the Concept 2 ergometer for 2,000 metres, and a 5... Oh, no, sorry, not the Concept 2, on the RP3, because the Dutch train on the RP3, which is a slidey ergometer. But that's pretty mean scores to have in the middle of the boat for these guys to power through. 6 of this crew raced at the regatta last year. They've gone through the rounds. They've got deep into the regatta. So this will be a massive step for them if they can head the crew from USA.
Wesleyan dispatched a Dutch crew yesterday, so I'm sure they've gone out hoping to be able to do the same today. I mean, I think they're doing a great job here. They're, you know, Laha had that bit of attack, didn't they? But looks like Wesleyan have stopped them in their tracks.
Yeah, Wesleyan, I'd say, are going to go on to win this race. The Connecticut-based crew, they have had a pretty decent season, but this will cap anything they've done, I think, in the USA if they get through to the Friday and then progress on. Laha, well, it does look like Wesleyan are going away from it. And you said that punchy style. They've kept really sharp on the front end, haven't they? But they've timed it well. And that sort of nice flat draw, that long stroke of Laha, they haven't been able to come out of that rhythm and put a real sort of sprint in, Zoe.
I guess the question now for the Wesleyan guys is, have they done too much? You know, have they kept the rate up too high? Have they not given themselves time to catch their breath, relax a bit in the middle? And have they kept themselves too close to the line? Does that allow the door to open for Laha and attack? Or can Wesleyan just, you know, keep that resistance up?
Yeah, there we see, fantastic shot. Laha, well, the Dutch are famed for their sprints, but Laha don't seem to have been able to raise the rating too much at the moment. It is Wesleyan coming through the regatta enclosure. Oh, Oh, what a great shot of the blade, Zoe.
Yeah, they look really neat, these guys. We just saw their coxswain, Asher Israel, just glance over, and I think this is the real skill as a cox here. You're in quite a dangerous position. You've got a little bit of a lead, but not enough to get comfortable. And as the cox, you have to be able to judge when the momentum is starting to swing against you, and you have to be able to be really, really decisive in that moment. And I'm hoping now that, you know, these crews can match up well as they come down here, because I think Laha are attacking again.
So Wesleyan need to do the business. To my money, they have got this race, and certainly like to say to Coach Jack in Pronto, a native of Connecticut, you've done a great job. But here come Laha. I spoke too soon. Laha are attacking, and there are just meters in it. They are a deck down, and if you're watching this in the USA, in Connecticut, your heart will be in your mouth. Here's the sprint from Laha. The men in red against the men in black. Wesleyan tiring now. They're struggling, and it's Laha that take the win from Wesleyan. What a finish. Oh my goodness, I got it totally wrong. I was giving the race. Let's have a replay and check. There are the men from Laha. Incredible finish ahead of Wesleyan. I spoke too soon, Zoe.
I think that was it. That was that trust and belief in that Laha crew. I don't know what their coxswain said to them, but they really attacked there, didn't they? And they did not stop. They did not look back. They just went for it.
So Laha, cool as you like, as if they do that every day of the week, which of course they don't. And I really didn't think they could just have that late surge. My apologies to Laha, my apologies for Wesleyan and giving you the wrong steer. But let's leave Laha there and head off up to the start. So this is the heat of the Diamond Challenge Sculls. On the far side of the course, the Berkshire side, we have Sam Cuthbertson from Reading University, and on this sort of right-hand side of the course, I guess it's the near side, we have Poulsen from Bagsværd Row Club in Denmark, Johan Poulsen. They've got a couple of scullers here. This is one of them, both lightweight scullers. Pretty even start though, Zoe.
I think the thing that will be interesting here is that Poulsen just raced this morning and won his heat of the doubles with Magnus Oddershede, who was also competing in the singles. So these guys have got a tough week ahead of them racing in two events. So has he done too much this morning to tire himself out, or has he just warmed up?
Yeah, well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because, I mean, JRN, the preview, they did some fantastic previews of Henley, if you care to get into that. But they reckon that the two Danish lads would either choose to do one event or the other, and not both. And here they are doing both. And I really like what he's doing at the front end of the stroke. I mean, his blades are very close. He's very patient at the front end, this Danish sculler Poulsen, closest to us. And you look at the Brit on the far side, Cuthbertson, who will figure in this race, even though Poulsen is moving away. But he's not quite as quiet, I want to say, or patient on the front end.
I think the thing I find impressive is how long his oar is under the water for, because that's the time when you're really moving the boat, isn't it? So he's got a really, really long stroke, and he's keeping pressure on the water that whole way through, moving the boat along every stroke.
Yeah, Bagsværd was the scene of the 87 World Rowing Championship. It's the training centre for the Danish team. There's Danish athletes here that we'll see later on. More Danish athletes this afternoon. Frida Sangard Nielsen, of course, the sculler who trains on Bagsværd. Famously won a bronze medal last year in the World Rowing Championships in Shanghai, behind Murta and Henry from Ireland and Britain. So there's a lot going on in Danish rowing. Of course, their women famously qualified for the Paris Olympics in the women's 8, beat the Chinese in the qualification regatta.
Yeah, it was a very impressive performance, kind of out of nowhere, wasn't it?
Yeah. So Cuthbertson here, he sculls at Reading University Boat Club. Oh, we're looking at Poulsen. Let's talk about Poulsen. rowing in that yellow alpaca shell with that reverse carbon wing rigger. I've had a go in one of those once. It was so stiff out on Lake Carapira. I'm not sure I quite did it justice, actually, for my little paddle. But this guy is really mastering it. I love his red and white cap in the colours of the Danish flag. He's represented Denmark at World Championships. He's won medals in the lightweight quad. And super.
Very experienced sculler, and I think that experience is really telling here as he just, again, kind of relaxes into the race and keeps a close eye on his opposition. Let's not forget, of course, how well Reading University have been doing in their sculling events in the past, I was about to say the past year, but actually it's been significantly longer than that. So you've always got to keep an eye out from a sculler from Reading University, because you know they've got a fantastic pedigree there at the club.
So Sam Cuthbertson, he has been doing a work placement with the real estate agency Savills, and he's found the challenges, as many of these athletes have, of balancing his full-time role of working with his commitment to the sport. And he no doubt has been looking forward and enjoying this, the chance to relish this day. It's a tailwind. Do you think he can throw a few big ones in and get back on Poulsen, Zoe?
I mean, you never say no, do you, at Henley Royal Regatta? We've seen it happen, not once, but plenty of times before, especially in the singles. It's easier in the single to change the speed of the boat, so you can make a big difference with big margins. But I think when you have someone with the experience of Poulsen who will be able to keep an eye and will be able to respond, it makes it much more difficult to raise a challenge from that bit further back.
Totally. And the lad Poulsen has done fantastically, I think. You know, second race of the day. There's our little fact about the Diamonds and the Wingfields, the Triple Crown, the London Cup at the Metropolitan Regatta, all three sculling events in the UK. Not many scullers have done that Triple Crown, I guess, because maybe the international scullers don't row at the Met, which used to be a much bigger regatta back in the day. It's that gull wing shape, isn't it, Zoe?
I think this looks pretty relaxed here now, and look how wide apart he's able to reach with his arms. That's where that length under the water comes from. He can just get out, really stretch round the rigger with both hands, drop those blades in, keep those strokes really nice and long.
Yeah, as a medical student, got any advice for him as a doctor, Zoe?
Don't do it.
Yeah, that's Zoe, who has, well, she's married to a doctor, so that's one thing. She's got a very small child, which is another thing, and she works 12-hour shifts, and then in her spare time, she not only commentates for the regatta on the course, but she comes here in the commentator's box, so...
Just to keep an eye on you and make sure you're...
Totally, very
safe.
Appreciative of that. So in this heat of the Diamond Challenge Sculls, it is Poulsen from Bagsved Row Club in Denmark, just outside of Copenhagen. It's been impressive the whole way down, really well connected, coming up to the finish line to take a victory over Sam Cuthbertson of Reading University in this heat of the Diamond Challenge Sculls. So we have another diamond event for you. Well, they're all diamond events, actually. This is, though, the Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup for young women's quadruple sculls, school age, Marlow Rowing Club, totally stacked, massive favourites, against another totally stacked crew, Headington, the Oxford-based crew. They are on the right of your picture. Marlow are on the left. Both programmes are fantastic. What more can we say, Zoe?
Yeah, I mean, both crews are very well experienced at the regatta. It's worth pointing out that the Headington crew on your right-hand side, it's not their top boat. So their top women are rowing in the 8.
Yeah, they crushed everyone. I mean,
their 8 look unbelievable, yeah. And you know, this quad looked fantastic as well. But definitely worth mentioning that, you know, this is essentially their B crew. But both of these clubs, if I've got this right, have been finalists several times, but neither of them have actually won the event before.
Yeah, Marlow lost to Wycliffe, was it, last year's final, I think?
They've lost the last 2 finals, Marlow,
yeah.
so they're not going to want to do that again.
But to be fair, I think a couple of the Marlow women, Pinson and Haley, they went on to row in the British 8 that won gold at the World Championship, so it wasn't as if they had a bad season. So I guess, you know, if I was doing the hackneyed commentator pundit sort of thing, I'd ask you, how would you cope with racing a crew like Marlow if you were in Headington's place and not their top scullers?
It's really tricky, isn't it? And I think a lot of racing at Henley, especially when you're, you know, racing one-to-one, it does come down to mentality, and you have to be, I think, realistic, but you also have to be confident in putting your top performance out there. And you know, for me, I would just want to be saying, if I was coaching these guys, I just want to be saying, what I want to see from you is you to have no regrets when you get off the water. I want you to know that you have put 100% out there and performed at your best. You can't control what the other crew do. You can only control what happens in your own boat. And that's what you've got to do, I think, if you're coming up a crew that on paper are much stronger than you.
Yeah. So Marlow coming down the course, I saw them actually in the final of National Schools, where they look fantastic, really impressive. Coached by Jamie Axon. So there's Yona Halley, 18. I don't know where she'd be going to uni, but maybe somewhere in the US. Lauren Kennedy is also 18. It's quite relatively old for juniors quad. So second Henley in the 2C. Alice Moss at 17. I guess she might have another year. And then, of course, Eve Tinson in the stroke seat. She will be going on, I guess, to uni. Her brother's going to uni. I think he's in, I want to say he's in the Harvard lightweight program, but maybe it's Princeton. One of those two, anyway. He's at school in the US. And they are progressing serenely past the enclosures.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that Marlow crew looked really, really disciplined here as they come through the stewards' enclosure. They've relaxed a bit more. I think, again, they're allowing to control the race. The Headington crew are still attacking. It's not going to be enough, but they look really sharp and really well drilled in that Headington crew.
Yeah, put those 4 women in the GB quad. Gold medal, Bosch, there you are, at the Junior World Championships. I'm just saying, I don't know if they're all age group qualified, but it's a win for Marlow Rowing Club. A crew in the heat of the Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup against a very competitive crew from Headington School. Now, what is it with this commentary shift, shall we? Because we raced near house A and B crew, and the rowing gods have given us another A and B crew in a heat of the Forley Challenge Cup for boys quadruple sculls. It's Belen Jesuit Prep School B, and they are on the left-hand side of the screen against Belen Jesuit Prep School A, and they are on the right-hand side of the screen. They are the crew closest to us. Why are the B crew leading the A crew, Zoe?
That's a great question. I mean, they have really gone out hard there, haven't they? And this goes back to what we were saying in the previous race. If on paper you are the, you know, if you are the unfavoured crew, I suppose, then you kind of have to do something a little bit different there. And you might say, okay, actually, well, let's just race the fastest first 500 we've got and see what we can do, see if we can shake our opponents.
Yeah. I thought that was a difficult question I gave you. I have to say I was really impressed by the quality of your answer.
Thank you.
Yeah, excellent. So this is a programme run by the Cuban coach Unian Cabrera Torres, no doubt inspired by the great Cuban sculler Angel Fournier Rodriguez, sadly now passed away, but world silver medalist. Cuba, really great in rowing. I remember my last race was against 2 lads from Cuba, Rodriguez Silva and Cabanel Same in the Cox pair. So, it is no doubt the spirit of Cuba. This is a Miami-based crew, and it is the B crew who are giving it their all. And great shout out to them. Jamie Schmidt, 17, in the stroke seat. Malkat Alberni, Aidan Furness and Ben Ramos. And if you're watching in the USA, no doubt your heart will be in your mouth if you're supporting either athletes from the B or the A crew, or maybe you're just enjoying the race and you're a neutral. It does look like the A crew is kind of battling, pushing those finishes out. and just smacking that boat back through, Zoe.
I think that A crew have actually moved up probably about half a length. They're about a length down, and they're now closing up about half a length between them now. The B crew, I think, actually, again, I keep saying this, but it goes back to mentality. If you've got nothing to lose, maybe you just relax a little bit more, you row your better rowing, whereas if you're the crew under pressure, it can affect you. You row a bit tighter, you row a bit shorter, you're not quite able to be as efficient. And I do think now this A crew are moving. I would say they're closing up. It's been another couple seats there in the past of 20 strokes or so. So here's the thing. If this is the B crew now, how do you respond? Do you just try and put absolutely everything into it before the A crew get level? Have they got anything left to give?
Well, there's still quite a way left in this race. I am staying well out of prediction. It's the A crew on the right of your picture. They are going through to scull level with their B crew. Evan Martinez, who loves fishing with his brothers for huge bluegill. I do not know what that was, but I bet it's a massive fish. Felix Caceres is behind him in the 3-seat. Nicholas Battistini and David Caban, Latino influence. The A crew finally, and they're going across. I wonder what the umpire thinks about that.
Yeah, I think I heard a warning there. They've been warned for coming too far over. Not sure if that was on purpose or if that was just a little bit of lack of control there. Steering down here hard enough if you're coxing, even harder if you're trying to do the rowing as well. They had a big attack in that last minute. They really piled the pressure on. And that B crew, after that incredible gutsy start, so full of heart, they do look a little bit like they're kind of starting to come unstuck here, and the A crew are really moving away.
Yeah, the B crew had a great race yesterday against Tauranga from New Zealand. They won by a couple of lengths. The A crew, I think they might have had a bye. Look at that, really smacking it in all the way to the finish. No let up after the shock of rowing most of the race down to their B crew. But at the finish in this heat of the Forley Challenge Cup, it is Belen Jesuit Prep School A who take the win ahead of their fellow school boys from the B crew. Great race, love that.
Attention!
Well, there are superstars and there are superstars, and the biggest one at this regatta is now on the left-hand side of the screen. Oliver Zeidler of Frankfurter Rudergesellschaft Germania in Germany, and he is the Olympic champion. He's won all 3 World Cups, or 2 of the World Cups this season. It wasn't in Plovdiv. And this guy closest to us, Bakker from Groningen Studentenhoofdwegen Eiher in the Netherlands, Jelle Bakker, he will dine out on the fact he led Ollie Zeidler off the start until he is in his 80s or 90s, and then even later than that, he'll be dining out on that story.
I was going to say, actually, Zeidler had a bit of a rough couple strokes as he went off the start there. Like he just caught one of his blades slightly, looked a little unclean. Just one of the blades got stuck a little bit on one of those first few strokes. Zeidler's never been the fastest starter, has he? He kind of gets up to speed, a bit more like a sort of a diesel engine, doesn't he? And then once he gets going, he keeps moving.
Yeah. I think if you went to Ollie and said, have you got a diesel engine, Ollie? He would look at you with horror. So anyway, I think Ollie does his work from 250 to 500. He can throw in a 134 for the first quarter, which is kind of on world's best time pace. You can see him moving away there at the back end. He loves coming to Henley. He has won the Diamond Sculls several times, trying to be a 5-time winner along the likes of, with Drysdale, the Aussie Mackenzie, Guy Nichols, whom the Boblet and Nichols is raced over, the famous 1908 gold medalist. And Zeidler's name could be on that list. Last year he missed out. He got rowed through by the diminutive Kiwi, Finn Hamill. He is not going to get rowed through by Jelle Bakker now, who's had a very brave start. I suppose if you're going to race at Ollie, you want to go for gold, and your gold is going to be the first 500 metres.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a 4-time winner of the event, then you're probably coming back out here to win again. So if that's who you pick up in the draw, you've just got to see what you've got in that first minute, haven't you?
Ollie with the Olympic rings on his back, trains now in Switzerland. Not sure what his dad, Heino, who coaches him, thinks of that. Last year he was studying for his Masters in Business, and the reason he trains in Switzerland is he and Sophia Meakin have a very close relationship, and he likes spending time in Switzerland. Sophia is from Switzerland, and of course there was that famous thing with the rowing. I don't know if you caught up with that, Zoe, that Ollie Zeidler beat the long-established 2K world record on the Concept 2 set by the Australian Josh Dunkley-Smith. He threw down a 5:34.7, and then like a week later, Simon van Dorp, the big Dutchman, who actually Ollie beat on the water in Lucerne, but he said, I can do better than that, and threw down a 5:33.04. I mean, if world rowing could have races like that the whole time, the sport would be all over the media.
I mean, these are incredible times. I don't know, it's hard. What would you say is a sort of an average club rowers athletes, to give the viewers an idea of what is a sort of good time for 2,000 metres compared to the times these guys are doing?
Yeah, totally. So, you know, if you can do under 6:40, you're looking ballpark to get into a decent club crew. You know, to be in the top club crews, you kind of want 6:30, 6:20. You know, sub 6 is like, whoa, that's pretty cool. Well, to go sub 5:40, there are only a handful of men in the world that have done that.
These are crazy, absolutely crazy times. And then to have two athletes break that record so close together as well is unreal, isn't it?
Yeah, totally. There's Jelle Becker. His senior career has been affected by injury and illness. Really sorry about that. The lad missed the 2025 season. This is now... I'm sorry about that. This is now a comeback for the 23-year-old. He's got plenty of time in it. Zeidler, 29. And you can see that water there. Do you want to comment on that, Zoe?
It is getting a little rougher. I think it's the combination now of the wind and the wind direction, but also what we can see here from our vantage point is that it's getting busier off the course. So there's more cruise boats out, people going out in their rowing boats to train as well, which unsettles the water, and actually being able to have the confidence to keep moving on top of that is really, really important.
So that's that white Philippe shell. You can see the leg drive there, really pushing it towards the back end of Jelle Becker, the sculler from Groningen Studenten.
You see Zeidler coming towards us. He's really going for it. He's like properly building for the finish line now.
I don't know if Ollie's seen the time. Is there a quick time? We haven't got times on our presentation here, but Ollie's putting on a show for the crowd. He's such a lovely guy. He's a fantastic sportsman, a real credit to the sport. Feel very privileged to know him. And he looks round to the finish, drifts across the line, wins that heat with some ease of the Diamond Challenge sculls. He will wait for his opponent, a little bit of time. There's Jelle Becker getting a big cheer from the enclosures as we go down the course. So, Jelle Becker crosses the line. I need to say a big thanks to you, Zoe, for keeping me company and keeping me straight and narrow for these last few races. And this is a chance for us to welcome in Chris McCarthy from Australia. You can tell that from his accent, actually, when he starts talking. He couldn't be from anywhere else. But so we're on the start we're on live now, which is always exciting. This is a heat of the Island Challenge Cup for Women's University 8. We're looking at the Cambridge University B crew, coached by Matilda Horn. They are going to be closest to us on this side of the course, and our start camera is flying over to the crew from Yale University A. They're going to be so fast, this crew, I am imagining. And, well, let's bring in Chris. How you doing, Chris?
I'm good, Crossy. I'm good. Gorgeous day once again today, and some more exciting racing this afternoon. I think I'd have to agree with you. What you just said then, this Yale crew is certainly one of the picks of this very deep, very broad, very international contest, the Island Challenge Cup for University 8s here this year.
Yale, Cambridge. Yeah. Totally. Sitting on the start, the umpire there, trying to work out who that was. Matthew Pinsent. I wonder if he missed his daughter just winning in that heat of the Diamond Jubilee, just going through the start procedure.
They were fast too, the Diamond Jubilee.
Yeah.
They were only a second off the record to the barrier.
Totally. Let's just listen to the start now. Let's see what these crews are hearing from Matt Pinsent, the umpire.
Easy.
Attention. Go!
Take you with you.
So noise in the boat. Hope you enjoyed that. Yale on the left of your picture, Cambridge B on the right of your picture. How's this going to go, Chris?
Look, it'd be hard not to think that the Yale crew are going to be the favourites in this one, and coming off the start just a little bit tidier and a little bit more patient, I thought, just in those first couple of strokes. It takes a little while to get the 8 up and moving, and these ladies from Yale have done the best of that in these opening strokes. We'll get the side-on shot in just a moment, but I suspect we're going to see Yale pretty close. Still only about a quarter of a length.
So Cambridge University B crew are racing on this station. I think I saw the A crew win this morning. I couldn't totally justify that, but I think I saw Paddy Ryan coming off with their A crew. And of course Cambridge, a bit of a bloody nose, got beaten by Oxford in the women's boat race. So this is all about rebuilding for the East England University.
Yeah, certainly, and a lot of these ladies out of the lightweight reserve boats and sort of on the fringes of the squad here in the B crew, and so rebuilding and sort of bringing that next generation back through Cambridge. We've obviously had just such a strong legacy in that boat race over the last decade, but yeah, as you said, Oxford turning the tide this year, but a couple of good results so far this week for Cambridge, and doing well to hang with this Yale crew. It's very well credentialed, very international Yale combination just on the far side of our picture, who about 3/4 of a boat length their lead now, but not moving away probably quite as quickly as we would have thought.
Yeah, totally up in the bows. Hannah Warren, the 24-year-old, you see her there furthest from us, and Belle Monroe. We saw these guys race yesterday, Cambridge B. They had a decent win against Laha by a couple of lengths. So they've got that under their belt. I mean, what's that going to have done for these women?
Yeah, it certainly is a little bit of confidence. That Laha crew, we were on for that race as well, and
totally,
yeah, they weren't particularly challenged. Were Cambridge B yesterday, and a little bit of confidence, especially given the Yale crew had the bye yesterday and didn't get a row out on the course. So Cambridge ladies will be a little bit more familiar with the conditions. They'll be a little bit more confident that they can execute their race plan, or maybe if they didn't, they'll be confident that they can make some changes. And that confidence really started to pay off. They're staying right in touch with the Bulldogs.
Well, totally. Matilda Horn is going to be loving this if the Cambridge assistant coach, Paddy Ryan, is in the launch, because they are moving their bows back up to Yale. I have to say I am totally surprised and shocked by that, Chris.
I am too. I would have thought this Yale crew, I mean, bringing over a big squad. They've got 2 boats in this, one in the bridge as well. We did see their B boat go out yesterday, which I think we were a little bit surprised by as well. Yeah, really having some questions asked of them now by Cambridge B.
Lauren Scheidemann, the 22-year-old Cox for Cambridge B, is going to be crouched over her rudder lines and really giving it some for all her crew. What has Annabelle Monroe, the 20-year-old, in the stroke seat got to lead them? And look across there from Hope Galusha, the 23-year-old coxswain, Ivy League champion, second in the NCAAs, which is kind of the collegiate championship of the USA in 23. Very experienced coxswain, and she's got to be telling her crew, I guess, to calm down, Chris.
Yeah, certainly. Looking at them when we were following them from behind then, there's not a lot sort of technically to separate the two. They look very evenly matched, so if there are any feelings of doubt in the Yale crew, I think, as you said, hopefully there will be urging them on and just saying, hey, stay calm here, we've got this. We're maybe on paper they're going into it with some confidence, and if she can kind of reignite that confidence in the second half, maybe they can mount a response. But Cambridge are just keep on coming. Now just throwing some punches here on the Yale boat, and I think as they come past us, they may even be just about to hit the lead.
This is a crazy, crazy race. Matilda Horn, what have you done with these women? The coach of Cambridge B. She is up against the fantastically experienced Will Porter, the winning coach for the NCAAs last year. That is the championship, the collegiate championship of America. He has been at Yale for so long. He's such a great coach, and his crew are seeing their lead cut down, scythed down by the B crew of Cambridge University. I think it might be an Aussie in the stroke seat of that Yale crew, Lucy Richardson, the 21-year-old.
Indeed it is, from Victoria. Got a medal at the Junior Worlds a couple of years ago, but right now you can see there was a response from Yale, but Cambridge have just halted that. They've gone again, they've found another gear here, and we're seeing from the drone Cambridge have hit the lead as they approach sort of the final stages of this race, and it'll be a big response, I think, from Yale here, who have really brought the rating up, but maybe just looking like overrating for the power that's going down in the water, and Cambridge still continuing to move away there at the top of our picture.
Yale have been able to do nothing about this move. Stina Nielsen, the Dane in the 70 of Yale. Anna Keating, she's making a Henley debut. This is all new to the economics graduate. Grace Murphy in the 5 seat. Yale are looking to real power from them, but Cambridge continue to stretch out. It is the B crew, not the A crew. This is a sensational row by this boat.
Certainly, this, if Yale have anything left in the bag, anything to respond, it needs to be now. They're in front of Stewart's. The cheers might just be that little bit louder for the home heroes, the Cambridge B crew there on the right of the picture, navigating the geese as well as they come in front of very busy Stewart's enclosure. It's almost half a length lead now to the Cambridge University B crew. There's lightweight boat race winners, reserve boat race winners in this crew, and coming up against the Bulldogs, who have come all the way over from the USA, this very international credentialed crew, and it is Cambridge still with the advantage.
Yale going for it there. You can see what it means to them. You can see they're desperate, but Cambridge University B crew have half a length lead. This is one of the great upsets of this Thursday at Henley, if not the whole regatta so far. Cambridge University B crew come down to the finish ahead of the Yale Bulldogs. They take the win in this heat of the Island Challenge Cup for University Women's 8s. And Yale heads go down. Patty Mullin, the 22-year-old, she dropped her head. They probably won't believe it in that Cambridge boat.
I don't think they can. There was some big high fives there. What an incredible row.
So we're sticking with that Cambridge boat, Bellarmine Row in the stroke seats. What a great job by those 9 women and their coach Matilda Horn, Paddy Ryan coaching the top boat, and well, it looks like they're kind of almost not sure of the result. I mean, if you keep your eyes in the boat, you really might not know what the result is.
I think that's what they did so well. It was calm, trusting their cocks, trusting the plan.
Well, smiles all round. Let's move back up to the start.
Attention!
So this is a heat of the Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup. Hartbury University and College Boat Club, they are on the left-hand side of your picture, and Wallingford Rowing Club, they are on the right-hand side, the Buck Station, and this is a very tasty little match-up in the heat of the Junior Women's Quadruple Sculls.
Yeah, it certainly is. Hartbury, one of the selected crews in this event, with the bye round a couple of days ago, and then both crews, well, the event having the day off yesterday, and Hartbury really backing up the steward's decision to select them and afford them that slightly easier progression here in the opening stages as they reach out to almost a boat length. There's a little bit of dirty water, a little bit of a dirty stroke there from the Wallingford crew, closest to our picture.
I see JRN, in one of their previews, they pointed out that this hasn't been an established crew, the Hartbury quad, all the way through, and they give the example of the stroke woman, who's the furthest from us, or actually I think she's the bow woman in this, Matilda Hudson-Hulls, and she raced at the single at the national schools, took a bronze medal there.
Yeah, certainly did. The middle pair raced in the double as well. They took a gold medal there. They tell us they're under 7 minutes on the ergo in the middle pair of that boat, which is certainly pretty impressive for a junior crew. That'll put you right up there in the mix for any under-19 contest. In the stroke seat.
Yeah, in the stroke seat, Rose McGregor, the 17-year-old, and she went to Hartbury from Bedford Girls' School, and that was where she switched from sweep to sculling. She's doing it very well, isn't she? Very flat on the front end, her blades.
Yeah, certainly. It's very front-loaded, the whole boat. We spoke about this yesterday. The quad scull, it's a fast boat. Get it sort of up and running, and don't try and do too much in the back end, especially in what is some pretty quick conditions here at Henley. So 3:36 time there to Forley, which is maybe a little bit slower than that Marlow crew earlier in the day, who this Hartbury combination will be facing in the next round of competition.
Great stats there from Chris McCarthy, who's with me here in the commentary box, looking at Hartbury College A crew leading Wallingford. We should say a little bit about the Wallingford crew and their coach, Katie Greaves, and what Katie has been able to do with young people rowing down at Wallingford Rowing Club now. Fantastic achievement. There's Wallingford Rowing Club, the red all-in-ones and the blue stripes. And the programme now is fantastic. There are young men and women in that programme, and they are really pushing on the door for GB junior selection. There's the back of Naomi Bell, the 18-year-old, looking round with the cap on. She'd probably have to look a little long way round to see the Hartbury crew. Lucy Mead, Lily Clayton and Aurelia Alcantara. She won in the GB France match last year when I think she was a J15, and that's for J16s, so she was a pretty decent competitor.
Yeah, it's a pretty similar situation in the Wallingford boat, not a really established boat, where we had two of the ladies in that crew racing the pair at national schools, and Naomi Bell won the single at national schools, so we'll be familiar as they just come a little bit unstuck with the steering there as they start to come in front of the enclosures, but won't really trouble their progression in the trip down the Henley Reach.
So great job for Hartbury College, their A crew, fantastic. Plaudits to Ben Smeaton, their coach, the ex-Leander man, who used to compete for them. Done a fantastic job to put this quadruple scull together. Come together after national schools back a few weeks ago, and they crossed the line in this heat of the Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup, ahead of their rivals. Close race from Wallingford Rowing Club. So it is Hartbury who will progress. So back up to the start, and you can see by the fact there is just one man v one man head to head. It's another heat of the Diamond Challenge sculls. Nikita Mohr on the left of your picture from Cambridge University. Yes, you read that right. And Magnus Oddershede from Bagsford Row Club. We saw his partner Johan Poulsen do a great job earlier in the Diamond Sculls. How do you read this race, Chris?
Yeah, it's an interesting contest. Both two former lightweights, both of them racing in the doubles as well at this regatta. And I'm sure Nikita Mohr probably won't know of the result of that Cambridge B crew earlier with some lightweights in it, but certainly would be looking to add another win here on the Thursday at Henley for Cambridge. And, best part of a boat length clear in the early exchanges here, but the Diamonds, tricky conditions in the single scull.
I want to say Nikita's front end, I just love what he's doing. He's really timing it well with the rise of the boat, and it goes in quick but quiet.
Yeah, it's almost like the boat's just being sucked into the water.
Totally, I love that description, Chris, thank you. And that means he looks really long. It doesn't mean he's going to win the race, but he's got, you can see a little bit of clear water advantage over Magnus Oddershede, the Danish sculler here. And it's interesting, I think Cambridge have done a really good job in terms of recruiting. Obviously Rob Baker does that, people want to go and row in that programme, but They have got quite a few guys over from Germany. Fred Brewer was in the Cambridge Brew boat. He's rowing with Leo, can't remember his surname just off the top of my head at the moment, who was in the Goldie boat, but they're a pair together going really well at international regattas. And then you've got the likes of Nikita Mohr here in the Diamond Challenge Sculls from Germany, but rowing at Cambridge.
Yep, was, yeah, as we said, part of that lightweight boat race winning combination. No stranger to the Henley course. He's raced here in the doubles the last 2 years, knocked out in the semi-finals by the winning British double a couple of years ago, knocked out on the Friday by the winning New Zealand double last year. And, well, if he goes on to win this, he'll go up against Ollie Zeidler.
Germany v Germany. I want to say that looks a big boat for the lad. What do you think about that?
I think it does as well. I'd agree with you. It's fairly high up out of the water. The Philippes do sit a little bit high up and a little bit more knife edgy. So particularly at Henley, that'd be tricky if it is on the bigger side.
Yeah, and he's kept that really flawless technique. But I have to say, Magnus Oddershede is keeping him honest. The lightweight sculler on the left of your picture, we can see him there. I guess that's a Hudson, would it be, that he's racing in?
Yeah, I think it is. It is.
Canadian boat manufacturers. He's a little bit upper body in terms of just maybe could do with loosening those shoulders and arms off a little bit. I'm being ultra critical there.
Yeah, but it is something that, you know, that little bit more tension in the upper body, especially here on some rougher water, if you're trying to sort of wrangle the boat side to side and really control it with the upper body, you're going to spend a lot more energy than sort of just letting the boat do what it needs to do. And you can see Nikita here, as we said earlier, like the blades are just being sucked in, and that's really setting the boat up nice and stable right from the start, and using as little energy as possible.
And you have to have a lot of confidence to do that, because it's timing round the front end. You can just see there the looseness in his upper body, Chris, which is in contrast to that of his opponent.
Yeah, we just saw a little bit of a dirty stroke there, but because of that confidence and that placement, it didn't upset the run of the boat. He sort of just recovered from it by the time the blade popped out.
That's a great shout. So, there are the sights and sounds of this incredible regatta at Henley. Thursday, we started back on Tuesday, we're going through till Sunday. The colours of Bagsverd Row Club on the body of Oddershede, that course near Copenhagen in Denmark, where the Danish national team train.
It's a tough ask to back up twice in a day as well. Rode in the double this morning, came from behind to win that as well, right in sort of the dying throes of that race. I think it was Fergus's race of the day on the progress board, the lunchtime show.
That's a big ask, pretty much. Fergus Mainland, who together with Camilla Hadland Horrocks hosts the lunchtime show. If you haven't caught it yet, you must absolutely get the replays or watch it coming up in the days ahead of Henley Regatta. But for now, it is Nikita Mohr from Cambridge University, the German, who will cross the line first in this heat of the Diamond Challenge Sculls. He will go on to face Ollie Zeidler. I'm reliably informed by my co-com Chris, and he will sit and wait at the finish for the Dane. Oddershede's second race for him today, and he's allowed to feel absolutely shattered.
Best way to be. Attention!
So back up to the start. This is a heat of the Fawley Challenge Cup. By now, if you've been watching this show, you will know that it's for junior boys quadruple sculls. We saw Windsor boys win very impressively earlier. This is between Tiffin School. Tiffin School are on the left of your picture, the Kingston-based school. Small programme, and on the right is the might of Leander Club, the Pink Blades. They run an effective junior programme, and this is the result of it that you're seeing now leading this race.
Yeah, certainly with a good history in this event, won it on a number of occasions. I think last year might have been a little bit of a disappointment out on the Tuesday here in the Forley, but a rejuvenated combination who are really looking to put their mark on this event and want to capitalise on maybe any weakness of that Windsor Boys crew that you mentioned earlier on. Tiffin going with them there in the early stages, but as we get closer to live, we can see is pink blades of Leander that have broken free.
Yeah, they have broken free. They look well synced up, and George Nottage will be really pleased with what he's seeing in the first part of the race. They are going to have to do a little bit of pushing through the barrier. I think they've just not long gone through that. There's the mile, sorry, we're live with them. Love these drone shots, Chris.
They're fantastic, just gives us such a good sense, I think particularly in the quad where there is a bit going on and it can just look so simple, I think, looking at it from above. And this combination here, Alexandra Diskatsku, Cameron McKenzie, Alfie Webb, Lewis Sheesby from Leander, making it look incredibly simple in what is trying conditions.
So you probably saw that fact on the screen. Was that Windsor Boys have won it 10 times?
I think it would be.
That's crazy, isn't it? The thing is, probably Windsor Boys, if they win it this year, they're going to win it, do a hat-trick of wins. So maybe Leander are the only crew, or one of the only crews, that can stand in their way. So we're seeing the top of Junior Boys sculling. I would like to say something about Tiffin's school. It's only a small programme there that Coach Simon Lewis runs. Only about 6 boys in the senior group. That's a lot smaller than some of the other schools locally, like, say, Hampton School. But it is still a fantastic programme. You can see how he's got the lads from Tiffin School rowing. Tom Nelson closest to us in the bows. Vladislav Markov, Jesper Naseby, Lucas Wild, really in the stroke seat. It's a great programme, and fantastic job done to Simon Lewis and the boys. They beat Wallingford yesterday by 3 lengths, and they are coming down this course and they can keep their heads held high. So coming up to the finish, it is Leander Club coming to the finish line, and there we see they will take this heat of the Forley Challenge Cup from Tiffin School. Close race, well done to both crews, enjoyed that. So, back up to the start. It is a heat of the Town Challenge Cup between University of London and Molesey Boat Club composite crew on the left of your picture on the Berkshire station, and on the Buck station, Deutsche Ruder Club on 1884, Hannover and Bonner Ruder Gesellschaft. And the Germans, a bit of steering.
Yeah, a little bit of steering. Back to the Coxless Fours for the first time today. This is the only race of the town that we're going to see today. There's 2 unselected combinations, but you can see the German flag on the blades of the crew on the Buck station. It's the German development boat, who are currently just a canvas, quarter of a length or so behind this UL and Molesey combination on the far side of our picture. Seems to be, I don't know if it's the steering or if the steering has come as a result of it. Just a little bit of a scratchy start there in the German boat, looking to just find a little bit of rhythm now in this second phase of the race.
Yeah, the crew on the far side, some famous names there. Liv Hill, the stroke of that boat, under 23 gold medalist in the women's 8 in Poznan. I saw the British 8 win that. Behind Nick Laidlaw from UL, she raced in that incredible Danish 8. Qualified for the Paris Olympics ahead of China in the final Olympic qualification regatta. Another Paris Olympian, Ryan McKellar, in the 2-seat from UL. She's one up from the bow person who's closest to us, won that Olympic bronze medal. And then Amy Salsky, part of SMU, Southern Methodist University, in the bow seat. The crew is coached by Stuart Pearce. No, it's not the West Ham fullback who was really good with penalties. It is the UL coach. And saw him just before this crew went on the water. Yeah, some people say Nottingham Forest, but I prefer to say West Ham, and I'll probably leave you watchers to wonder why I might say that.
So as we join them up live, it is the Brits still leading from the German crew. And this German crew are keen to put some good runs on the board here, because if they do go a little bit further in this event, they'll be up against their senior four, who they beat a little bit earlier on in the season back at the Hollenbecker Regatta a couple of weeks ago. So they'll be looking to reopen some selection decisions maybe, but at the moment they're going to have to deal with this very classy-looking Molesey and UL outfit that we're seeing on the screen here.
Great to see Rowan back, Rowan for UL, and Molesey have got, well, they had really 12 women in contention for the town and the 8. And, you know, they kind of put the women in the 4 that moved the forwards the best. And Smithy from UL Women's, or UL's chief coach, he's sort of gifted these 2 Molesey athletes, or maybe it's Sam Tucker's has gifted the 2 Molesey athletes, Amy Salsey and Liv Hill, to UL, and taken on by Stuart Pearce. Germans steering, want to comment on that, Chris?
Yeah, just starting to get sucked into the wash there of the British crew, who have been steering really well all throughout. We saw that steering off earlier in the race. Paul Becher in the stroke seat with the steers in this combination, who was part of the Texas program earlier on in the season in their 2V. Actually, sort of super quick times at the NCAAs. Went faster in that 8, the 2V, than any German 8 has gone for 20 years.
I'm saying, yeah, I know, the 2V broke the world record, but I mean, I'm saying it's not a world best time.
No, not
must have been streamed on it, of course.
Yeah.
I know that's a controversial statement.
Well, it's not a world's best time. It's not a world rowing event, is it? But impressive nonetheless. But yeah, a little bit more steering to do here for that German crew, who are now almost completely on the wrong side of the course, but some way behind. It's not really going to affect.
Do you think the wind's affecting them, or it's just a bit of inexperience, or what?
It might be a little bit of both. The wind today has certainly been fairly unpredictable. It's been gusty and blustery in a few different directions. It's a nice tail breeze at the moment, but when you've got the tail breeze, the wash, everything else going around, it certainly doesn't make for easy steering.
So, reminder that this is a heat of the Town Challenge Cup for open women's 4s, and we are seeing Molesey and University of London. The Molesey guys, you can tell because they've got the big M. Hey, that's a hard one, isn't it? And UL, well, they've got the purple, that's their nickname, and they've even got a little UL on their back to help you, Chris. If you just can't tell the difference between West Ham and Nottingham Forest, you can,
such similar questions.
You can manage between
colours.
Molesey and UL.
They'll be looking to face the British under-23 crew in Prospect, progressing through this event.
So Molesey and UL in the Town Challenge Cup come up to the finish line. A very impressive victory over a little bit of a wayward Hannover and Bonner Gesellschaft crew, who are yet to cross the finish line. Here they come. So it's University of London and Molesey who will progress through in the town. I will say thank you to Chris McCarthy. He will be staying with you, but we have the incredible, the wonderful Jessica Eddy on comms now. So from me, it's bye for now.
Well, thanks so much, Martin. Hard act to follow. You're joining us here middle of the afternoon, Thursday, day 3. We've got some big fights down the course here with some of the university crews, and we're excited to be starting, first of all, with the Bridge Challenge player. How's your day been, Chris?
It's been good. It's been good. Kept up with some of the Australians early, and then a bit of prep for this afternoon's racing, and a little bit more Australian racing later. But been wandering around Stewards this afternoon and enjoying your appearance on the lunchtime show as well.
Thank you. Yeah, I had to do the big call today, so we'll see their race a bit later on this afternoon. Look at the fans soaking it up there, Chris. Some good blazers on our screens today. It's not hot enough for the chairman to decree to take the blazers off, so some warm bodies in Stewards right now.
Yeah, certainly, especially when you're just a little bit out of the wind. It gets getting pretty warm today. It's nice up here in the commentary box. We've got this following breeze, quick conditions, and keeping us nice and cool.
Certainly is, and we're going to the start now of the Bridge Challenge Plate. This is for intermediate women's 8s. We're going to see a crew from Orca and Vegan Focus from the Netherlands. They're racing against Leander. I'll call that crew Orca on the top of your screen just for our viewers. They probably saved me the chat, but they have taken their first strokes and squeezing off the start. It's Orca Focus v Leander.
Just 2 races in the bridge today, and all the unselected crews to progress through to quarterfinals tomorrow. And 2 crews who faced each other. Leander on the right of your picture, maybe just with the slightest of early advantages over Orca. They've only just come into the 8. Just a slightly tidier start there from Leander, and being rewarded by about half a length lead as we emerge from Temple Island.
Strong start, home water for these ladies with their pink oars, white vests. They know this course very well. Intermediate 8, a new event to Henley-On Regatta last year. This is only the 2nd year of racing this event. Whatever Leander got was surely one of the crews to watch in this event.
Yeah, certainly. They've rode on this course together, not just in training. Almost all of this 8 was the Leander 8 at Henley Women's a couple of weeks ago. Juliette Perry into the boat for Poulsen Ranger, who was meant to race the single earlier today. Henley Women's a couple of weeks ago over the shorter course, finishes just in front of Remington Club, 1,500 metres in that event. Can be a little bit hard to gauge form there because just slightly different eligibility rules there. So watching on with interest, but we left thinking, haven't really told us anything at this point.
Yeah, a lot can change in a couple of weeks down this course. Training can go well, training can not go well. We've seen some bumping and moving in the women's 8. Just the Walgrave yesterday, now moving to the bridge. But right now, it's coming strongly up to the barrier. It's a good start from Leander. Those pink spoons you see versus this composite crew. We call composites a mixture of different athletes from the Netherlands on the left of your screen. What are the differences, Chris, between the blade work? So how are the oars going in and out of the water between the 2 crews?
Yeah, you can just see it's the synchronicity. It's super simple sport, right? It's the synchronicity, and in the Netherlands crew, just a few different things going on. It's probably reflected by they did come into the 8 quite recently. 4 of these ladies in the Dutch crew also raced at Henley Women's Regatta, won the Champ 4 at that event over the Thames. I think it's half their B8 or one of their Walgrave 8s. So a step up into the bridge up against very classy ladies from Leander.
Yeah, looking strong there. Great shot down the boat. They just rode past us. That's Forley, you see there, that building in the background. And clear water. They've broken this crew from Foka and Rudebring and Orca. So you see they really start to stamp their authority on this race. Tidy rowing. What am I saying when I say tidy rowing? So rowing is about energy. You want those oars to drop into the water there. Drop into the water as little splash as possible. Splash means a waste of energy. You're smacking the water rather than putting the spoon in. You hear any of our commentators this week talk about tidy, neat. It's not just a dressage event. It's actually about efficiency and energy. You look down the boat there. There's crew from the Netherlands.
Right in their rhythm now, and not too much to detract from the Dutch crew, rowing really nicely. And but at the moment, as I said, a step up from the sort of category they were in at Henley Women's a couple of weeks ago into the bridge, which, as you said, new for this year and really delivered, or new for last year, excuse me, really delivered last year. Was such a thrilling competition. I think it's going to be again this year. This mentioned this Leander out a couple of weeks ago. It was only a quarter of a length they got beaten by on the shorter course by Thames, who are one of the expected favourites in this event, one of a couple. But have to go through that Cambridge B crew that we saw earlier, who had a pretty tough race only about half an hour ago.
Yeah, really stacked event there as we look down at the Leander crew. A little look across there. The Cox, Edward Peacock, 23. He's been here before. He knows how to do this course and this race. You've got to make sure you're keeping your competitor at bow as they pass the Remnant Club. He's probably telling his crew right now, keep the foot on the gas a little bit. We're only just, I call that's 2 lengths. Length of the boat clear. Look at that drone shot. Look at these women from the Netherlands. Lovely rowing. This event and our sport is all about these inches, and right now you can't take it away from this Dutch crew. Looking very good, but unfortunately the Leander crew went out harder, faster, and had that gap and holding on to it.
Yeah, certainly. There's been no decisive move there. They've just hit a slightly higher base speed and just moving away, now taking a little bit of opportunity to conserve some energy before they face Yale tomorrow. Apologies, got confused between all the fantastic 8th racing that we've had so far today. But it'll be the Yale's top crew tomorrow that they come up against.
Huge pedigree in this crew. Look at the list of names, blimey. Look at that, and 6 seats there. Grace Richards won the Ireland, the university event here. He's also looking down the boat at under 23 medalists, world record holders, international rowers. Juliet Perry, already called her out. We've seen it there in the 3 seat. We have a range and depth of talent in that Leander crew. Have no mistake, that is a potential next step in GB rowers in that event. So the Dutch crew here, Orca and Focus, are doing a great job. They've just been slightly outclassed today by this up-and-coming Leander crew.
Certainly, to be right on board with the Leander crew and see them maybe just starting to bring the rate down ever so slightly, but it's probably not quite decisive enough for them to fully ease off the gas. But we'll certainly be enjoying the crowds at the moment and the beautiful sunshine and a little bit of noise through stewards.
It's actually quite tricky to bring that pressure down and bring that rate down. It's hard to do. You know how to go flat out, but I don't think they've really let up that much. There's been a strong finish here from the crews in the Netherlands. They're not going to catch Leander, but that is a valiant effort. Actually come through the enclosures. Listen to that applause, soak it in. We're going to see these athletes, these young athletes, time and time again, I'm sure, this regatta. And the finish round the Bridge Challenge plate, taking the win over the student Rodebringen Orca and the Rodebringen Focus from the Netherlands. It's a round of the Forley Challenge Cup. Schoolboy rowers, college. Top of your screen, Wanganui Rowing Club New Zealand on the right of your screen in that white boat with the red stripe. And look how punchy these quads are. They've gone out fast off that start, and Wanganui look like they've got the slip already, Chris.
Yeah, punchy's the right word there. That was certainly aggressive, but it wasn't aggressive in that it was ripping at the water or really trying to overwork the boat. They got it up and moving quick and rewarded for that effort by a quarter of a length lead as they come past or out of Temple Island, way over from New Zealand. 2:35, 2:38 in the morning over on the North Island of New Zealand. So good morning if you've woken up to watch the boys from Wanganui.
I'm glad you did that. I looked at my watch there to work it out, but it's handy being with you in the commentary box. Your boys are doing pretty well now for the start, but this event is quick, it is fast. If you let up for 1 second, they will let Hartbury back in, and Hartbury is stuck with this crew from Wanganui off the start into these opening stages, and in fact maybe even pushed back their bow ball.
Yeah, Hartbury, the selected crew in this race, afforded, so this will be the first time that they're out here on the course so far this regatta, having had the first day off, and have maybe just moved ahead of the New Zealanders. Saw a little look out from the bow seat. Xavier Warren, 3-time Marty champion. It's their major school regatta down there in New Zealand. If you haven't caught any of the Marty Cup races before, go and have a look at it after you're finished watching our broadcast, because it is certainly a spectacle.
Well, it's fast out here on the course today. There's a bit of a roaring tailwind. We think we had a provisional record set in the previous race. We'll have to confirm that, but I think the numbers we're seeing on our screen look like barrier records, 40 records, possibly for that Leander crew. Great stuff. So we know this is a fast course. You cannot be caught napping incredibly fast conditions. And it's neck and neck with these two junior men's quads right now.
Yeah, certainly in these faster conditions, so much harder to come back if you do find yourself with a deficit. But with only that smaller deficit, I think that is a response from the New Zealanders, coached by Axel Dickinson, former Kiwi rower, who used to coach over here at Hinckley Sculling School, and brought these boys over here who are charging back at Hartbury, but starting to drift into the centre of the course.
They are. I'd be surprised they didn't get warning from here. Hartbury have broken through, and they are one entire boat length ahead right now. The crew from Wanganui is just keeping their bow ball in touch, but Hartbury there seem to have taken it up a notch when it counted. Very loose, very calm. We're seeing the back there, the bowman Gethin Bulkwell, 16 in the bow seat there. He's got a couple more years racing here in this event.
Yeah, and this Hartbury crew only sort of come together recently, so really proving that form of being one of the selected crews, with the stern pair, Alex Judd and Max Fullman, having won national schools in the double. Daniel Page fourth in the single, almost nabbing a podium there about a month ago at Eton Dorney. Coming together into the quad here and really proving that pedigree. Haven't quite been able to really shake off the challenge from the New Zealanders from Wanganui, but look like they have likely done enough.
Who are giving it everything right now. Looks like they've gone all the gears, a little across. Are we in touch still? What is the bowman shouting there? Xavier Warren. We're still there, but I think this Hartbury crew look like they've broken them. They've got that clear water. That's what you're searching for. You don't want to be in touch anymore. This great showmanship of holding your nerve through the middle of the race and then breaking clear. Come up to the finish line. Brilliant row from these four young rowers from Hartbury College, Gloucester, and a great effort there from Wanganui Rowing Club, but it's a win for Hartbury in the 40 Challenge Cup today. We're going to the start of the Ireland Challenge Cup. This is for Women's University Level 8. Oxford Brookes University A on the left of your screen. Edinburgh University B in the light blue on the right of your screen. Should see a strong showdown here. By guessing the form book's going to be with the A-ranked crew, Chris.
It certainly would be. I'm hesitant to talk about that after the Yale versus Cambridge B race that we had earlier on this afternoon, which is the winner of that, Cambridge B, through sensationally ahead of Yale, and the winner of this race will face Cambridge B, but looking like it's going a little bit more according to the form book in the opening strokes. Tricolour blades of Oxford Brookes there, half a length, maybe 2/3 of a length clear in those opening exchanges over the crew from Edinburgh.
Yeah, that's hard to come up against an A crew. If you're the B crew, the tactics are probably just go as hard as you can. Can't quite see it in these shots, but we have an island. Temple Island marks out the first 200 metres of the race. There you go, you can see a shot of our temple on the island. And sometimes if you're the underdog, the goal is to go out hell for leather and try and stick with that crew. But right now, Oxford obviously know, Brookes know that that's the tactic, and they went out really strong to lay their marker down early, Chris.
Yeah, they certainly did. We'll often see that from Brookes, going out hard, maybe in that second phase, maybe not just completely sort of dominant, but then they'll just move away throughout the rest of the race. They'll hit that bass rhythm that they're really known for, really strong and punchy, long and flat rhythm, and just move away from their competition, and that is what they're doing now. Sophie Reiner in the stroke seat, setting that rhythm. The Australian, Wilhelm in the 7, following it. We're riding on board. In the bow seat, Ella Shaw, Megan Walsh in 2. Pre-seat, Millie Hurrell, Lucy Green, Kathleen Rice, Rossi Martin, and then that stern pair that we mentioned, Piper Melnick in the Cox, who will be just urging her crew to keep calm, follow their race plan, think about equal points.
Yeah, right now, these crews, these early rounds, you want to get to the weekend, the finals day is Sunday. You want to get to Sunday in the best shape possible. So these races, for me, my tactic would be go out hard, and then you'd probably have a step plan. You'd have planned before you go on the water to say, if we're up by 3 lengths by the 4 lead, take it down to 28. If we're up by 3 lengths at Remnant, take it down to 26. So that kind of step rates. You might hear us talking about crews taking their rate down. What on earth is rate? Rate is how many strokes you're taking in a minute. That's how we measure how frantic you are in a rowing boat. If you're watching the Olympics, they're probably up 35, 36, 37, 38. Right now, they're probably in a bit of a calmer rhythm now, down in the low 30s. But Edinburgh there, look at the grimaces on their faces. They're really squeezing it now. They know they're behind. They know they're against tough opposition, but they are not giving up down this course.
See the expression on the faces. Charlotte Arthur there in the stroke seat, leading her crew on, and as you said, not giving an inch, not letting it down at this point. They'll be wanting to lay everything out there, the full length of the course. Molly Whiteman behind her, Imogen Sargent, Egan Bromman, Isabel Sayinka, Lucy Lucas, Eleanor Peasnell, and Tamina Beacock. And but at the moment, just outclassed by this Oxford Brookes crew.
This is a young crew from Edinburgh. They're all 19, 20 years old. They've barely finished university against a very strong Brookes, who's probably got a mixture of grads and postgrads in there. So, oh, Edinburgh, I love this fight they've got in them. Look at that. Their Cox is saying, keep this gap as close as possible. This is it. This is your Henley Royal Regatta 2026. And they are giving it some.
Yeah, they'll know that this is maybe their last race, but they are wanting to put on a show. It is a packed stewards enclosure here. They are winding it up towards the line, trying to get as much experience out here on the course. You mentioned such a young crew, and they'll be wanting to take some learnings forward, future campaigns in the baby blue of Edinburgh. Oxford Brookes, just too classy.
Well, today it looked like it was Oxford Brookes' day here in the Island Challenge Cup, University Women's 8s. They've managed to wind it down slightly. They've still probably got a bit of a squeeze on there, but it's been a great race behind them from Edinburgh B as they cross the line. We've seen that a bit today, a bit of balancing at the finish line, but it's a win in the Island Challenge Cup. Oxford Brookes University A over University of Edinburgh B. Well, that was confirmed. We did have a record in the Bridge Challenge Plate. Breaking news, Leander Club, we saw a couple of races ago, broke the record in the bridge, the barrier 40 and the finish time. This is a new event, so I'd imagine the minute we get a little bit of tailwind, but you have to be fast enough to hold that record. So well done, Leander Club, for breaking the record today.
I remember last year, it was quick conditions this same day.
Join us at the start of Prince of Wales Challenge Cup Crabtree Boat Club versus the Algemeen Amsterdam Studentenrowingverein School. I'll call them School from now on. Chris, if that's okay with you. Crabtree on the left of your screen. School on the right of your screen.
Yeah, look, the Australian accent doesn't lend itself well to the European pronunciations either, so it's totally fine. Scholl, one of the sort of crews to watch in this event, but Crabtree, the alumni boat club, Cambridge Alumni Boat Club, very experienced combination here, taking it out early in the Prince of Wales intermediate quads. Generally for scullers, sort of on the precipice. National teams are at under 23 level. Can be one of the most exciting events of the regatta. But there it is, Coll over on the right-hand side of your picture as we join them on the drone, and fought through in sort of the second quarter of the race and now hold the advantage.
Oh, lads, another close race in the quads. They're giving us some good races today, aren't they? Crabtree, the early leaders in this event, but right now it's barely anything between them. A canvas, half a length at max. A Coll on the top of your screen there. The yellow boat, red vests from the Netherlands. I wouldn't say it's too comfortable right now. What have Crabtree got through this quieter section of the course? They're probably 2/3 through as they head towards the enclosures. I think Coll might have actually put a little squeeze as I was going through that ramble.
Certainly one of the, there's a couple of Dutch crews here in this event. Plenty of Dutch crews here at the regatta. They come out in force and walking around through stewards. Plenty of tatty blazers going on here as we progress through the week. But this crew was second at the Dutch champs, third at Hollenbecker behind two of the Dutch squad crews. So it certainly is one to watch. Crabtree, so much experience in the boat, 37 combined Henley appearances. So right on board with them. James Palmer in the bow seat, 16 times he's been here before. Max Ridgewell in the 2-seat, who knows what it takes to beat the Dutch, having beat De Hoop in the Thames a couple of years ago. Nicholas Challenor-Halford in the 3 and Finn Bannister in the stroke seat. They went out hard. What a brave start. But I don't think it looks like they've got too much left in the tank to mount a challenge here.
Yeah, intermediate quads, so we see a range of people with professional, full-time jobs versus kind of top-end universities, a mixture, maybe a little bit older members of the crew that might still represent their universities. So a really good effort here from Crabtree, based down in Putney. See those rowers there clinging on, but I think Coll have done enough as we come into these closing stages. See them there. Still got contact from Crabtree. If they've got anything in these last dying 100 metres, or Coll done enough already. Their red oars drop into the water, a little across in the bow seat there from Rainer Brookhusen. I think he's about to tell his crew, we've got this, guys, as they cross the line. Hear that beep tells them they finished the race. Prince of Wales Challenge Cup is a win for Coll over Crabtree Boat Club. This is the start line of the Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup Junior Women's Quads to William Perkins School. On the left of your screen, City of Cambridge Rowing Club on the right of your screen as they squeeze away from those starting blocks.
Yeah, certainly a very patient start from both crews there. City of Cambridge on the right, just taking their time onto that second and third strokes, which there's a couple of different ways to do it in the quad. But any difference between the two crews, hard to separate now as they come past Temple Island. Very close to the booms there for the City of Cambridge crew. It would have been a heart-stopping moment for coaches watching on. That was well caught by steerswoman in that boat, and has cost him about another half a length now. That was very, very close. That had a little heart skipping a beat for myself there watching that.
This event, I'm sure you've heard it all through the week, it's so unusual. In fact, we have these wooden booms down the course. We're on a living, breathing river. There's boats going up the side of the actual course. So you have to be able to steer yourselves with not much guidance. And they cope really well there. City of Cambridge, Emily Grant in the bow seat steering. But well done, Sir William Perkins. What a start for them. Look at them move.
Yeah, so Perkins has been right up there in junior women's sculling this season, especially as of late. We were in the semi-final a couple of weekends ago at Henley Women's Regatta, which finishes just about here. We're about 100 metres from where we are at the moment. Went out to Tideway Scullers by less than a boat length in that contest. So we'll certainly have designs on going pretty deep up into this event.
I if you're joining us and not looking at our pictures, and you have our new Regatta radio in your ear, you can buy them around the course anywhere. Go and find a willing server with a box. They're a great investment. You're listening to us right now live, wherever you are on the Regatta footprint, and we can all do our best to paint a picture for you without those visions. I hope you're enjoying them.
What a great addition to the Regatta. I had mine in this morning. I was out on a launch with mine in this morning. It was fantastic. Yeah. So, if there are any Perkins supporters listening in with their Regatta radios, or your crew has had a fantastic row here. Still with the beat up, as still with plenty of distance to row here in this round of the Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup. Isla Evans in the bow seat there. Elizabeth Robinson, Ashley Sullivan and Emily Nicholas. Emily Nicholas has won 2 silver medals on the world stage for Great Britain at the junior level already in the 4 and in the double scull. Certainly bringing plenty of experience to this event.
Yeah, so William Perkins, a really relatively new boat club at a school. 2003 it was founded, so we've only been around the block for a couple of decades. Already a strong force. As we look now at the City of Cambridge Rowing Club, who were founded in 1844, so a little bit of history and time on their competitors here. You can see the water, it's getting a little bit bubbly. So strong is that headwind now that it can be maybe causing a little bit of mischief for these crews behind. But Perkins, as we sweep to them now, they've got a few lengths of clear water. They've not let up though. They're keeping their striking of rating pretty high. Someone should maybe give them a shout to say now is about the chime. You can take it down a little bit as they come into the enclosures.
Yeah, certainly. As you mentioned earlier, it's all about getting as deep in the week as you can unscathed, and with as much energy left in the legs as possible. But maybe Sir William Perkins, with having had the bye yesterday, I believe, did just wanted another chance to step through the gears and test themselves out on the full distance of the course for the first time this week, and taking that opportunity here.
Great shot there. If you're watching this tonight, Sir William Perkins doing a bit of race analysis. Look at that leg to spoon timing. Really nice grip on the spoon. What do I mean by that? Rowing is literally about levering yourself past the point you drop that oar in there. And really, you want to get the legs connected to it. It's a gripping exercise, really. Doing that really well. We'll all get hold of the boat at the same time. Pick it up and move it. Doing a back squat about 200 times down the course.
Yeah, particularly in the quad, it's not about doing too much in that second half and really levering it right past the body like you maybe would in a sweep boat. The quad's very upright, just pushing with the legs, keeping it ticking along, and keeping it as uncomplicated as possible in the back end, which William Perkins doing a fantastic job here on the Henley course. Still with the beat up, still maintaining a fairly high rate as they come well past the stewards now. Really enjoying this victory.
Yeah, soak this up. A few more days of intense racing, so hopefully they can breathe up, sit up. That's what I'd be saying to my crew right now. Breathe, enjoy this. Keep tapping it along. Please don't squeeze too hard on those oars now. You've got plenty of water between you and the crew behind you. One-on-one. There's no one going to suddenly zip from lane 6 because there's only 2 lanes. Perkins getting a well-deserved round of applause past the floating grandstand, listening for that finish beat. Certainly not expended too much there. Good race from Perkins as we see the final stages of the City of Cambridge Rowing Club cross that finish line. A great race. It's a win for Sir William Perkins in the Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup of the City of Cambridge. So thanks to Chris, brilliant comms from him there. I'm now excited to be joined by the big lad here, Mohammed Sabihi. He is a big lad, guys. He barely fits in the commentary box. Are you all right there, Mo?
Yeah, I'm going to get a little bit of a neck ache after a long session in this commentary box, but what a lovely afternoon to do some comms with you, Jess.
Sorry, I was just telling Mo how big he was. He barely fits in. There you go.
Yeah, it's not an ideal setup for the tall rowers in the commentary box, but you do get a lovely view.
Maybe you can sit down and I'll just tell you what's happening for the rest of the time. Do you want to do that?
No, I want to feel the energy and get the vibe and be on the feet.
we've got the vibes. We've got a strong tailwind today. It's coming down at us, so you're probably okay being here. It's one of the coolest spots at the regatta. We've got some great races coming up for us right now. I think we're going to launch off your first race. It's going to be in the Temple. Excited to see this boat race. UW, University of Washington. They recently beat Great Britain Men's 8, the Windermere Cup, a big race they do out in Washington. And I think GB were pretty upset by that, came home licking their wounds a little bit. And I think anything that's going to give energy to this UW crew. They're racing. Do you want to say this name, Mo?
Njord is the name, and I did a little bit of research. I won't say the full name. It's named after the Norse god of sea and wind. So, yeah, Njord from the Netherlands crew. I did have the luck of commentating on them yesterday, watching them beat Imperial College by a leg.
Try to catch him out there, everyone, but he was too good. He was ready for me.
I've done my homework.
Waiting a little bit. It's quiet before the storm on the start line. They're telling them to get going in the round of the Temple Challenge Cup. Njord at the top of your screen, the Netherlands, University of Washington on the right of your screen. A showdown in this university level men's 8s.
Love watching the 8s come off of the island, especially the way they take out, so ferocious and energetic. There's a lot of noise before the start as well, and there's a lot of expectation on this University of Washington crew as they start their campaign.
Absolutely. So with that high ranking, those results have come before them, comes the pressure. And I think they've got to still come here and execute. It's not the easiest courses to execute, but right now they've taken a bout of canvas on this crew from the Netherlands.
They're looking really smooth and flat. You can see the way their blades are just entering and they're eking out every stroke. They're almost taking a seat in comparison to the Njord crew, and they'll take a lot of confidence from this first 30, 40 strokes of this race.
Some good experience for a young crew, the UW crew, but certainly some experience in there. Actually have Byron Richards in the 5 seat. You can't see him now, just going out a shot. Local Leander rower. Look down the crew there from the Netherlands. Njord. Again, not much between them there, but that power, that precision just moved Washington out of the blocks 2 lengths faster.
Oh, it looks really nice. What a fantastic view there you can see of the crew powering, motoring on. That stern is just continually moving. It's not really dipping that much. It looks like a really well-drilled crew, coached by Mike Callahan. Extremely experienced coach, many campaigns, many seasons at the University of Washington, and you can kind of see how well drilled they are as a crew.
What are you looking for in the stern there? So that they would look at the pointy bit at the back of the boat. That's what mobilises by the stern. What are you seeing?
So you can see it's not really going under the water. It's staying really high, especially as the rowers are coming into the catch. So traditionally, bad crews often, when you can see, or not bad crews that don't really do it very well, there's a whole heap of mass. There's probably 900 kilos plus. All momentum is all driving towards the stern. So you kind of expect to see it dip. But those crews that do it really well just keep it alive. They keep it up and running. They put their blades in quickly and they start to push their leg drive back down.
Look around there, Connor, cock seat. Person there with the cap facing, the only person that gets to face forward to see where the crew's going, steering the crew. A little look around just to say, okay, we're doing okay right now. We've got clear water on this crew from Njord. Bit of a gap between them, but it's a little bit bouncy out there. A few more cruisers. Look at that picture there. A few more cruisers on the right of your screen. Can't close this river. It's for everyone to come down. And there's a little bit of a tailwind as well.
And there's a lot to contend with this. We often think of the wide folds or Cox's boats as being the ones that kind of struggle to deal with the conditions and the booms, but there is a lot. There's so many kind of pedestrian cruisers on the side, as you can see here on the right-hand side of your screen. There's the bounce from rowing, rowers going up to the start of their race, and so it's really kind of really challenging environment to be in. That's all part of the beauty of this regatta. It's not flat water, it's not indoors, it's not really closed environment. It's really open. You have to contend with whatever's thrown your way.
Always the easiest bit of water, but that's what makes it so special. As we're seeing University of Washington here in the Temple Challenge Cup. Those purple decks, those purple shorts. white vests. Very historic. If you're watching from Washington, that's like a tongue twister. Watching from Washington right now, way over that west side of the US. Hello. Good morning to you all. Your boys are doing a pretty good job here as they're coming through to the Remnant. Got enough water probably here to... What, are you comfortable here, Mo? Are you quite relaxed now?
Yeah, I think you can really kind of relax it down now. Enjoy, kind of not take it too low, because sometimes actually taking it too low can make the boat quite heavy. It was mentioned and referred to earlier in some of the races. Actually, you want to keep it kind of nice and lively, a little bit loose, but you'll be going down now at 24. But interestingly, it's something that you and I chatted through yesterday, and hopefully we get another shot of the University of Washington crew. They're racing with telemetry on, which for you and I feels like such a strange concept.
Don't say how old we are, Mohammed.
It's kind of become the new modern thing around being able to get more data insight. It's almost having, like in Formula One, they have telemetry, they have all of the data inputs, and they have a whole team analysing it as the race goes on. The telemetry here gives the coaches the opportunity to see actually in a race scenario, what are my crew doing, what are their outputs, how are their power curves looking. So there's so much insight that can be given to them. As you can see here, you can kind of on the riggers, to the things that are attached to the boat and the blade, there'll be a little telemetry power meter there that the coach will use the data analysis for. You can kind of see the black wire there that kind of run along the boat, and there's almost, just tucked away with some tape.
A little pressure sensor in what we call the gates, the bit that holds, see that turquoisey bit? It sits in those gates, and you get a pressure sensor, so you'll be able to see who is rowing the longest, where they put their power on through the stroke. There's really no hiding.
But it's extra weight in the boat, and this is a really interesting thing. It's extra weight, it's a little bit heavier. I get that rowers are used to training with it in training, and often, sometimes for us, when we used to train with it, it used to disrupt our rhythm because people would try to push harder. You don't want to become bottom of the average line or whatever, however the coach will be analysing the data. So it's really interesting how the sport has changed and progressed.
As we come to the final stages here this Thursday, day 3 of the regatta 2026. University of Washington hotly tipped as one of the fastest cruisers event. Managed to take their rate down, relax towards the finish line. Cross the line, they can be happy with their job done today. It's a win for the University of Washington in the Temple Challenge Cup over Njord of the Netherlands. This is a heat of the Prince of Wales Challenge Cup. Men's intermediate quads, Tideway Sculler School and London Rowing Club. Yellow boat on the left-hand side of your screen. Oxford Brookes University and the white boat on the right of your screen.
Quads are another type of boat that really like to ramp up the rate, get out as fast as possible, get the boat up and running, and that's a fantastic start by the Brookes crew. Really took it on in the first 10-20 strokes, and they were just gaining distance on the Tideway Sculler School and London Rowing Club.
Often see Oxford Brookes in a sculling event, so it's really great to see them here in this men's intermediate event. And to be honest, you'd think the money would be with the kind of Tideway Sculler School, London Rowing Club. Did a lot of sculling at both those clubs, but Brookes, wow, really taking it out, aren't they? They've broken away from this Thames composite, because they're made of Tideway Scullers at one end of the Tideway and London Rowing Club at the other side of the Tideway, and Brookes have started strong.
Yeah, they have, and it's a nice comfortable position to be in the start of your regatta, to practice the first 2 minutes, 3 minutes of your race, go out really hard, keep the rate nice and high, get a comfortable distance, what this is now, to the Tideway Scullers and London crew, and then be able to actually sit in a nice rhythm. But the Tideway Scullers and London crew will not give up. They'll keep attacking them. They'll keep putting pressure on them, as you can see here in this lovely shot as we go down the course.
Really strong start from Brookes. I mean, we say that Brookes don't scull that much, but actually they've got some pedigree in this crew. You've got actual scullers in there. Armstrong in the 3-seat, huge erg. Was actually under 23 men's quad for the Netherlands. So bring some of that talent into his crew. They're looking tidy, they're looking powerful, as you'd expect from a Brookes crew, a strong programme.
Yeah, like you say, there's always been depth at the Brookes University in the sweep events, and we've seen that. They've dominated over a long period of time, the last 10, nearly 15 years. But actually to see them in a quad event, for me, felt kind of strange. I probably don't have the knowledge or the pedia knowledge that some of the rowers, other rowing fans have out there. But for me, this is one of the first times I've seen an Oxford Brookes University crew in a sculling event compete at Henley.
Yeah, it's really great to see. What are we banging on about when we talk about sculling? So in the races this week, you'll see people kind of use 1 oar or 2 oars. And 2 oars, an oar each hand's called sculling. 1 oar, you reach out to one or the other side of the boat. So slightly less surface area with sweep oar or rowing. Sculling, got 2 oars to deal with. As we see the banks filling up. Great to see here on Thursday. You're listening from work, hopefully you can get over here this weekend. We've had some great racing so far. You're joining us in a round of the Prince of Wales Challenge Cup. Oxford Brookes in that maroon, the left-hand side of your screen, currently winning by, I'd call a couple of lengths over the Tideway Sculler School London Rowing Club on the right-hand side.
See there's a different type of rhythm to the previous race that we had. We spoke a lot about the stern in the eights in the Temple Challenge, and we saw the University of Washington boat be relatively flat. Quads are quite naturally, as a rhythm, very bouncy, and that's not a bad thing. That's actually quite a good thing. So what you're trying to do is actually catch it on the rise, where, you know, when that stern is kind of coming up and you can kind of see the boat moving up and down there. There's a lot to contend with. The sculling oars are slightly shorter, so it's a little bit stiffer around the front, and obviously when you're then picking it up, you're trying to send that boat really dynamically and really quickly.
Good shout from Mohr. The little matchsticks, the size of the oars now reduced dramatically. Look around there. Bowman, Lewis Powell, 25, has raced here many a time. Henley finalist at Reading Uni in 2022. He knows what he's doing. He's going to say, we can still get them. You're telling them down this crew, and whereas the Oxford Brookes crew probably saying, keep doing it. Nice and steady here. About to move our boat through to the next round.
And he has to give them belief that they can do it, because there's so much jeopardy that can happen in the last 100, 200 metres here. But it looks like the Brookes crew have got this comfortably wrapped up.
Great finish there from Scullers in London, but today Oxford Brookes too powerful for them as they cross that finish line. It's a win for Oxford Brookes. Prince of Wales Challenge Cup of a tied with Scullers School and London.
Attention!
Start of the Island Challenge Cup. It's University 8, Brown University A versus Brown University B. Wonder who's going to win this one, Mo.
Oh, it's such a psychological game, though, because you really don't know. This is the same team. The B crew will obviously try to beat the A crew. The A crew doesn't want to lose against the B crew, so there's a lot of jeopardy in this. And they know each other so well. They've lived and trained and done the same training program. They know their strengths and their weaknesses. And so I do find this fascinating. I watched the B crew, Brown University B crew, yesterday when they raced the Washington B crew, and they looked really impressive. So I'd be very interested to see how good the A crew looks if they are not equally ranked.
Such a strong program here. Look at them go. They've actually not let that A crew go anywhere. They're taking it to them, aren't they? I think the A crew who are on the Berkshire station, if you're watching this on the top of your screen, if you're listening in the studio's enclosure, they're going to be coming past closest to you. That's the A crew. And right now the B crew clinging on to them. It's about 3/4 of a length as they come off the end of the island.
The A crew are really driving it through in this transition period, where you're taking your high boat speed, really high rate, and you're trying to settle onto a rhythm. and it often lasts to roughly around that barrier marker where you can see that number 1 and the number 2 is about to be raised up to the distance marker between the first crew and the second crew. But the A crew is looking really strong, and as I said, the B crew did look really impressive yesterday in their run down with the University of Washington B. But to have 16 rowing women and their coxes just speaks of strength and depth in their programme.
And the Americans row with such ferocity, don't they? I mean, I can say that I've been smashed by them my entire rowing career. Their aggression, their power to just watch them, even as B crew. What do I mean by that? Look at how heavy they're holding onto the oar and how much they're swinging their trunk through there. There's no let up.
Yeah, there's an explosion to it, there's a power, there's a drive, there's no kind of subtlety to it, and I love that. I love that chunky rhythm that they can generate, and you can kind of see it even in the A crew, the way that they're bringing their blades through into their body and then coming back out to the front, ready, eager for the next stroke.
What a culture this University Boat Club must have, because they've got 2 outstanding crews here. Henley Royal Regatta racing against each other. Beat of the drum, their boat is named, and they certainly look like they're rowing to a beat of the drum as they're powering down here, because the A crew are not letting up either. They're kind of putting a message to the B crew, aren't they?
They are, but then also this is their first time down the track. They'll want to actually test their race plan. They want to put it under duress, see how, pressure test it, see what's going to happen and how people respond. I haven't seen whether they've got telemetry on, so I'm not sure whether they're going to analyse the data outputs, but where I'm coming from with that is you want to see what works in your race programme, especially if it's the first time down the track. Getting used to the markers, getting used to the different sights and the sounds that you'll feel during the race. Whilst rowers try to be very blinkered, it's incredibly loud, especially as you come through the enclosures. So put yourself in those real life, real race scenarios.
Yeah, it's nervy, it's a different course to what anyone will be used to. It's certainly different from anything internationals race on, so it's a world away from anybody else. Incredible experience in these crews. We see there the cox, that hat on there, that cap. She's screaming at her crew. Summer Balakellet, she's actually won here already, Mo, before, winner of the Prince Philip Challenge trophy.
Yeah, and that will come in to play massive dividends later on as they go on. The experience that I've just said, going through the markers, knowing what it takes to win here. She won here with St Catherine's School, Melbourne, Australia in 2022. So she's got the experience winning that in the Prince Philip Challenge trophy. So to be able to help her crew on, because there's not that many people in this crew that have raced down the course before, so all of them are making their rowing debuts except for the 2 people at either end of the boat, the cox, Summer and Adair in the bows.
Good point. And this is them soaking it up right now. Brown B, I am loving this. They are not going anywhere. Their rate is really high, the strokes per minute, their aggression is up there, and they're not letting Brown A get away with this easily, are they?
They're not, and this is their last time down the track. This is their, experiencing this amazing sense of noise, emotion, like beauty, the array of colours that you can see down the bank. So they'll want to leave everything on the water and come off really proud of themselves.
Well, go on, Brown. I can say that because you're both the same crew. You just see the back there of Meave O'Connell really laying it down here. Brown A versus Brown B. This round of the Ireland Challenge Cup. Brown A are just about to cross that finish line there. Tells them they are going to be through. Brown B gave it some huge beans and did themselves proud today. Always a tough competition coming up against fellow crewmates. But it's a win for Brown A and the USA in the Ireland Challenge Cup over Brown University B. This is the 40 Challenge Cup Marlow Rowing Club. I mean, that red on the left of your screen versus Ridley College, Canada on the right of your screen, who've been in a tight competition we saw 2 days ago. Off they go.
Yeah, really taking it on as Jess and I are being bombarded by music from one of the Land Cruisers, making it really hard to hear one another in the commentary box. But that's the beauty of Henley, as these crews have taken it out really strong. But Marlow has Marlow has taken it out, and it does sound like it is Elvis again, reincarnated on the boats.
Elvis is distracting us at the finish line, but nothing's distracting this Marlow crew, who have taken a length lead over Ridley College, Canada, in the opening few hundred metres. How much does that take it out of you, Mohr, if you're an earlier round where you've won by a tiny margin? Are these tired legs in this Ridley crew? Have they got an answer?
There's two trains of thoughts to this. Psychologically, it can make you stronger. You've really dipped your hand in the fire and tested your mettle. And then the other one is, yes, it's taking it out of you, especially if these races come in quick succession, which they do here at Henley. But if you had a late race yesterday and an early race today, then that really does play into it. But what I will say is you have to race every day here. You have to get through the rounds. So no matter how hard the races are, whether they come easy or not, you always need to be ready for the next race. And unfortunately for the Ridley College crew from Canada, that really tight race yesterday will have spurred them on in many ways. But they're coming up against a very well-drilled Marlow Rowing Club crew, coached by Jamie Axon, down on the Marlow stretch. But here we go, Ridley College are starting to come back, because that feeling of that lactic acid, that burn in your legs, they'll be used to it.
Oh my goodness, as you're talking, they must have been hearing you talk. As Elvis would be saying to us down here, it's now or never, and Ridley have got a bit of fire in their legs. They've kept contact with this Marlow crew, and it's only one length between them. They've got overlap with about 600 metres to go.
Yeah, they'll have to dig deep into what they felt yesterday. Yeah, and there's a little less conversation going on in their boat, and they can't have any suspicious minds. They have to just drive on, clear goal towards the finish.
They'll be all shook up by the time this finish line comes, so let's go Ridley now. What have you got, Marlow?
We could be in for a real treat here in the finish. If Ridley College from Canada can start eking back, making that distance, start really getting close to the Marlow crew, putting them under pressure. And Marlow will want this. They'll want to be tested as well, but Ridley are doing a fantastic job of just holding on to the stern of that Marlow crew.
I think unfortunately today, though, it's a strong tailwind. What does that mean? The race is quicker, it's faster. They're running out of course at a race of knots here. And Marlow are in the driving seat, still one length up. A little look around there. The bowman of Marlow, Luka Tanovic, looked around. How far have we got to go? Are we about to get the cheers of Stewards Enclosure?
I think we're in for a real treat here, Jess. We can see the crews on our monitors in front of us. We can see the action play out on the water as well. Marlow have started to take their rate up. They've put in what looks like a Big 10 or a Big 15 just to hold off any move from Ridley College.
Oh, and maybe it's just one race too many for these Canadians, as Marlow have had an answer. They've squeezed out about a canvas of clear water. Grimaced faces from Marlow. This has not been an easy row. It is hotly contested. One of the biggest events we have is the 40 Challenge Cup Junior Men's Quads. And Marlow have just done enough to break Ridley College, Canada. They crossed the finish line a length up on Ridley College. What a fight there, as Ridley really didn't give up hope for one stroke. A great race from the Canadians, but it's a win for Marlow today.
You can't help falling in love with rowing when you watch races like that.
He's too good, Mohammed.
Attention!
One race left, sorry. I'm looking at two crews here. The Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup before we break for tea. Maidenhead Rowing Club A, the green on the left-hand side of your screen. Hartford College B on the right-hand side of your screen. I've had a treat with the quads in this session after lunch. It's been great to see these powerhouses move out the start. A little bit of steering there from Hartbury.
Yeah, really challenging conditions. You can kind of see the flags in the background, like kind of swirling, pushing around, and it gets really, that island on any normal day is really kind of like small, but it feels really, really busy and big when you come past it off the start. So I've steered really badly there before, so I've got the experience to know that it's really challenging to be able to stay close to that island and trust that you're not going to hit the booms.
Okay, I was about to say he's only ever set an 8, but you did a 4 for a little bit. I'll give you that. He's Olympic champion in the 4, so he knows a thing or two about steering these boats. But look at this great start here from Maidenhead Rowing Club. A bit far away from us right now, a couple of locks away along the Thames against Hartford, West Country up in Gloucester. And this is an A crew versus a B crew, so going to the form book a little bit here.
Maidenhead Rowing Club obviously has some strong sculling pedigree. Jack Beaumont trained there when he was younger, won an Olympic silver medal in the Tokyo Olympic Games, as one of the other commentators that we've got during this wonderful week of racing. But they've got some experience in this boat as well, 6 combined appearances between them previously, so they'll start in their campaign in a really strong manner, whilst Hartbury College B had a great race yesterday against Oundle School, where they won by 1.5 lengths to progress into this round.
So great race from that crew there in the black with the red and white hoops. He did a great job to actually be here racing on the Thursday, but it looks like it's Maidenhead Rowing Club A crew a little bit too strong as we move through these middle stages of the race.
You can see the water rippling up, Jess. You referred to the wind earlier. It's making for very quick conditions. Quick conditions mean it's much harder to come back when you do get a little bit of a distance between the leading crew. You kind of almost have to go turbo speed away and above. When there's a slower headwind, when the wind is against you, there's more opportunity for you to kind of get back into the race. It's a little bit slower, and sometimes actually, depending upon how strong the winds are in either direction, there's a bit of skill that's needed to be able to stay alive and not catch a crab or catch the water with your spoons.
So rowing's hugely technical. These oars are going to go in and out the water. You're controlling them mainly with your hands, a little bit of forearm control. And then what you want to do is actually get the legs on the spoon. So you're using kind of every part of your body to control how fast your boat's going. But the precision to switch and swivel that oar is down to your hands. When it gets windy, that's like having a giant bat up in the air that the wind wants to grab hold of.
Yeah, there's some belief in the other sporting worlds that rowers aren't very coordinated, but actually you have to have quite a lot of coordination with each other, coordination with your hands, especially in sculling, to be able to catch the boat equally with your right and your left, your bow and your stroke side oars or your spoons, and to be able to then coordinate your leg drive together with your hips and with your back. So for me, there's always been a bit of coordination. It just depends on how you look at it from a sporting perspective.
You're bigger than the average person as well, so it's quite hard to coordinate that.
Probably the people that were saying I wasn't very coordinated had seen me play football before, so.
I don't know, you got your face on the side of the Emirates Stadium, haven't you? Arsenal fan over here.
Oh, that's just because of I'm a big fan.
I think the rowers, our sport's so hard, it's so demanding, we have a pretty high opinion of ourselves. Mark Hunter the other day thought he could be a darts champion if he just practiced that 10,000 hours rule. Well, some of these juniors, the level of training they do, the amount of hours they put in, these rowers here down at Maiden Rowing Club, I know they'll be up early, they'll be training after school. A lot of them have just finished A-levels, no doubt. Those sacrifices, those early mornings are paying off for you, Maidenhead. Come around there from Neve Campbell in the bow seat there. Probably feeling that now. Enjoy this, Maidenhead. You are doing it on the biggest stage possible.
Some really good, strong rowers that we've had in our time in the team. And when we're talking about coordination, different sports, I do remember Sam Townsend, who is one of the coaches at Radley. He could play football quite well. He was always quite adapted to doing different sports, good at running. He's got a quite fast marathon time for a very, very big-framed guy. So, yeah, Sam Townsend for me was always one that was very versatile, the Swiss Army knife of the rowing world.
Great sculler, I have to say. Helen Glover, you might have heard from her. She was an all-round superstar in all kind of sports. So running, I think rock climbing. She lives down in Cornwall now, does a lot of crazy scuba diving kind of sports. She was annoyingly good at all sports. So if you're listening, Helen, well done on being so good at all your sports and double Olympic champion, multiple world champion. Right, this is the final stages of the afternoon session before we break for tea. Maidenhead, a great job today. really textbook there as they cross the line around the Diamond Jubilee Cup. It's a win for them over Hartford College. Great lunchtime show. Final thoughts, Mohammed. Who do you think was good there? Some tight races lots of quad races for us there, weren't there?
Lots of quad races, but I'm going to go and switch to the University of Washington crew. I thought they were fantastic. I thought they looked really good and strong.
Brilliant. I think we saw some incredible races there. I am loving those quads racing, the power of them, and I really enjoyed seeing the fight of Ridley versus Marlow in our earlier round. Racing is going to come back on at 5:30. We are going to cut to Ali Vance now as we all go and have our tea. Thank you so much.
Well, another fabulous session completed, but let's step away from the racing and the rowing for just a moment, because there's so much infrastructure that gets built for months coming into this event. Ian Cook, you're responsible for all of the infrastructure on the river, and we're looking at these things, buildings here. You're basically you're putting up buildings in the middle of the river.
Yes.
So how long does it take, and how much is already here, and how much you starting from scratch?
We literally start from scratch. All what you see in the river here, apart from one single pile, which is over there, that is the only thing left in the river at the end of Regatta. Everything else comes away, gets dried out, looked after and stored.
And reused?
And reused. Well, 95% of it reused.
So the booms and the piles, they aren't here permanently?
No, none of them at all.
And how long does this take?
In a good year, 3 months from start to finish. The last 2 or 3 years we've had very poor winters, so the floods have carried on, and we've had to get 3 months work done in 2 months. So it's been 15-hour days for 2 months solid.
Okay, and we can see we're coming past the press balcony now. How do you go about constructing something like that?
Well, all underneath this is a big steel structure. So what we did in the early days when we came 18 years ago, it was all wood. And we just found it was so rickety and we thought unsafe. So we talked to Regatta about it, and they agreed on making steel subframes, and then we just put the wooden structure on the top to make it look like it had always been here, which just made it a lot safer. It's a bit more time to install, but so, that being what we call the progress box would take in a normal couple of days, I suppose, to install the whole thing, and a day to pull out.
Day to pull out much quicker. And in the 18 years you've been working here, what changes have you seen, and things that people wouldn't necessarily know about?
The course is pretty much exactly as it's always been. We sort of changed it a little bit by where, when we first came, all the booms were all different lengths, so it made it very difficult for us to sort of know where we were really going with it. So we changed that, so all the booms now are 60 foot long, apart from the ones right down the course below the barrier, which are 56, because what happens is the wood rots from the ends, so as we don't waste the wood, we then cut a couple of foot off the end of each 60-foot boom and make it a 56. So that's it. Yeah.
Okay, well, let's hope there's no incidents and everything remains intact. Thank you very much, Ian. It's absolutely fascinating. And another thing that is fascinating about the regatta is the work that goes in behind the scenes about encouraging more people getting into the sport of rowing. Let's find out more about the Henley Royal Regatta Charitable Trust.
All we want to do is give you the best start to a sport that might just be absolutely perfect for you, and to see them thrive in an environment that's actually probably more suited to them than being in the classroom. It's nice to see that they have an outlet to go to which provides them with a different environment to thrive in.
Not every lesson happens in a classroom.
We take the children out of school during the day. So the children that are here could be doing double geography, they could be doing geography and history, they could be doing languages, they could be doing anything. And the big thing that we found with the schools and the way that we can really sell it to the schools is that attendance improves.
For many young people, rowing becomes a safe place where they can grow, lead and belong.
Since I started rowing, I've learned about how to be like a leader to my peers in the rowing boat, and also how to be a captain and how to teach other people in a nice way. And I make new friends while doing it. You should do it because you get new friends, you make like new coaches, and you become a better person after it. The main thing I look forward to doing is seeing everyone, seeing the coaches, and just like rowing with people.
You can help young people discover what they're capable of by donating to the Henley Royal Regatta Charitable Trust today. Please log on to our website or scan the QR code now. Thank you.
It is going to be between, on the left-hand side, Amsterdamse Studenten Roeiveneringen Neerhaus B crew, and in fact the A crew of what I just said is on the buck station on this side. Great clean start, and before we talk about this race, I just want to say that the Neerhaus rowers, you may notice, are wearing black ribbons in memory of a young 21-year-old cyclist who was tragically killed on the banks of the Amstel in late June. She's the friend of many rowers, some here at the regattas, and Neerhaus and us really want to honour her memory. But a race between the A and the B crew, Zoe.
Always a difficult one, isn't it? You obviously have a favourite, there's a form. The B crew are going to go out there to do their best to unsettle the A crew, but it's your teammates, and it's so difficult to come up against your own teammates, isn't it?
Yeah, and a tough job for the coach as well, I think. Timo van Witmarschen, who's really heading up the Neerhaus programme. Fantastic Dutch university programme. Neerhaus probably the top, or certainly the largest university club in the Netherlands, but he's got to have given racing instructions to both crews.
Yeah, and I think you've just got to, as a coach, I guess, go out and give your crews individually their best shot. I suppose the benefit as a coach is you know you're winning at the end of the day.
Yeah, totally. So Neerhaus A, as you would expect on this near side, stroked by Beerflow, and we talked about him in commentary yesterday. Got, I guess, slightly more famous brother and sister, Finn and Caroline. But that ain't going out of shot now, and Neerhaus B is in shot there. The 19-year-old stroke, William van Ellenbeent, that's him on the left, raced in the Forley Challenge Cup for Leander, Zoe. And so he's well known, he knows this course well, he would have trained on this course. I'm sure his experience will have been helpful for this crew as they go down.
I think ultimately Neerhaus are a club that have good institutional knowledge of Henley Royal. They last won this event in 2021, but they've featured there or thereabouts most years, don't they?
Yeah.
So, you know, knowing that there are people in the club who've raced and won and know how to win is so important when you're bringing a crew to a race that's as different as Henley Royal.
Yeah, totally. And of course, Diederik Simon, who is the legendary Dutch rower and coached the Dutch to a World Championship gold, their first ever last year in Shanghai. He is not allowed with the Dutch team anymore. He's back helping out with Neerhaus, helping out Timo, the chief coach. And he has coached many Neerhaus crews at Henley and is such a fantastic servant to the sport. Really, you know, I was asking him about coaching, and he's very much a fluid coacher. He likes to coach what he sees. He says it's too complicated to tell the rower and the oarsman what their body position should be. They need to work it out for themselves.
And I think you can see right here in front of us in this race with his A crew versus a B crew actually how well that coaching philosophy obviously comes across, because what I can really see here when I look at this race is how similarly these two crews row, and I can imagine that it's really easy to keep moving people around. If someone gets injured, pulling someone up from the B crew to the A crew, because actually these crews have a very similar style. Yes, the A crew are stronger and they've got a good distance out ahead, but it's only, about a third of a length of clear water here. The B crew have done a great job of keeping the pressure on. The A crew are not being allowed to let up here at all. So I think it's a testament to this club that they are both rowing in a very similar style.
Totally, and that A crew have done, I think, a Dutch student record, sub 5:30, 5 minutes 29 for a 2K race, which is absolutely killing it. I mean, that is an incredible speed. So it does give you an idea of Nearhouse B, just how quick that second crew is.
And I imagine Nearhouse B, would be very competitive against many other crews racing in this event, but to come up against their A crew, who are really looking quite imperious here actually as they row away. They look very neat and tidy. They look really strong and long through the water. Very impressive style from them, and as I said, from their B crew as well.
Both coxes are female in this. Female coxing male crew, Veronica Buta in Nearhouse B and Nikov Haritos in Nearhouse A. Can you give us an insight of what's it like for a woman to be coxing a men's crew?
Personally, I found it, they go a bit faster than the women's crews, but personally I found that there wasn't much difference in what we did on the water. I think, personally, I found much bigger variation between crews and the personalities and the types of people in the crews rather than from male to female. I think it's usually the conversation off the water that's probably the biggest difference.
Yeah, interesting. I guess that Nearhouse A crew are probably going to want to be fairly kind to their nearest B crew. They're not wound it down like some of the crews. They're not just paddling, are they? They're having, that's showing respect for the guys in the B crew, I guess.
Absolutely, and they're letting the B crew come back up to them a little bit, which is always a slightly dangerous game to play, because you don't want to now have a little incident, catch a crab, hit the booms. They're plenty far away. But as they come down towards us, it does look like that A crew has just managed to relax out a little bit more, whilst the B crew are lifting, building to the finish line, making sure they get their best performance from A to B.
Yeah, I can look out of our position here. Beautiful position. We're getting wind gusts down the course. It's a tailwind, and Nearhouse A are coming to the finish line. They had a hard race yesterday against Sydney University, won that by 3/4 of a length. A little bit easier today, but they're letting their B crew come up to them. Nearhouse A will progress further in the Temple Challenge Cup after their one-length victory over Nearhouse B. So Zoe, there are some fashions here. As a woman, you can talk about fashion.
Yes, look at me right now. I don't think that I'm the most fashionable person in the team.
Blazer, Oxford blazer, green.
Oh no, please don't come. No.
That little
Hello.
there we are, Daisy. Yeah. So obviously carefully chosen.
Yes, I'm dopamine dressing today, so dressing in something that makes me feel cool and relaxed and comfortable.
And no, I haven't got orange trousers actually. What, just like you can comment on my outfit today.
You need some trousers like that.
That's crazy. I want a pair of those trousers. What do you think of guys that wear these really colourful trousers at Henley, Zoe?
I think they're just doing a great job of matching their ties and their blazers.
Oh, it's super. I was talking to Julie Jesperson today. She's got her son racing for Syracuse, and their colours are orange and blue, and she's done her nails, one nail orange, the other nail blue, which I thought was really cool.
That's good commitment.
Totally. Look at those guys. What blazer is that? I do not know, but I love the lapels. They're
I'm
very
not sure I've
classy.
ever seen that before. We'll have to get some viewers' opinions.
Yeah, OK, well, why don't we get back to the racing?
Something we're much safer with.
Yeah, I think we're on safer ground with the racing. So closest to us, it's Wesleyan University from the USA. This is a heat of the Temple Challenge Cup for men's student 8, and on the other side we have got the very fast crew from Delta Studenten by Venerigen Lacher. It's their A crew They were very impressive yesterday. They beat Oxford Brookes by half a length. A fantastic race.
Look at this
great crews.
Look at this punchy start from Wesleyan. They are not waiting around. They've got about 6 or 7 strokes in before Laha's first 3.
Tell us what you mean by punchy.
They were taking a lot of strokes. They were really aggressive underwater. They probably know that this Laha crew is fast, and they want to make sure that they rattle them early and get out there ahead.
Yeah, great shout, Zoe. This Wesleyan crew, who are closest to us, they beat E.E.M of the Netherlands by 2/3 of a length. It was a very close race. So we're getting some fantastic contests in this Temple Challenge Cup. And the stroke man with the cap, well, we'll talk about him when we get to see him. But there is the stroke of the Delta 8, Nicolai van Dengen. With the cap on, he's 24 years old. It's his 3rd race at Henley. So these guys are so experienced in this regatta zone.
Yeah, Laha won in 2013, didn't they? So again, another Dutch crew who've come over here and done pretty well. I think, you know, Wesleyan, they're a very small liberal arts college in Connecticut, the Cardinals, they call themselves. So I think they know they're in for a challenge here, but their coach, Phil Carney, this is his 39th season coaching these varsity men. So this guy knows how to get a good 8 going, doesn't he?
He does, and there's a shot at the stroke seat. August Sherman, the 21-year-old, the cellist from Seattle, Washington. I just love the fact that he plays the cello and he does this rowing as well. Combines the lightness of touch, holding a cello bow, and the power in the rowing boat in the stroke seat. Fantastic.
Something to be said for rhythm there, whether you're a musician or a stroke seat of a rowing 8, you've got to have rhythm and you've got to be able to perform under pressure.
Yeah, so it's really the crew from Wesleyan we think are leading just. You can see the signals go up there behind the people in the boxes down the course, and there is not much between them. The 2 indicates that station, the Buck station, Wesleyan went through first, but I hear, well, they've pretty much not been shaken off by that punchy start from Wesleyan. Yeah, go for it, Zoe.
I was just going to say they're sat right there, and I think, you know, when you're in that position, you have to have real trust and belief in your crew and your sort of base pace, and rather than trying to chase another course down another crew down the track, you've got to just get into your rhythm and row your own race, which is really difficult in this one-on-one, side-by-side racing.
Yeah, it is, and these guys from Delft have got some serious power. So the crew on the left, the guys at 3 and 4, so look at Bauer, he's 1, 2, and then guys at 3 and 4, Krimwinders and Jonas Dorenstein, they're new into the crew, but word is they have posted a 5:47, so a sub 5:52 K on the Concept 2 ergometer for 2,000 metres, and a 5, oh no, sorry, not the Concept 2, on the RP3, because the Dutch train on the RP3, which is a slidey ergometer, but that's pretty mean scores to have in the middle of the boat for these guys to power through. 6 of this crew raced at the regatta last year. They've gone through the rounds, they've got deep into the regatta, so this will be a massive step for them if they can head the crew from USA.
Wesleyan dispatched a Dutch crew yesterday, so I'm sure they've gone out hoping to be able to do the same today. I mean, I think they're doing a great job here. They're, you know, Laha had that bit of attack, didn't they? But looks like Wesleyan have stopped them in their tracks.
Yeah, Wesleyan, I'd say, are going to go on to win this race. The Connecticut-based crew, they have had a pretty decent season, but this will cap anything they've done, I think, in the USA if they get through to the Friday and then progress on. Laha, well, it does look like Wesleyan are going away from it. And you said that punchy style. They've kept really sharp on the front end, haven't they? But they've timed it well. And that sort of nice flat draw, that long stroke of Laha, they haven't been able to come out of that rhythm and put a real sort of sprint in, Zoe.
I guess the question now for the Wesleyan guys is, have they done too much? You know, have they kept the rate up too high? Have they not given themselves time to catch their breath, relax a bit in the middle? And have they kept themselves too close to the line? Does that allow the door to open for Laha and attack? Or can Wesleyan just, you know, keep that resistance up?
Yeah. there we see, fantastic shot. Laher, well, the Dutch are famed for their sprints, but Laher don't seem to have been able to raise the rating too much at the moment. It is Wesleyan coming through the Regatta enclosure. Oh, what a great shot of the blade, Zoe.
Yeah, they look really neat, these guys. We just saw their coxswain, Asher Israel, just glance over, and I think this is the real skill as a cox here. You're in quite a dangerous position. You've got a little bit of a lead, but not enough to get comfortable. And as the cox, you have to be able to judge when the momentum is starting to swing against you, and you have to be able to be really, really decisive in that moment. And I'm hoping now that, you know, these crews can match up well as they come down here, because I think Laher are attacking again.
So Wesleyan need to do the business. To my money, they have got this race, and certainly like to say to Coach Jack in Pronto, a native of Connecticut, you've done a great job. But here come Laher. I spoke too soon. Laher are attacking, and there are just meters in it. They are a deck down, and if you're watching this in the USA, in Connecticut, your heart will be in your mouth. Here's the sprint from Laher. The men in red against the men in black. Wesleyan tiring now. They're struggling, and it's Laher that take the win from Wesleyan. What a finish. Oh my goodness, I got it totally wrong. I was giving the race. Let's have a replay and check. There are the men from Laher. Incredible finish ahead of Wesleyan. I spoke too soon, Zoe.
I think that was it. That was that trust and belief in that Laher crew. I don't know what their coxswain said to them, but they really attacked there, didn't they? And they did not stop. They did not look back. They just went for it.
So Laher, cool as you like, as if they do that every day of the week, which of course they don't. And I really didn't think they could just have that late surge. My apologies to Laher, my apologies for Wesleyan, and giving you the wrong steer. But let's leave Laher there and head off up to the start. Now, what is it with this commentary shift, shall we? Because we race near house A and B crew, and the rowing gods have given us another A and B crew in a heat of the Forley Challenge Cup for boys quadruple sculls. It's Belen Jesuit Prep School B, and they are on the left-hand side of the screen against Belen Jesuit Prep School A, and they are on the right-hand side of the screen. They are the crew closest to us. Why are the B crew leading the A crew, Zoe?
That's a great question. I mean, they have really gone out hard there, haven't they? And this goes back to what we were saying in the previous race. If on paper you are the, if you are the unfavoured crew, I suppose, then you kind of have to do something a little bit different there. And you might say, okay, actually, well, let's just race the fastest first 500 we've got and see what we can do, see if we can shake our opponents.
Yeah. I thought that was a difficult question I gave you. I have to say I was really impressed by the quality of your answer.
Thank you.
Yeah, excellent. So, this is a programme run by the Cuban coach, Univ Cabrera Torres, no doubt inspired by the great Cuban sculler Angel Fournier Rodriguez, sadly now passed away, but world silver medalist. Cuba, really great in rowing. I remember my last race was against two lads from Cuba, Rodriguez Silva and Cabanel Same in the Cox pair. So, it is no doubt the spirit of Cuba. This is a Miami-based crew, and it is the B crew who are giving it their all. And great shout out to them. Jamie Schmidt, 17 in the stroke seat, Malkat Alberni, Aidan Furness and Ben Ramos. And if you're watching in the USA, no doubt your heart will be in your mouth if you're supporting either athletes from the B or the A crew, or maybe you're just enjoying the race and you're a neutral. It does look like the A crew is kind of battling, pushing those finishes out and just smacking that boat back through, Zoe.
I think that A crew have actually moved up probably about half a length. They were about a length down, and they're now closing up about half a length between them now. The B crew, I think, actually, again, I keep saying this, but it goes back to mentality. If you've got nothing to lose, maybe you just relax a little bit more, you row your better rowing, whereas if you're the crew under pressure, it can affect you. You row a bit tighter, you row a bit shorter, you're not quite able to be as efficient. And I do think now this A crew are moving. I would say they're closing up It's been another couple seats there in the past sort of 20 strokes or so. So here's the thing. If this is the B crew now, how do you respond? Do you just try and put absolutely everything into it before the A crew get level? Have they got anything left to give?
Well, there's still quite a way left in this race. I am staying well out of prediction. It's the A crew on the right of your picture. They are going through to Skull, level with their B crew. Evan Martinez, who loves fishing with his brothers for huge bluegill. I do not know what that was, but I bet it's a massive fish. Felix Caceres is behind him in the 3-seat. Nicholas Battistini and David Caban, Latino influence. The A crew finally, and they're going across. I wonder what the umpire thinks about that.
Yeah, I think I heard a warning there. They've been warned for coming too far over. Not sure if that was on purpose or if that was just a little bit of lack of control there. Steering down here hard enough if you're coxing, even harder if you're trying to do the rowing as well. They had a big attack in that last minute. They really piled the pressure on. And that B crew, after that incredible gutsy start, so full of heart, they do look a little bit like they're kind of starting to come unstuck here, and the A crew are really moving away.
Yeah, the B crew had a great race yesterday against Tauranga from New Zealand. They won by a couple of lengths. The A crew, I think they might have had a bye. Look at that, really smacking it in all the way to the finish. No let up after the shock of rowing most of the race down to their B crew. But at the finish in this heat of the Fawley Challenge Cup, it is Belen Jesuit Prep School A who take the win ahead of their fellow school boys from the B crew. Great race, love that. Now, what is it with this commentary shift, shall we? Because we race near house A and B crew, and the rowing gods have given us another A and B crew in a heat of the Fawley Challenge Cup for boys quadruple sculls. It's Belen Jesuit Prep School B, and they are on the left-hand side of the screen against Belen Jesuit Prep School A, and they are on the right-hand side of the screen. They are the crew closest to us. Why are the B crew leading the A crew, Zoe?
That's a great question.
Go on, answer
they
it.
have really gone out hard there, haven't they? And this goes back to what we were saying in the previous race. If on paper you are the, if you are the unfavoured crew, I suppose, then you kind of have to do something a little bit different there. And you might say, okay, actually, well, let's just race the fastest first 500 we've got and see what we can do, see if we can shake our opponents.
Yeah. I thought that was a difficult question I gave you. I have to say I was really impressed by the quality of your answer.
Thank you.
Yeah, excellent. So, this is a programme run by the Cuban coach, Unian Cabrera Torres, no doubt inspired by the great Cuban sculler Angel Fournier Rodriguez, sadly now passed away, but world silver medalist. Cuba, really great in rowing. I remember my last race was against two lads from Cuba, Rodriguez Silva and Cabanel Same in the Cox pair. So, it is no doubt the spirit of Cuba. This is a Miami-based crew, and it is the B crew who are giving it their all. And great shout out to them. Jamie Schmidt, 17 in the stroke seat, Malka Alberni, Aidan Furness and Ben Ramos. And if you're watching in the USA, no doubt your heart will be in your mouth if you're supporting either athletes from the B or the A crew, or maybe you're just enjoying the race and you're a neutral. It does look like the A crew is kind of battling, pushing those finishes out and just smacking that boat back through, Zoe.
I think that A crew have actually moved up probably about half a length. They're about a length down, and they're now closing up about half a length between them now. The B crew, I think, actually, again, I keep saying this, but it goes back to mentality. If you've got nothing to lose, maybe you just relax a little bit more, you row your better rowing, whereas if you're the crew under pressure, it can affect you. You row a bit tighter, you row a bit shorter, you're not quite able to be as efficient. And I do think now this A crew are moving. I would say they're closing up. It's been another couple seats there in the past sort of 20 strokes or so. So here's the thing. If this is the B crew now, how do you respond? Do you just try and put absolutely everything into it before the A crew get level? Have they got anything left to give?
Well, there's still quite a way left in this race. I am staying well out of prediction. It's the A crew on the right of your picture. They are going through to Skull, level with their B crew. Evan Martinez, who loves fishing with his brothers for huge bluegill. I do not know what that was, but I bet it's a massive fish. Felix Caceres is behind him in the 3 seat. Nicholas Battistini and David Caban, Latino influence. The A crew finally, and they're going across. I wonder what the umpire thinks about that.
Yeah, I think I heard a warning there. They've been warned for coming too far over. Not sure if that was on purpose or if that was just a little bit of lack of control there. Steering down here hard enough if you're coxing, even harder if you're trying to do the rowing as well. They had a big attack in that last minute. They really piled the pressure on. And that B crew, after that incredible gutsy start, so full of heart, they do look a little bit like they're kind of starting to come unstuck here, and the A crew are really moving away.
Yeah, the B crew had a great race yesterday against Tauranga from New Zealand. They won by a couple of leads. The A crew, I think they might have had a bye. Look at that, really smacking it in all the way to the finish. No let up after the shock of rowing most of the race down to their B crew. But at the finish in this heat of the Forley Challenge Cup, it is Belen Jesuit Prep School A who take the win ahead of their fellow school boys from the B crew. Great race, love that. So we're on the start we're on live now, which is always exciting. This is a heat of the Island Challenge Cup for Women's University 8. We're looking at the Cambridge University B crew, coached by Matilda Horn. They are going to be closest to us on this side of the course, and our start camera is flying over to the crew from Yale University A. They're going to be so fast, this crew, I am imagining. And, well, let's bring in Chris. How you doing, Chris?
I'm good, Crossy. I'm good. Gorgeous day once again today, and some more exciting racing this afternoon. I think I'd have to agree with you. What you just said then, this Yale crew is certainly one of the picks of this very deep, very broad, very international contest, the Island Challenge Cup for University 8s here this year.
Yale, Cambridge. Yeah. Totally. Sitting on the start, the umpire there, trying to work out who that was. Matthew Tinson. I wonder if he missed his daughter just winning in that heat of the Diamond Jubilee, just going through the start procedure.
They're fast too, the Diamond Jubilee.
Yeah.
They were only a second off the record to the barrier.
Totally. Let's just listen to the start now. Let's see what these crews are hearing from Matt Tinson, the umpire.
Attention. Go! Take it with
So noise in the boat. Hope you enjoyed that. Yale on the left of your picture, Cambridge B on the right of your picture. How's this going to go, Chris?
Look, it'd be hard not to think that the Yale crew are going to be the favourites in this one, and coming off the start just a little bit tidier and a little bit more patient, I thought, just in those first couple of strokes. It takes a little while to get the 8 up and moving, and these ladies from Yale have done the best of that in these opening strokes. We'll get the side-on shot in just a moment, but I suspect we're going to see Yale pretty close. Still only about a quarter of a length.
So Cambridge University B crew are racing on this station. I think I saw the A crew win this morning. I couldn't totally justify that, but I think I saw Paddy Ryan coming off with their A crew. And of course Cambridge, a bit of a bloody nose, got beaten by Oxford in the women's boat race. So this is all about rebuilding for the East England University.
Yeah, certainly, and a lot of these ladies out of the lightweight reserve boats and sort of on the fringes of the squad here in the B crew, and so rebuilding and sort of bringing that next generation back through Cambridge. We've obviously had just such a strong legacy in that boat race over the last decade, but yeah, as you said, Oxford turning the tide this year, but a couple of good results so far this week for Cambridge, and doing well to hang with this Yale crew. It's very well credentialed, very international Yale combination, just on the far side of our picture, who about 3/4 of a boat length their lead now, but not moving away probably quite as quickly as we would have thought.
Yeah, totally up in the bows. Hannah Warren, the 24-year-old, you see her there, furthest from us. And Belle Monroe. We saw these guys race yesterday, Cambridge B. They had a decent win against Laha by a couple of lengths. So they've got that under their belt. I mean, what's that going to have done for these women?
Yeah, it certainly is a little bit of confidence. That Laha crew, we were on for that race as well, and totally, yeah, they weren't particularly challenged. Were Cambridge B yesterday, and a little bit of confidence, especially given the Yale crew had the bye yesterday and didn't get a row out on the course. So Cambridge ladies will be a little bit more familiar with the conditions. They'll be a little bit more confident that they can execute their race plan, or maybe if they didn't, they'll be confident that they can make some changes. And that confidence really started to pay off. They're staying right in touch with the Bulldogs.
Well, totally. Matilda Horn is going to be loving this if the Cambridge assistant coach, Paddy Ryan, is in the launch, because they are moving their bows back up to Yale. I have to say, I am totally surprised and shocked by that, Chris.
I am too. I would have thought this Yale crew, I mean, bringing over a big squad. They've got 2 boats in this, one in the bridge as well. We did see their B boat go out yesterday, which I think we were a little bit surprised by as well. Yeah, really having some questions asked of them now by Cambridge B.
Lauren Scheidemann, the 22-year-old Cox for Cambridge B, is going to be crouched over her rudder lines and really giving it some for all her crew. What has Annabelle Monroe, the 20-year-old, in the stroke seat got to lead them? And look across there from Hope Galusha, the 23-year-old coxswain, Ivy League champion, second in the NCAAs, which is kind of the collegiate championship of the USA in 23. Very experienced coxswain, and she's got to be telling her crew, I guess, to calm down, Chris.
Yeah, certainly. Looking at them when we were following them from behind then, there's not a lot sort of technically to separate the two. They look very evenly matched, so if there are any feelings of doubt in the Yale crew, I think, as you said, Hope there will be urging them on and just saying, hey, stay calm here, we've got this. We're maybe on paper they're going into it with some confidence, and if she can kind of reignite that confidence in the second half, maybe they can mount a response. But Cambridge are just keep on coming, just throwing some punches here on the Yale boat, and I think as they come past us, they may even be just about to hit the lead.
This is a crazy, crazy race. Matilda Hall, what have you done with these women? The coach of Cambridge B, she is up against the fantastically experienced Will Porter, the winning coach for the NCAAs last year. That is the championship, the collegiate championship of America. He has been at Yale for so long. He's such a great coach, and his crew are seeing their lead cut down, scythed down by the B crew of Cambridge University. I think it might be an Aussie in the stroke seat of that Yale crew, Lucy Richardson, the 21-year-old.
Indeed it is, from Victoria. Got a medal at the Junior Worlds a couple of years ago, but right now you can see there was a response from Yale, but Cambridge have just halted that. They've gone again, they've found another gear here, and we're seeing from the drone Cambridge have hit the lead as they approach sort of the final stages of this race, and it'll be a big response, I think, from Yale here, who have really brought the rating up, but maybe just looking like overrating for the power that's going down in the water, and Cambridge still continuing to move away there at the top of our picture.
Yale have been able to do nothing about this move. Stina Nielsen, the Dane in the 7th seat of Yale. Anna Keating, she's making a Henley debut. This is all new to the economics graduate. Grace Murphy in the 5th seat. Yale are looking to real power from them, but Cambridge continue to stretch out. It is the B crew, not the A crew. This is a sensational row by this boat.
Certainly, if Yale have anything left in the bag, anything to respond, it needs to be now. They're in front of Stewart's. The cheers might just be that little bit louder for the home heroes, the Cambridge B crew there on the right of the picture, navigating the geese as well as they come in front of very busy Stewart's enclosure. It's almost half a length lead now to the Cambridge University B crew. There's lightweight boat race winners, reserve boat race winners in this crew, and coming up against the Bulldogs, who have come all the way over from the USA, this very international credentialed crew, and it is Cambridge still with the advantage.
Yale going for it there. You can see what it means to them. You can see they're desperate, but Cambridge University B crew have half a length lead. This is one of the great upsets of this Thursday at Henley, if not the whole regatta so far. Cambridge University B crew come down to the finish ahead of the Yale Bulldogs. They take the win in this heat of the Island Challenge Cup for University Women's 8s. And Yale heads go down. Patty Mullin, the 22-year-old, she dropped her head. They probably won't believe it in that Cambridge vote.
I don't think they can. There was some big high fives there. What an incredible row.
Well, thanks so much, Martin. Hard act to follow. Joining us here, middle of the afternoon, Thursday, day 3. We've got some big fights down the course here with some of the university crews. And we're excited to be starting, first of all, with the Bridge Challenge player. How's your day been, Chris?
It's been good. It's been good. Kept up with some of the Australians early, and then a bit of prep for this afternoon's racing, and a little bit more Australian racing later. But been wandering around Stewards this afternoon and enjoying your appearance on the lunchtime show as well.
Thank you. Yeah, I had to do the big call today, so we'll see their race a bit later on this afternoon. Look at the fans soaking it up there, Chris. Some good blazers on our screens today. It's not hot enough for the chairman to decree to take the blazers off, so some warm bodies in Stewards right now.
Yeah, certainly, especially when you're just a little bit out of the wind. It gets getting pretty warm today. It's nice up here in the commentary box. We've got this following breeze, quick conditions, and keeping us nice and cool.
It certainly is, and we're going to the start now of the Bridge Challenge Plate. This is for intermediate women's 8s. We're going to see a crew from Orca and Vegan Focus from the Netherlands. They're racing against Leander. I'll call that crew Orca on the top of your screen just for our viewers. They probably saved me the chat, but they have taken their first strokes and squeezing off the start. It's Orca Focus v Leander.
Just 2 races in the bridge today, and all the unselected crews to progress through to quarterfinals tomorrow. And 2 crews who faced each other. Leander on the right of your picture, maybe just with the slightest of early advantages over Orca. They've only just come into the 8. Just a slightly tidier start there from Leander. And being rewarded by about half a length lead as we emerge from Temple Island.
Strong start, home water for these ladies with their pink oars, white vests. They know this course very well. Intermediate 8, a new event to Henley Regatta last year. This is only the 2nd year of racing this event. What have Leander got? Was surely one of the crews to watch in this event.
Yeah, certainly. They've rode on this course together, not just in training. Almost all of this 8 was the Leander 8 at Henley Women's a couple of weeks ago. Juliet Perry into the boat for Poulsen Ranger, who was meant to race the single earlier today. Henley Women's a couple of weeks ago over the shorter course, finishes just in front of Remington Club, 1,500 metres in that event. Can be a little bit hard to gauge form there because just slightly different eligibility rules there. So watching on with interest, we'll be left thinking, haven't really told us anything at this point.
Yeah, a lot can change in a couple of weeks down this course. Training can go well, training can not go well. We've seen some bumping and moving in the women's 8. Bristol Walgrave yesterday, now moving to the bridge. But right now, it's coming strongly up to the barrier. It's a good start from Leander. Those pink spoons you see versus this composite crew. We call composites a mixture of different athletes from the Netherlands on the left of your screen. What are the differences, Chris, between the blade work? So how are the oars going in and out of the water between the 2 crews?
Yeah, you can just see it's the synchronicity. It's super simple sport, right? It's the synchronicity, and in the Netherlands crew, just a few different things going on. It's probably reflected by they did come into the 8 quite recently. 4 of these ladies in the Dutch crew also raced at Henley Women's Regatta, won the Champ 4 at that event over the Thames. I think it's half their B8 or one of their Walgrave 8s. So a step up into the bridge, up against very classy ladies from Leander.
Yeah, looking strong there. Great shot down the boat. They just rode past us. That's Foley, you see there, that building in the background. And they were clear water. They've broken this crew from Fokker and Rudabringen Orca. So you see they really start to stamp their authority on this race. Tidy rowing. What am I saying when I say tidy rowing? So rowing is about energy. You want those oars to drop into the water there. Drop into the water as little splash as possible. Splash means a waste of energy. You're smacking the water rather than putting the spoon in. You hear any of our commentators this week talk about tidy, neat. It's not just a dressage event. It's actually about efficiency and energy. So look down the boat there. There's crew from the Netherlands.
Right in their rhythm now, and not too much to detract from the Dutch crew, rowing really nicely. And but at the moment, as I said, a step up from the sort of category they were in at Henley Women's a couple of weeks ago into the bridge, which, as you said, new for this year and really delivered, or new for last year, excuse me, really delivered last year. Was such a thrilling competition. I think it's going to be again this year. As mentioned, this Leander 8 out a couple of weeks ago. It was only a quarter of a length. They got beaten by, on the shorter course, by Thames, who are one of the expected favourites in this event, one of a couple. But have to go through a Cambridge B crew that we saw earlier, who had a pretty tough race only about half an hour ago.
Yeah, really stacked event there as we look down at the Leander crew. A little look across there. The Cox, Edward Peacock, 23. He's been here before. He knows how to do this course and this race. You've got to make sure you're keeping your competitor at bow as they pass the Remnant Club. He's probably telling his crew right now, keep the foot on the gas a little bit. We're only just, I call that's 2 lengths. Length of the boat clear. Look at that drone shot. Look at these women from the Netherlands. Lovely rowing. This event and our sport is all about these inches, and right now you can't take it away from this Dutch crew. Looking very good, but unfortunately the Leander crew went out harder, faster, and had that gap and holding on to it.
Yeah, certainly. There's been no decisive move there. They've just hit a slightly higher base speed and just moving away, now taking a little bit of opportunity to conserve some energy before they face Yale tomorrow. Apologies, got confused between all the fantastic 8th racing that we've had so far today. But it'll be Yale's top crew tomorrow that they come up against.
Huge pedigree in this crew. Look at the list of names, blimey. Look at that, and 6 seats there. Grace Richards won the Island, the university event here. He's also looking down the boat at under 23 medalists, world record holders, international rowers. Juliet Perry, already called her out. We've seen it there in the 3 seat. We have a range and depth of talent in that Leander crew. Have no mistake, that is a potential next step in GB rowers in that event. So the Dutch crew here, Orca and Focus, are doing a great job. They've just been slightly outclassed today by this up-and-coming Leander crew.
Certainly, to be right on board with the Leander crew and see them maybe just starting to rate down ever so slightly, but it's probably not quite decisive enough for them to fully ease off the gas. But certainly be enjoying the crowds at the moment and the beautiful sunshine and a little bit of noise through stewards.
It's actually quite tricky to bring that pressure down and bring that rate down. It's hard to do. You know how to go flat out, but I don't think they've really let up that much. And there's been a strong finish here from the crew from the Netherlands. They're not going to catch Leander, but that is a valiant effort. Actually come through the enclosures. Listen to that applause. Soak it in. We're going to see these athletes, these young athletes, time and time again, I'm sure, at this regatta. And the finish around the Bridge Challenge plate, taking the win over the student Rhododringen Orca and the Rhododringen Focus from the Netherlands. You join us at the start of Prince of Wales Challenge Cup Crabtree Boat Club versus the Algemeen Amsterdam Student Rowingvereniging School. I'll call them School from now on. Chris, if that's okay with you. Crabtree on the left of your screen. School on the right of your screen.
Yeah, look, the Australian accent doesn't lend itself well to the European pronunciations either, so it's totally fine. Scholl, one of the sort of crews to watch in this event, but Crabtree, the alumni boat club, Cambridge Alumni Boat Club, very experienced combination here, taking it out early in the Prince of Wales intermediate quads. Generally for scullers, sort of on the precipice national teams, or at under 23 level, can be one of the most exciting events of the regatta. But there it is, Coll over on the right-hand side of your picture as we join them on the drone, and fought through in sort of the second quarter of the race and now hold the advantage.
Oh, lads, another close race in the quads. They're giving us some good races today, aren't they? Crabtree, the early leaders in this event, but right now it's barely anything between them. A canvas, half a length at max. A Coll on the top of your screen there. The yellow boat, red vests from the Netherlands. I wouldn't say it's too comfortable right now. What have Crabtree got through this quieter section of the course? They're probably 2/3 through as they head towards the enclosures. I think Coll might have actually put a little squeeze as I was going through that ramble.
Certainly one of the, there's a couple of Dutch crews here in this event. Plenty of Dutch crews here at the regatta. They come out in force and walking around through stewards. Plenty of tatty blazers going on here as we progress through the week. But this crew was second at the Dutch champs, third at Hollenbecker behind two of the Dutch squad crews. So it certainly is one to watch. Crabtree, so much experience in the boat, 37 combined Henley appearances. So right on board with them. James Palmer in the bow seat, 16 times he's been here before. Max Ridgewell in the 2 seat, who knows what it takes to beat the Dutch, having beat De Hoop in the Thames a couple of years ago. Nicholas Challinor-Halford in the 3 and Finn Bannister in the stroke seat. They went out hard. What a brave start. But I don't think it looks like they've got too much left in the tank to mount a challenge here.
Yeah, intermediate quads, so we see a range of people with professional full-time jobs versus kind of top-end universities, a mixture, maybe a little bit older members of the crew that might still represent their universities. So a really good effort here from Crabtree, based down in Putney. See those rowers there clinging on, but I think Coll have done enough as we come into these closing stages. See them there. Still got contact from Crabtree. If we've got anything in these last dying 100 metres, or has Coll done enough already? The red oars drop into the water, a little across in the bow seat there from Rainer Brookhusen. I think he's about to tell his crew, we've got this, guys, as they cross the line. Hear that beep tells them they finished the race. Prince of Wales Challenge Cup is a win for Coll over Crabtree Boat Club.
It is a gorgeous evening as we head into our final session on day 4. I've come riverside. I'm joined by Kath Bishop and Jess Eddy. Great day's racing so far, and we've had a record.
So good. The bridge, Leander, earlier, is a new event, so pretty snappy, and we've got some records all the way down the course, yeah.
Kath, what's caught your eye so far today?
Well, it was just amazing to see Ollie Zeidler back at Henley-on-Waters, Olympic champion and just a legend in our sport. And, you know, he loves racing here. So seeing his first race today, really exciting.
Now, you guys thought you were here just to talk about the action on the water. Well, in fact, I've got a bit of a challenge for you, OK? Henley, famous, of course, for the stripy blazers, or blazers generally. And we have got an array of blazers, and you guys are going head-to-head. Guess the blazer. Right, come on over. We're going to start with this, green and blue. What is your guess, Jess?
Kingschester.
Good game's a quick game.
King's School, Wimbledon.
Sir, turn around. Where are you from?
I'm from Kew House School.
Right, OK.
Brookes.
Yeah, Brookes.
Yep, easy, done. Yep.
I know this one. Pass to me. She's you a pass. Godolphin Latimer.
Nottingham and Union.
Oh, lads.
Okay. Jess?
Red, but the green trim. What do you think?
Wales.
Fed Nottingham. Let's go Northwich.
Wales. Yay! Come on. Okay, this is a tricky one. Another red one.
Kingston Rowing Club.
Yeah, with the red and white. Yeah, probably Kingston.
Yep. 2 for Kingston, madam?
No, Kingston. Cornell University.
Oh, we threw in an international one here. Okay.
Yep, the Lee.
The Lee.
Syracuse.
We boxed you. Brilliant. Okay, this is a great one.
Oh my God. I have no idea. It looks like Richmond Rugby Club, but that doesn't help.
Pool of some sort.
It's a pub in Cambridge.
Come on, she went to Cambridge. Come on.
City of Cambridge.
City of Cambridge?
No, St Radigan Sporting Blazers, St Radigan pub in Cambridge.
I mean, come on, Kath. You didn't spend enough time in the pub, did you?
I was studying and rowing.
Yeah. Okay, right, this one, I know this one.
Brown.
It's in Wales. It's a school in Wales.
Monmouth.
Yes! My old school, so I knew that one. Okay, this one's a tricky one, okay?
That is tricky. Canford School.
I don't know, it looks like an M&S. You know, this season's blazer.
Okay, well, not quite M&S, Madam Turnaround. This is crew clothing in collaboration with Henley Regatta. Very close. So you both got Brookes, correct? Did anyone get anything else?
I got Wales. And Monmouth.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was terrible, sorry.
Jess, you are crowned the Blazer Queen.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
She has more socialising than me, I think.
Okay. I can't beat on many things. So.
Right, okay. Jess, you've got to go. You're in the commentary position. But Mo Sabihi is there to take us through this afternoon session, or this evening session, rather.
Thank you very much. Yeah, really looking forward to this evening session. A lovely evening, as you can see here on the shots. We've got a exciting, packed schedule in the last few hours of the regatta. Hopefully you're all well fed with your afternoon tea, well refreshed and ready for some fantastic racing. We're starting off with the Wargrave Challenge, and racing goes through all the way till 9:40 in the Britannia Challenge Cup later on between Thames and Rochester. So please stay tuned in, and hopefully that you can stay tuned for that 1940 race. Got some lovely shots here of the bank, and we flip up to the start between Molesey Boat Club A versus Molesey Boat Club C. Luckily, my old club has distinguished the A and C crews by wearing slightly different kit. I always much preferred the all blacked out lycra, which we'll see on the C crew, but the traditional racing strip of the A crew, which is black and white.
If I had to warn you during the race, I should do so through A and C.
Sarah Winkler's just telling the crews how she's going to refer to them, as they are both called Molesey. She'll refer to the A crew as A and Boat Club C as C. Final adjustments for these women in these crews. Cox's hands are up, which indicates that there's still small adjustments, making sure their lines are perfect. Welcome back, Jess, having done the Blazer Challenge. Very poor effort, I have to say, but it does show the complexity and the array of colours that we have along the bank.
Thanks, Mo. A little bit out of breath there, but yeah, as we join the start of the Wargrave Challenge Cup, Molesey versus Molesey. They didn't do too well in that Blazer Challenge, but it's pretty tricky when you just see the reverse of a Blazer. Give me the front pocket, I'll get it right. So we expect this one to go to the form book, most likely Molesey A. Again, both crews, we saw this earlier with Brown versus Brown. It's great to see this in the Wargrave, the women's club event. And Molesey A, that yellow on the left of your screen, if you're listening here, it's going to be in the bank closest to you. Taking a length lead.
Yeah, taking a length lead, and they're also current holders of this event, having won it last year. They also hold the current course record down here, which they set last year as well. And so I think the A crew will really want to set a marker. They beat Lee Rowing Club yesterday, which is actually one of the ones that you were able to get right on your Blazer. Or no, that you thought you were going to get right, but you got wrong on your Blazer Challenge. And then the Molesey C has already raced on Tuesday and Wednesday. So the C crew has already done some epic battles down this course, and they've just come up against a stronger A crew.
Yeah, we saw that earlier. It shows the depth and the strength of some of these clubs. Molesey, in southwest London on the Thames, not too far from here. The black spoons, the black colours of Molesey. Your club, Mohammed.
Yeah, if you were here and not just gallivanting up on the riverbank, you would have heard that I had mentioned that they're racing in the alternate away kit, which is the all-black kit for the C crew, and then the A crew is racing in the traditional home kit, which is the black and white. Maybe add that to your repertoire of Blazers as well, and then maybe you might get some more correct answers.
Thanks, Mo. Yep, I was in demand. They left you here in the box that you don't fit into, but we are seeing a great display of club rowing here. Molesey still aggressive, still really driving through that stroke, punching through the water, squeezing their boat on. They have a energy and probably have a little bit of bee in their bonnet to move away from the other club members, don't they?
Yeah, it really does, and it speaks wonders to the work that Sam Tuck has done. Used to coach at University of Surrey and then moved into the Molesey women's programme, and he's really developed this amazing programme there to be able to field 24 women athletes with 3 Coxes on board in the 3/8, so there's the B crew and the C crew as well. I think it really speaks testament to the work and effort, and success draws in more and more rowers. They want to come in. They would have seen that Molesey had developed a really strong programme. They would have seen that they had won last year in the Wargrave, and that only means they attract even more rowers, and so it's a really lovely scenario to be in, albeit now it does mean that the C crew are a little bit far behind what looks like a very strong A crew.
See a shot of the C crew there from Molesey. That's a huge women's programme there. You've got 3/8s, really powerful. Papworth, stroke seat, leading her crew on. We say leading on, even though they're at the back of the boat. So rowing's a backward sport. So actually, if you're in the back of the boat, it's called the stroke seat. Very confusing, but that's almost the front if you're sitting in a rowing boat. You see the distance that the Molesey A Club have put in to their colleagues in the C crew. Managing a little bit more relaxation here. You start to enjoy it a little bit down the riverbank. They must have known going into this race they're going to win it. There's a good chance, isn't it, Mo, to practice some of your tactics for later on in the week.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that you know you're going to win it, because there's so much that can happen down this course, but you would have had the confidence. These women would have trained with each other through the year. They would have gone through the hardship. It's one of the hardest things, actually, going through that selection process, because they'll be really good friends with one another off the water, and then when you come into a situation like this, and also during selection periods as well for the regatta, where you get defined into the A, B, C crews, you do get betted against some of your best friends off the water, and it's such a unique scenario that often happens in rowing. Both crews coming through the Remnant Club, which will get a huge cheer from some of the other fellow Molesey members that are on the bank.
Yeah, let's listen to that cheer now as they come through Remnant.
And I always found this bit slightly strange, and this is the unique beauty of the regatta. You get this massive roar coming through Remnant, And then it's this weird scenario of what feels relatively quiet in comparison, because as you can see here on the top left-hand side of your screen, it's large greenery, there's a footpath there, you do get some noise, but it's not as loud as the wall of noise that you hit as you go through the enclosures or coming out of that Remnant Club area.
Lovely rhythm there, nice relaxation, powerful. Drop the spoon in, the end of the water, you want to get it out clean. And if you're listening on the banks now, these crews are approaching the enclosures. I'm telling you, we're looking at Molesey A, making it very simple. Really simple stroke, it's often the most effective. And Molesey have managed to wind down a little bit here. They've still got almost 600 metres of the course to go. Nothing can be taken for granted, but certainly in control as they come into the enclosures, hearing the claps of the crowd, see the church at the finish line. Their cocks, Benjamin Rich, is going to be telling them, we've got this now.
You're a football fan, aren't you, Jess?
I am, yeah.
Could you imagine ever, snapping your ACL? Would you want to go rowing on a snapped ACL?
No, thanks.
Well, that's exactly what Amelia Regan is doing in the 7th seat. She snapped her ACL in January, has been unable to have the surgery, and still requires it. But actually, when you do snap your ACL, rowing is one of the first sports that you can do because there's no rotation like there is in football. It's a little bit of a free physio tip from an armchair physio.
Well, no thanks, but Amelia, fair play to you. Doing a great job there, struck by Della Luke. There's a thing or two about rowing, some rowing parents, and doing a great job carrying a crew. Her and Amelia in that stern pair, Molesey A, as they come up to this finish line. Lovely tailwind today. Look at that bubble on the water, just pushing them, helping the crews along. Back to give a cheer and a shout. Great to see. But that's a win for Molesey Boat Club A in the Wargrave Challenge Cup over Molesey Boat Club C. So there's a bit of protest right now. Sarah Winkles, the umpire there, just approached the crew and asked them, why do you think I'm here? I presume they may have violated some rule or maybe some misconduct that she's telling them off for during the race.
Okay, I apologise. Sorry, guys.
Unsporting behaviour, she's telling the crew off for. The results stand, confirmation of that, but we didn't see what happened in this crew, but a very severe warning there from umpire Sarah Winkles.
Attention! Go!
This is a heat of the 40 Challenge Cup. Junior men's quadruple sculls. Tied with Scudder School on the left of your screen versus Kingston Rowing Club on the right of your screen. Battle of the Red Hoops.
A ferocious start in the quads again. Really lovely, a high energy that these crews bring. The junior event in the quad sculls. A little bit of steering from the tideway scullers there going onto their side, but as we just saw previously in that last race, even if you are that far in front and you want to start to drift into the middle, the umpire has the right to be able to give you a severe warning. So steering really does play a key part in the sportsmanship, the ethos of it, as well as actually bringing a slight competitive edge to the racing.
Yeah, if you're winning the race, you're going to go on to race the rest of the week, so the umpire's going to make sure you're holding the tight regulations and the rules. And I think that one sounded like it was for sportsmanship, so we'll find out what that was later on in the day. But right now, you're watching the 40 Challenge Cup, tied with Scudder School here, this hooped of red and yellow, based in Chiswick in southwest London, taking a tasty lead over Kingston Rowing Club A.
Kingston had to qualify on the Saturday morning. And then they've already done a race ago. They beat the City of Cambridge Rowing Club on Tuesday. Had a day off yesterday to prep for this race, but Tideway Sculler Schools is selected their very strong crew, and they look really neat coming into the catch, and their blade work as such a young junior crew as well looks really impressive.
Yeah, I would say the wind is very gusty right now. It's actually picking up a little bit. It's pretty windy in our comms box. We're right at the finish line. So I think these crews have a good little bit of help from the wind.
Tideway Scullers also won a silver medal at the National Schools Regatta in May. So they're coming with strong pedigree. They'll be looking to beat the crew that beat them to the gold medal, but also then take on every opponent. But they've really knocked it down on a low rate here, which can be quite risky given that the feels like the wind is getting stronger and stronger for us here, and you can kind of see the water bubbling up as well, so you want to be able to still be technically on top of the boat, not allowing yourself to catch any crabs or have a duff stroke here, whilst we can see the Kingston Rowing Club from our viewpoint really charging, trying to bring in high rate possible towards the line.
Great effort, Kingston, but today Tideway Scullers, one of the standout crews in this event, taken the win. Forley Challenge Cup. Giving shouts to Kingston shortly as they cross the finish line and on to the next race.
Attention.
This is the heat of the Ireland Challenge Cup, Women's University 8. You see Neuhaus versus University of London. Neuhaus on the left of Amsterdam, University of London on the right of your screen.
I'm really looking forward to this race. This is my race of the session, to be commentating alongside you, Jess, who used to row at University of London. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how this race goes between two selected crews, really strong tradition of rowing in both universities.
Well, this is my big call for the day. Neuhaus, one of the selected crews. University of London have raced already, beating Imperial College. IC, one of our big rivals. I've called it for UL to come through for the win here, but that's terribly biased of me. But I promise I'll be fair calling this race today, because Neuhaus, look at that, strong. The top of your screen, they've got about a third of a length over the University of London.
Yeah, Neuhaus really look like they're taking it out through their transition, really working on. As you can see, the barrier marker there gives a really good indication of how far in front they are of the UL crew as they come through that barrier. But the Neuhaus crew looks like a really traditional Dutch loose and languid style of rowing, especially up top in their bodies, really getting the blades in. But it looks like it's about 3/4 of a length, half a length.
Yeah, UL have not let them go. It's interesting watching that side shot there. This Dutch crew from Amsterdam look like they're barely finishing. Normally you really open up with the shoulder, look still quite hunched over, very loose and relaxed, as we see a lot of these Dutch crews, but if they get a little bit more out of swinging the hips through and opening up the shoulder, maybe not, because the tailwind, maybe they're good doing what they're doing. They're up a third of a length over University of London.
They're slightly over into the middle of the course as well, and having seen what we've just seen in the previous races, we might be able to see the umpire may warn them just in case, as this UL crew is starting to come back. So it looks like your prediction may come true, Jess.
Look, it's a windy day. It's a tailwind. What does that mean? That means the wind's behind these crews, it's pushing them on. The race is going to be fast. You can't blink for a second. You've got to really be decisive. And UL have made a move. As I'm saying it, they've drawn level with Neuhaus, and I'd even say a bow ball up at the moment.
And they're moving, and it looks like Neuhaus are really rowing through treacle, even though there is that tailwind. UL are really on top of the boat. They're driving it on. They're taking every single stroke. They're taking something out of their crew. Still a long way to go in this race, and hopefully the University of London haven't gone out too hard in that middle part, and they're able to hold on towards the line.
Well, they made a huge move there. Maybe they heard my big call of the day, and they have gone right through Neuhaus. They've broken their bows almost, and they look like they're breaking their spirits as they're coming through to the enclosures.
And that's what it's about. It's about psychological warfare on the water. You try and break the opponent earlier. Any point during the course, you try and put the pressure on them. You want them to not do as well. You want them to try and suffer, feel that pain.
Neuhaus have not let them go here. They're staying in touch. A little look over the shoulder there. The bow seat. Vette de Roux, she's saying we're still in this race, but UL, if you want to make it through, move now. You've got about 500 metres. This is the finish. Up, 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 up.
Sophie Wrightson in the cock seat of the UL has such great pedigree, having won junior women's eights here in 2021. She's just driven her crew from being almost 3/4 of a length down to now being a length up as they come into the enclosures. And now it's about keeping them together, making sure that they can finish it off towards the line. You don't want your wheels to fall apart now, because Neuhaus are not giving up.
Well, UL had a stellar season. The first crew came second at women's eights, head of the river. A lot of this crew were in the B crew. They were also really punchy there, finishing well inside the top 20. But Neuhaus have got a little sniff, a look around, and their cox is now telling them it's now or never. There's the striped shoulders of Neuhaus. These Dutch rowers, they're loose, they're long. Have they got to finish them, or have UL gone and closed the door?
Vette de Roux in the bow seat is looking around. She'll have overlap with the crew, so she'll be able to cheer them on. But it looks like UL have done enough to get through in the last 20 strokes.
Well, what a race from these University of London rowers. They're trying to break the bows. They're trying to level up with my prediction of the day, which was UL for a length and a quarter. Am I going to be getting a free drink tonight, or it's just about a length to UL? Wow, what a race. These girls were down. They were down a good half a length. They had the guts and the glory to kind of come back through, and it was a win for the University of London over Neuhaus of the Netherlands in the Island Challenge Cup.
That's a phenomenal turnaround.
Well, the next race has been slightly delayed. There's something in the water, so that's been cleared. You're joining us to start the Danesfield Challenge Cup. Women's quadruple sculls for club level rowers. Canterbridgian Rowing Club on the left in the white boat. Thames Rowing Club A, the right of your screen in the yellow boat.
Small adjustments there in the Thames Rowing Club A boat. Look like they're drifting away from the island. That could be to the wind. It could be a little bit of steering. But they're not getting warned currently by the umpire, but they will have to start to slowly drift back to their station.
I wonder if the wind's got a bit of a say in those boats as they come off the end of the island. It's a bit punchy. But right now it's kind of neck and neck for Thames. This crew from Canterbridgian Rowing Club. It is stroke for stroke in the first 200 metres.
Oh, it looks like we're in for a really close race here off the start. I watched and commentated on the Thames Rowing Club A crew yesterday, beating St Andrew by a length. They led out. It was a really good start. But then, yeah, now it's all to play for as you come through towards the barrier. It's a really equally matched crews. One qualified, Cantabrian Rowing Club qualified on Friday, and the Thames Rowing Club A is selected. So this is maybe not going to the form book.
Well, as Mo said earlier, is it about getting those strokes in fury under your belt, or is it about resting in the heat of the boiling hot end of June, start of July we've had here in the UK? And right now, Thames Rowing Club have taken 1 foot lead as we come up towards the first marker.
Yeah, Thames do look a little bit more lively, a little bit more light on the feet. There's a bit of movement and bounce in the boat, whereas the Cantabrian Rowing Club looks a little bit lower in the rate, a little bit heavier, a little bit chunkier. That's not dismissive as a bad rowing style, it's just the way that their fingerprint is as a crew. But the Thames Rowing Club look like they have started to take up a little bit more rate, just use that extra liveliness in this really quick tailwind.
You've got to go, and you've got to go early in this kind of conditions. And Thames are looking a little across to the barrier marker there. Are we up? Yes, you are. Watching a brand new event here this year, the Danesfield Challenge Cup Club Quads. Stewards, we went and asked all the clubs around the country, what events would you like to see? A huge response about a club event for women in sculling. So this is what it is. This is what everyone's asked for. And right now, those athletes that have trained all year are really giving us a great race. Thames in that black, red speckled oar against Cantabrigian in the blue.
Well, a small clip of the way there. It's the challenging water that you have on this course, down the regatta course. You are susceptible to washes coming in from the crews to the left-hand side of the rows, to the right-hand side of our screen.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw that there, up close picture of the bounce. Cantabrigian have not been broken just yet. They're staying in contact with his Thames crew. Thames are going to have to make a decision here as they come through the Forley. Are they going to move away, or are they confident in their finish?
And we've just lost a fantastic race in the race before, where a crew was down by length and then came through. And it would take a lot for Cantabrian to come through again, but it will be impressive if they do. They just got to keep in touch with the Thames Rowing Club boat.
They're not going anywhere, Cantabrigian. They're right there. They've got anything through this section of the race. The one thing going for Thames right now is they're about to pass Remnham Club. Thames Rowing Club are part of that club. They're going to get a big cheer here. How much difference, Mo, does that make? People on the bank, do you listen to that?
Oh, you like to say that you don't and that you're very blinkered, but if somebody shouted my name, I could hear it, whether that be rowing up to the start or even going down the course, you can hear it. And then when you do go through like the wall of noise that hits Remnham and then in the enclosures, it's just, yeah, spine tingling, to the point where we used to have to put in an extra speaker in the 8 to be able to hear the crews.
It's one of the loudest regattas at the world. I can vouch for that. Cantabrigian are not letting Thames get away with this. A little bit of steering there, coming slightly to the middle of the river. They're keeping this one length lead for Thames. That means their boats have got slight overlap. Thames have got to hold their hand in this fire and move away. Or have Cantabrigian got an answer?
Yeah, they've got to keep overlapping. It looks like Thames have just broken into clear water from this overhead shot on the drone, and it does look like they're just starting to eke away, and that will really put the Cantabrian rowers in a little bit of a tricky position, because they'll have to go now.
Great shot from above. Don't be fooled. That weed looks like it's sticking up above the water, but it's definitely under that water. It's not messing with our crews right now as they scoot over the top of it. They've got about 1 foot of clear water between these two crews. The Danesfield Challenge Cup, Women's Club Quadruple Sculls. Huge new event. We had a massive entry here this year, and I think Thames have made a decision and they're moving.
Yeah, it looks like it was a clinical move through that Remnham roar that we spoke about, where they just pushed on and they've finally broken into clear water, coming into that small little bit of a lull in the noise through the mile marker. Now they're coming back up into the enclosures. Very impressive, because that's withstanding some hard pressure there from Cantabrian Rowing Club, where they put the Thames Rowing Club under pressure. They asked them, what are you made of? And then Thames have just moved away.
They have. That was a gutsy race from this club. Cantabrigian. Thames look cool, calm, collected. Fran Lidlow there in the stroke seat. We saw her in the town last year. She knows a thing or two about sweet rowing, switched to sculling, and it's working out for her here. Fran, keep your head. A few hundred metres left.
Whoa, small little cliff on the blade there on the stroke side on the left-hand side of our screen there on the Thames crew, and that will slow the boat down. If only the Cantabrian rowers could see and have eyes in the back of their heads, they'll be able to see that. But they're unable to, unfortunately, and it does look like Thames has still got some control, but that's the jeopardy that we have with the slightly quick conditions that we have down the course now.
So if you're listening or you're watching, it might look perfect conditions, it's great conditions, but it's definitely a fast tailwind, which makes it a bit trickier, taking those oars in and out of the water. And we saw that there, Thames just clipped a bit of water, slowed their boat for a split second. If this had been closer, it could have been a tighter call there, but Thames held their head. Cantabrigian is still not letting them get away. It stayed at one length.
really putting them under pressure, even coming through to the progress boards. But it does look like Thames have done enough to cross the line.
Thames Rowing Club based in Putney in southwest London. Huge programme. We're going to see them in the bridge, in the Wargrave. They're going to be putting on huge events in the men's events too, but they're coming through to hold on to that win in the Danesfield Challenge Cup. 3/4 of a length-ish, I'd call it, over Canterbridge. A great race by both crews. Next race, you're at the start here of the Temple Challenge Cup, Oxford Brookes University E. On top of your screen, Syracuse University of the USA on the bottom of the right-hand side of your screen in that bright orange. And thank you to Molesey B.C. I'm now joined by Grace Prendergast, another Olympic rowing legend, to tell me what they think of these races as we go to the first couple of 100 metres. Syracuse, the canvas up.
Yeah, it's quite a punchy start from them. The eights, as you're just talking about, the tailwind in an 8, they're going to fly down the course. So it's a dangerous strategy if you get too far behind here. So I'm sure the Brookes crew here is going to try and minimise that, but it's difficult to make up time when the race goes this fast.
Big boats, fast boats, and they've got a fast tailwind behind them. You sometimes talk about people running out of river, and right now these races, unless you get up there and stay up there, we're going to see snappy, quick executed races, I think. In Syracuse, it's in upstate New York. They have come over the pond and coming with some confidence as they take on Oxford Brookes E. You'd imagine they're pretty confident going to this race over an E crew.
I think so. I mean, Henley, you can never rule anyone out. You can see upsets throughout the week, and some people can almost have their final earlier in the week. But you would like to think you would get through this round, but you never want to leave anything to chance here. And it looks like that is what this Syracuse crew is doing. And they just look like they're perhaps getting a little bit more run out of their boat. They're really strong through the water, and then the boat works for them. Which is often easier to do when you're out in front. But yeah, very, very strong performance from them here.
Well, they're showing the depth of Oxford Brookes University, isn't it? The E crew qualified. They are not rolling over. They look strong here. You wouldn't say this is kind of one of the lower ranked crews, but they're not too far down. There's about a length of clear water between this crew from the USA and Oxford Brookes, 2 huge rowing programs. And at the moment, it's all going Syracuse's way.
Yeah, I won't do the math, but I can't tell you how many rowers that means they have in this event, but it's impressive, and Brookes, such a strong program, and I think seeing the depth in here, it motivates you for the next year. You come in, you have a race like this, and then you want to sort of bump yourself up to the next year, but it does look like at the moment Syracuse is having it their way.
Yeah, they've managed to make things look a little bit more relaxed now. As we said, that punchy start, be up and you want to stay up, but as we saw in the race before, anything can happen. It's a bit windy, you can clip some water. You've still got to execute this race. It's really hard to do this kind of race when you're actually winning, to come off your pace, isn't it?
Yeah, very hard, and it's such a deceptive thing to watch from the outside. When crews drop it down, all of a sudden it looks like they're cruising, they're doing it easy, but I can tell you they will still be tired. They will still feel the lactic acid in their legs from that full blown start. So this isn't easy, and what is even harder is having to take it up. So you never want to take it down too much to let the crews close in too much.
Yeah, and actually Oxford Brookes are really pushing here in these closing stages, which is a really valiant effort from this crew. Some bound man there, Alexander Foreman, 19 years old. I'm sure he's got plenty of years left at Brookes. There we can see the orange of Syracuse in control, ready for another day of racing. Know they've got some really big names to come up against in the latter stages of this week. Well executed Syracuse, but well rowed, plenty of guts there from Oxford Brookes E. That's a win for Syracuse. Thumbs up in the Temple Challenge Cup.
Attention. Go, go.
Well, thank you very much, Jess Eddy. I'm Camilla Hadlin-Horrocks now with Grace Prendergast to bring you this round of the Diamond Challenge Sculls, and all the way through to the end of the day. We've got Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club's Ben Parsonage on the Berkshire Station, and James Lawn of Vesta Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire Station. I don't know about you, Grace, but this tailwind is just blowing so far down the course, the wind that pushes the athletes towards the finish line, and I don't think I'd want to be out there in a single scull at the moment.
Absolutely not. And also at this time of day in Henley, there are a lot of pleasure crafts along the side, so they're getting that strong tailwind and the bumpy water. And I mean, probably from the outside you think the tailwind is the preference, but it's probably the hardest, most technical wind to row, and if you miss it, it can feel like mud.
And it just gets, because the way that wind catches the water, the further down the course you get, that fetch, I think it's called, as wind progresses down a body of water, it gets choppier and choppier, and you'll watch this singles race as Ben Parsonage leads out here by clear water ahead of James Lawn, just how much more bumpy the water gets as we progress.
Absolutely, and these singles are the tippiest, the least balanced boats that are out there, and especially when there's a lot of distraction, there's a lot going on the bank. Even if you have a lead here, you still have to be so onto it. You don't want to clip a blade, especially because in a single, I mean, you'll be in the water.
Well, hopefully neither of these scullers in the water. The Diamond Challenge Sculls, one of the oldest and one of the most premier events, if I can call it that, here at this regatta. So prestigious, first contested in 1844. And we're looking here at Ben Parsonage, the Scots from north of the border, the 30-year-old who has got a few Henley Royal regattas to his name, but this year pre-qualified and selected in the Diamonds as the only domestic entry. I think that is such a cherry on top of the cake of a brilliant season that Parsonage has had to date here, Grace.
It's a huge achievement, and he's rowing really well. I think when you're looking at bumpy water, when you're looking at a strong tailwind, you want to stay as loose as you can in your upper body, and you can see when his boat sort of tips, which is naturally going to happen, kind of just leans with it, goes with it, and doesn't fight it. As soon as you start fighting it, that's when everything goes up top and you lose all that power that you can drive through your legs.
Well, Parsonage, a former lightweight, Grace used to race at the lightweight events through his student days at Strathclyde University, but now I think this tailwind will be suiting him, because I guess, you know, we often think as lightweights favouring the tailwind, and I think, you know, now he'll have learnt to row in those challenging conditions, much like you sort of adhered to. Alluded to.
Absolutely, and I think actually this is a good shot. Both scullers are doing it really well. I think Parsonage has obviously had the advantage out of the start and is commanded since then, but it does look like he's sort of holding. He's still having to work really hard for it. It's not over yet, and as I've said a few times, the single scull, anything can happen.
Well, Parsonage out in front, coached by legendary single sculler himself, Peter Haining, for some time remotely. And looking at that distance he's opened up over James Lawn. But brilliant for James Lawn here to qualify in this event, the Diamonds this year. The Vesta Rowing Club athlete, the 26-year-old on picture now, had to come through that Friday qualifying just to even make it to the start line here. And for most, you know, that's a huge victory. And I think for him himself, he will have been absolutely delighted. And I certainly know his coach, Dan Bayash, is just as thrilled that they managed to get an entry into the Diamonds here.
It's massive, and you look at the list of past winners, past entries. You have Olympic champions, world record holders, you have the best of the best in this event. So to be lining up here in the same category as that is such an achievement, and doing really well here.
Yeah, and I mentioned his coach, Dan Byers. The two of them are actually really good friends. I think they describe each other as best mates, which that must be super nice to be coached by somebody that you trust so well, you know, that you can sort of vibe off and really have fun with it rolling into this amazing regatta.
Absolutely. I mean, I didn't do a lot in the single, but I often thought about how lonely it would be when you're out on the water, you're doing all these hard sessions by yourself. Having that person, whether they are in the boat with you or not, would be so important to kind of keep you motivated, keep you going when times get tough.
Well, you know, that is exactly what he needs to think of right now, Lorne, because he is trailing for Vesta Rowing Club here against this amazing scull from Ben Parsonage. Parsonage, we sort of made note of what an amazing season he's had. He won the championship single on the Sunday of the Metropolitan Regatta, which is one of the big domestic regattas that takes place at Dorney Lake, the Olympic venue from 2012 back in June. So he was the sort of premier single sculler on that day of competition at the Metropolitan Regatta, and you know, that's the kind of performance, that's the kind of level in this Diamond Challenge and beyond. You know, he might go on to face international competition if the result remains as it is, Grace.
Yeah, and we're seeing a good push here. I think single sculls at Henley, really interesting category, because a lot can be psychological, a lot can be mind games. So this is going to be a really interesting point of the race to see, actually, did Parsonage come out really hard as he maxed out, and can Lorne start to come back? But if he's going to do it, he really does need to do it soon.
We heard earlier on the coverage, and we were certainly saying yesterday, I heard the Remenham roar there, which would have certainly been for James Lorne. He'd have benefited from that. I think every member of Vesta Rowing Club is probably on that lawn cheering for him right now in this event, because, like I say, it is just one of the historic events at this Henley Royal Regatta. The single scull, there's nothing like it, right? You win it by yourself, you're in it by yourself, and like you say, Grace, I think you've got to be a sort of special kind of individual to make this event work for you.
Absolutely, and it's the all prized, is it a pineapple goblet?
Pineapple, correct. Yeah, you know better than I do.
Yeah, so the winner takes away an amazing pineapple goblet to keep for life. And I mean, he's not letting up. Both scullers are still ticking it over at a high rate. They are going for the line. No one's been able to take the foot off the gas just yet.
Yeah, and you can see there James Lorne looking round over his shoulder. He's just trying to see if he can catch any sight of Parsonage out of his rear view mirror, but I think Parsonage in control here, sat up at the front. They're going to come into the sunshine of the steward's enclosure with well, he will certainly come through with a few lengths of clear water in hand. Lorne just checking himself on his bow side blade too, making sure he stays a nice comfy distance away from the booms, ready for this final sprint, which has caught so many scullers in this Diamonds Challenge Sculls out in the past, Grace.
It has. We've seen some historic races where people get pipped at the line. I think he does have a nice commanding lead. He might be sitting out there controlling the race, potentially conserving as much as he can, but you don't want it to get close, because often there can be a little bit more course than you remember here.
That extra 112 metres over and above an Olympic-sized rowing course, 2,000 metres at the Olympic Games. It's 112 metres more here at Henley Royal Regatta, and it does catch some people out. Lorne is going to make sure he takes every single one of those strokes into the final few hundred metres here. But it's been a controlled race by the Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club sculler, and look at this backdrop here. The best view in the world, in my opinion. The Henley finish line, the Henley Town Church, a backdrop to be awed at, and Ben Parsonage takes a quick look for the finish line to finish out this first round of the Diamond Challenge Sculls, opening out today in Day 3's programme. We join the final preparation moments here in the Britannia Challenge Cup, one that I've been looking forward to. Thames Rowing Club A on your left-hand side of your picture on the Bark Station, and it is the Koninklijke Amsterdamse Zuivelvereniging De Hoop Netherlands on the Buckinghamshire Station. And wow, Thames have blasted out the blocks. I think they'll have heard rumours about just how quick this De Hoop crew might be, Grace.
Yeah, they are making a statement and making a statement early. When you're getting to this stage of the week, no one wants to leave it to chance, but this is going to be a really important point. They can't shoot out and drop back straight away, because it gives a lot of momentum to the opposing crew. So they really need to keep building here if they want to shut down this race early.
This is a legendary rivalry between the British club from Thames, De Hoop, often facing each other in the Thames Challenge Cup for Club 8 this year. De Hoop on the near side of your picture from the Netherlands, opting to come into the Coxed 4. They'll be thankful of the tailwinds. This is a heavier boat to have somebody else on board here, and they'll be picking it up, trying to move it on, and they've managed to now get a quarter of a length on Thames Rowing Club A, Grace.
It is a heavier boat, and I think De Hoop has just pushed on to a slightly faster base rhythm, and we saw the Thames crew shoot out at the start, but in that transition, when you're pushing on to a race rhythm that's going to sustain you through that middle 1,000 or so metres, it's such an important stage, and De Hoop is now putting their mark on this race. And I think you make a good point. Cox 4's slightly heavier boat, slightly harder to really get that massive speed change.
Well, just the length separating De Hoop from Thames Rowing Club A. Thames A, they've won the last, I think it's 3 Britannia Challenge Cups on the bounce, and so looking for a defence of their title here in this event. But De Hoop, they recorded a lightning fast time on home soil at the Holland-Becker, one of the Premier Dutch events just a few weeks ago, and I think a time that will have sort of started the whispers talking about whether they can win this Britannia Challenge Cup. And a great pace being set by Dolph Retton in the stroke seat here, keeping them that nice comfy length ahead of Thames. But we've seen some great sprints today, Grace, and I wouldn't put it past Thames to start ratcheting that rating up.
Absolutely, I think it's do or die in these rounds. You've got to make a mark and make a mark early if you don't want to let the other crew get away. But the De Hoop crew is rowing really well, and so is this Thames crew here. I think this is one of my favourite shots when you get to see all the rowers going up together, very in sync. The coxswain looks very calm, very relaxed, but I'm sure he's giving some good information to his crew.
Yeah, Charlie Clark there, the 30-year-old 9-time Henley performer. He is so experienced, giving the direction for this final sprint. You can also see the back of 19-year-old Alistair Heathcote off to Cornell University next year, and here comes this sprint from Thames Rowing Club A. It's all about how De Hoop respond to this pressure now, Grace.
It is, and De Hoop, I think, are looking a bit more relaxed. They look a little bit low in rate, but sometimes it's difficult to then switch into that gear change, and I think the Thames crew is up and up and up. It's going to be, oh, interesting, it's getting washy.
Yeah, look at the bumps there. De Hoop being caught out by the Henley bounces, and again another stroke. If you're not rowing on this water year in, year out, it can really catch you out. And their final sprint disrupted here, allowing the door to open a margin for Thames, but it's not going to be enough. De Hoop will cross the line victors in this quarter-final of the Britannia Challenge Cup. Thames knocked out their defence of their title, not looking likely. So there we go, confirmation that De Hoop from the Netherlands beating out Thames Rowing Club A in a contest for the ages there, one that lots of people were looking forward to in the Britannia Challenge Cup. We go from Cox 4s to Cox's 4s now. Still club men, the Y-fold Challenge Cup between Thames Rowing Club A between Molesey Boat Club on the Berkshire Station and the Koninklijke Roverinnering Club Ghent on the Buckinghamshire Station.
It was a very patient start from the crew from Belgium. I think they really let the boat speed build in those first few strokes, but now you see they're up on their rhythm and they're really starting to wind it up.
Now, Grace, the end of Temple Island, it's characteristically where that wind starts to swirl, and we're in Coxless boats here. The 2 steersmen in these boats, for the bow seat, the Molesey Boat Club crew, Hetherington, and the 2-man in the Ghent crew, De Man, responsible for keeping these on the straight and narrow. And look at this, the pressure of having that crew alongside you in these first few 100 metres. They're keeping it rock steady.
It is stressful. That's all I have to say about that. I think especially in my opinion, straight 4s are the hardest because you've got enough speed that you can get off track quite quickly, but you can't oversteer, you can't panic if you're off. So these 2 crews, while it's all going on, they've got the people on the bank, they've got a crew right next to them, are going to have to stay internal and make sure that steering doesn't affect their push onto their rhythm.
Well, that was a great stride down onto rhythm there by Molesey Boat Club. Luca Halazan-Bailey, the 23-year-old in the stroke seat, the Slovenian national who is setting the rhythm for Molesey, closest to us here on our camera, just starting to edge out a little bit of length here. And Grace, you are a world record holder in the Coxless 4, so I think your advice probably best taken. What is it that Molesey are doing really well here to get ahead of these Belgian champions?
Yeah, I think we've touched on the tailwind a bit, and actually when we set our world record, it was over on the Bosvan in the Netherlands, and massive tailwind as well, and it's actually really tricky, even though it can be fast conditions. But I think what they're doing really well is actually being quite patient. There's a tendency, I think, to think in a tailwind, I've got to be on, I've got to be quick, I've got to get my blade in. But actually, if you're a bit more patient, you really get a hold of it, then the tailwind almost can just carry you, which is the best feeling in the world. But if you miss it, it can feel very dead in the water.
So if you're tuning into rowing for the first time, Grace explaining there that you just need to be patient, let the blade load up with the water so you've got something to push against when the wind is pushing you towards the finish line. It can feel really light and you can get really carried away, but you've just got to be patient once that all goes in the water before you start pushing. And that's what Molesey Boat Club doing really well here. Very precise, getting that blade in at the front end. And, you know, this is a really well-accomplished Ghent crew that they're beating out. They've had a brilliant season over in Belgium. They've had a couple of really close races, though. They only beat St Andrew Boat Club yesterday by a canvas. So a huge race, and I think that will have affected their tired legs coming into today's quarter-final.
That's the challenge of this regatta, isn't it? You put so much mental and physical energy and effort into every race, and to have such a close race yesterday and to turn around and back it up, perhaps it's too much for them, but still getting through these rounds is impressive. And you're seeing it here. The challenge of the Ghent crew here is not to get chasey and not to just feel like you're throwing the kitchen sink at it, because it often doesn't result in boat speed, but when you're sitting behind, it's a difficult mindset game to play.
Yeah, it is really difficult, and it's really tempting to just chase it and kind of, like you say, throw the kitchen sink out the window to close that gap and panic. But I think Ghent's doing really well on the left-hand side to hold their cool despite the margin up to Molesey Boat Club. I remember back to day one, they were warned for their steering off the end of the island, the Belgian crew. It looks like they've had no mishaps here, despite being down. This will be, you know, should the results stand, their final race here at Henley-Royal Regatta. But Molesey Boat Club looking to live another day to go for the title in this Club Coxless Men's Fours event, and they continue to press on beautifully as the rate lowers over the line for a win in this Wifold Challenge Cup unofficially.
Racing, guys.
So there it is, the confirmed result. Molesey Boat Club beating out Koninklijke Roeivereniging Club Ghent of Belgium.
Set up.
The Forley Challenge Cup now. This is the junior quadruple sculls. Hinksey Sculling School on the left-hand side of your picture. Clare's Court School on the right-hand side of your picture. And these two crews very familiar with each other, Grace. They've raced each other in the A final of the National Schools Championship, the National Schools Regatta back in May. And here they are facing each other once again.
Yeah, and we can see a few steering issues off the start, so it's going to be interesting how they respond and if they can still push on. But it's such a different ball game, this head-on-head racing, isn't it, compared to when you're sort of in and amongst six boats. It's going to be interesting to see if the result still stands.
Well, it was Clare's Court School nearest to your picture, but currently trailing, who were the placing higher. They got the bronze medal at the National Schools Regatta. Hinksey finishing back in sixth, but look at this, the result turning round in this early stages. Hinksey Sculling School, they've been such a brilliant sort of burst of energy onto the junior rowing scene. They've had so many crews progress well through Henley-Royal Regatta to the weekend, and especially in this Forley Challenge Challenge Cup. And look at this, they are now almost 1 length up on Clares Court School. They look really nice, neat and tidy here, Grace, right?
I agree. I really like how the Hinksey crew is moving together. They don't look like they're doing anything extra. If I was a coach on the side, it just feels like everything they do is resulting in boat speed. The shoulders are loose, it's down low, it's really, really efficient, but you still need to kind of convert that into power and push away. And this is probably a really important stage of the race. They could potentially shut it down now if they can keep moving, but also vice versa. I think if this Clares Court School is going to come back, it really needs to be soon.
Look, medalists at the national schools, I wouldn't write Clares Court off just yet. And look, they're keeping that overlap, that bow ball, which is the little rubber thing on the end of their boat, is overlapping with Hinksey. And actually, I'd argue they're putting in a bit of a push here, Grace, and starting to move up the boat of Hinksey Sculling School, who are going to have to keep that relaxation if they want to continue this lead that they've got here in this race.
Yeah, and as soon as you get momentum, if the bow seat can get on the stern and just pass that information down, pass it down, it just gives you this sudden burst of energy. So if they can continue this on, it's going to be a really interesting second half of this race. But perhaps there's a response from Hinksey. It's very hard to tell with this, but we're in for a good one.
Yeah, they're holding firm here, Hinksey. They don't want to be thrown around by the pushes from Clares Court School, and they've got a great person setting that rhythm in the stroke seat, Vedant Nirmal, who was a finalist at Henley Royal Regatta just last year, a PE qualifier back in 2024 for the schoolboy 8s. So he's got Henley experience. He knows what it feels like to row through the enclosures under pressure. But Clares Court School, look at this. Josh Spansvik in the stroke seat is really going for it, and they're trying to put in this final sprint a few hundred metres out, Grace.
They are. Hinksey's just sitting there, so they haven't been able to break free. And sometimes when you're fending off attack after attack, it can be really exhausting, and there's a lot of energy that goes into it. And I think we might see Clares Court on the move again.
Yeah, Clares Court have taken yet another seat, and the bowman from Clares Court, Tommy Beaver, is going to start to see the colours of Hinksey Sculling School just out of the corner of the right-hand side of his eye as they start to pull up level in this Fawley Challenge Cup. What can Hinksey do here to respond? Have they started their sprint just yet? Look at the determination here, and there goes Beaver taking a look over his shoulder every other stroke. Do you think Clares Court can do it here, Grace?
Well, these young rowers are putting on a great show for us today. Clares Court is on the move, but they are running out of water. What can they do in these last dying stages of the race?
Final few strokes here as we pass the progress board into the enclosures. Clares Court with every single stroke whacking those legs down. They're coming up against Hinksey Sculling School, who are trying desperately to overturn that result from National Schools Regatta. They look relaxed though, but the Clares Court School are going to go through on the law. I don't know. It was a photo finish. We're going to have to bring you the confirmation of that one. That was a brilliant, brilliant sprint there from Clares Court. Grace, what do you make of that?
Oh, what mature racing from such young athletes. I can't call it.
Well, here you go. Here's the frame by frame. And we were talking about the bow ball earlier. That little rubber bow ball that we mentioned in the mid part of the course was the difference between the win and the loss here in the Fawley Challenge Cup. And we'll wait for the official result, but that could have been one of the most remarkable sprints we've seen here on day 3 of the regatta. So let's take one more look at that final few strokes, the finish line of the Fawley Challenge Cup here between Hinksey Sculling School, the white boat on the far side, Clares Court on the near side, and it literally could have been the very, very last stroke that was the difference there in that race. We'll wait for the official result. It was nothing to the naked eye. I just can't believe that we've commentated a race like that, Grace.
Oh my gosh, if it's Clares Court, that's the only stroke that ahead of the race.
Thumbs up, thumbs down in the Clares Court crew. They're looking to their coach. They're going, what happened? Did we win it? They won't know. They have no idea. Thumbs up from stroke seat there from Josh Spansvik. He thinks they've done it. I think we think they've done it as well, but we cannot confirm it for you until the official result, which I think they're probably deliberating over each frame of the photo finish up in the floater as we speak. So we'll wait for the officials, the umpires, to give that call. The next race is delayed, so we're going to hang here, wait to see if we can hear that final result. Hinksey, looks a little bit unsure here, but maybe they know in their heart of hearts. And there it is, Clares Court School by a bow ball in the Fawley Challenge Cup over Hinksey Sculling School, our leaders for 2,101 metres. But that last metre well, that was all the difference.
Oh, you see the heartbreak, and it's so tough to come out on a photo finish like that, but what a race. That was such an exciting and gutsy effort from both crews.
We're going to have to catch our breath here in the commentary box. And we're a few minutes away from the next race, so a little bit of a delay for Grace and I to get back on terms, catch our breath. But wow, I mean, for Hinksey to lead out, you know, they were finalists last year, coming back here against the National Schools bronze medalists, so brave, like you say, Grace. That would have really taken some kind of mental preparation for them to go out and do that.
Oh, it was such a brave race for them, and an absolute heartbreak to come away with the loss there. They were gutsy the entire race, but I guess on the flip side, Clare's Court just hung in there. They never gave up, and very, very impressive.
So that was, yeah, very impressive indeed, especially for under 19 athletes, I think, Grace. You know, they've barely had racing experience under their belt. I think the difference in styles, Hinksey long and loose, like you say, through the middle, but Clare's Court, that little bit of fire, that little bit of determination, especially in the tailwind, I think that was a really smart thing to do, to get that rate whipped up so that they could row through into the final few hundred metres.
Absolutely, and I just am so impressed with athletes this age as well, because you learn so much from these races, and I know it's heartbreak for Hinksey Scully School, but I can guarantee they'll come back to Henley next year with so much fire in their belly. But I think to race from behind, Clare's Court would have only really seen out of the corner of their eye and this sort of last third of that race. So to stay in it while so behind was really impressive. And I think credit to their coach, credit to the crew to stay calm and relaxed.
So on screen we have a delayed race. This is the Wargrave Challenge Cup. It was supposed to be between City Cambridge, who are there on your right-hand side of your screen, and Thames Rowing Club B on the left-hand side of your screen. We're being told that this race is going to be re-rowed at another time, so they're just going to paddle down the course. And Grace, I mean, I don't know, have you ever had a sort of cancelled race, delayed race whilst you've been out on the course? What does that kind of mean, both psychologically and physically, for these crews?
It's quite off-putting. I think in the back of your mind, you know both crews are in this and have the same situation. So you know it's actually fair across the board. But you prepare everything. You prepare your food schedule. It's such a structure. I mean, for us, we were 3 hours before the race we eat, an hour before we have a top-up, all of that. We time our coffees around it, everything. So these athletes are going to have to relax, but they've already warmed up. So then they're going to have to get back in the zone, figure out their warm-up. But they do train for this, and they know what it means. So they'll get back there, but it's not ideal.
And I think, again, we had a delayed race or a re-rowed race, I think, yesterday, towards the end of the day. And, you know, these guys could be, they might not be, but they could be, if they get through, racing in the first race tomorrow morning. So it does have a domino effect. It has an impact, doesn't it, throughout the regatta to sort of refocus and re-prepare for this kind of race.
Yeah, it does. And I think when you've waited all day for this race, it's quite a late race anyway, and they would have been just sitting there nervous, prepping for all day, and then you think we're finally on the water to have to do this. But whatever's gone wrong, I think they'll know, actually, we want to race to the best of our ability. We want our perfect conditions. So let's come back and redo it. But it's a lot to get your head around. But that is the beauty of rowing, isn't it? It's an outdoor sport. We're on the water. You've got equipment. So whether it's wind delays, anything, it's difficult. It happened to us actually a lot at the Tokyo Olympics. Very, very rough course. So there was one whole day they cancelled it because of a typhoon. Ended up actually being all right weather in the end. But you just have to get on with it and make the best of the situation.
Yeah, and like you say, this happens all the way up to Olympic level. You just mentioned the Tokyo Olympics there. So whatever level you are competing at, club 8s, Olympic 8s, you have to be mentally prepared, and they might even visualise this, Grace. You know, what if something goes wrong on the start? Thames and City of Cambridge will have gone, okay, what happens if ... And they'll have talked through these scenarios. You know, they've had a row down the course. I'm sure their coach will be waiting for them back in the boat tents to go, right, guys, we don't know what's happening, but here's how we're going to prepare for it, right?
Absolutely, and these crews are out there training all the time, so this will be happening when they're training in and around other races, other regattas. So I'm sure they're not sort of unknown to this and how this works, but it is now part of the next race of who can cope with this the best and who can come out the best after all these disruptions. But I'm sure everyone sort of knows the beauty of Henley, the beauty of doing an outside sport, that things happen, and that's why we all love being here.
So we're now moving on to the next race that's due on the course. This is the 6:30 p.m. race number 77 in the Ladies Challenge Plate. Starting out here today, this intermediate 8s event, so the stepping stone between club and elite. And this is Peterhouse Cambridge on the left-hand side of the screen. We'll tell you a little bit more about them, and I'm sure Grace will be keen to talk as a Cambridge alum about the Peterhouse crew. And on the right-hand side of the screen, Oxford Brookes University, previous winners of this event. Both of them, you can see the Cox's hands up in the air there, Grace, just starting to get straight and ready.
Yeah, it's windy down the start, so the Coxons, they don't want to steer a lot out of the start, so it's important to start straight and nail that, to not disrupt your crew as soon as they're in that really intense part of the race.
Well, both hands are down for Savannah Adamo in the Peterhouse crew, David Knapp in the Oxford Brookes crew, and the first strokes taken here in the Ladies Challenge Plate between Peterhouse Cambridge and Oxford Brookes University. And in the stroke seat for Peterhouse Cambridge, setting that rhythm, it's Olympic gold medalist Tom Ford, Grace.
Yeah, it's an impressive lineup. I think straight off the back of the Olympics, you know he's going to be reliable, you know he's going to be able to set a great rhythm. It's going to be a really interesting race, this, between potentially people that are currently training a bit more, currently a little bit more sort of in the thick of training, but it's going to be almost a battle between experience and current fitness.
Yeah, I mean, I was speaking to the Peterhouse crew earlier, and they were keen to relay that they're maybe not training quite as much as they were, the Stern 3, when they went to the Olympic Games. Tom Ford, Tom George and Ollie Wynne-Griffith up there in the Stern 4. But Oxford Brookes University, well, they are so familiar to the ladies' play. They last won this back in 2023. And look at this, it's a length off the end of the island. We'd expect Brookes to do extremely well in this event, but look, they're handling these conditions super well.
They're handling them very well. They're rowing very well. It's quite lively, it's quite aggressive, but they're also letting the boat do some of the work for them as well. And I think when you know you're up against such a crew with a lot of pedigree in it, they'll be wanting to make their mark early and say, look at us, we are here to get all the way through to the Sunday. And it looks like they're just lengthening out a little bit, taking a little bit more time and starting to ease into their middle rhythm.
Yeah, and they are easing out to a nice lead, and I think Oxford Brookes, probably on paper, the ones that we're expecting to win out this round of the Ladies Challenge Plate. But just to kind of talk about the trailing crew, Peterhouse, we've already kind of mentioned about Tom Ford in the stroke seat. We've also got, as I say, Tom George and Ollie Wynne-Griffith on board in this boat, Olympic silver medalists from the men's pairs back at Paris 2024, and joined by former boat race talent. We've got Ollie Parrish in this boat alongside Luca Ferrero, Gabriel Marlow as well, and all rowing for their college, for Peterhouse. And they were very keen to tell us, you know, Peterhouse have made this happen. They've had a phenomenal season back at Cambridge Bump, so maybe you can tell us a little bit more about the bump season in Cambridge, Grace. But yeah, great to see them out here in this intermediate event.
It's really great, and people come back for Henley, whether you're training or not. It's still a regatta that you get so excited to come back, and if you can get the opportunity to come down the course again, you'll take it. But yeah, they've been out at bumps, which I think is probably just as unique as Henley, when the goal is actually to hit into the crew in front of you, which is obviously exactly what you're told not to do as a normal rower.
Yeah, so they're there on the left-hand side of your picture. Peterhouse, I think, won out the bumps competition in Cambridge this year. They were actually stroked by Camille van der Meer, a World Championship gold medalist in the open crew, as a woman stroking that boat. So absolutely phenomenal that the season that Peterhouse have had, and now putting this crew together for Henley. As I say, all 9 of these guys were very keen to say how amazingly Peterhouse have sort of supported their project to come here and row at Henley Royal Regatta. I can also spy there in the bow seat, as I say, Luca Ferrero. He's actually working for Henley Royal Regatta this week as part of the media team, so dual hatting his responsibilities whilst out here on the Henley course.
He is. He's living and breathing it all week, and I'm sure they'll be having fun out there still. They'll be enjoying the crowds. You can see the pain on the face, and when you're potentially not as fit as you once were, it feels intense, that pain. But really impressive, dominant performance from the Oxford Brookes crew, and just how they've come out, they've commanded it. They can now sit there, look at the work they've done, and know that they're probably going to safely make it through to the next round. But to line up and know you're under pressure from that start is really great practice as well.
Yeah, Oxford Brookes, you can see the distance that they put into this Peterhouse crew. Stroked by Jamie Copus, back over from the US of A, having competed and represented the United States at the first World Cup of the season in the lightweight men's single scull. We're going to zoom up the course to be able to see his face setting the rhythm here in this ladies' challenge plate. And there he is. He's managed to take that stroke rating down. He's backed up by Toby Lassen, a world champion in the under-23 eights, a bronze medalist at the European level as well, and also won the Visitors Challenge Cup, which is the equivalent level event in the Cox's men's fours. So lots of Henley winners on board in this eight, a large portion of them winners of the Temple, winners of the ladies, winners of the Visitors. You can count through the whole crew, and the number of red boxes, which is the special gift that you get with your medal in when you win this regatta, you know, it's exponential, the number that these guys have got.
Yeah, and they're clearly out here to get another red box this weekend, and they'll be having a great time at the moment. There's not many times you can come down this course and really sit back, really relax, enjoy the atmosphere. There's pleasure craft going down the side playing music, there's people yelling from the grandstand. They're just having the opportunity to soak in the atmosphere, soak in the environment, and really enjoy it.
Yeah, and like you say, very rare that you get to have a sort of relaxed race here at Henley. The competition level is so high, especially in this intermediate event, which is always a concoction, I think, Grace. Like we say, in this race alone, we've got Olympic gold and silver medalists, we've got Henley winners, but, you know, we've also got 22-year-olds sat in the bow pair of this Oxford Brookes University 8, so it's a real kind of smorgasbord of, you know, the stages of athlete careers that allow that stepping stone through to the premier events and the elites.
Yeah, absolutely. And getting to line up as an up-and-coming rower against an Olympic champion is such a special moment. So to come away with that and experience that here at Henley is something you'll never forget. And that's why we love all these events, and they bring something different. And then these crews get off, they'll go to the boat park together, they'll be able to interact. So it's such a special time.
Well, Oxford Brookes there, we'll wait to bring you the official result, but it looks like they will be the winners in that ladies' challenge plate event against this all-star crew from Peterhouse, Cambridge. A bit of a late project, and thumbs up from Peterhouse across their opposition, Oxford Brookes. So claps all around, as it is Oxford Brookes University in the ladies' challenge plate beating out Peterhouse, Cambridge. Already underway here with the Widefold Challenge Cup quarter-finals, and it's the local derby, Thames Rowing Club A over on the far side, London Rowing Club on the near side of Grace. I just love it when Thames and London go against each other.
Same, even as someone that is not growing up rowing on the Putney Embankment, you know the rivalry between these two clubs, and it's historic, it's exciting, and we're going to get to witness another great battle play out today.
Well, the form book would denote that Thames Rowing Club come into this as favourites. They're nearest to us in the black, red and white. They were 4th in the Championship 4s at Marlow Regatta. That takes place also at Dorney Lake, the Olympic rowing venue, just a couple of weeks out from Henley Royal Regatta. So often it's the venue, it's the arena where clubs test each other against their speed. And it was 10th place for London Rowing Club. So a few places separating them, an A final and a B final separating them at Marlow. So the expected result playing out here at the moment in this Wyford Challenge Cup.
It is, and the Thames crew is looking very strong here. They've gone with the bucket rigs. They've gone with the 2 rowers having the same side blade in the middle of that, both on stroke side, which there's always debates around the fastest rigging method, but it's clearly working well for Thames at the moment.
Well, the oldest record in this event, set by Leander Club back in 1989 in the Wyford Challenge Cup, 6 minutes, 32 seconds. I mean, the wind is so strong today. If somebody was really pacing it down that course, perhaps we could have seen something special. But the reason that record stands so firm is that the Wyford Challenge Cup used to be open to clubs with elite standard athletes. So that Leander Club crew would have had some guys that would have gone on to race in the Olympic Games, so on and so forth. So it is a really long-standing record, but you know, one day we will see someone come close to it, I'm sure.
I'm sure we will. It feels like rowers are getting faster and faster these days. But really impressive looking Thames crew. They're probably not looking like they're fully maxing, so I'm not sure if we'll see it drop today, but their ability to, they're still quite upright, but their ability to finish off the stroke, pop out and just let the bouncy water roll under them, and they're making it look quite easy here.
Yeah, they are making it look really easy. They're just lifting the rate ever so slightly. They through the middle, taking it down a couple of notches per minute, but now just wanting to lift the rating, get a little bit more lively as they come in front of Remenham Club. The bow seat there, closest to us in this Thames crew, Cameron Murphy. Well, he made the semi-finals of this event as part of the B crew last year. Great to see he's been promoted up to the Thames A crew, and the winner of this event will be going through to the semi-final, which takes place on Saturday.
I know we're getting into the pointy end of the regatta, and every race gets harder and harder and harder, and you can't be complacent in any. You don't know what's going to happen, and I think as we get to those semi-finals, it's all on the line, and it's clear that Thames wants to make the most of it here, and that they're still checking it over, but it looks like they're just able to sit there, control the race, look at London behind them, and just sort of match their speed to make sure of it, but not exert too much energy.
Exactly. It's hard, it's tough. It's been almost 30 degrees here this week. You know, we're on the sort of high ends of the 20s. It is a long day to wait for your race here at 6:30 in the evening. The sun's still beating down bright on both of these London-based clubs, and they'll be doing just enough to get them and keep them comfortably in front. London Rowing Club still racing this event here, the chasing tail of Henry Galbraith, Mika Fitton-Higgins, George Christian and Matt Reeder, the 35-year-old in the bow seat who made the final of the Britannia Challenge Cup for Cox Fours back in 2022, but unfortunately dreams of the final starting to fizzle away here for London Rowing Club as they come up against their, I would call them arch nemesis from Thames Rowing Club, who have produced a really strong outfit to try and come out and win this Wyford Challenge Cup this weekend. But a great performance here from both London-based clubs, and there is the unconfirmed result that Thames Rowing Club A will progress through to the Saturday and the semi-final in this Wyford Challenge Cup. So we'll wait to see the official result, but it looks like Thames Rowing Club making it to the final 4. So there it is, Thames Rowing Club A, the Wyford Challenge Cup, beating out London Rowing Club.
Attention!
This is the Britannia Challenge Cup for Cox Men's Fours, Club Cox Men's Fours, between Potomac from the USA over on the Berkshire Station on the left-hand side of your screen, Molesey Boat Club on the right-hand side of your screen. Both of these programmes, Grace, have had such a great regatta so far. Potomac, you know, they are out here, they've travelled across the Atlantic to race in this event, and look at this start here from the Americans.
Yeah, they have really shot out, and this is a great shot because you can also see how much the water changes as you go down the course. It's so protected when they've got the island on the side, and they're just about to hit this now. So Potomac is shot out, but they're going to have to battle that water, that rough, that bumpy, to push on and make sure that they can transfer onto that middle K race rhythm.
Yeah, that middle K race rhythm, oh so important. You can't just blast out the start and burn all of your matches in that first part of the race, because it's a long way, 2,112 metres. It's, you know, it's beyond a sprint, but it's also not a long distance race. Of course, you're so familiar having raced across 2,000 metres at the Olympics and the World Championships. It's a really fine balance to know where you've got to, you know, push hard, but hold your energy for that final sprint.
Very fine balance, and I think particularly interesting here where there's a lot more emphasis on the first part of the race because it is that match racing. So these crews are still settling in for a very long race, but you want to make your mark quite early, so it's a fine balance. But that portion, when you're about a minute and a half into the race, that's when the crews are going to be slowly lengthening out, slowly letting the boat run, but making sure that they are just on that red line, that they can get to the end as fast as possible.
Well, we know that Potomac have had fast starts across the board in all of their events that they're entered in here. We saw their visitors fall, so in the kind of category above the intermediates, go out of the blocks really hard and then get chased down. So they need to be careful, like we say, of that race plan, that they've not gone out too hard too early in this event. So they've got the Coxes on board, though, in this event, which is the key added extra as part of the Britannia Challenge Cup. And you can see nestled there in the bows of the Potomac crew, Nicole Orsolini, the 26-year-old. This is her first Henley, and she's responsible for keeping all four of these athletes kind of aware of what's going on in their surroundings.
Yeah, and she won't be able to obviously see the Molesey crew behind them. So I always find, I talked about this earlier in the week, Coxford is a really interesting dynamic because there is an element of communication between the rowers and the coxswains that potentially don't happen as much in the 8s, where the coxswains have a better view. So the four guys in the boat, they're going to have to take charge of understanding if Molesey's moving, what we're going to do, and pass that on to Nicole. But she's sort of got that sight directly down to the finish line, and that's what she's set her sights on.
I think as well, as you can see, the water's getting a little bit poppily, and we saw a few of the Britannia Challenge Cup crews in the Coxfords falling foul of that. The Hope really struggled, the Dutch crew, in one of the other quarter-finals, with how rough and bouncy the water was into these final stages in front of the grandstand. So it will also be her job to keep that crew informed, say, look, the conditions are getting a little bit worse. Let's get our blades cleanly out of the finish. That's when their blades get taken out of the water and over the top of these waves so that we don't get caught out. Molesey Boat Club, I think, will be a little bit more familiar with that. You know, they've got 25 combined appearances at Henley. They know exactly what this water can have in store for them.
Yeah, and it's the fine balance. Like when you bring your blade out of the water, there's not a lot of room. You don't want to be too high off the water because then it's really tense. It's really tough on the shoulders to get the blade back in. So the rowers are going to want to have just enough room to get out. But as soon as it gets bumpy like that, you can see it's sort of happening in the Potomac crew. You take the blades out and they kind of tap on the water again just as they're trying to release. So it can be quite difficult, and you don't want to get in trouble at that point of the stroke.
Yeah, you can just see here the splashing of the blades as they clip the water with every other stroke, and you can see how tenacious the barking orders are coming here from Nicole Orsolini. She knows that the finish line's in sight and that they need to continue to sprint here to stay ahead of Molesey Boat Club. She's barking those orders with every single stroke, but they've got clear water now as they run into the finish here in this Britannia Challenge Cup quarter-final. A brilliant performance from the Americans, who have travelled so far from Washington, D.C. to be here at Henley-On-Thames Regatta, and clear water margin ahead of Molesey Boat Club over the line. The hip hip hoorays from Potomac Boat Club, who cheer Molesey for a great fine race there, and they will be through to the final four and the weekend contenders in the Britannia Challenge Cup for Club Coxfords. We're on to the Danesfield Challenge Cup, the new event for this year for club women's quadruple sculls. Marlow Rowing Club on the far side, Leander Club on the near side, and for me, Grace, Marlow Rowing Club, they're steering right over here into the Buck station closest to our camera.
Yeah, it looks difficult, and you can see how bumpy it is, and obviously you're contending with the bumpiness, but Marlow will be getting that wash now from Leander as well, which increases the difficulty that they're going to be in. But it's really hard when you're behind a crew. It's very easy to just get sucked in. It almost feels like your boat's a magnet to the wash, and that's what Marlow's going to have to be careful of, because if they put themselves too much behind Leander, it's going to be very difficult to start eating into that lead.
Yeah, it kind of adds to the wash that's already there, right? If you're steering into the blade puddles, so when the oars push back, they create puddles, you'll be able to see those on the water, and that can disrupt to the trailing crew's rhythm if their, blades in turn are starting to place into those puddles, as well as it being so choppy out there. You can see it's a tailwind, it's pushing these crews quickly towards the finish line, but it doesn't make it easy to control. Marlow Rowing Club here, they are trying to keep a nice rhythm. They've adjusted their steering. They're still quite far out into the centre of the course, but just trying to get themselves back in their station.
Yeah, and to me, perhaps it looks like Marlow, well, they've taken quite a turn there. That was quite an aggressive turn. But it looks like they've maybe just been a bit outpowered by Leander, because in terms of technique, it doesn't look too different, but the Leander's really, really driving. So what they're doing in the water, they're really making the most of it, and they're really like levering and pushing the boat through, and that just seems to be getting them ahead down this course.
Indeed, and that was kind of reflected a couple of weeks ago at Henley Women's Regatta as well. This Leander crew of Fennell, Bates and Thompson, joined now by McKellar, new into this crew for Henley Royal. Well, they were finalists in the championship level quads at Henley Women's Regatta, the women's only regatta that takes place a couple of weeks before this event. And Marlow, well, they were finalists in the aspirational club quad event. So that is those that are aspiring to race at that elite and championship level. So both finalists in their own events, but it was Leander that made the final of that sort of, step on that more premier event at the Henley Women's Regatta.
And that is really what we're seeing play out here, isn't it? But it's a great racing calendar we have. The fact that they can both be at Henley Women's a few weeks ago and then coming up and lining against each other. And I think the great thing about these events is it shows you the pathway forward. It shows you, okay, this is my next step, this is what I want to be like, and you can see how you can progress through the system. You can see how you, if that's your goal, can get to the top.
Yeah, exactly. And this Marlow crew, I'm sure, will be aspiring to continue on and they've got the pathway now that this Danesfield Challenge Cup exists, new for club women this year. A brilliant introduction to this regatta. I'm also so pleased to see this lovely story from Abby Bird, who's in the 2 seat. So that's the person who is one closer from the person at the back of the boat. The 26-year-old has actually been working as part of the Henley Royal Regatta badge office on the run-up to this event. So again, contributing to the regatta in more ways than one, training on top of that, helping for the regatta. And yeah, brilliant to see that kind of story here play out.
Yeah, that's really cool. Going to have people out there with the media and the badge office. Everyone's really pulling together. And maybe it's when you're on the bank you actually think, oh, do I want to be out on the water doing it? Sometimes that crosses my mind when I'm here, and then I don't know, put it to bed pretty quickly. But yeah, very cool to see people contributing all throughout.
Well, this tailwind pushing these crews onwards towards the finish line. Of course, this is only day 3 of this event, and it being introduced this year, I'm sure we're going to see a lot of new record time set. And Leander, provisionally at the moment, I can tell you, have set a new course record to the barrier and to Forley, which are the 2 timing markers along this course, at sort of a third of the way and half the way down the course. So yeah, a really, really strong outfit here from the Pink Palace, from Leander Club. The Hippos, whose club is just beyond the finish line, they are really ones to watch in this Danesfield Challenge Cup.
And they're looking impressive, and they'll be enjoying this across the finish line. They'll know the course well. They're looking effortless, and I'm excited to see how this crew progresses through the week.
Well, I'm sure Ross Hunter, coach of Leander Club, is watching on as his quartet to have a very dominant performance in not a very close race to set those provisional records down the course. We'll wait to have those confirmed, but Marlow Rowing Club, also locals, now crossing the line in this historic new event. So there is the confirmed result. Leander Club will beat out Marlow Rowing Club in the Danesfield Challenge Cup. It's all about club women because we're now from the quads to the eights. This is the Walgrave Challenge Cup for club women's eights between Avon Rowing Club in the Berkshire Station, Thames Rowing Club A on the Buckinghamshire Station. And Grace, delighted to be joined by you particularly for this one. What can you tell us about Avon Rowing Club from New Zealand?
Yeah, I'm a proud Avon Club rowing member all throughout school, and then obviously affiliated throughout my international career as well. So very proud to see them here. And obviously not probably where they want to be at the moment, but it's such a cool experience for New Zealand crews, and obviously we see a huge contingent from Australia over as well to come over here and race and have this experience, and it's so foreign to us. So these girls and this crew will be learning so much every race, and I know through talking to them they are just so motivated to come back and perform better every year. But they're up against a very strong Thames rowing crew who is just powering it down the track.
Yeah, a very strong Thames crew who, well, the Walgrave Challenge Cup is one of those events since its inauguration in 2021, has often gone back to the Putney Embankment. It's been a really stronghold outfit from Thames Rowing Club, who won it in 24, 23 and 2022, and you can just see why. Look at them gloriously gliding on in this event, and we're zooming in there to the bow pair of Thames Rowing Club, Rachel Bradley. This is her 5th Henley Royal Regatta, and she's behind Frances Curtis, the 25-year-old who raced at Henley Royal Regatta last year for the first time, and actually stroked the Walgrave 8 to the semi-final for Thames in the 2025 edition of the regatta. But yeah, Avon Rowing Club, we're now riding on board with them. They actually a couple of these guys have already raced at Henley, particularly Phoebe Collier, the 23-year-old in the 7 seat. Well, she was part of the Walgrave Challenge Cup as well previously. So great to have some Henley experience on board from such far afield.
It is, and that shows how important Henley is to these crews. They're willing to travel literally to the other side of the world to be here, and a really gutsy effort from the Avon crew. But such a strong Thames crew, and you can just see that perhaps a little bit longer in their stroke. They're levering a bit more, and it's just paying off. I know the Avon crew, it's really hard to race from behind, but it's a little bit chastier, it's a little bit more up and at it. But I think they'll come away having really enjoyed the regatta and given it a really good shot, and isn't that what it's all about? But Thames, very, very classy crew.
And I think the other thing is when we get international crews that come over to Henley Royal Regatta, I think it's great for them to experience what the level is of club women's rowing. You know, these new events have made such an impact in every women's event that's been introduced to the regatta. You know, the first of which beyond the elite events was back in 2012 when the Diamond Jubilee for junior women's quads was introduced. It then got added, you know, the elite fours, the elite pairs, the elite doubles, and then finally, you know, new club and student events in 2021 and now 2026. You know, rowing in the UK for women has never been stronger, and I think Henley Royal Regatta has had such a huge part to play in that, and it's great to share that around the world.
Yeah, seeing the addition of the 3 new women's events this year along with the bridge last year, it's really cool to see Henley driving the way in that. And I think also from the other side of the world, it shows how important it is to come over and get this race experience against these really international level crews, and for New Zealand it's hard. You're coming from winter, the off season, but you're up here getting to race some of the world's best.
Well, Thames Rowing Club showing why they are pinned-on favourites for this event yet again this year. They won it 3 times in the last 5, as we've said. Avon Rowing Club, well, they beat out Thames C crew yesterday, but they're not going to be lucky enough to beat out Thames's A crew today, and there they are over the line in this, the Walgrave Challenge Cup. So confirmed result there, the Walgrove Challenge Cup. It was Thames Rowing Club A ahead of Avon Rowing Club New Zealand. And a big thank you to Grace Prendergast, who joined me for those last few races. Always a delight to be speaking along the races with you, but now joined for now until the end of the day by my compatriot, my fellow host of the Progress Board live lunchtime show, Fergus Mainland.
Hello, Camilla. Good evening. It's wonderful to be here with you this evening, just as the sun is just starting to twinkle over the hills in the background overlooking Temple Island there over in the distance. It's a magical time of the evening, this one.
When the sun is shining and the sun, it's setting here on the regatta course, I think this is one of the most picturesque views that we've got here from the commentary box. We're looking all the way up towards the start line here. I think it's the best commentary box in the world, and the sunlight glistening here. I can't wait for us to get on to the next race with Temple Island just a pin in the distance.
So exciting, so much to look forward to. And yeah, I think it's the Diamond Sculls coming up next, one of the oldest events here at Henley Royal Regatta, and some gladiators out there on the water, and we'll be looking forward to bringing those races to life in a couple of minutes' time.
Well, we did say provisionally there was some records being set in this brand new event, the Danesfield Challenge Cup for Club Women's Quads, and there it is, bottom right-hand side of your picture, a new record for Leander Club to the barrier, 2:06, 3:30 to the Foley, and to the finish, 7:24. And I'm sure, I have a sneaky feeling, Fergus, we're going to see those broken again and again, especially if this tailwind remains for the rest of the week.
Which I really hope it does, because particularly as the strong crews get through to Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and the racing gets closer and closer, the finishing is, as they come through the enclosures, the roars just drive them on. It just gets so exciting, and the records, I'm sure, will continue to be broken over the course of the weekend.
Well, much like Fergus and I, these guys die-hard fans of the Henley Royal Regatta. They're here to stay until the very last race of the day. Fergus and I often are here for first race all the way through until last race, as are these guys, and I'm sure enjoying a few bits of sparkling wine in the sunshine as the sun sparkles as well here on the River Thames. The next race is up on the start, and that is the Elite Singles Sculls. This is the premier event for this singles event, and it is the Diamond Challenge Sculls between Berliner Ruder clubs, Tom Granitz, and between Aaron Jackson of London Rowing Club on the right-hand side of your screen.
Get ready, please.
Now, this is what I love about the Diamonds, Fergus, is we've got talent here from Germany. He's been part of the World Championship crew for Germany last year in the men's quad in Shanghai, against local domestic competition from London Rowing Club. This is what the Diamonds is all about on its opening day.
You're absolutely on the money there, because we get some phenomenal domestic scullers. We've seen Ben Parsonage going earlier on in the regatta, and here we've got Aaron Jackson of London Rowing Club. He's got himself into the side-by-side racing. It's outstanding to see him up against, Tom Granitz, who of course was in the men's quads for Germany at Shanghai at the World Championships last year. And what an opportunity for Aaron Jackson just to go and just have a good old ding-dong as far down the course as he possibly can.
Well, I did love reading in his bio. He's labelling this campaign in the Diamonds 3.0, because this is his third time attempting to qualify in the Diamonds. And as we've discussed already, if you're new to rowing, here at Henley Royal Regatta, there are a number of crews that are required to go through the qualifying event, the time trial, to try and make their way into the premier events, across all the events mostly. And this is his third attempt, and he's done it. So he said, anything that happens here, even if he loses, he has achieved, one of his dreams by rowing here in the Diamonds.
Yeah, and hats off to him, because getting into the Diamond Challenge Sculls, I think it's one of the hardest things you can do at Henley, because of the international flavour mixed in with a blend of really exciting club scullers, domestic scullers. So for someone like Aaron Jackson to get in, I think as a domestic sculler, I think it's one of the greatest things you can do, and tick off really a bucket list of achievements as a UK sculler.
Exactly, it is just you. It is you, yourself and I going down this course, qualifying it as an individual in an event which, you know, is hosting the current reigning Olympic champion. And there is Aaron Jackson, the 27-year-old. This is his second Henley, and formerly of the University of Bristol, training, actually working as well alongside his training at a travel management company in the City of London. So again, it's just fascinating that these guys can set aside the time to train at this level to qualify for a premier event whilst also working a full-time job.
I know, and it's so challenging, you know, out of London, as we know, based down at Putney Embankment, so there's plenty of commuting going into this. There's early mornings, there's late nights, as there so often is with every single club sculler and sweep athlete who's competing here at Henley Royal Regatta. But it pays off for moments like this when you get to test yourself against some of the very best around the world.
Well, and Tom Granite, who is out in front, is one of the very best from around the world. The 24-year-old raced the single at the Holland Becker this year. We've already mentioned his pedigree as part of the German men's quad at the World Championships in Shanghai just last year. And he also raced at the Lucerne Regatta at the World Cup through the 2025 season. So he is a premier German sculler and coached by Ralf Bockelmann, who resides in the south of Hamburg. Tom himself actually training out of Ratzeburg, who hosts that massive regatta that takes place a few weeks prior to Henley Royal Regatta. But look at this distance he's opened up. He's certainly one of the selected and favoured crews in this Diamond Challenge Sculls event.
Yeah, he most certainly is, and he'll be looking to go far in this. And I think particularly for him in the opening stages, it's all about getting used to the course, getting used to the bounces and the rides. Because, of course, later on down the line, we've got some phenomenal German opposition. He'll be going up against Ollie Zeidler, who's, of course, he missed out on winning this last year, but 4 Diamond Challenge Sculls he's won. And I'm sure he'll be lingering for him, waiting for him when the weekend racing comes around. But yeah, I think for Tom Granite, you know, he'll be soaking in the sunlight, as we've been talking about. As we said, it's twinkling down the Henley course. And he'll be getting a mix of applause and cheers from those who are still enjoying the racing, some who are still enjoying, you know, the off-water entertainment here at Henley Royal Regatta. But what a way to enjoy your Thursday evening here at Henley.
Well, and it's much quieter for these single sculls, right? They've not got a Cox, they've not got teammates, they've not got loads of other, you know, athletes around them making noise. So they'll be able to pick up the atmosphere from the bank really well. You know, this is a bit of a quieter part of the course here through the central few hundred metres on the bank. But as he comes into the enclosure, I'm sure, you know, both of these scullers will be soaking up every single stroke, particularly, I think, Aaron Jackson, who, like I say, you know, this is such a special moment for him.
He will, and he'll have the whole club backing for this. You know, London are here en masse. We've talked about them time and time again over commentary. Dozens of athletes, I think borderline hundreds of athletes they've got racing here, both across the men's squad and across the women's squad. And they're a real club who celebrate each other. I remember I was at Henley Women's, you know, a couple of weekends ago and seen the success that their women's squad had, win after win, and the way they were celebrated. So I get the impression that even though he's out there in his single, he's going to have the whole club out there on the bank, roaring him on as he goes up against Tom Granite of Berliner Ruder Club.
We're going to fly alongside Jackson of London Rowing Club. And what a beautiful shot here. You can just see how wide he's able to open up his arms to get that big angle, that big lever. Rowing's all about leverage. And here in the single scull, it's those with the tall, long levers that are able to push the boat past and make hay while the sun shines. And yeah, it's a brilliant scull here from Jackson, but very, very stiff opposition from a national team athlete from Germany who's disappearing off into the distance. Lovely to just hear the noise there. You know, as I say, it's quite quiet, this part of the course. Before we hit the grandstands, you're sat alone with your thoughts in your single scull, aren't you?
You are, but I think because the traffic just on the right-hand side of your screen is not as busy as it will be, you know, around lunchtime or in the afternoon. So the water's just a little bit calmer. But yes, there'll still be the bouncing and the rolling that Henley serves up and conjures up. But I think you'll just be able to enjoy the glide that you can get on this river, particularly in the tailwind conditions. You know, just looking at the out of our commentary box at the moment, there is still that breeze coming towards us. So he should still feel like he's gliding. You can just hear it, just the swoosh as the blades come through the water from both of our scullers. It's really impressive to watch and to listen to.
Giving that a moment so you can hear exactly what Fergus was talking about, that sort of ripple of the water, the swoosh as these beautiful skulls make their way towards Henley Town Centre. Tom Granitz's, you know, should this result stand, his next progression through the draw would be to meet Ben Parsonage of Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club, so more UK competition facing Granitz in the next round should he progress. But you know, I think it will be a much tighter race as we go through the draw here in the Diamonds.
It will, and I think I'm expecting a real tussle from Ben Parsonage. You know, he's a former lightweight sculler. He's been so strong up in Scotland, down in England as well, across Met Regatta, across the British Championships, and he's gone and he's done his racing across in Ghent and into Europe as well. So it'll be a stiffer challenge for him. Ben Parsonage, I've got him down, I think, is one of the top scullers, one of the top domestic scullers in the country. So fascinated to see how he goes up against Tom Granitz, should he be progressing through to the next round.
Well, you can just see how broad the shoulders are there of Tom Granitz. He's an industrial engineering former student and a sports soldier, it lists on his biography as well. I'm not quite sure what that means, but certainly a soldier here in the Diamond Challenge Sculls. He has the privilege of being able to take a very relaxed look around to the fans, still occupying the grandstands here at 7:10 on a Thursday evening, and he'll be able to breathe, relax and prepare once again for the next day of racing. And still cheers, you can hear the locals from London for the British-based sculler, cheering him through his final few strokes that he'll take here on day 3 of competition. And a big round of applause as well, which is lovely to see from London Rowing Club, Jackson, Aaron Jackson. We're now here with the Britannia Challenge Cup. We've seen a few quarter-finals of this go already this afternoon. This is London Rowing Club A over on the Berkshire Station. Marlow Rowing Club closest to us here in the red on the Buckinghamshire Station. Great start here for London, Fergus.
It will be, and of course they'll have no idea of what Aaron Jackson has been up to in his single scull. But it's fantastic for them, for the supporters, to have London crews just coming again. And after seeing Aaron Jackson qualify on his 3rd attempt, they'll be delighted to see London Rowing Club leading out Marlow by 3/4 of a length at this point in the opening stages of this round of the Britannia Challenge Cup.
Yeah, London, they had to race their B crew yesterday, which will have left them a little bit unsure, I think, of where they sort of rank in the stackings in the Britannia Challenge Cup. You know, they'll have had confidence rowing against their B crew. They'll have known the speed on paper should have been with them. But now they've got to go out into the open. They've got to show their speed against Marlow Rowing Club. And, I mean, comparing these two, they last raced at the Marlow Regatta 2 weeks ago, and it was London that came out on top, 3rd overall, and Marlow Rowing Club, well, they were 9th. So it would be an impressive turnaround to see Marlow up, but they're holding them firm here through the centre part of the course, Fergus.
They are, and I think if you're in the London crew on the right-hand side of your screen at this point, you're wanting just to break free and just finish this race off in the middle stages of this race. Just get it done, and then you're not having to expel too much energy. But I think, as you're saying, Camilla, you know, Marlow are doing a phenomenal job of just hanging on in there. I think they're looking a little bit tired in that Marlow crew at the moment. The bodies are just starting to come out of alignment. I think London, though, their bodies are much straighter, going right up and down the boat. The blade work from both crews, you know, it's still a bit choppy out there. It's gusty conditions, so they're going to have to be sharp on it up at the front end to make sure they're maximising their stroke length. But I think at the moment London are just doing enough. But I think with Marlow, as you're coming down, you're about to come past Bremenham. What are you sitting about? A length and a quarter, length and a third back. There's still an opportunity at this point.
Yeah, they've held them honest, haven't they, Marlow Rowing Club? They are vying for the overlap, and I'm sure the Cox in the Marlow crew, Edward Allen, will have eyes on the London boat to try and push his men on, to push that a little bit further. And a little bit of a tip there, you can just see that they are struggling a little bit, not only with the conditions, but probably with that fatigue as well, as they come into the final third of this course. It is so tough. They're going to have to trust in strokeman Blaise Ivers-Droe, who actually went to school with the Cox, with Edward Allen. They've been rowing together for such a long time, and there are the eyes and faces of Edward Allen, who's driving this crew on towards the line.
Yeah, and I think he's just made a call. We can just see that stroke rate just going up from Marlow. The bodies are just moving up and down the slides that little bit quicker, but it's not going to be enough. They just look like they're shortening up. compare and contrast that to London, who are just striding out at this point as they come through the enclosures, and just over the past minute or two have really stretched out that advantage of a Marlow.
Yeah, they really have. It is long, it is loose. You can see the stroke rate differences, you know, between the London crew at the top of your picture, Marlow at the bottom of your picture. It is worlds apart as London wind it down over the line. That is the sign of an impressive crew to take that stroke rating down to win out a round. And Marlow, well, a valiant effort there through the middle, but not quite enough, it seems, to progress in the Britannia Challenge Cup. Well, great to see the support between these crews, and it was London Rowing Club there confirmed as victors in that Britannia Challenge Cup quarter-final.
Attention!
We're back with the Danesfield Challenge Cup now between Molesey Boat Club on the left-hand side of your screen, London Rowing Club A on the right-hand side of your screen, and what a great southern derby that we've got here, Fergus, between these two crews.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3 races in a row for London Rowing Club. You know, the fans are going to be back and forth on the riverbank between making sure that they're able to keep up with all of the racing that's going on. But I'm excited to see this Molesey Boat Club crew. I think they've been red hot all season. They were red hot at Henley Women's Regatta, and they're red hot right here again, going up against London Rowing Club.
Yeah, they are one of the pinned-on favourites here for this Danesfield Challenge Cup, and they're on the left-hand side of the screen making a big impact off the start, but they're steering just coming towards the centre of the course here. I wonder what the umpire's going to have to say about that. They seem to have corrected now, and steering in this crew in the bow seat is 22-year-old Lara Grant, who she's got the steering foot, she's got the wire with the rudder that she has to move her ankle to make the boat respond left to right. So a big challenge in these coxless boats, and Grant there with the keys of that Molesey crew. But London Rowing Club, well, they're suffering the same fate now. It's so tricky to keep yourself straight and narrow between the booms and the piles, and they are actually now starting to glide somewhat into Molesey's water. And once you get to that point, Fergus, it's a bit like a pinball, isn't it? You can overcompensate, and it's really difficult to get back on the right track.
It is, and I think particularly if you're that trailing crew at this point in the race, when you're trying to settle into a rhythm that you can trust to buy into and have confidence that it will get you back into contention, having a big yank on the steering is just going to slow you down and just kill some of that momentum. And I think for Molesey Boat Club, they'll be looking back and just enjoying that, because they can see the London crew just struggling with some of their steering. We can hear, though, again, another warning for Molesey Boat Club from the umpire. But I think for Molesey Boat Club, it's just puddles, it's dirty puddles that are being sent down to London Rowing Club, and that's just ensuring that London can't get themselves back into the game.
Yeah, Molesey, so much calibre on board, especially in the stroke seat. Molly Curry, a familiar name, an athlete that's represented Ireland through the age groups, through junior rowing, through under-23 rowing for Great Britain as well. And she is such a good person to be up there pushing this crew on in the stroke seat, backed up by Bas Andre, a gold medal at the European Coastal Championships, so used to some rough conditions in that 3-seat, and then bow pairing Aoife Keane and Lara Grant, who we've already talked about, responsible for the steering in this boat. And they've already taken the rating down here. And Fergus, you know, you've already talked about why, you know, you're excited about this Molesey Boat Club crew, but seeing them now race in person, what are your thoughts?
Well, I got to see them race yesterday. They beat Worcester Rowing Club yesterday evening. I think it was actually just before tea break, actually. And it was a similar sort of dominant performance that we're seeing just now that they put out against Worcester Rowing Club. I mean, full credit to Worcester. They gave it absolutely everything right the way down the track. But this Molesey crew, I think, are just a class above just about everyone in this Danesfield category. I think them and Leander are really distancing themselves from the pack. So I'm excited to, if everything progresses as I imagine it will be, seeing Leander and Molesey go head-to-head come the weekend and come the semi-finals and finals.
Yeah, well, you can just see they're a class act for that standing crew in this field. London Rowing Club, though, we must give them their due. There they are on screen in the stern pairing. Looking at us, it's Perrin Halser and Lizzie Dashley, that combination in the stern pairing. They won in the aspirational club quads events at Henley Women's Regatta a couple of weeks ago, and they're joined, strengthened by the winners of the lightweight double sculls at that same event, Erin Meredith and Laura Bates, who were opposition before Erin Meredith, who you can see her back there, decided to put her hand up, come and join London Rowing Club, and they are such good friends, Bates and Meredith. Wonderful to hear an interview with them a few weeks ago where they said, yeah, rowing with each other and joining London was the best decision that Meredith made to win out that lightweight double sculls event together. So yeah, great club culture in London. You can hear the cheers in the grandstands for both of these crews, both such huge programmes. As Fergus already mentioned, London back-to-back in 3 races here in this evening's programme, but it's going to be Molesey Boat Club on this occasion. Like we said, ones to watch. Keep your eyes on this crew through the Danesfield Challenge Cup because they are hot favourites for the trophy. Here is London Rowing Club, and they are sprinting for the line, and I can tell you now that Molesey Boat Club crew provisionally have set the record to the barrier and to Forley. We saw Leander take those honours earlier. They've tumbled those records. We'll bring you an update as soon as those are confirmed, but there on screen is the result confirmed. Molesey Boat Club over London Rowing Club A. We're back with the Y-Fold Challenge Cup now. This is a brilliant matchup that I've been looking forward to all day. Northwich Rowing Club over on the Berkshire station and Sydney Rowing Club A, Australia on the near side. And Fergus, we already said it with Grace, you know, you're not coming halfway across the world if you don't think you've got a substantial chance here at Henley Royal Regatta, and that is the case for Sydney.
No, you're absolutely right, and they keep coming year after year in such force, Sydney Rowing Club. They love the trip over, they love to do well, and they have had success here over the years. And I think this Y-Fold Challenge Cup crew, I think, is one of the strongest Australian outfits. I think not just from Sydney, but I think from the whole country that is over here racing at this year's regatta. And just look at them as they come past that side-on view. The swing together is so synced up to the middle of the drive phase. But their opposition, Northwich Rowing Club, you know, again, one of the great provincial clubs that we have here in the UK, and particularly with someone like George Lawton in the stroke seat. 10 previous Henley campaigns under his belt, Camilla. He's had so much success as a junior, and now he started off at the club and now he's back rowing at Northwich Rowing Club. It's awesome to have someone like him leading a boat.
Yeah, awesome to see, and yeah, they're a length up on Northwich, who, like you say, have been brilliant all season. You can see the determination there on George Lawton's face. You're discussing how experienced he is, leading his men on the charge to try and catch up to Sydney Rowing Club Australia. We will bring you an update in that last race for the Danesfield Challenge Cup. It was indeed a record to the barrier and to Forley, so that Molesey-Leander matchup looking oh so juicy in that Club Women's Quads event. It was also a record to the finish as well, so Leander's record's tumbling from just a few hours ago. But let's jump back out into the Y-Fold Challenge Cup. Northwich, they're just not letting this one go, Fergus. They're like a dog with a bone chasing Sydney.
No, it's fascinating. I think both of these crews at the moment, they're almost matching each other with their stroke rate. Both these crews are almost in sync the way you're watching them. So they're stroke for stroke at the moment, but I'm just watching Northwich, and it just perhaps just looks a little bit more laboured than what we're seeing in the Sydney boat, which is ever that bit smoother, I think, just through the drive phase and up at the front. I think they've got a really smooth connection, handling these breezy conditions nicely.
Yeah, I think efficiency is the word that I would use to describe the Sydney Rowing Club crew. No extra movement, not looking laboured, like you say. You can just see how easy and fluid it looks here for Bucknell in the bow seat, Aitken at 2, Harold at 3, and Will Clubb in the stroke seat. Sydney Rowing Club, well, they have been really strong in the Y-Fold Challenge Cup before, and they've been finalists, they've been winners in this event previously, and look at that, they are leading out some very strong domestic competition from Northwich. But if they're going to go, Fergus, this is Northwich's time.
Well, I think just as you're saying that, they've just been winding their rate up, trying to chuck everything at it as they come through the enclosures. But Sydney, just because of the position they've been sitting in all race long, about a length or so up on the Northwich crew, but they're getting warned at the moment for their steering. The umpire just sending them back over to the left-hand side. I think that's Sarah Winkles there umpiring this one. But Sydney are going to be in danger perhaps as they come towards the finish line, because they're sitting out, washing down Northwich at the moment.
Yeah, they're not responding here. Sarah Winkles has brought her flag down, so maybe she's happy that they've done enough to move back to the Buck station. A little look left, a little look right there for MacArthur Bucknell in the bow seats, just really wishing for the line desperately to come, because Northwich Northwich have pushed them with every single stroke of this course, and they're going to throw the kitchen sink at it in the final few metres. But Sydney look superior as they cross the line with 3/4 of a length in hand, maybe just over. Northwich gave that a valiant effort, but well, let's just wait to see what happens through that steering through the final few stages. But Sydney at the moment, there's the white flag. Look, Sarah Winkler's happy that that did not affect the outcome of the race, and Sydney progressed through in the Wyfold Challenge Cup. Well, now on to the Wargrave Challenge Cup. This is between Mercantile Rowing Club Australia, more Australian action here on the third day, the third evening of Henley Royal Regatta, but they're going up against hot favourites of Leander Club here on the near side of your picture. And Fergus, you know, we were kind of, you know, talking earlier a little bit about what the Australians could do here this evening. They've got a very tall mountain to climb here in the Wargrave.
Yeah, they do. Leander Club, you know, I've got their boathouse at the end of the finish line, as everyone will be able to pass as they come into Henley Royal Regatta, and they just churn out athletes. Their talent line, their development that they're able to create is just absolutely outstanding. And of course, all of these athletes racing for Leander will have wanted to be competing for spots in their Bridge 8 or for crews racing higher up at the regatta. But it's a really classy act, this one. And I was on the banks at Henley Women's watching on, and it was a real treat watching this Leander crew come down the track.
Yeah, they're punchy, aren't they? They are really punching it down. Wonderful to see that so many of this crew have already competed at Henley Royal Regatta, but one debutante in this crew, which is Stephanie Preller in the 4C, and great story, she's an Aussie. She's the Aussie in the crew, fresh, new to Henley Royal Regatta, has only been in the UK for a few weeks and racing Australian competition from Mercantile here in this event. So I'm sure a little bit of extra determination for her to try and push back on her countrymen.
Yeah, I imagine so. And of course, this is one of, I think, 3 races in a row that we're going to actually have some Australian interest coming up over the next wee while or so. But Leander Club just showing the class act that they are at this point in the moment. I mean, just in the bow seat alone, you've got, you know, Isabel Sellers there. We can see the back of her from our up high position at the moment. Raced at the under-23 Worlds back in 2023 in the lightweight double, you know, and the talent throughout the rest of the crew is just absolutely sensational.
Yeah, so many athletes who have gone on to row through university campaigns, Oxford, Brookes, Durham, Exeter, big names in the domestic UK rowing scene. Stroked by Liv Caesar, the 25-year-old who has been rowing at Leander for a few years now. She actually holds a course record to Forley in the Wargrave from last year's event. They are, you know, managing this well. They're down at a nice, easy stroke rate here. I don't think we'll be seeing any new records out. I know it's a big tailwind here in this Wargrave, but they are really striding out, taking this at pace, allegedly pace down the course, pushing ahead of Mercantile.
Yeah, and I think we know just how strong this crew is because they've been across, they're racing in Ghent, across in Belgium. A number of British clubs like to make that trip across just to get a taste of what the European opposition is looking like. But on that occasion, this Wargrave crew went across, Leander's Bridge crew went across as well, and they beat the Bridge crew. So it tells you just how competitive this squad is and just how excited this crew are to really stamp their foot, not just on this competition, but to challenge for the rest of the places at Leander.
Well, great to see the bow pair there from Mercantile. Mackenzie Pugh, 18 years old, Lucy Gillan in front of her. These two actually have raced at Henley Royal Regatta before. They're the only two in the crew that have. They were in the Prince Philip Challenge Cup last year, which is for junior women's 8. So again, Fergus, I think Henley Royal Regatta is building such a brilliant pathway. They're carving it out for junior women's rowers to step onto the club events and then beyond.
You could see it, and particularly now with the new sculling events as well, you've got that coming in at juniors, and you're okay, brilliant, I can race the Diamond Jubilee, fancy going off to university. Well, there's the Queen Victoria. By the time you're wanting to continue into club racing, we've got the Danesfield as well, and you've got the same sort of trajectory with the 8s as well, from the Prince Philip into the Island and now onto the Wargrave as well, and the Bridge if you're wanting to make that step up. But here we've got on screen, it's this crew from Mercantile Rowing Club all the way from Australia. They've given it an impressive go right the way down this course, but this Leander Club outfit, Camilla, that they've come up against are just a class above the rest.
So this is all but concluded, it feels, here in this round of the Walgrave Challenge Cup. Leander have been dominant from the very first stroke against the Australian competition. And we're actually going to see another round of the Walgrave Challenge Cup, the rescheduled race coming up next, race 76. We had a delay for the race between City of Cambridge and Thames Rowing Club B. We saw them paddle down the course. They're now back up at the start, and we'll see them race next race round. So if you're tuning in and you're wondering where that race was and what's coming up and when they're rescheduled to, it is the next race on the course in this same event, the Walgrave Challenge Cup. Leander, they just look superior here, don't they? They are a brilliant crew, and you can see how relaxed they are, how well the boat glides here, and they've got so much home support on the banks of Henley-On-Thames.
Yeah, 10th at Women's Head of the River, B finalists at Met Regatta, raced in the Rod Needs Challenge Cup at Henley Women's Regatta, and it's all been building towards this one, towards Henley Royal, Camilla, and I am so excited to see how this crew progresses through the rest of racing.
Yeah, it is going to be provisionally there. A win for the home crew, the Hippos from Leander Club, and they'll row home just a couple of 100 metres back to their club. Mercantile, a little bit further for them to go back home. That will be their final race, it seems, in this event. But great cheers all round, and that is the result confirmed. The Walgrave Challenge Cup Leander Club beating out Mercantile Rowing Club Australia. So this is the rescheduled quarter-final of the Walgrave Challenge Cup between City of Cambridge on the left-hand side of your picture, Thames Rowing Club B on the right-hand side of your picture. And Fergus, it must be so difficult. Grace and I were talking earlier when we watched them paddle down the course to reset your brain, reset your physicality to go again for a race that you have kind of, you know, pinned on the clock to say, this is what I'm prepared for.
I think not just that, but it's all of the other elements that come with it, you know, your nutrition, hydration, everything that allows you to peak at just the point, because they'll have been planning this for the past 24 hours, planning to peak at, well, 20 past 6, but now they're having to go about an hour or so later. So there's so many elements that play into it. But at the moment, Thames Rowing Club are the ones who are handling that alteration, the better of the two, and are just striding out to about half a length or so over City of Cambridge.
Yeah, just making the early impression here. Thames Rowing Club B, stroked here by Celine Vine, the 28-year-old, who managed to get this Thames crew to the semi-final last year, but trying to go one better in the 2026 campaign. They're a length up on City of Cambridge at the moment. 2/3 of this City of Cambridge crew returners to Henley Royal Regatta as part of this combination in the Walgrave Challenge Cup. And one thing I'm delighted to see, Fergus, is how many of them learnt to row at their respective colleges through university.
And I think a lot of people will think, yes, I can come and row, I can go down to London, I can row, I can graduate from university and go down to London. But if you're in Cambridge, you've learnt to row at Cambridge, like the likes of Barbara Nato Bradley, who learnt to row at St Catherine's College, and in front of her, Jessica Pemberton, who learnt to row at Clare College. You know, the two of them are thinking, do you know what, I want to stay here in Cambridge, support this great club, because City of Cambridge, they are a great club. You know, the results up and down the country over recent years have been incredibly exciting, but we just know how strong Thames Rowing Club are, the opposition that they're going up against.
Yeah, we know how great City of Cambridge's aspirations are. They entered the championship event at Henley Women's just a couple of weeks ago. You know, they didn't progress super far through that competition, but they know that that's what they need to aim for, to be at the top end of this Walgrave Challenge Cup. And yes, so delighted to see them having beaten the winners of the aspirational event, London Rowing Club, just yesterday through the rounds. So they do want to go one better. They do want to be in those championship level events. That is where you need to be in the later rounds, in the top 4 here of the Walgrave Challenge Cup. So these guys vying for a space in the semi-finals, but Thames B, I mean, we could see 2 Thames crews here featuring in the semi-finals on Saturday, Fergus.
And that certainly wouldn't be for the first time here at Henley Women's Regatta. You know, the women's programme are so strong. I think it's 4/8 Thames Rowing Club had racing in the Walgrave Challenge Cup this year. So to have an A, B, C, D crew racing in the Club 8s for women is just outstanding. Their coach, Eliza Daniels, will be delighted with how her crew are getting on at the moment, just striding out. And as we've talked about, the crews have been leading all evening long, just enjoying the sunshine, but perhaps not quite as comfortable as they would have expected, because City of Cambridge are really hanging on in there at this point.
Yeah, they're really pushing on, City of Cambridge, and they'll have taken oodles of confidence from their win over London Rowing Club yesterday, who, you know, one of the selected crews in the draw, one of the crews that everyone will have been looking to watch. And so there is the back of Nato Bradley in the bow seat. Fergus mentioned learned to row at St Catherine's College, Cambridge, earned blades in bumps, that sort of unique event that takes place in Cambridge as part of the university scene. They're winding it up here through the enclosures. Thamesby are going to have to respond, but it's going to not be as successful for the City of Cambridge as their race yesterday. Thamesby have just got too much in hand as they come through to the final meters. So I think we are going to be seeing 18 athletes from Thames Rowing Club contest the semi-final Saturday of Henley Royal Regatta here in the Wargrave Challenge Club. City of Cambridge sprint their hardest to get that overlap. A fine margin indeed, and a brilliant effort from them, and they'll be pleased with their success through this regatta. But Thamesby just too strong in this event. There's the confirmed results. Thames Rowing Club B will be featuring on the Saturday of Henley Royal Regatta in the top 4 crews in the Wargrave Challenge Cup.
Attention! Go!
This is now the Y-fold Challenge Cup. We've got Thames Rowing Club B, another B crew from Thames, trying to push through above their bracket here in this Coxless Men's Fours event. They're going up against Mercantile Rowing Club from Australia, and you called it, Fergus. Aussie crews back to back to back here this evening, and wow, they've made a great start of this event.
Yeah, they have, and I think much like the Sydney Rowing Club crew that we saw earlier, I'm excited to see how they get along. But I've just got our eyes on that Thames Rowing Club crew at the moment. We can see that they're just adjusting their steering. They've been right across on the far side, dancing around with the buoy line, but now they're coming right back in. And I think it's George Nelson in the bow seat who'll be steering this one, and they're just starting to move back over to the far side now, making that adjustment. It's cost them a little bit, probably cost them about half a length or so, but I think despite that, Thames are striding out into a nice rhythm.
Yeah, Thames are going to ominously lie in wait here. They've still got that overlap with Mercantile, and despite that little bit of additional steering effort from the Putney-based crew, they are still just half a length down in this matchup. The UK on the left, the Australians on your right. Who have you got your money on here, Fergus?
Do you know what? I'll put my money on Thames Rowing Club. I think particularly with Stan Cannon stroking this crew, he's stroked so many lightweight crews at Newcastle to gold medals at Bucks Regatta in the lightweight fours. George Nelson, who's so experienced despite the couple of errors off the start line. You know, he's such an asset to have in your boat. And Will Towser, Mika Ryan as well in the middle. I think that pair is so exciting, and they've just been moving, and they're about to get a massive roar as they come past Remenham.
Yeah, you mentioned the Newcastle bookends in this Thames B crew. You've got Cannons at stroke, Nelson at bow, both graduates of the University of Newcastle. And look at this move that they've managed to slice through Mercantile. It's Mercantile's now to respond, and they're going to rely on the teenager Fletcher Douglas in the stroke seat, just 18 years of age. He was the stroke of the Scotch College First Eight just last year, a premier student and school rowing club down under, and he's going to need to pull the keys back from his pockets to try and move up through the ratings. Look at this, Fergus, they're already starting to sprint to try and keep this level with Thamesby.
They are, and it's a lightweight crew, and I think that's fascinating from Mercantile, because the lightweights love a race, but so do, you know, Cannons and Nelson there in the bow seat and in the stroke seat. You'll former lightweights themselves. They'll love a tussle like this. They'll be absolutely up for it, and they'll just feel that confidence building and growing, that momentum very much with Thames Rowing Club, who have moved out to half a length's lead at this point in the race.
Yeah, they'll love this tailwind as well, pushing them down the course, pushing them towards the finish line. And this is a centimetre by centimetre gig here for Thames Rowing Club B. It's Mercantile's pressure to respond to, because with every single stroke they get a half seat, they get another seat. Thames Rowing Club B now almost 3/4 of a length up on the Australians from down under from Melbourne.
Yeah, and as we've mentioned, a top lightweight crew that have come all the way from Australia, raced in lightweight for the national championships in the pairs as well, and raced at the interstate in the lightweight events as well. But it's not going to be enough, I think, because Thames Rowing Club, we saw them kick on earlier in the course at Redmond Club. They will have got that huge cheer of support. It's paid dividends for them, and they're striding out what was half a length 200 metres ago has now turned into a length's advantage that Thames had, and I don't see Mercadale coming back into this.
Yeah, Thames B had the most local of derbies yesterday with their next-door neighbours, Best Rowing Club. They managed to dispatch them. It's now the most international rivalry they could have hoped for, with Mercantile sitting right alongside them. And a little look there from George Nelson in the bow seat, the former Hampton schoolboy, just to make sure that they've got Mercantile in check. Mercantile starting to steer into the middle of the river somewhat as they begin to mount their charging sprint, but it's going to be clear water coming past the progress board, and that was fought for tooth and nail by Thames Rowing Club B, who don't have the ability to settle here through the final stages, but they are certainly going to be enjoying that row through, that comeback through the centre part of the course to provisionally take a win there by a length ahead of Mercantile Australia. Oh, hear the shouts of "Let's go" there. Thames Rowing Club B know that they have put in a huge shift there to take the win in the Y-Fold Challenge Cup quarter-final ahead of Mercantile. Last few races of the day, and this is the Danesfield Challenge Cup penultimate one, lining up here on the start line between Strathclyde Park Rowing Club on the left-hand side of your screen on the Berkshire station, and Thames Rowing Club B, the treble on the bounce. Thames Rowing Club B once again featuring. Look at this steering, Fergus. I'm holding my breath here. Thames Rowing Club B are going to need to respond. Umpire John Hedger pushes them back towards Berks.
Oh, goodness gracious me, they're right over on the wrong side of the course at this point. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a bit of a clash going on at this point in the race between the two crews. They're coming right the way over, and quite frankly, if I'm Strathclyde Park, I'd be steering across into that, because Thames Rowing Club have come right the way across over their line, but now they're in danger of coming towards the booms. They've got to straighten up now, and again, it's cost them. That steering in the early stages has cost them, and they're sitting a length back on Strathclyde Park, who will have just absorbed that so nicely and dealt with that pressure so smoothly.
Yeah, because that could be quite daunting, can't it? If you're up there on the start, you've got a crew coming towards you, you know you're in the right place, but Thames Rowing Club B, you know, you're relying on your opposition to make the changes to move back into their lane, and you know, they didn't opt for that tactical steering to try and drive the clash, but they didn't need to, folks, because look at this, they're well up now on their competition from Thames.
Yeah, they absolutely are. You know, we can see there Perry McCluskey sitting in the stroke seat. 3 times she's done Henley, and you know, again, such an experienced athlete. Won the women's aspirational quads at Henley Women's back in 2019, raced for Scotland on so many occasions, and that rhythm that she's setting up for her crew, Camilla, is just outstanding.
Yeah, brilliant rhythm that is passed back down the crew to the youngster Stevie Gilder, the 17-year-old, also a member of the Scotland team last year in 2025. She's carrying that rhythm that Swale is sending back, and then you've got Ella Gilder, Perry McCluskey, the oldest in the crew in the bow seat, the most experienced person in the crew as well, and they, you know, certainly they put in a great performance yesterday, and actually looking at their times, they were faster to the barrier and Foley than Thames B.
No surprise then to see them in the position that they're in, just leading out Thames B, and I think it's been fascinating watching their steering as they've come down the coast, Camilla. They've just been so straight and narrow. Just a little clip of the water there from one of the blades shows you that it's still rippling out there as racing is coming into its closing stages of the day. But they're racing hard, they're being pushed hard, and I think despite the steering in the opening stages from Thames B, they're making Strathclyde Park work for this in the second half of this race.
Yeah, and actually I was having a look, despite leading to the barrier and Foley on times, actually these two crews had identical finish times through yesterday's course of racing. So, you know, we could still see a big push here coming from the quartet from Thames Rowing Club B. That would rely on Laura Bone, the under-19 junior world champion from the women's 8 from last year, and from a couple of years ago, in fact, and she's going to have to drive this crew on. There she is, look, you can see her really ripping through those strokes, but the steering still kind of evading them here in this Thames crew. They're still making adjustments.
Yeah, we're just looking at the back of Denise Martin Van Meurs, the University of London Boat Club graduate. Now she's at Thames Rowing Club. 4 times Henley appearances for her, and she'll just be calling her crew on, mustering as much out of them as they possibly can. Come past Remenham, it's just getting a little bit quieter now before we come towards the enclosures. That's the back there of Denise Martin Van Meurs in the bow seat. But I'm so impressed, they're not looking out of the boat. Yes, there's been some steering. Yes, there's been sort of movement from left to right. There's the glance around, though, from Denise, just to check out where Strathclyde Park are. And she'll be relaying that information back to them, Camilla, to ensure she can get the most out of them in the closing stages.
Yeah, and she's going to have to sort of get them and gather their thoughts as well, because they are rocking and rolling around a little bit. That is as a result of a little bit more river traffic here towards the end of the day. You can see the puffles on the water, but Strathclyde Park dealing with it so well. And I remember Molesey B and I commentating on these guys yesterday, saying, Strathclyde Park, the weather there, the wind, the waves, they are prepared for this kind of water climate here at Henley.
Yeah, it's one of those courses, you'll start off with a headwind, then you'll get a bit of a tailwind, and then somewhere down the course it finishes up as a cross headwind somewhere. So you get all sorts, and you get all 4 seasons in one day as well. So they'll be enjoying this sunshine that perhaps they're not particularly used to up at Strathclyde Park.
You know more than anyone, Fergus, that the sunshine tends to not be too prevalent up north of the border at Strathclyde Park in Motherwell, but they're enjoying the sunshine now, and they've opened up even more clear water back to Thames Rowing Club B, who continue to race down this course hard. Fantastic to see them, a B crew, having made the last 8, the quarter-finals here in the Danesfield Challenge Cup in its inaugural year. But Strathclyde Park, well, they want to put Scotland on the map and into the top 4 here in this new club women's event. And it's going to be a brilliantly led performance by Polly Swell, who has kept them calm, kept them comfortable in the stroke seats, and will continue to wind it down, it seems, in towards the finish line. They're looking really good here, the Scots, in this event. Sunshine and smiles here for Perry McCluskey in the bow seat. She knows that Strathclyde Park Rowing Club beat out Thames Rowing Club B to put them into the weekend of the Danesfield Challenge Cup.
Attention!
Race 89 of day 3 of Henley Royal Regatta. Now underway, the final race of the day. This is the Britannia Challenge Cup. And I feel like a broken record, Fergus, because it's Thames Rowing Club B, once again, on the Berkshire Station against Royal Chester Rowing Club.
We've seen what their Y-Fold B crew could do. It was a sensational performance from them, a brave, confidence-inspiring performance to row through Mercantile. I mean, the Brits, they might have caught glimpses of it as they're coming up to the start line, but they won't know the result of that. So they'll just be barreling it down the course at this point in the race, doing all they can to topple Royal Chester.
Do you know one thing they also won't know, Thames Rowing Club B, is that the chairman of the regatta, Richard Phelps, is sat on the finish line in his Thames blazer. He's had a sort of parade, a flotilla of Thames crews to cheer on, this being the final remaining one of the day, and I'm sure he'll be delighted to see that they're currently leading probably the favoured crew in this event, Royal Chester, Fergus.
Yeah, Royal Chester in recent years, their Brit 4 have been incredibly exciting. I think they've reached the finals as well at one point in recent years. They're so strong. Stroked there by Ed Press at the moment. He's leading them out there. This is his 10th Henley campaign for the 29-year-old, and he's down at the moment. He won't be able to see Thames Rowing Club out of the corners of his eyes at the moment, because they've settled into a nice rhythm. They're spurred on by that Cox from Thames Rowing Club. That's Felix Jameson, the 18-year-old who is driving this crew on. What a position for him to be in.
Yeah, he's going to have to look round, and I just saw him do that to get a check on where Royal Chester are, because they're currently behind, half a length though. But if I wanted anyone to be guiding me through a tight race at Henley Royal Regatta, it's the 55-year-old in the cox seat of Royal Chester, Sarah Armstrong. And looking at the programme, she is the most experienced athlete here at the regatta. This is her 17th Henley Royal Regatta campaign, and all of those 17 years are needed right now in the second half of this course as Royal Chester start to charge here on Thames B.
Sarah Armstrong should be seeing herself just move up towards Felix Jameson, who's coxing that Thames Rowing Club B crew. There she is, right low down, nice aerodynamic position. We're looking at the back of William Lupton there in the Royal Chester. He won Champ 8s at Bucks Regatta, Bucks Head in 2024. He's from Durham University. In front of him, Alex Bain from Newcastle University. Henry McGarva in front of him, and we talked about Ed Press leading this crew. And I think, Camilla, momentum at the moment has just swung in the favour of Royal Chester.
Yeah, but Thames responding well, as we know that they would. We can see that Felix Jameson, the teenager there, who is responsible for keeping his crew calm, keeping their race plan delivered. He was a winner of the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup for junior schoolboy 8s back in 2023, so he knows what it feels like to be a victorious contender. And he takes a look across to his right, but he's got company, because here come Royal Chester. They are sharp, they are moving, and as I say, on paper, you know, they are the favoured crew in this event. Royal Chester finished higher up the order back at the Metropolitan Regatta, and this crew with newcomer into the bows from William Lupton, 23, from Durham, like you say, joining this crew that made the final in 2024.
That's a painful face there in the bow seat of Thames Rowing Club. That's Logan Winter, and they're all dialed in. They're laser focused. Quick glance across from the stroke seat. That's George and Pettermans to see where they are. But what a move, I think, from Royal Chester Rowing Club, Camilla, who have just surged into the lead over the past few hundred metres.
The final race of the day on day 3 of Henley Royal Regatta, and the corks are popping here in the Royal Chester crew. They've not quite finalised it yet. The rating goes up. This is brilliant stuff here from Edward Press, who will take them to victory. A hero to move them into the semi-finals once again in the Britannia Challenge Cup. They were finalists in 2024, and what a row through, what a takedown of Thames B. Half a length over the line. We'll wait to confirm that result with you, but that was a heroic effort from the guys from the Northwest.
Unbelievable from Royal Chester. I just loved that move, that surge that they had. You know, the sunglasses have just been lifted off the face of Ed Press. He's absolutely exhausted, but they'll be delighted with that performance, Camilla.
I think they're a bit exhausted to be delighted, but I can see a glimmer of a smile there on Press's face, and that was a real drive from that crew. They are, as I say, smirking. I think they know that that was a hard-fought victory. Final race today. That is what Henley Royal Regatta is all about. So there is the result. Royal Chester winning out in that round of the Britannia Challenge Cup, the quarter-finals. We'll see them on the Saturday when we get to the top 4. That's when we get some really big matchups. The club events have a day off tomorrow, but we've still got so much to look forward to. And I mean, the racing today has just been superb, hasn't it?
It's been outstanding. You know, we've had records falling across some of the club events, and I think, you know, the juniors that we've seen, particularly across the Diamond Jubilee and the Folly, have been outstanding. The students as well, they've just been sensational. The Island, we've had some big results there, and some big American programs advancing in the Temple Challenge Cup as well.
I think we've also had our smallest margin of the day as well. Just a bow ball earlier on today. I can't wait to watch that race back on the YouTube later on today. And here are the final few hours of sunlight here on the banks of the Thames. Everyone's standing for the national anthem that rounds off competition here at Henley Royal Regatta, and a wonderful British tradition to cap off what has been a wonderful day of racing. I've been Camilla Hadden-Horrocks. This has been Fergus Mainland, and Ali Vance will round off day 3 of racing with you on the riverbank.
Well, it has been another compelling evening session. Tricky conditions out on the river, but perfect conditions for supporters on the riverbank. Now, the international crew is such a big part of Henley Regatta, and Syracuse University, who we haven't seen here for a few years, were very impressive in the Temple Challenge Cup in this evening's session. Samuel must have been pretty pleased with that very easy victory over Oxford Brookes.
Yeah, I'm pretty pleased with how we did. I think we set out there, you know, knowing that it was a lower boat of a program, but we went out there with some goals and went out there to try and do our best racing, and I think we got that done.
And you've got slight, I guess, you've got, it's like grudge match against Oxford Brookes. I know this was their E team, but the last time you rode here, or the club rode here, you got all the way to the final?
Yes, last time we came here about 3 years ago, Temple Cup final, they did race Oxford Brookes. But I think anytime we come out here to race an international crew is always exciting, so lots of fun.
How did it feel out there?
It felt really good. Obviously a bit of tricky conditions, but our goal these past few races has just been to find that relaxation, find that rhythm, and just improve every race. That was kind of like our motto this whole season. I think we're excited to see what we can do tomorrow.
Because if you're going to get to the final, you've got to race every day now until Sunday. How do you manage the recovery and the workload?
I think for us it's about like not thinking too much about the whole week, but kind of managing every race one at a time, kind of keeping ourselves present and not making it too complicated.
Not having too much time to take in the whole Henley and everything that goes with it?
No. I mean, it's always fun to be out here and to see everything that's going on, but our focus is on the racing and the rowing, and that's what we're going to take every day.
Well, good luck then tomorrow and in the future races if you make it through to the final. Good luck then to Syracuse University, because we are at the halfway mark now at the regatta, looking ahead to tomorrow, day 4, Friday. It is all about trying to make the weekend, with Sunday and finals day creeping ever closer. Don't forget, we're going to have highlights of today later on YouTube, and we're going to be back live tomorrow morning 9 a.m. for day 4.